A wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I hope you guys are having a great day. Today, I wanted to talk about something that I saw that was really interesting. I don't know how many of you saw it, but Stephen A. Smith, apparently he and LeBron James had this confrontation that was captured by the media, where basically LeBron was very upset because Stephen A. had been saying things about his son Bronny. Stephen A. was doing his job as a journalist and giving his honest assessment of Bronny James' qualifications. And as you know, if you know anything about basketball, you know that Bronny James has had a hard time. He's really just not really, he's got a big shoes to fill. His father is one of the greatest basketball players of all time. Some have even argued that he might be even goatier than the GOAT, which was Michael Jordan and another GOAT, Wilt Chamberlain. And it's easy to make that argument because he's been amazing. His staying power has been extraordinary. And all that pressure kind of goes on to the son. Now, unfortunately, LeBron likes to have kids he had kids with a very short woman. And so as a result, his son, Bronny, is not as tall as him and as strong as him. I think his son's maybe 6'2", and LeBron's about 6'6", 6'7", 6'8", something like that. I guess 6'8", 6'7", 6'8". So anyway, long story short, it's been kind of messy. So Stephen A. Smith goes to a Lakers game, and basically when he's at this Lakers game, he gets confronted by LeBron. LeBron kind of walks up to him. He's pretty mad. He's barking at him, yelling at him, everything else. And of course, that's going to get a lot of attention. And Stephen A. addressed it and did what he did. I didn't watch his address, but I did see what happened here. And I wanted to kind of lay it out in terms of just, first of all, I thought it was interesting because I'm interested in what's going on with Black men. These are two Black men that have accomplished a lot in their respective fields, and I have a lot of respect for them. I don't know Stephen A. very well, but I've been on the show a couple of times. When he had the show, quite frankly, with Stephen A. Smith, he had me on. He was very nice to me. And let me just tell you, so here's what I will say that I saw. So when LeBron confronts Stephen A., obviously this was a father defending his family. This is a father who was very upset, perhaps because Stephen A. said something that just really upset him and really got under his skin. And he kind of showed that he kind of played his hand that way, which tells me that he's probably very sensitive to what people are saying about his son. And he has a respect for Stephen A.'s words because I'm sure a lot of people say things about his son. Stephen A. wasn't the only one who was talking about the fact that Bronny did not appear to be as qualified as other NBA players. And this is an interesting conversation because it feeds back into something that's happening in our country in a more broad context. Right now in Washington, you had President Trump and his crew. They kicked out all the DEI programs. They got rid of all of that because their argument is that this is a type of privilege that people have been given and they did not earn it. America has not been a meritocracy, and we got to make America great again by making it a meritocracy. But what the Trumps and the others will never confess to is that America really isn't a meritocracy in many cases. America does have privilege in a lot of spaces, not just with things like DEI, but also there is a wealth privilege. Let me know if you understand what I'm saying. There's a wealth privilege, and Trump and his kids, they get a wealth privilege. We know that. Bronny got a wealth privilege, right? So Bronny, I'd be curious to know. Give me a yes or no. How many of you think that Bronny would be in the NBA if his father was not LeBron James? Give me a yes or no if you think that he would still be there, if you think he's good enough on his own where he could have been a kid out of the hood. If he started where his daddy started off, how many of you think that Bronny would be in the NBA? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no just because I'm a basketball fan and I got eyes in my head. Thank God for those. And I see that this kid is just not really he wasn't even that good in college. And let's just keep it honest. He wasn't that great in college. But also the other thing too is my heart goes out to the family because, remember Bronny had a heart attack and I can't imagine how a father would feel when you're already feeling guilty because you can't spend time with your son the way you want to because you're on the road all the time chasing your own dream, and then your son has a heart attack. I mean, he almost died. So I think LeBron is doing what any father would do. In fact, give me a yes or no on this. If any of you were LeBron James, would you hook up your son? Would you give your son a chance to play in the NBA if that's what he wanted to do? Yes or no? How many of y'all would do that for your own kid if he was doing his best, trying his hardest and showing up for practice every day? I know I would. I would totally do it, right? I would totally, I'd be like, son, you get to move to the front of the line because I paid the dues in advance for you. And this is something that I think every black person should embrace is the idea of black privilege. If it's okay for the Trumps to take care of their kids, Barron Trump's going to be at the front of the line. You know that his daughter, is it Ivanka? She's going to be at the front of the line. You know that Donald Jr. is going to be at the front of the line. You know that even his stupid son, Eric, is going to be at the front of the line. So if all of his kids can go to the front of the line because of their wealth and their power, then why can't Bronny, right? Why can't Bronny get into the NBA because of who his daddy is? I saw nothing wrong with that. And here's the thing, too. I really think that anybody in here who has kids, I think you should think about this, right? I think you should think about the fact that you get to spend a lifetime working for something, whatever that is. And whatever you work for, in my opinion, should be something that gives black privilege to your child. That might be something as basic as buying some shares of stock. If you just bought a few $1,000s worth of stock back in 2001 and just did that consistently every year, your kids could inherit massive amounts of black privilege, where they would have so much wealth that they would never have to go beg a white man for a job, or a black man for a job for that matter, or any man for a job. They would be able to be economically independent. So I think that we as black people have to be careful about getting caught up in this idea that we don't deserve to have privilege and access because of what somebody did before us. Actually, that's the way the world's supposed to work. The world's supposed to work in such a way that the parent is able to block for the child. The parent is able to clear the path for the child. And this is one of the reasons why this whole working for the white man culture has to be sort of questioned for black people, because you can work at that factory job your whole life and you can't pass that job down to your children. Tell me if you get what I'm saying. Your kids are not going to inherit that job. I don't care if you gave 45 years to Ford. They're going to take your job, and they're your little black job. You call it a black job, but really it's not a black job. It's a white job in blackface. You understand? It's a white owned black job, and the owner takes that job right back once you die at your desk and you can't do the job anymore. So you can't pass that to your kids. But what you can pass to your kids, you can pass from real estate to your kids. Give them some black privilege off of that. You can pass them some shares of stock. We talk about stock all the time. You can pass that down to your kids. If you got a little business, even a little raggedy business, maybe you haven't done much with it, but you're taking pride in it. You've done your best. You poured into it. Well, you bring your child to work every day. You can give the business to the child, where they don't have to go through the rat race of chasing jobs. They could say, I got a business. In fact, my brother, I didn't get to give a business to my kids, although they're going to be wealthy when I'm gone. I got about one biological child, and then I have some other kids I've scooped up along the way. They're all going to be rich if something happens to me. But I know that with my brother, I felt really proud of the fact that when he went to Cornell, I was able to help him create a business so that when he left Cornell, he didn't go to a single job interview. He said, why would I go work for somebody when I've had the power of running my own organization? Right. So this black privilege is something that I think all of us should embrace. I don't think there's anything wrong with what LeBron did. And I think that that's fine. Now, I'm going to go to another side of this argument, because this is an economic conversation thing. This is a generational wealth sort of discussion. But before I do that, if y'all could do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. This podcast is also on Spotify. So if you look up my name on Spotify, you'll find plenty of discussions about wealth and black economics on Spotify. And also, just so you know, every single morning at 10 a.m., we teach finance in the Black Business School. We have a class that's 100% free. It's my financial consciousness class. I'm a finance professor. My PhD's in finance. And every single morning, 7 days a week, I come in and I talk to my people about black economics. That's what we do. We're doing the Booker T thing. We're doing the Marcus Garvey thing. We're doing the Malcolm X thing. So you're going to get Booker, Marcus, and Malcolm every single morning. So if you blickety black like that and you care about your paper, then come to us in class, because I got a whole PhD in finance. And I can tell you this, we just took a survey, and 78% of the students in the Black Business School told me in the survey that their money is higher because they've been coming to class. Now, you can't say that about the college you went to. You can't say that about a lot of universities out here. But literally, we put money in your pocket and we get the job done. So feel free to join us. You can go to drboyceelevate.com. You can also just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Now, here's the thing. So if you talk about LeBron and his confrontation with Stephen A., which I totally get it. Stephen A. was talking about his son. He's mad about it. I totally get why LeBron has gifted his son opportunities that other kids won't get. I get all that. I'm not mad at him for that at all. But here's where I also understand where Stephen A. is coming from. LeBron has to understand that to whom much is given, much is expected. You got to understand that if you're putting your son in the spotlight and you're putting that crazy, and somebody's choosing to put that much pressure on him to literally play in the shadow of arguably the greatest basketball player of all time, definitely top 3, top 4, top 5. Well, then you know what? Some criticism is going to come with it. I don't know if y'all saw what I saw. I mean, Bronny's doing okay in the G League, but the G League is not the NBA. The G League is that's like, little league, like for NBA players. And look, Bronny was not doing so good. So, with that capability comes some scrutiny, and you can't expect Stephen A., if he's trying to be a journalist with integrity, you cannot expect him to get up there and lie for you just because he knows you. You can't expect him to just pretend like he doesn't see the fact that your son was making a lot of mistakes on the basketball court. The idea that he would expect that Stephen A. would just not talk about it, it would be absolutely ridiculous. So while I think you could argue, I was trying to figure out, I was like, who was over the line? Was it Stephen A. or was it LeBron? I'm going to say LeBron was over the line. LeBron, bro, you should know this. You should understand this. This comes with the territory. You brought your son in the frying pan. The frying pan is hot. You know how hot it is. You know what the scrutiny looks like. If he was great, they would be giving him praise. He sucks, or he doesn't suck as bad as he used to. So I'm not going to say he sucks now. He doesn't suck now. But before, I'm a basketball fan, and I was like, oh, Lord, this ain't good. Man, why are you playing basketball like your dad? That's a lot of pressure. It's like Michael Jordan's sons. Did y'all see where Michael Jordan's sons? And they're not even as tall as their father. I think they're like 6'1" and 6 foot. I would hate to be a 6 foot genetic clone of Michael Jordan with like inferior basketball genetics coming from my mother. They date they have kids with these little short women. So the 6'6", 6'7" guy has a baby that is like that grows to be 6'1", and you're 6'1" trying to stand in the shadow of a guy who's 6'6", 6'7", 6'8". Just being 6'7", 6'8" by itself means you won the genetic lottery, right? So it would be much more fair to these poor kids if their daddies dated tall women. Like they need to stop shopping in the short girl section for a woman. They go to the WNBA, get you a big chick. Because same thing with Shaquille O'Neal's kids. I think his kids are tall, but they're not big like him. Because why? Because Shawnee is so small, you can put her in a cardboard box. So to me, I just sit here and I'm just doing the math in my head, and I'm thinking, God, I would hate to be one of those kids, because you want to do what your dad did. Like, you want to follow in your father's footsteps. But if I'm following in my dad LeBron's footsteps, you know what I do? I say, you know what? I'm going to be the best damn sports agent to ever get into the sport. Or I'm going to be the best baseball player ever. I would be literally playing baseball. I would be playing golf. So I admired the courage that they had to follow in their footsteps. But I think that you're asking for trouble, because every time you play, they're going to compare you to your father, which is just a terrible place to be. The only athlete I can think of that matched up to their dad might have been Marvin Harrison Jr., who played for my Buckeyes, Ohio State. Layla Ali, who's a friend of mine, who's the daughter of the great Muhammad Ali, who's also from Louisville, like I am. I can't think of too many people who can do that. That's hard to do when your dad is the greatest ever, or one of the greatest ever in the sport. I just think that that's a lot of pressure. I'd be curious to hear the family conversations at the dinner table about how you decided to play basketball like your daddy. I just kind of feel like there might be other things you could do, but hey, who am I to judge? It ain't my right to do that. But I will say this. One of the challenges that LeBron is obviously facing is there is a constant ongoing conversation, particularly when you talk about economics, when it comes to nepotism. Oh, thank you, Roy. Steph Curry. Yeah, that's right. Steph Curry is a better. His father, Dell, was a great shooter. And his daddy got his sons because Steph has a brother, and both of them shoot better than their father. And their father was one of the best shooters in the NBA. So Steph Curry is an exception as well. But anyway, there's an ongoing conversation when you talk about economics, and it relates to nepotism and versus meritocracy. And One thing I'll say is that in America, when you talk about economic legacies and economic impact and economic opportunities, nepotism trumps merit almost every damn time. Nepotism and family connections and all that trumps everything else. So one of the things I would ask you to do is to consider, what advantage am I going to give my child that's going to allow them to benefit from the fact that we do live in a society where nepotism runs the day? Like, what am I going to do? Or am I just going to leave? Am I just going to leave my kids out here hoping for the best? Am I going to let them struggle out here? Or am I going to position them so that all the hard work that I do is going to give them an advantage and an opportunity that others will not have? And I can tell you this, if you're buying stock consistently and you have assets to pass to the kids, you're giving them nepotism. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you're acquiring real estate, and doing your best to do that, and you pass that to the kids, pass some cash flow down, that's nepotism. If you're running that raggedy little business and putting all your blood, sweat, and tears into the business and training your kids to take over or have some kind of cash flow coming or some opportunity where you created a job for them, that is nepotism, and that's Black privilege, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think everybody on earth, every Black person who cares about their kids should at some point aim to give their children some degree of Black privilege. If you can't give your child Black privilege, I want to ask you, what are you doing? In fact, I'm gonna tell you what you're doing. If you're not leaving Black privilege to your children, you know what you're doing? You're contributing to white privilege. That's what you're doing, because you're getting up and you're going to work every day at some job with some company owned by a person who is not Black, and every hour that you put into that job, you are adding to their ability to have some degree of privilege that they can pass to their kids. Or it's either the owner of the company or the shareholders in the company, because the shareholders own stock. Stock can be passed to children, and that's how America works. So give your kids some Black privilege. I'm not mad at LeBron for doing this. I think, especially with what that family's gone through, and I'm so proud of LeBron. He's really been a model citizen. He's loved his wife all these years. He's been responsible for a family. He's raised his kids. I like that a lot. I really admire that. I know that everything beneath the surface is probably more complex than it looks out from the outside in, but I can just tell you that I really like LeBron James overall, and I admire him. And Stephen A. Smith is fine too. I don't have no problem with him. He's interesting. He's more. I probably like LeBron more than Stephen A. But I don't dislike Stephen A. either. I think that they're both smart guys, and I think it was an interesting conversation to be had. All right, guys. So anyway, I'm going to get out of here. I just wanted to come in and talk about that really quick, because I think that there's something there in terms of a Black conversation that could be had around this idea, economic nepotism and Black privilege, and passing that to your kids. And so I hope this was helpful to you. And also tomorrow morning, we're going to meet for class. And also, if you like stock options, I'm really good with stock options. We actually, in the Black Business School, have a new stock options program. It's called COIN. It stands for Certified Options Income Network. And so if you want to join our next cohort for COIN, we start next week, March 14th. You can go to drboycecoin.com, drboycecoin.com, and you can set an appointment and apply and talk to someone to see if it's a fit for you. So feel free to go to drboycecoin.com. All right, guys. So anyway, I'm out of here. Tomorrow morning, we'll meet again for our financial consciousness training. And also the other thing too, I'm super, super proud. I want to mention that when we asked the students that were in the morning class, I said, how many of you would recommend this class to a friend? In the survey, literally 99.1% of the students said they would recommend it to a friend. So if you want to join us for class, we're really good at what we do. I think we're the best HBCU in America, because we focus on Black economics and building wealth in our community, building ownership in our community, having the means of production, and actually having real economic power. So if you want to join us, just text the word morning to the number 87948 on your phone. Text morning to 87948. And we can also talk tomorrow about what's going on with Trump and whether or not Trump may cause a recession and what's happening right now with the economy. There's a lot going on with that, and I'll discuss some of that tomorrow. So I'll see you guys. Have a good night. God bless you, and thank you guys for listening, and I will talk to you soon. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
I was blind, but now I can.
Yeah, calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly robotics. Bifocals, my only purpose is to feed the locals. I'm spreading love when I see you and gotta approach you. I see the goodness in you, I wouldn't John with you. I know you hustling for your family just to pay the fiscal. I see the God up in you, He bless your physical. While we navigating problems, the world is abysmal. Skip the one up, let's get it to the center. Your house is big as mine, we can always help each other. Affirmation smother, it ain't even cost me a dime to uplift my brother.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Vulnerability is the New Sexy. This is the podcast where we break down all the walls, challenge all the stigmas, and we brace the power of being open and honest and where vulnerability can lead you. I am your host, Joe Corley. As you can see, I'm a black male. And if you know me by now, you know I'm also a therapist. So I'm a black male therapist dedicated to guiding our community towards healing and growth. And that's totally what the conversation is about tonight. And we're going to do that by introducing my panel here. We got my good sis, Erica, and, Erica Lewis, author of Faith in Transition. My brother, Big Mac. Y'all recognize him from the streets and the gas station.
I'm all over.
All over. And my boy Khalil, man. How you doing tonight, man? How y'all doing?
I'm blessed. Thank y'all for having me.
I'm happy for y'all to be here, man. I really thought this was an important conversation. I want to encourage the audience, and I'm going to say this repeatedly, you know what I mean, to approach this conversation with empathy and openness. We're not here to go back and forth. We're not here to contribute to the gender wars. We're not here to argue or debate about which gender is better or none of that. I think that we are all very intelligent people, and we are trying to figure out, what's the best way to gain some understanding for each other. We have to be real. We have to be honest. And we're trying to have a nuanced conversation, a respectful conversation about the gender wars in the black community, because, as the thumbnail says, divided we fall, and we are falling, and we are divided, and it's not doing us any good. So the first thing I want to start out with is I want to, show the video that inspired me to have this conversation, and then we'll talk more about it on the other side. Let me just share this with y'all. A snippet of it.
You disrespect the hard-working men with a blue collar. Too busy looking for a baller. Cause you only date baller shot collars, but you don't qualify for the man that you desire. You call my preferences biased, but ma'am, what exactly is your 6-foot requirement? Listen, go get you a young submissive girl somewhere on the other side of the world. Now you're a sugar daddy, you're a lick. You're a lick like sugar on a stick. You made bad decisions, now men ain't ish. No, you ain't ish. You put yourself in that predicament. Always talking about be his piece. He needs therapy. Don't try to put that job on me.
Listen, what I'm observing that to be is this young artist, and I want to give her credit. I encourage everybody to go watch the video in full on her YouTube page. Oh, my banner's in the way. You can't see her YouTube page. I can't, honestly don't know how to remove the banner. But I'll figure out a way to remove this banner later and make sure that I show her YouTube page and her Instagram. And because it's important that she gets her credit for the work that she's doing. And if that young lady happens to watch this, I apologize. I'm not a StreamYard expert yet, so I don't know how to remove that banner, but we'll try to figure it out before the end of the show. But anyway, when we talk about unity in the black community, especially between men and women, Miss Erica, I want to start with you. What does that actually mean for you?
I'm sorry. Vulnerability. Say that again. I'm sorry. Somebody walked in and interrupted my train of thought. What were you saying?
I was saying that when you hear about unity in the black community, especially between men and women, what does that mean to you? Like, what do you think the purpose of it is?
Oh my God. It takes me back to being a kid, unity in the community, when there was love in the community, when there were cookouts, when there was block parties, when the DJ would pull out the speakers and we could just be free as kids and just roam and run and jump and play. And even though my mother may not be home, Miss Jackson across the street, she was home, and her husband, he was the neighborhood mechanic, and he was the uncle to all the kids. And when it came down time for Halloween and back to school, he was out there giving the candy to the kids and doing the backpack drive. To me, that's what unity is. That's what unity was for me. Things have changed. Life has changed. How those changes have come about, I am completely perplexed and confused. I don't know how we've gotten to this place where we can't even stand to be in a room with each other and have a conversation about how we got to this place. I really don't understand how we've gone from unity to a level of division where we can't even sit and talk about why we're divided. So yeah, unity for me is, it's love. It's
Yeah.
love, and the love within our community is gone.
And before I move on to somebody else, how do you feel? How do we need each other? Why do you
As men
think
and
we need-
women,
Yes. Why do you
as,
think we
as
need
men
each
and
other?
women.
Yeah.
Oh my God, one thing that disturbs me, and I've never said this as a woman, I hate to hear women say, I don't need a man. We do need men. We do need men. Let I'm going to say it again in case any woman is confused. Sis, we do need men. They serve a purpose, as we all serve a purpose. And it's not about who's going to cook, who's going to clean, who's going to take out the garbage, who's going to do this. It's about the non-tangible that men can bring, that women can bring to the table. It's by being able to have that conversation with the person of the opposite sex and get their perspective and get their view. It's about being protected, and not always physically protected to keep you from harm, but honestly, to sometimes as women to protect us from ourselves. I have
Mhm.
a friend of mine, she was hell bent on going on a trip, and the guy she was dating, he was like, listen, that doesn't sound like a good idea. It's a whole bunch of women going on this trip, not one man. You putting yourselves out there. And honestly, when they got what they got, she probably should have listened to him.
Yeah.
Passports got lost. So men have unctions too. They get, the spirit world will talk to them too. Men have wisdom too. Men have vision too. So we need men for the protection sometimes of ourselves, getting a man's point of view. There is nothing like sitting down talking to a man to hear what he has to say, because men a lot of times are quiet in situations, but when a man is going to give you some input and some insight, you better grab a pen and some paper and write it down, because he's giving you food for thought. He's dropping gems. And I think a lot of women are repel that, so to speak, because many women didn't grow up with their dads, and they don't know what it's like to have a man say, sit down, let me talk to you about something, have a seat, let me hear me out, just hear me out. And after a while, if you keep pushing a man away or you don't want to hear what he's going to say, he's going to stop talking. And as the great poet 50 Cent once said, people don't hear you until you stop talking.
Mm. 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 All truth right there. Big Mac, I'm gonna go up to you, Mr. Machiavelli, man. Tell me, when you hear unity between black men and black women, what does it mean to you?
Oh man, it's been so long since I've been seeing a lot of unity going on in the culture and in our relationships. Like you said, the gender war going on, but unity to me was just about family. I mean, this was before the money craze started to hit the community. Before the red bottoms start stumping on the ground, and before the bags were being purchased. We were more concentrated on coming together as family, and like Erica said, with the love, just wanting to be around one another, show each other love, do things for one another, come together as a community and build. And that has gotten lost in this day and age. But and that's why it's one against the other right now, because it's like we scavengers out here, and everybody's trying to get $1 or $2 and get one up on the other, and then you know, with the money, of course, sometimes comes the big ego. So, you know, everybody off in their own corners right now, and defending themselves and throwing shots at one another. But unity was the base foundation of our community, going back all the way to the 60s, to the slavery days, and so forth and so on. And we all was a big community. It wasn't just like my family. It was your family on the block, my family down the street, someone else's family down the street, Miss whoever in the church. I mean, everybody was coming together and building something and looking out for one another. But now, you know, it seems like, you know, we just standoffish in our mind and in reality, you know, physically. So, you know, hopefully we could get that back. But unity to me means, you know, coming together as family and looking out for one another. And, you know, that way, you know, we're stronger together than apart.
Yeah. You know, I don't really remember when it started getting like this, honestly. I don't remember growing up listening to black men and black women attack each other so aggressively all the time. I don't know if it was the rise of social media or what that got us to this point where we're starting out loud to just basically out in the public attack each other and you know, devalue ourselves in this way. It really gets frustrating every time. I hate to see women feel like they have to go on the defensive, men feeling like they have to go on the defensive, and constantly having those conversations. In the meantime, you know, the outside world is just attacking us both. And you know, like I said, man, divided we fall. But Brother Khalil, man, let me ask you, man, when you hear black, you know, unity between black men and women, what comes about for you?
Yeah, you know, I'm 24, so I'm looking at it from a little bit of a different perspective.
100%.
But the one thing that I can say when I think of unity is I think of my grandparents, who've been together for, you know, 40 plus years, and, you know, how they collaborate with each other, how it's a lot of understanding and empathy between the both. It's mutual respect. There's not, oh, he's a man, he does this is his responsibility, or she's a woman, this is what you're supposed to do. It's just kind of whatever will make life easier for the both of us. And I can kind of see, I see that in just how they interact, you know, which is why I feel they've been together for so long and been able to work and grow together, you know, throughout the years, even despite of the social media and, you know, the outside noise, you know, what we so-called, I guess you could say, our gender roles, but not necessarily. So yeah, man, when I think of unity, I just think of, you know, collaboration, showing empathy, you know, mutual respect between both people, and just ultimately making each other's lives easier by any means necessary. And so that's kind of my take on unity.
Okay, man, when you think about, you know, you mentioned you was 24. When you think about your generation, you have to look all the way to your grandparents to see that unity, man. What's the conversation like amongst you know, you and your friends, man, when it comes
it's
to
scary. It's
y'all even talk
scary
about
out here.
black women? Do y'all even talk about that?
Yeah, we do. And it's not even just black women, but black men as well on both ends. You know, it's scary out here, especially in my generation, just the mindset that we have and kind of how we move. Specifically, I seen a post today, a guy, what did he say? He said, they all say if one won't do it, the next one will, you know. And I feel like with this generation, us as men, we're kind of so easily persuaded to go on to the next, you know, thinking there's something out here better for us, thinking it's another woman who can do what this woman did, if not better. When in reality, like I say, I look at my grandparents as a reference. I don't, you know, if there's something that my woman can work on, I try to do what I can to help her work on that, and we work on that together, you know. And if we can fix it, we'll come to a mutual understanding and we fix it. But one thing about us is we're gonna work through it. You know, that's just speaking for myself. Now, of course, not every 24-year-old thinks how I think, but I can only speak from, you know, my experience.
Yeah. I'm just, I know how you are. I know how you move, but I'm like wondering how you view the men around you and the young ladies around you, man. What do you
Right.
see from them, especially from your elevated mind state, man? What is it like being? Because, you know, I look at it sometimes. I'm down there with y'all sometimes, and I'm like, man, this is troubling. This is troubling. This is troubling.
It's scary out here, man. It's scary. I tell all my homeboys now, like, man, if you feel like you got you one, man, you hold on to that one. You know, because it seemed like it's a lot out here, but it really isn't. You know what I'm saying? And whatever you think is out here, you could probably get within your relationship as well. You just ain't put the work in for it, you know.
Let me tell you something, bro. I was, like I said, I've said many times on this show, I was probably in my late 30s before somebody said what you just said to me. If you got a good one, hold on to her. I had never heard that. Not a man has shared that with me.
Right.
And so I'm really glad to hear that you got that logic already, man.
Absolutely.
Man,
sure.
just speaking, we all about to, it's time for us to, step to the altar because the goddess has stepped in the room, and you know how that goes. And we just
blessed us.
I'm so glad you could join us, Miss Athena. Welcome, Athena, to the show, y'all. She's a little late, but she's here.
Listen, I had to get to the money, honey. I had to get to the money. That's why, y'all, we have to work. Y'all requiring us to work. So, I had to do that before I showed up,
Go.
The gender war has started.
Make sure the bills stay paid. Make sure the lights stay on. Because,
and so I thought it was important to have you in this conversation because, you are very knowledgeable and you have a lot of strong opinions about some of these topics. But I wanted to ask you, what I asked everybody on the panel, because you just came right on time. It's your turn. When you hear unity for Black men and women, like, what does that mean to you?
Oh, Lord. Why you always have to ask these deep therapy questions, Joe? I'm like, man, I have to give my feelings now. I have to think, man.
Yeah, I gotta get you out. I gotta get you out that after
Speak on it. Speak on it.
Get you out of that after dark mindset and come down here and have a nuanced conversation.
So we don't have nuanced conversation after that. Don't we put after that?
You know how it goes. You know how it goes. Please don't act like that.
Listen, okay, so when I think of unity for Black people, I think of marriage. I think of responsibility. I think of accountability. I think about all the things that we seem to be running away from. And when it comes to these relationships, it's just a lack of accountability across the board on both sides. And I think that we have reached hopefully a zenith, because I'm like, how much further can this go, right? How much further can this go? But I really want us to get us to a point where there can be unity. But what I see and what the data is trending to show, because, Dr. George Fraser said, I forgot what date it is, but in in a decade or so, the marriage rate is going to drop from 34% to 16%. And what we know and understand with that is without marriage and unity and being able to stay together, the outcomes for children go down, the outcomes for generational wealth go down, the outcomes for mental health go down, because even from a scientific perspective, your partner, your spouse helps to regulate your mood, helps to regulate if you're in a peaceful situation. I think of when you leave and go out to the world, it's like a zoo. It's like, Walking Dead out there. It's like, you leave in the world, it could be like all kind of nonsense coming out. You should be able to have a place of peace. But also I think that we forget in the midst of capitalism that at the end of the day, we are all human beings. And that doesn't mean that we are default or we have these emotional needs that need to be met regardless. And I feel like a lot of us aren't getting our emotional needs met because these relationships are failing. Now, it's a multi-layered issue, obviously, right? If Constance was here, she'd scream white domination, right? But outside of that, I think there is a lack of life skills that we as a community, whatever the issue is, whether it was the white domination or your parents or your childhood or whatever, a lot of us as adults did not get the life skills of communication, of conflict resolution, of emotional regulation, all these things that help to contribute to a healthy, nurturing relationship to keep these relationships together. You have to copy Big Machiavelli. You have to be an adult and sacrifice and regulate in order to make these relationships work. And I think that's a huge part of why we're in this situation. And I hope we can get back to the unity because, we deserve to love on each other. Yeah. Now we might, because Trump gathering up everybody, ICE going to grab everything. So, Ling Ling and Marisol and Rosalinda and, all these girls are being sent back home. So, they're, the black men might just have to, come on back home because there might be less, arroz con pollo.
We're not doing that tonight, man.
We're not doing what I'm
there we go.
I'm
staying calm, Joe. I'm staying calm.
No, we're not doing that tonight. We are not.
It might help with the unity, Erica.
We're not contributing to the gender wars in any way tonight. We having conversations.
I'm not contributing. I'm putting in a political perspective that might actually have a positive contribution towards the issue.
Yeah, but you took a shot.
Did I take a shot? Panel, did I take a shot? Do you agree with Joe? Did I take a shot?
I'm staying calm.
You know say.
You know what I'm saying?
You definitely took a shot. Exactly. There's Erica. But a lot of what Athena said as always is accurate. And when you're talking about where we're at now as far as like valuing marriage, valuing relationship, do you think that some of these gender war conversations are devaluing how people look at being married or having a spouse, or is it all about capitalism now? Like everybody's got to be economically or equally yoked in that way economically for us to even get together?
I think people just don't know how to love, and because of that, a lot of people don't know how to be loved. In order to love, you have to know how to be loved. In order to give love, you have to know how to receive love. So I will paint this. Let me paint a picture for you. I saw something today, and I don't know how I was able to create this in my mind, but it really resonated with me, especially with today's topic. I saw a picture of a girl, and she was running behind an abusive boyfriend. But then in that same shot, you could see in her mind's eye of how she ran behind her father when he left her mother. And it's what that cycle continues, is how you have a lot of women, they don't know how to love. They're just running after the love. They're running after the love. Because in order to know how to give that love, you would have received it. But she's just used to running behind the man. The daughters run behind the fathers more so than the mother runs behind the baby's father. It's the daughters that are running behind the father. So with women, it's almost like these young girls are looking for that need to be met, but they don't know what needs to be met. It's like having the taste for something, but you're saying you're hungry, but you're not really hungry. You just want something. You don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Because you never had it. But there is a yearning there. There's a need to be met, but you don't quite know what it is. And that's what it is with a lot of these women. So yes, they want a top tier man. They want him to spend money on this. They want him to, give her $200, $300, $400 for lunch. Hey, I'd like that too. But in the reality is, like, sis, you ain't got two pennies to rub together. You can't even get your own self that $300, $400 lunch. And what are you gonna do for him? I don't have a problem. Listen, I love to receive, but there is nothing in this world better than being able to love on the man that's loving you.
Yeah.
There's nothing better there is nothing in this world better than loving on the person that's loving you.
Yeah.
That feels better than actually getting the love, of giving that love, to see them light up like, whoa, you can get me there. Whoa, you know me that well. Whoa, you remembered what I said. So I really think it goes back to that small basic thing of that 4-letter word, knowing how to love, knowing how to give love, and knowing how to receive love.
Mm. Yeah, you said a word for that right there, Erica.
Erica, my
True.
chest feel a little,
You gotta, you know what I mean?
soft right now. I'm like, ooh, y'all trying to make me cry on this public stage right now.
Where the violins at? Where the
I'm
violins?
leaning on y'all because, you know, I've been in a committed marriage since I was in my 20s. So, you know, I really don't know much different than what I've experienced. So, like I said, when these gender wars were developing, like in the last 10 years or so, I don't know if they've been going on longer than that, but, you know, you see the rise, you know, you saw the rise of someone like Kevin Samuels and things like that. And people start going back and forth, talking about, you know, well, you need to have this, this, and this in order to enter this relationship. Okay, well, you also need to be this here, here, and there, and do this, this, and this in order to be in this relationship. And I just don't see a lot of good examples of what Erica's talking about. But I'm gonna ask you, Khalil, man. You know, you 24, man. You already in a committed relationship and starting a young family, man. Like, where did you get the inspiration to do that, or is that just something that, you know, developed inside of you naturally?
Yeah, nah, I think kind of just touching up on what Erica said, everything is, with anything, I feel like you need to see it first to be able to do it. You know, whether it's getting love, whether it's giving love, whatever the case may be, I feel like you got to see it in order to know how to do it. And like I said, man, I see my grandparents raised me. So watching them all my life for, you know, the past 15 years or so, you know, and just seeing how they move together as a unit and as one, just kind of gave me that guidance and gave me that path on what I should be, you know, what I want in my relationship, how I should move as a man, how I listen to my woman, how I treat my woman, you know, all of those things. I definitely get inspiration from my grandparents and just a couple male figures that I know in my life as well. You know, my father-in-law, he's been together with his wife since high school. So, you know, they've worked through so many things that I've seen them go through and be able to bounce back from and come out 10 times stronger. So that's where I get my inspiration, man. I just kind of know what's right from what's wrong.
Yeah. Machiavelli, man, it's getting harder to function out here economically. Like it's really tight on everybody. And I know, you know, single people are struggling and even married people are struggling, and economics are playing a big role in how some of these men and women are interacting with each other. What role do you think, you know, economic struggles play in the gender divide in the Black community?
I mean, honestly, economics is playing. Say that. What you say?
I said, let me lead in for this.
Right, because you already know what I'm about to say. But economics play a huge factor in the relationships that we have coming together. Because, you know, I mean, you could go way back when, you know, they kicked the man out the home, and the woman decided to, you know, be in the Section 8 housing. You know, without the man, you know, the government played a major part in that by giving them money as an incentive to separate us and get us out the home. And as that trickled down, you know, as women became, you know, more independent down the way, and, you know, the mindset changed. So the money changed the mindset. And when the money started changing the mindset looked down, the mindset of the woman looked down upon the man. Like, oh, I don't need you now to provide. I don't need no man. I don't need anything from you because, hey, I got this government money over here. I could go do all these social programs. Now I could go get degreed up, and I could get, you know, ahead. And while we are being held down, you know, with society, the men and being incarcerated with all the rules and things angle against us. So now you kind of fast forward. Now, you know, they don't. That's the mentality that's been instilled through them through other generations. And like the young man said, on the panel, he looked at his grandparents and he's looking at them, but inside his home compared to outside his home, it's a totally different world. So the money been driving that, and now a man got to have almost $1 million or at least six figures, to even be considered a decent guy, a decent provider. And where in other communities are they doing that so far as that goes? So the money is playing a major part now. A man got to come into a situation, pay 100% of the bills, pay 100% of for the kids, pay 100% for himself, and then he gets home and that doesn't equate to what he gets when he lay his head down in his own home. And now the women, and they see one, and with social media, and I know we're probably getting into this, social media just amplifies that. I mean, just totally amplifies that by a million times. Now everybody want to be like Miss Jones because Miss Jones looked up and got a great guy that's doing that. So,
I want to jump on one point that you said, and I'm going to ask Athena a question. First, can we all agree that systematically, the man was removed from the home, historically removed from the home due to racism and because of racism? Is that something we are in disagreement about? Like that happened, right? Anybody disagree with that? No or yes?
I mean, that's well documented. So
I'm just asking. I'm wondering because I really want to know, asking a real question, especially for you, Athena and Erica, like historically, first of all, tell me, do you agree, if that's accurate historically? And two, what does that do to the mind? Because I think we need to understand what that does over time to the mindset of a woman, especially a woman who is self-made, independent. And this, there's no question it had to happen. We don't want to blame a woman for having to do the things that she had to do in order to survive. I mean, these things happen. And because they happen, now we're in a divide. And instead of blaming the real culprit, which is systematic racism, we pointing a finger back and forth at each other. But it's important, I think, for men to understand what that does over time to the mindset of a woman. And if I'm off in any way, I want y'all to correct me, okay? But I'm gonna come to you in a second, Erica. But I'm gonna go to Athena first, and I'm gonna go to Erica. Is that cool? Okay.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
I will acknowledge that there is some racial and systematic white domination in America that has contributed to the Black men not being able to stay in the homes with the women. I will say that.
Okay. What does it do over time to the mindset of a woman, especially a woman like yourself who is self-made, educated, and well put together?
See, and when I come on these shows, I always say that my experience, doesn't align with what has happened. So my upbringing, and you were talking about your grandparents, Khalil, and looking up to them. I come from a third world country where I had family members that had dirt floor and zinc roofs.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I grew up with a type of, not only did I immigrate with my family, starting from the bottom here with no government help, because we did it legally, no government help. My parents were able to get into their professional careers and attain an upper middle class lifestyle in Palm Beach from the bottom, right? I came here, I only had 2 suitcases full of clothes. I can't relate to, even though I understand it, I can't relate to being complacent with poverty and not fulfilling duties and obligations. So when we're having conversations about The men were being kicked out of the home because of welfare, and they couldn't provide because the man couldn't stay while they're all collecting welfare. I grew up with a kind of father that did everything. That at one point he had, that Jamaican stereotype, 3 different jobs, all different kind of businesses, made ends meet, had a plan for our family. Even us as kids, we're very close in age. We were all told we had to get scholarships to go to school, and that's what we did.
Okay.
To help my parents. So
my
whole point is that even though these policies are in place and it affects everyone, right, negatively, and it did do damage to our community, I get flack for this. I always say, all right, the next part of the conversation needed to be what prevented them from meeting that obligation, because regardless, you had to do it.
Okay, I get it. So maybe I was unfair in asking you that question. I didn't. You have a different experience, and I hear you, and I hear Big Mac, and I kind of hear y'all. It seemingly like y'all are in opposition a little bit on this point. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. But I'm more wanting to know from the woman what What do we need to know?
The question. I'm sorry, I went off on a tangent, right? The question. How do
I just want to know, what do we need to know from a male perspective? I don't want to argue the point about, who needs to do what. I want to know, what do men need to know from a male perspective about the independent woman that they're missing and is causing the gender divide.
Oh, okay. I apologize. Okay, yes. So what I will say to take this into another area. Most independent women don't want to be independent.
Okay.
Most independent women are independent by circumstance.
Okay, that's what I want to know.
Right. How on a deeper level, what's not being discussed, and I don't know if because it's hard to have, this show is called Vulnerability is the New Sexy. It's hard to be vulnerable sometimes as a Black woman because, sometimes you just feel overlooked or nobody cares, or that, they complain, the swords, the bullets come out for you when you be vulnerable sometimes. Sometimes you end up looking like Swiss cheese when you're vulnerable.
Okay.
There's a feeling of disappointment and sadness and you feel abandoned in a way that the men aren't meeting you where you're at. Like you feel like I did all this work, especially the independent ones are working real hard. You feel like you did all this work to build yourself up. You did all this work to make yourself a good person, to put yourself through school, to get these type of jobs, to take care of yourself. And with the expectation that as much as I make myself a good woman, that there will be men available to me that will honor and receive that and meet me at my level. And the reality of that, because of the oppression that we are discussing, is that is not the case. While you see your peers, Ling Ling and Marisol, riding off into the distance, sometimes with your own men, and you feel abandoned, you really feel hurt, to be honest with you. And it's disguised as sometimes the vitriol and the venom that comes out. But it's really us feeling sad and abandoned and not appreciated.
From women? Vitriol from women or from?
No, sometimes when the women, I'm talking about the women, when we're on these spaces saying these things and cussing y'all out.
It looks like vitriol.
It comes out that way, but it's really
frustration.
It's frustration, it's anger, it's hurt and disappointment.
Okay.
And you feel unloved.
Okay.
To be honest with you.
Thank you, Athena. I know you said it's hard to be vulnerable, but you were very vulnerable right there. And I really appreciate it. That's what I need men to hear. I need men to hear and understand that, because that is real. That is lived experience. That's not, we can't argue with your lived experience. We can't argue with the way that you feel. And anytime that we come into a situation where we are coming from different genders and different demographics, we like to try to argue it with someone's lived experience and someone's feelings. And if you address it in a way as this is my lived experience, and I feel this way when this happens. And I'm saying that for even couples that are together. You can't argue with somebody's feelings. And it's very important for us to take in what Athena just said. And I hope that, a lot of brothers in the chat did. Erica, you wanted to add to that? I want to give you the opportunity to do that.
I did. Because there is a myth about the independent Black woman as if she's a superhero, when technically she's not really the independent Black woman. She's a functioning adult. She's paying rent. She's putting food in the refrigerator. She's putting gas in her car. She's got to make the car payment or they'll come and take it. The car, unfortunately, needs to be insured, and that usually costs more than the actual payment. She has to pay that. It's called functioning adult. And I don't know where this term, independent Black woman, strong, independent Black woman. No, she's a functioning adult. And many men, not all, don't get me wrong, many men see that as an opportunity to be taken care of when they're in a bad way. Now, it comes off as, oh, I want to love you, I want to be with you, I want to build with you. No, he needs a home. He wants to be taken care of. He needs a home. This is usually the season when it's cold outside. And then he comes in, gets in that home, and mooches and leeches onto that functioning adult.
I want you to go back a couple steps and talk about how problematic it is, the term strong Black women. I really want you to dig down on that and talk about it's problematic.
It's problematic because it's almost as if we've become not even a superhero, but a villain in a superhero story. We've become villainized because we're functioning adults. We've been left to rear children alone. We've been left to have to work 2, 3, and 4 jobs. We've been left to, oh, you want that promotion on the job, or you want to make more money, you want to go from 50,000 to 100,000, you're going to have to get that degree. So she has to make a decision. Well, I'm going to go back to school, get these student loans so I can make 6 figures. I'm tired of paying rent. I want a home. I'm tired of having to just take road trips to drive down south. I really want to take my kids on an airplane and take them on a trip, or take myself on a trip, or go international. I mean, I don't know why it is that Black women get labeled with strong and independent, and every other woman on planet Earth gets an applause, but we get labeled.
Okay.
All other women get applause. Oh, look at her. Oh, she's the first woman to do so-and-so. She's the first woman to do XYZ. Black women, yeah, she's strong and independent.
Yeah.
It's like, well, why isn't she just a functioning adult? And where is her applause? Just a thought.
So, no, what I'm hearing you say is that survival is what it is and what it has been. And
we've been left to survive on our own.
And strong is almost devaluing or invalidating the experience, because we're just doing what you have to do, and
Well, Athena tapped on it honestly, because it can be when people see that you're strong and you're independent, nobody checks on you. You got it. It is the loneliest experience in the world. She got it. Oh, she makes 6 figures. She got it. Oh, she driving that brand new car. She got a Maserati. She got it.
Yeah.
Or you become so strong and independent that now you can actually pick up the burden of everybody else because you got it.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to interject. I'm squirming in my seat over here.
Mac, I want to show something, and then I want to come back on the other side and talk about it. I'm gonna start with you and then Khalil, if that's all right. Yeah. Yeah, this comment right here. What I'm about to show, the video I show next is going to lead right into that conversation. So here we go.
We hear women come up and talk about how successful they are and how intimidated men are, and they never say a word about their character. And I just can't help but think about how turned off women get when men lead with money and lead with accomplishment and end up having nothing but unavailability and coldness and lack of emotional development, because that, unfortunately, is what it takes to succeed in certain career fields. You can look it up. And for some reason, women think that the success that they've amassed has somehow happened without them becoming devoid of a lot of the personality and relationships that men are devoid of. And they flex their accomplishments and money the same way men do. And somehow, we make it different every time. Every time. No disrespect to you, but you didn't say about being a good woman. Nothing.
Why
You didn't say no. Fuck all that, bro. Didn't say nothing about. This is about a larger point. This is not about her as an individual. We don't hear I'm successful, I got my degree, and I've been in therapy the last 3 years working out my issues. I just bought a house, and I also identified my childhood trauma and it took inventory over my baggage, and I got it out the way. Oh, also I'm loyal. My time management is on point. I do what I say I'm gonna do. I'm considerate. We never hear any of it. What I hear is when say that y'all act like. When men say that y'all have turned into alphas, what we're talking about is the worst parts of manhood. Y'all have taken it on. Now, the problem with men is that we won't admit that those are the worst parts of us too. But shorty, y'all have taken the worst parts of what it means to be successful, and y'all wear that like a badge. Look at what it's done to us. If you need an example of what it looks like to only live in your accomplishments, look at the black men around you. You in a city full of them. Look at how devoid they are. Look at what it took them to get to where they are. Look at how underdeveloped some of them are emotionally. This is what you want? Is this what we're going to do, to let accomplishments be band-aids for that?
So Big Mac, I want you to say what you're going to say and also address that video, if you could.
Well, that video kind of said everything I was going to hit on. But to Erica, who are the women that call themselves queens? Who are the women that call themselves strong and independent? Who are the women that say, I don't need a man? Who are the women that wear shirts, independent, strong black woman, who have all these monikers and all these names and quotes and sayings, in the community? I mean, so we're not trying to make you seem, force you to be men, or you doing that to yourself. That's
okay. No, wait. Let me interject really quickly.
Yeah.
As when I say, I don't speak for all men.
Right.
All men aren't there. I can't speak on behalf of why some of those women do that. I'm talking about myself. I'm talking about other women that I know, my immediate circle.
Right.
I can't speak for why other women would want to do that or wear those labels proud. It's a burden to me. To be labeled,
go ahead.
No, to be labeled as that because they see a room full of black women and they go, oh, it's a group full of strong black women. I want to break too.
Right.
I want to break like all the others. I want a round of applause as well. I need to break too.
Let me cut in on both of y'all, man. I hear everything that all y'all are saying, and I really feel like the purpose of what I was trying to do here tonight might have failed. And I'm just being honest and I'm being vulnerable right now, saying that it wasn't my intention to like go into a back and forth of any kind about black men and women, who's right and who's wrong. I really wanted to gain understanding. I know personally that black women face a unique set of challenges. I also know that black men face a unique set of challenges, and there's no actual way that anyone could step into anyone who is not a black man could step into a space. Anyone who is not a black woman could step into a space and say that they understand what the other one is going through. So my purpose for tonight was to open a conversation about those unique experiences and gain some understanding. I didn't want to argue at all about, either one of these situations. You know what I mean? You understand what I'm trying to say?
It's not an argument, but we do have to shed some light on and have the open conversation so we can realize, what each other points are and what are we pointing out and what are we looking at as me as a man and Erica as a woman. So it was I just want to make sure that she don't think men are putting that place in that expectation. Not only on you all, women are putting that expectation on themselves. So that's what I wanted to point out. And of course, it's always going to be a minority, but they scream the loudest from the mountaintop. So that's what's being projected out there. But we do have to have the deep conversation and have to have a real conversation.
But the part of that conversation, it's like I don't want to. We know those things is happening, Big Mac. Like I'm not even, and Erica knows those things is happening, and all the things that Erica's talking about, we know, and Athena, we know these things are happening. You know what I mean? And that's who we're trying to combat. Like the whole purpose of the first video I shown was to eliminate that kind of talk so we can have a conversation about, why you feel that way. I mean, we know that there are women who, I wanted to understand. That's why I asked Erica, intentionally asked her, why is it problematic to be called a strong Black woman? And I wanted her to understand that. And we know that there are women who, play these anthems and wear these shirts and we know that those things are happening, but why do they feel that way? Why is that happening? And men feel,
but for some women, it feels like a badge of honor to be called a strong Black woman. Like not all women feel the way I do. Some women feel like it's a huge badge of honor, and they walk around and they wear it proudly, but they don't. Well, many take on, they take on burdens because of it, because now they feel as if they have to live up to a standard of, like I'm the strong Black woman. And then people will actually start leeching and climbing on top of your back to get that free ride because you're the one that said you're willing to be the mule for everybody. And I'm just not willing to do that. I am not that strong Black woman.
I get that. But I mean, like I said, like we know those things are happening. Like,
but that tells
set the stage. Like we being reluctant to say, like it's some type of hurdle or challenge to say that systematic racism has put us in this place. Like that's a thing that happened. We should all be quickly in agreement about that. Or I got the wrong crowd. You know what I mean? Like this happened, and we are divided for many, 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 many reasons. You know what I mean? And ultimately it doesn't matter why. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter why. The point is, divided we fall.
It happened.
Correct. I think the reason, or at least let me speak for myself. I can't speak for the group. I think part of the issue with that, or part of the issue I have sometimes, is like, yes, there are things that are holding us back, but how much of that is like a mental crutch for us as a people to keep holding on to that versus focusing on being solution oriented and being an adult, and have to say, okay, yes, I'm gonna have to do 3 more steps because of this, but I'm gonna need to start doing the 3 more steps anyway, because what am I gonna do? Am I just gonna let it be?
So like I'm gonna let you come in a minute, Khalil. I'm a therapist, right? So what you're saying is we're gonna be solution focused and address the solutions. But because I'm a therapist, I always have to get to the root of the problem first. So I don't disagree with you. I know that we have to, not use this as what you consider a mental crutch. But my point was to address the root cause of some of this gender divide and then move towards a solution, which I really think that you have a lot of great ideas about how to help. But as we discussed before in private, the delivery sometimes is like, okay, well, we're not going to get to the, we're not going to hear the solution because some people are not, I don't know, able to grab on to what you're saying. I can, but it's important to me to deliver to the masses. This is my purpose. What are you going to say, Brother Khalil? I don't mean you ain't said in a while, man.
No, I wasn't going to say nothing, Coach. I was listening to what Athena has said. I was agreeing with what she said.
Yeah. And I do acknowledge all of that. And that's why I did talk about the emotional aspect that doesn't get a lot of light, is because as a woman, you grow up, you have in your mind that there is going to be a man that can support you.
Yeah.
Right? there's going to be a man, and part of that support is a man meeting you where you are. And to see, and especially to see, because there are dusty men in all categories. Let's be real. This is not exclusive to Black men, even though on social media it seems like it is. There's dusty white men and men of all races, right?
Mm-hmm.
To see your men, though, the men that look like you, to be struggling to what you consider to be basic. Erica was talking about functional adult, basic things. It hurts you inside too. It hurts you inside to see that as a collective, to see that your men are struggling in such mass. As a woman, you feel like, you know, there's pain there. And then outside of that, the ones who are doing halfway decent are not choosing to elevate their own for whatever the reason is. We're not going to go into that, because maybe they have their own issues. I'm not here saying every Black woman shows off soft and lovely and encouraging either. That's not the case. However, it just seems the male counterpart to you that is supposed to show up and love you, and to not, as a collective, feel like you're receiving that is heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a lot of Black women are heartbroken, to be honest with you. Now, we're defensive, so we're not going to come and say I'm heartbroken because we're seeing this and we're not getting reciprocated and all these other things. We're not going to say that. We're going to say we're frustrated and tired and we're not getting our needs met. And at the end of the day, relationships, regardless of like the business aspect and the romantic aspect and all these things, relationships are about getting needs met.
Yeah.
So we're not going to be able to stay together if all of our different needs aren't compatible and we're deficient in meeting each other's needs. And that's part of the problem.
But everything comes back to the money at the end of the day. And I told a young lady this today, and let me try to tap into my emotions. I told a young lady this today. I said, money don't even matter to me. I could care less about money. You know, I know it's important to have it in life, and I know it's important to do things to take care of your family and so forth. But what matters the most is the love. Right. You know, I talk about 50-50, going 50-50. You was on that episode on my show, Joe, and we talked about going 50-50. 50-50 is just a mindset. I say 50-50 from the standpoint of if I care about you, truly care about you, I'm going to make sure I do everything to make your life easier. So if I have to do 50% of whatever you're doing, I'm not going to sit up there and let you just do all the housework and just let you struggle, and I'm just sitting there looking at you. If I care about you, the love is important. It's the love. And if you love me just as much as I love and care about you, you don't care what you paying. You don't care if you're paying 100 or 1,000% of anything, because you love that person and you want the best for them. And if we can't come into a relationship like that, and it's all about who paying what bill and who got the most money and who's in charge, then we're doomed for failure. And that's what's been happening. And just so for the emotions of men, you know, the one thing men feel is that we are very disrespected by our women. They don't show us the true respect that we need. They'll throw the money thing in your face. I mean, that doesn't necessarily happen to me per se, but just what I see in society and what they're pushing forward. And then, you know, you work hard, you do your best. Let's say I'm not making $100,000. Let's say I'm making 45,000, but I'm busting my tail to take care of my family and provide. And that's not good enough. The women make the men feel like that is not good enough. Like we got to turn into Superman, you know, rip off our shirt and then like the cape come out. But
you exaggerate right now. That's
not an exaggeration. That's the fact.
I think what it is earlier on I talked about not knowing how to love, not knowing how to give love, how to receive love when you don't know what it feels like. So again, You may have a woman that you want to be with, that you want to give her all of these things that you want her to have, all of these experiences of you with you. However, she doesn't know how to receive that because she never saw her grandmother get it. She never saw her aunties get it. She never saw her mother get it. She never saw her sisters get it. So now that it's sitting in front of her, the first thing that she feels is the key word in this conversation is vulnerable. And sometimes when you are vulnerable, you are open to harm.
And men feel the same way. I mean,
And men feel the same
yeah,
way.
feel the
But the
same
thing
way.
is are we sitting down and having conversations when we meet? When you're getting into these romantic connections, or you're looking to date, you're looking to court, or you're vetting people, those conversations need to be had. We walk away from meeting people and going out knowing everything about them except for what matters. You start sleeping with a person before you know that there's trauma related to a sexual encounter that they've had before you know anything else. So it's so important. We are not even connecting on a cellular level, on a mental level, on an emotional level, but we're so quick to climb in bed to get that need met and judge a relationship off of that experience when there was just a whole other chapter that we never even got to, and nobody ever even thought about it because nobody ever even got it at home.
Right. I agree.
I'm about to wrap it up, man. I'm gonna ask you guys for what your main takeaways were from tonight, and then what message you want to convey or leave out with. So
Joe, are you upset?
I'm disappointed. Not
You're
so much.
disappointed? Okay, let's talk about it. I feel like we need to unpack that.
This is not what I wanted. You know what I mean? I didn't want this, but it's okay. It's what unfolded.
I think this was a
it's not going on.
I
It's
think
not
this
going
was a
back and
vulnerable
forth.
conversation.
Yeah, this is a vulnerable conversation. This is
I
how
get it.
men
I
feel.
get it. I get y'all enjoying it. It's not what I wanted. That's all I'm saying. So I hear what y'all saying, but it's just not what I wanted.
I mean, we all still love each other. Can we sing Kumbaya?
It's cool. Khalil, let me ask you, man, what did you take away? Because you sat back and listened to most of it, man. What did you take away from tonight?
That is still a lot of work to be done on both sides, as far as just men and women understanding each other, coming to a middle ground. But overall, I think it was a pretty good call. I was interested in all the different takes on it. I kind of told you my perspective as far as what I thought was unity, and just kind of how I go about the gender wars, so on. So
Khalil, how did you feel when I talked about how the women feel, like our feelings about it? Was that new for you, or did you suspect that?
A little bit of both. I was interested in when you said most independent women don't want to be independent.
No.
And my only question to that was, where does that come from? As far as, because I know you said you were with your mother and your father coming from Jamaica. Is that correct? From Jamaica. So you obviously seen how a relationship should work and how things should go. So when you say, independent women don't want to be independent, I was just curious as to where that comes from. Is that from your past experiences? Is that from what you
I feel like that's the experience of women in general. Like,
it's the nature.
I feel like the independent boss chick, I think, to be honest with you, the independent woman boss chick thing is women trying to co-opt that so they don't have to really be honest about how much hard work it is and how much they hate it.
Right.
To be honest with you.
Okay.
It's almost like a defense mechanism, to be honest with you. Because to be honest with you, most women don't have the luxury of being with or dating men who could make them, that they can be dependent on, right?
Right.
Because the statistic, and I keep saying this all the time, only 6% of US Black adults make $100K or more, right? And with inflation and what Trump about to do with these tariffs, honey, that $100K about to look like 50. So most women don't have that luxury. Now, my experience is different. I don't have this as an issue in my reality. So the men that I date tend to out earn me, or I don't have these financial quandaries in my romantic relationships. That, and the reason why I have such a high standard for men is because of the father that I had.
Mm-hmm.
So because of the father I have, like I still can't even, outside of the whole immigrant thing, I still can't mentally accept certain things from men. Like I just can't connect to. So it kind of, but it helps me attract kind of man that I am compatible with, but because that's what I'm used to.
Right.
That's what I'm used to. My parents are going to celebrate 40 years this year, and my dad's turning 60 in March. So,
okay,
you know,
okay. I was just curious. That was all I was curious about. I think overall,
but I think, you know, in the midst of everything, I wanted to share the feelings part,
right?
Because I think that part gets lost in the sauce a lot when we're having these conversations. And because, like I said, Black women, outside of, because I know the men look at us like we're just complaining and we being frustrated and we just trying to be independent cat ladies and just you know, come with the dagger. But underneath all of that is a feeling of loneliness, a feeling of being abandoned, a feeling of not being appreciated, and just generally being unloved.
I guess that would be my biggest takeaway as well, Coach, is just like Athena just said, and like Erica said earlier, you're not going to know how to love or how to give that respect until you see it or you felt it before. So just as far as, you know, like I said, I've seen it with my grandparents. Athena's seen it with her parents. You have to be able to see it, feel it in order to give it. And so I would say that's probably definitely my biggest takeaway.
Understood. Thank you, brother. What about you, Erica?
My biggest takeaway was that it was nice to sit and have a open and vulnerable conversation about being vulnerable, about what is missing, about what it is that we all have experienced missing, and about what we hope to find and what we want to see. Even if it's not in our generation or in our lifetime, I feel like, especially with this young man here, there is you're half my age. So my God, if we can't get it right over here in our 50s, I would love to see y'all get it right. 25 and 30, y'all get it right and take it back to where it was. Let's get back to those family reunions and looking forward to being married 25 and 30 years. And let's get back to that. It's not easy. Relationships are work. It's amazing how we can build relationships on our jobs and work out those differences. But when we come home, we can't work out those differences. And it's mind-boggling. So it was just nice to sit here and have this conversation and just be vulnerable and just say, like, hey, this is what I want, this is what I've seen. And no, I'm going to say it again, wear my heart on my sleeve and be transparent. I don't like to be considered that strong Black woman. I don't. I want that cute little round of applause like everybody else. And I want to go sit in my corner and just enjoy the flowers. I had to go out there and dig up some soil and plant some seeds and just enjoy. And hopefully one day I'll get to enjoy my garden with someone.
And Eric, I had a question as well. So do you kind of take offense to it when you are called or labeled that strong Black woman? Is that
I can't say I take offense to it, but I do correct it, because sometimes people will say things to test you, for starters, because it can be a play to feed the ego.
Right.
It can to feed the ego and say, well, you know, say, let me see if she's really feeling herself. I'm like, no. Listen, because if we're going to talk about strong, independent woman, my mother was divorced and raised 2 kids on her own and worked 3 jobs. That's the strong one.
Right.
I'm just blessed to have been on the receiving end
Gotcha.
of her efforts, of her grind. So no, I don't. I can't say I take offense to it, but I do correct it. And again, because it can be an ego thing. But yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
I got you. I was just curious because I've caught myself even projecting that to other women as well, saying strong Black woman. Maybe not strong Black woman, but strong woman.
But honestly, if you look at it, it's often said, and I can't say all the time, and I don't really want to bring this piece up, but I am going to say it because I don't really want to harp on it. But it's typically said to darker hued women.
Okay.
Typically.
I agree. That's not usually how I mean to come off when I say it. I just say it simply because I believe not only men but Black women as well. We're all set behind. You know, we're behind the pack. You know,
we are behind.
And even with the policies and everything that they're trying to put in place today, they're trying to make us even further behind. And so when I do see a Black independent woman who is, you know, out here doing her stuff, she on her grind and she making it happen. That's my definition of.
But you know,
that's what I mean.
We want to be baby girl princess.
Absolutely.
We want to be baby
We
girl
want to be
soft
sugars.
princess.
I feel it.
We want to be sugar.
I'm gonna definitely switch up my vocabulary when I'm speaking in that manner.
Sugar and spice and everything nice.
I'm passenger princess.
Erica, thank you so much for providing that understanding. I really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Erica. I appreciate it. And Athena, thank y'all.
Yes, Athena as well. Athena, please tell me what your takeaways are from tonight.
Clearly, we need a long way to go to unity because it was hard for us to unite on this. This is Exhibit A. But I'm glad we were able to land a plane. I feel like when we get back to the realm of, you know, feeling and emotion, then everybody kind of calmed down because I feel like it brought it back down to a human level. Right? Brought it back down to a human level. But I think I think that what we also need to do, and we did in this conversation, even though you didn't really care for it too much, Joe, is that there's a level of accountability that we just can't overlook. That we just cannot. Especially now. Look, listen, I'm in South Florida. I just saw Senor Trump send ICE rounding up people, things getting cut left and right. I had a consultation with a client recommending some federal program. I don't even know if it's going to exist tomorrow because it's federal backed, right? So we now more than ever, it's more apparent to me that only love can save us. And I just don't know, and I'm scared if there's enough love between us for that to happen. I'm actually not my personal life because, you know, I'm gonna be baby girl soft princess to somebody now. But what I'm saying is, as a group, though, because the group does affect us on individual levels. Let's not be, you know, real about that. I'm scared for the future. I don't know.
What about you, Mr. Machiavelli?
I mean, what I take away from it, and I do have, I'm very optimistic about the future, and I think that we're going to come together eventually. But the root cause of it is definitely, because it's going to be a point in time where the money don't matter, and the money shouldn't matter. It's just our culture that we living in that promotes the money. And that's in our women's head and that's in the men's head. So I think if we push aside the money or who's paying for what, the love is going to be there because you're going to want to be around a person that you could deal with and grow old with. And you, just like you said, your parents been together for 40 years and so forth and so on. So in order to have that, the money won't become obsolete. It's not going to make a big difference. So I think we'll get there. And I know for myself personally, like I say, I don't care about money. I don't care about how much money you have and how much money I make. No, it's just because I value people. And I think we have to connect with one another more because even like, let's say when you're growing up as a kid, you're 16, 13, 14, whatever years old, and you're growing up together, you got your friends. Your friends, you're not around your friends really because they have money or don't have money, or you're not dating or have a high school crush because she has money or he has money. I mean, I mean, I've been out the game out of high school a while, but I'm pretty sure, you know, that you don't look at money per se at that age because your mind is focused on where you at. And as you grow, I mean, I think everyone will come together, but the source to me, the solution to me is just push the money to the side and care about one another and respect one another, and the rest will take care of itself.
Well, listen, I even though I said I was disappointed, I obviously still appreciate every single one of y'all for taking the time tonight and coming on the show. You all are people that I respect, so that's why I asked you to be. I respect the way that y'all think, the way that y'all process information, and what y'all have to offer to this conversation. I think the things that you said were important. It's not. I want to be clear about that, and my purpose was kind of what happened in the last 10 or 15 minutes, which was seeking understanding. You know what I mean? Like that's where it went, and that's that's kind of where I wanted it to stay and where I wanted it to land. And you know, as you like Athena said, Exhibit A. You know what I mean? It's what I'm hearing is a lot of unheard voices, a lot of frustration, a lot of feeling misunderstood, and having to, you know, bring clarity to your point of view so that you can, you know. But that position is not unique to Black men or Black women. I think the both of us live in an existence where we are unheard and misunderstood, which is why conversations like this need to be had. You can go almost anywhere and view these conversations and watch, you know, hey, you men need to do this, you women need to do this, and women go through this and us men go through that. But I wanted to see a conversation where we are seeking understanding and asking each other questions to gain that understanding, as opposed to just, you know, going out and saying or regurgitating our experiences over and over again. But I don't want to minimize those experiences. I think those things are important. And we're going to keep trying, you know what I mean? Like, you know, we're going to keep trying to have conversations where we can be vulnerable and, you know, try to talk about the things that we need to talk about without elevating or without escalating in any kind of way. Not to say, you know, these people went back. Nobody here went back and forth. We all friends. We all love each other, of course. So that's important to understand. But I hope I'm making sense on where I wanted to go and what I'm disappointed in. I'm not disappointed in these people. I just had a vision in my mind and it didn't execute. So that's me being honest with y'all, my friends and the audience, and letting y'all know, like, I had a vision in my mind and it didn't execute. That's all. So when I say that's what my goal was, that was my goal. And I don't feel like I executed this conversation was important, but it mattered, but it wasn't my goal for tonight, is all I'm saying.
But I think, honestly, to be honest, this is an ongoing conversation. This is not something that like once we get to that place, it might take maybe four or five more of these, and then we'll get to the place where we'll spend 3 hours asking each other questions. Because I think in order to really start asking those questions or asking any questions, you have to understand the other person's experiences. You have to understand why they behave a certain way, because people behave a certain way based upon the way they've been treated and based upon their experiences. So once we get into a groove of that, I mean, this is not the last time, I'm sure, that we'll gather again at the table to have these conversations. But I think as we move on, as we go on, I think we can get to that place where we can start really diving deeper, and those questions will come to the surface. But in order for those questions to come to the surface, we've got to be able to get deeper.
Part two. Yeah, we gotta have a
part two.
Somebody want a part two. But let me just say this though, but I think we're the perfect people to have the conversation because we have so much respect and love for one another. So the questions that we're asking, we're not really, I know I'm not really asking them for myself, but I'm just trying to get the woman's perspective, and so she could just, so, you know, Erica and Athena could kind of, you know, contribute to that conversation to the audience and have the audience also participate in getting those answers. But we have the utmost respect, but we do know we have to have an honest conversation. And some of the things we might ask, and like you said about Kevin Samuels, you spoke on something. Kevin Samuels had the best intentions for black women, but he just was asking the tough questions and kind of holding people to the fire per se with their answers. But he meant really well and he gave great advice so forth. So we have to ask tough questions that's going to ruffle feathers. I mean, that's just how it is in order to get a solution. And you're a therapist, so I mean, I know you know that for sure.
I'm a therapist, man. I'm not trying to have these back and forth. You know what I mean? Like, I'm really trying to gain understanding in a deeper way. Like, it's really important to me to unify black people so we can elevate and move forward. And I see that there's some groundwork that needs to be done. So that's a miss on my part. But I'm gonna let the audience go. I'm gonna let y'all go. I really appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for joining me. Next month,
appreciate you.
Next month, we're going to be doing a series on relationships, all 4 Tuesdays in February. And I'm going to be dropping gems left and right on how to communicate and connect with your loved ones all February. I'm going to have other therapists on. I'm going to have couples on. My very own wife is going to be joining me, so y'all get to meet her. And, you know, I really want y'all to join me. It's a 4-part series. It's called Let's Stay Together. And every single topic is going to put us in a space where we can connect and learn how to communicate and stay together with each other versus, you know, separating and, you know, going out and having bad communication and doing bad things. So join me for that. I appreciate y'all joining me tonight. Thank you very much. Hey, vulnerability is the new sexy. I'll see you next week.
I need to pack my bag.
I was blind, but now I can see.
Yeah, calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly robotics. Bifocals, my only purpose is to feed the locals. I'm spreading love when I see you and gotta approach you. I see the goodness in you, I wouldn't John Wick you. I know you hustling for your family just to pay the fiscal. I see the God up in you, He bless your physical. While we navigating problems, the world is abysmal. Skip the one up, let's get it to the center. Your house is big as mine, we can always help each other. Affirmation smother, it ain't even cost me a dime to uplift my brother.
Yo, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to Vulnerability is the New Sexy. Listen, we got a topic today, man. I saw something on the internet, something that the rapper May said, and it kind of inspired me to have a conversation about it. I'm gonna play you the video, but basically what he was saying was no powerful man has ever achieved greatness without a strong woman by his side. And I kind of want to explore that with some of my brothers today. Because for centuries, you know, we've been raised with the idea that we have to be strong, you know, independent and self-sufficient. But what if true greatness isn't really about going it alone? Really, what if true greatness relies in your position in the family? And we don't know. You know, I don't think everybody agrees with that premise. So that's kind of why we're having this conversation today. And joining me today, 3 brothers I respect. You know, my brothers Q and Walter, and you know another fellow black male therapist, Mr. Brian Perry. We're gonna break this down. You know, get real about our own personal experiences and like kind of talk about what it means to us. But you know, before I jump in and show the video, man, let me ask y'all, man, do y'all fall in line with that statement? No powerful man has ever achieved greatness without a strong woman by his side. What about you, Q?
Man, I'm a fall in line with that statement simply because everybody got a mother. Not to say every mother was absolutely there for their child's success, but I'm telling you, you ain't grow up and have any of that success without your mom. Like regardless of the way you was taught, if it was the way you was taught or the way you speak or the way you know how to handle business or people, some of that definitely came directly from your mom. So I'm gonna stand by that statement for sure.
Yeah. Okay. What about you, Walter?
I'm gonna go behind Q and say, you know, I didn't think about it from that standpoint, you know, as far as your mother. I thought romantic wife, you know, girlfriend, that kind of thing. But thinking about it like that, you know, I would agree with that statement.
Yeah. I think sometimes we lose sight of, the fact that we can be just not talking about our partners, man. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
and that's an important point that you brought there, Q. Mr. Brian, what do you feel, man?
I'm gonna have to say absolutely. I mean, I've had more female mentors in my life, not to mention just my mom and my grandmother, but I've had more female mentors every time I make a different turn, a new job, in college. I've always had a lady that's guiding me, an older woman.
Mm-hmm.
And they've kind of input that wisdom that you just can't get from anywhere.
Yeah. I wanted to try to figure out or think of somebody that can like challenge this statement. So I just kind of went through like my Rolodex of powerful men, and I couldn't think of anybody. I don't know if y'all brothers came with anybody. If anybody in the chat came up with somebody who is, done well or infinitely powerful, and has done that being a single man. You know what I mean? Especially black men. Like, it's really difficult, I think, for us. I mean, you could probably name a few white guys, but it's a little difficult for us to navigate in this world sometimes, I think, without I don't want to say strong.
But the white guys you name are inherited.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So, but I don't even want to say strong, because we hear the term strong black woman all the time. And I just recently been kind of hearing from women that they don't even like that term, But I guess when y'all think of strong women in your life, like, who comes to mind and why? What do you say, Walter?
Immediately, I think of my mother.
Before you talk, Walter, let me lower your camera, brother. The people can't see your face.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Right, go ahead,
immediately, I think of my mother, my grandmother. Right now, I'm having an experience with a woman that I would classify as a strong black woman. Someone that I met she reminds me of my grandmother, in the way that she moves, in the way that she treats me. So I would definitely say, my mother, my grandmother, and now Marietta, who has just become a great friend lately.
So what classifies being strong in your life, would you say?
Interestingly, I was thinking about this in my solitude the other day, and I think my measuring stick has always kind of been my grandmother. I look for traits that my grandmother exhibited in friends, in partners, whatever, in women. And that has always been the yardstick by which I say, okay, well, that's a strong woman. If the more things that this woman does that my grandmother did, the higher on that scale she climbs.
Yeah. I feel you, brother. Brian, what say you, man? Who comes to mind when you hear that?
Man, I have to say my wife, man, just for putting up with me. Next week, man, I'll be married 27 years. So it's
bro. Congratulations, man.
Appreciate it, man. But when I think about the different accomplishments that I've gotten, the different things the trek that I've been on, man, I couldn't have done it without her.
Yeah.
There's no possible way. I got 2 children. Well, I have 2 adult children. But there's no possible way that, you can go to school and take your income and split it in half, lose a job, do a different job, and start all over without somebody on your side.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks.
For sure. How about you, Q?
Man, yeah, I'm gonna have to say I'm gonna follow these fellas too. Like, I'm gonna have to say my wife, my mom, my grandma, and my sister. Like, my family is like led by a matriarch, so I have a lot of that. I got uncles and and stuff, but like they not actually leading the family. So yeah, my grandma, my wife definitely is what we would classify as a strong woman. And and like, I know women don't like that term, but like I look at it as resilience. It ain't about physical strength, and if you don't cry or stuff like that, you don't feel pain or whatever. It's about resilience to me. So yeah. Mom, grandmother, wife, sister, for sure.
Chat, who you think about when I say strong Black women? I know if you're out there and you're a woman, you don't like that term. We working on trying to figure out another way to describe it. I know y'all tired of being resilient, tired of being labeled as strong. That's what I keep hearing. So I'm working on another way to define it for y'all. But who do you think about when that term comes to mind? Go ahead and throw it in the chat. I know for me, it's a number of people, right? I don't feel like I know anybody who doesn't really fit that bill. I look at that stuff and I'm like, damn, that looks hard. You know what I mean? That looks tough. Just the condition of what this country's in, I know that it's tough. And I feel like the war comes in between when we forget to talk about, strong Black men on the side of that. We're just labeling and identifying strong Black women without, giving credit and credence to, the resilience that, Black men have to put up with as well. And I think we make the mistake of comparing or contrasting, recognizing that both have a pretty tough journey. And to be, especially an American Black person, you automatically almost always, I mean, there's a couple people that coon their way out of it. But, if you don't coon your way out of it, then, you definitely have to develop some type of resilience in order to survive in this country. You know what I'm saying? That's been my experience. But when you talk about all y'all are married. What do you think? I'm gonna start with you, Q. What do you think qualities a woman needs to have in order to help a man grow to be the best version of himself? And what qualities do you think hold a lot of men back?
I don't know. That's a tough one right there. But I mean, because everybody, they like different qualities and different women, and like, so for me, I'm gonna say for me, like I like my wife being, tough on me. Like, if something not going right, and she's like, hey, come on, Joe, you got it. A little encouragement, like that goes a long way. Kindness goes a long way, but also, a little mean, be a little mean. Like, I don't want no bend over backwards type woman. Like, be a little rough with me, like as far as, get to it. So like those are qualities I like. I can't speak for nobody else because I know some men don't like, none of the toughness coming from their woman, but I do. That's like something that I thrive in. It make me go harder. You know what I'm saying?
It's different strokes for different folks, man. You know what I mean? It takes, I say, to talk to your point, one of the qualities got to be is you got to know and understand your man. You know what I mean? You got to know where to push him and where to leave him alone, right? That's a big part of it because, everyone ain't the same. You can tell some guys, hey, man up and get that shit done, but you can't tell it to everybody.
Yeah, facts.
That's not going to work in every house. Now, Walter, I know you have personal experiences with this, man. So what do you think? What are some of the qualities that you feel a woman needs to possess in order to lift her man up? And what are some of the qualities that may hold men back sometimes in a woman?
I think that I'm kind of totally opposite from Q on my opinion of that. I like, or I think a woman should, for me, listen well. And I don't want to come across as like some controlling person because that's not it. I'm just saying, like, I believe in the hierarchy of a marriage, and the husband is the head of the house. So with that being said, I'm not trying to take away my wife's individuality. We still talk about things, but I feel as though in many aspects of business and finance, those are my strong suits. So what I say is gonna go at the end of the day. But at the same time, I have weaknesses just like everybody else. In some of those places my wife may be stronger in, and I'll listen to her on those and go her way. And to answer the other part of the question, as far as like what holds men back, I think that question is kind of a loaded question, because I think our culture adds some dynamics to the answer to that question. Because in my experience, Black men that are married to Black women have a whole different set of hurdles than a lot of other races out there, especially where it concerns the husband-wife dynamic, because we as Black men, we go through a lot, and that's not a complaint. That's a fact. We go through a lot in this world. We have a lot on our backs. We hear a lot. We get a lot of abuse in the world. We take a lot of abuse just inherently, just being Black. We have to, so when we get home, it really should be a peaceful place. But oftentimes, we find that marriages are marriages, people clash, and, it makes it harder, is the whole point. It makes it harder for the Black man and the Black woman, because they have this other dynamic of, that they have to deal with on top of interacting successfully as two adult people.
So what you're saying is our cultural experiences create more hurdles for us to connect, because we don't know how to deal with them as individuals. So we come together as couples and we have friction.
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, I can't say that I disagree with that. Brian, you see men and women, correct, in your practice?
I do.
When you hear Brother Walt saying those things, man, first let me ask you what your initial reaction is, and then kind of the impact that you see in your practice and in your everyday living with clients, the emotional impact that this support system has in a Black man's life.
Well, I think every individual has their right to think whatever they want to think. But what word I recognize that doesn't come up as much as it should in marriages is the word compromise. People don't use it anymore. They act like that's not even a part of it, when that's probably the core of the entire relationship. Because you're not going to always see everything the same way. Now, when I'm looking for a woman myself, I'm looking for confidence, encouragement. I'm looking for someone that has some ambition, somebody who's going to ride with me. I don't need you pulling me back, and I don't need you just yes to everything I say. You still have to be assertive, in some light, because we can have our own minds, but if we understand what compromise is, like he was saying, his lesser strength is not always going to be, that's where she's going to pick it up. So in times you got to have some maturity within yourself. And then I guess to end it all, she's got to have some spiritual maturity in order for me to even think about wanting to plant roots with her.
Right. What does that look like, though? Spiritual maturity, talking about, what does that look like?
Well, you got to be God-fearing. So, we got to have some structure, and we got to understand that there is a structure that we're going to live by.
Yeah,
I do agree with there being a final decision, but there has to be a lot of conversation before we get to that final decision. This is not, this is not me just saying, "Hey, we're gonna do it my way. This is the only way it's gonna be." So we're gonna discuss it, and if you got evidence that supports your thoughts, then we're probably that beats my evidence. Then we're gonna probably go your way.
Yeah. Do you feel like I know in my practice, I come across either couples or individuals that come in to I want to say complain, but I shouldn't say that as a therapy. They process about their partner, and they they have a conflict among their goals or shared goals, and sometimes they're 10 plus years into the marriage and they're still out of alignment with kind of where they want to go and what their goals are. I'm asking, do you see that type of stuff And how do you counsel that type of stuff when you see it?
Well, first we got to find out if we even like each other.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
And the what does come up most times is intimacy.
Yeah.
So, but you got to define intimacy. People think intercourse. Most men think intercourse first when they hear the word intimacy. But it's everything that builds up to that point except for intercourse. So when I get the couples, a lot of times they are on as far as the East is from the West. And it's like, okay, we're going to get in here and I hope he take my side and I'm going to give him the long list and he going to fix you.
Yeah.
We all know it's not that, man. It's a lot of work that goes into it. But the first thing I tell them is that they're on the right track because they chose to be here.
Yeah.
You got to want to make this thing work.
Right. No, notice the words, out there if you're in the audience, like, okay, not love, not be infatuated with. We got to find out if we like each other. You know what I mean? That's a different level of intimacy. Like, do I like to be around you? Do I like the things that you do on a daily basis? Do I like your character and the way that you are? You know what I mean? Where are you going? Am I in line with, where you're going in life? You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things that conversations that when they get to me that we start having and you start realizing, oh man, well, that's not what he sold me when we got married, or that's not what she sold me when we got married. Okay, so we here now, we can't go back. But what conversations can we have now? Is this a situation where we got to blow this whole thing up? Or, can we compromise and keep pushing forward? But going back to what Walter was talking about, about the cultural struggles that we have. I mean, we all face them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We got, systematic oppression, and generational trauma. These are real things that happen in our community. So, and right now we're in a situation where a lot of us are not getting along. We all are facing these problems. Black men and women alike are all facing these problems. And I don't care if this is your partner or not. Like, every single woman and every single man in your life, if you are Black, we all got to get on board at some point, at least the majority of us. But as a partner, let me ask you, Walter, have you felt like you ever had a woman in your life who actually pushed you to level up, or vice versa? Have you had to push somebody to level up and y'all leveled up together? But talk to us about that from your perspective.
My wife and I have leveled up together. We went to school together. We became nurses together. We opened a business together. So when we met one another, we had nothing, like literally, we had absolutely nothing. And so to go from that to, having a comfortable or somewhat of a comfortable life, we definitely, all credit. I have to give a lot of credit to her, as far as sticking with the blueprint, getting us to where, or helping to get us to where we are. So,
yeah. How far? I'm gonna ask you the same question, Q. How far into it do you realize that she was trying to, or doing her best to make you better, or was it something you realized like much later on?
Definitely later, because like Walt said, in the beginning, we both ain't have nothing when we started out. Like, we leveled up together, and I taught her a whole lot, and then it became in reverse. Like, she taught me a whole lot. So we just continue to level up. And me being, stubborn from the hood, how I was, like, I wasn't into this type of stuff, like being vulnerable and, listening to what she had to say. I was more on some, now we finna do it like this. This is how we gonna do it. And, being the slightly submissive woman that she is, she always listened. And we got to a lot of our goals. But, as I matured, I learned that it take two, in the relationship, especially once we got married and trying to figure out exactly what marriage was, So Yeah, we both definitely did it together, man.
Yeah, I feel that, man. I can be honest and say that there's many times I look back at my situation and be like, if I had listened to and talking to my wife, if I had listened to you in that moment, my life would have been a little easier. You know what I mean? But there's times where, I didn't listen to her and it worked out for me. You know what I mean? So it's like understanding where that line is, where you have to kind of trust your instinct versus recognizing that, you got to listen to your woman too. It's a real tough line. I know I say that. That's a blurry. As I say it, I'm almost uncomfortable saying it because it's like a real blurry line, man. You know what I mean? It's a guessing game, damn near almost. You know what I'm saying? But I mean that's what it is, man. So let me ask you this, Brian. What do you feel like the difference is between a woman who inspires a man versus a woman who enables him? Now, that's a tough one, but let me ask you, answer that for me.
The woman that enables a man doesn't have any ambition.
Oh.
See, if we're gonna ride together, we're gonna dream together too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
See, if I'm sitting around here and I'm thinking about, man, I don't know if I can do that. The woman on my side is gonna ask me what's stopping me.
Oh.
Because she's already all in. It's nothing but support.
Yes,
but the chick that's enabling me, she probably got something else on her mind. She got other things going on that's outside of our relationship, which that's what I call the third party.
Yeah.
Working on a third party and the party ain't between you and I, that's toxic. That's a virus.
Yeah.
That can destroy our one-on-one.
Oh man, you're saying a lot of words right now, brother. You're saying a lot of words right now, man. Made me kind of look off camera for a second, man. A woman who enables her man does not have any ambition. I really want y'all to grab that, man. That hit me hard. That really hit me hard, Brian. Walter, let me ask you though. Talk to like the younger, because you know what I'm saying, you up there now, you know what I'm saying, you above 40. I'm gonna say that. And a lot of women give the advice to make sure the man is whole before he gets to you. You know what I mean? So if you're talking to women in their 20s and 30s, do you think they should wait for the man to be whole? Or do you feel like, part of it is finding someone to grow with, or is growth meant to happen inside of a relationship? Is a man going to be whole without getting into a relationship? I guess is what I'm asking.
Not in his 20s. I don't think that's possible. Maybe on rare occasions, but it really takes some living and experiencing to become whole as a man. I'm 49 years old, and there are still things being added to me. So I can't say, I'm whole. I could say that I'm definitely further along in this thing than I was at 25 or 29 compared to now at 49, But, the man who knows that he knows nothing, that's the guy who knows something. I know nothing. I know that I learn every day. And, one day I'll get to the end of this journey. As far as my wholeness at that time, it'll be wherever it's at. But I do know at 25 that the woman that's looking for a man at 25 has to have an open mind and be ready to grow with this man and help. They're going to help each other to build one another from in their 20s. Like they're literally going to become who they are with each other's help, or who they will be with each other's help. So yeah, a woman needs to understand that in her 20s. Like it's going to be a lot of work, but that's where the joy is.
Yeah, 100%. How you feel about that, Q? I'm going to you.
Man, good. I'm talking about good growth always come later, man. My uncle always said it get greater later. I was very young getting into the relationship with my wife. We was 20 years old, bro. I know so much stuff that I know now, and I know how much more I don't know now too. So yeah, that growth is important, and it's always important. Like I feel like when you're establishing a relationship early on or later, whatever, it's always important to be or allow each other to be individuals, because that's where
That's
the
a big
growth
deal.
really that's where the growth really comes.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
No, that's a big deal because, a lot of times, the things that you be worried about when you're in your 20s or in your early 30s in these relationships, you get to a certain age and you're like, nah, man, I want you to be more individual. You know what I mean? Like you want the space to be more individual because when you don't allow for that, what happens is everybody starts to wear masks and then people start pretending. And then, you know what I'm saying? They just trying to survive in this relationship versus thrive in a relationship. It's a big difference between surviving and thriving. And, that makes me go to you, Brian. And what are some of the like basic things that you talk to people about when it comes to trying to get into relationships and grow? Like, okay, we kind of at a standstill in our relationship. Where do we start to try to connect and grow?
Transparency.
Okay.
That might be, let me not speak for every man, but for me, that might have been the hardest thing. Mm-hmm. So before you decide to stay with one person, most guys are dating probably more than 3 people. Mm-hmm. So the mind is on different things and going all over the place. But as you date that one person, you got to lock in and say, okay, this is where I'm going to be. You got to put all your eggs in that basket. But that's difficult when you still have your mind in the streets. So until you can say, you know what, I'm finna chill out. I'll be at home Friday night and Saturday night. Yeah. Until you get the what the young folk call it, the FOMO out of you. Yeah. You fear of missing out on something. Yeah. It's very difficult to focus on that one person. I know I wasn't whole, as you say, when I was in my 20s. And as a matter of fact, my wife and I dated 5 years before we got married. That's a lifetime for a lot of people right now.
It's a long time for sure.
6 years for us. Yeah.
So we claim 27 years of marriage, but 32 years together.
Yeah, for sure.
So in essence, it's very it's the focus that gets you to the point where you understand that, okay, this is what I want to do. And if you're being intentional, because when you're not being intentional with the one you want to be with, you're really just telling her what she want to hear so you can get what you want. And it's hard to come out of that phase of, let me tell her what she wants to hear.
Yeah, man, that's what most men are doing, man. Like, that's what I'm experiencing, especially as a therapist, is that most men are just telling their wives what they want to hear. Meanwhile, crying in the dark, suffering in silence. Yeah. And you started it off with the word transparency. And I can't tell y'all, man, how healing that is for let's talk about a man. A man that is able to be transparent is on his way to something different. I hope y'all understand what I just said, man. A man that is able to be transparent, he ain't got to hide himself in this space, is on his way to something different, man. And I'm going to talk more about that in a minute, but I want to chat, man. Listen, if I'm about to go into a part of this show where we kind of are talking about kind of what women want to know. And we don't have any women on the panel, but if you in the audience and you have a question surrounding this topic, and you feel like you want, some black men input, please throw it in the chat, man. We're going to try to answer as many questions as we get. A man saying he needs a strong woman. Man, I need a strong woman. Then what are we doing as men when we find that what our definition of a strong woman is? What are we doing? And, what do women really want to know about how we process their support? So my question to you, Walt, is what does a man actually feel when he knows his woman truly has his back? I know you know something about that, man. Tell me.
Man, it's an unrivaled security. I think that, well, I'll speak for myself. The way I was raised, even though my father wasn't in the home, uh, all my uncles and the people that brought me up were men's men. They're strong men. They don't, very hard men. So so to be afraid, to be scared, to show vulnerability, to show your pain, like that's not things I could do growing up.
Yeah.
But to have a woman that I know has my back, it allows me to soften and to show her that side of me because I know I'm safe. I'm
Yeah.
safe in that space.
Yes, sir. 100%. I'm gonna get y'all answers on the other side, man. We talked so much, I forgot to show the audience the video that inspired the whole show, man. So we just going at it, man. So let me play this video, and I'm gonna get y'all response to my question to Walter on the other side.
All men that are trying to achieve greatness have to overcome if they want to be great. Other than the faith you're gonna pick, the woman that you pick to go with you on that journey is 100% gonna prove, did you make a great decision or a bad decision? There's so many things I've been able to do in life, and when it's easy, it's only because the woman that you pick. That's everything. The reason I'm here, the reason I'm able to make it from years of scrutiny. In order for you to work in the dark, you're going to have somebody with you that can work with you in the dark. And I'm not saying all of that was easy. We went through very turbulent times for a short time and then figured it out. A lot of times we're trying to achieve greatness, but we got to pick people who want to be on that greatness road with us. I was even watching something that gave me a supreme understanding of LeBron that I didn't have before. He began to talk about how Savannah James, because of her, he was able to achieve greatness. And I thought that was profound. It gave me a new respect for LeBron because that lets me know he gets it. And because a lot of times when people see a successful man, they don't think a successful woman. They just think, oh, she's this. No, if she does her part well, that's why he's able to rise to the level that he's at. If that home was turbulent, he would not have that peace and serenity to go out there and be great.
Yeah, man.
Jewelry.
I saw that, man, and I thought to myself, I don't know a man who has that type of woman that's going to disagree with that statement. And maybe there's some out there, and maybe not, but I don't know. And if there are some people out there that disagree with that, or some people on this panel that disagree with it, man, please tell me. But for me, I've thought about when I'm able to achieve my, the most is when my wife is in alignment. But I also know that when things aren't right, or when I don't feel supported by her, is when, I don't do well. You know what I mean? So that's just me in my lived experience talking, and also the conversations that I've had in session with clients about certain things. But I want to go back to that. I want to put a pin in that for a second, because I want to hear y'all response to the question I asked Walt about what a man actually feels. I guess it kind of line up with Mace's statement. But Q, what does a man feel when he's with the woman who like truly is holding him down? What does that feel like?
Yeah, man, you feel like Walt said, man, you feel that unwavered security, that unwavered trust. Like when you know in your times of weakness, like if you have none, and we all know us men, we do have them, we never want to admit it. But as you grow, you will admit sometimes you have weaknesses. And that ability to be able to lean on your woman for leadership in your time of need, that's one of the greatest things that you can have. and that unwavering security, you know, it busts you out of the cocoon, so to speak, you know, and then you grow and you become a new man because you know, okay, now I got what I needed because I wasn't broken down in my time of weakness. It didn't get, excuse me, it didn't get compiled on. You know, I wasn't belittled in my time of weakness, and she just straight had my back. So I'm able to be secure in a situation like that to make you come back for the comeback. You know?
Yes, sir. Yeah, for sure. What about you, Brian? What do you say, man?
Man, I think it's comfort, fullness, and just kind of complete. I think people forget the fact that when you have the right significant other, you'll do anything. I always laugh because it's always this example in my head that a man won't get whooped in front of his wife or his kids. It's an unwritten. People don't really talk about it. But when your wife is doing what she's supposed to do, there's no way. I don't care how big he is or how strong or whatever massive person it is, you're gonna take that challenge on because she is giving you the support. You can't sit on the sideline and she over there trying to jump in to help you. That's really not gonna be something you can live with the day after.
Right.
Yeah, for sure, man. Walk, man, you got some feelings about any of that, man, or Mace's video?
I think I kind of agree with Mace's take. You know, not kind of, I do. Whether we're talking about the woman you choose to be with romantically, or like Brian mentioned, you know, he's had many women mentors in his life. You know, whether it be choosing those people in your life, I think it's very important if you are an ambitious man and if you know, are on a path of ascension, you definitely have to choose wisely the women, you know, the woman company that you surround yourself with, because it's a double-edged sword. You know, a woman could definitely lift you up and help you to fly, but she can anchor you too if you choose the wrong one, like Mace was saying. So
yeah. I know you start your day with affirmations, brother. So I wanted to kind of throw this question to you, Walter. You know, what are some affirmations that Black men can use to support deeper vulnerability with their partner? I know that's a tough one, but what do you think?
It's not tough for me, man.
I know it's not tough for
every
you.
day. I listen. What comes to mind, I already kind of mentioned it, and that is the joy is in the work. You know, many times Brian mentioned transparency. You know, that is something that when you can affirm, like tell yourself, get in the mirror and say some affirmations surrounding being transparent with your wife, surrounding it being joyful to work on you guys coming together and staying together and being happy and blissful. Like affirmations surrounding those things go a long way, man. Like a long way. Like seriously.
So you saying you got to speak life into the relationship?
You
Well.
must. I mean, you know what? I can't speak for everybody. Maybe everybody don't have to. I love my wife very much, but you know, we've been married. We just celebrated our 13-year anniversary. We've been together 18. So, you know, I love her very much, but she get on my nerves just like I get on hers, you know, from time to time. So you have to learn how to navigate that, you know, because a lot of these young people, going back to the 20-something year old, a lot of these young people want instant gratification, which means I don't like what you did, I'm leaving. And that's not how it goes. If you want to be in a successful relationship, you know, you have to put the work in.
100%. I'm gonna say to that question, a man has to believe that he deserves his feelings. That's sometimes has to be taught. You know, we counsel a lot of Black men, and a lot of men do not believe that they deserve their feelings. So when you talk about affirmations, I constantly assure brothers that you deserve to, no one can argue with the way that you feel. They can argue with, actions that you may take or mistakes that you may make or opinions that you may have, but no one can argue with the way you feel. If you feel a certain way, you have the right to voice that. So but you have to be able to approach your partner in a way that doesn't criticize them, right? So you lead with the way that you feel, because if you lead with the way that you feel, it can't be argued. But I really feel discouraged when such and such happens. I don't use the word you or in none of that. When a certain thing happens, I feel discouraged. This is kind of what I'm feeling like I need in this moment. So depending on the type of woman you have, you're gonna find out. You're gonna find out in that moment, because she's either gonna, process that and probe for more, or she's gonna shut it down and try to tell you what you actually are. And that's when you might not be in the right situation, or your wife needs some counseling herself. But that leads me to another question. I'm gonna throw it at Q, man. How can a woman support a man emotionally without, what are some of the words that you feel will work to support, instead of just trying to fix him right away, like trying to tell him exactly what he needs to do?
Well, I feel this is just me, but I feel like in a marriage is not each other's job to fix each other. Like, that there's something that, has to happen internally. But as far as words go, like, encouragement, words of affirmation, a push here and there, and like Walt always say, like, a good listening session is probably the best way to support, a man's feelings, for sure. Because if we feel like we're not being heard, we just gonna shut down, and we're probably not gonna even mention it again. So a good listening session is probably the best way to do it. And then,
for sure.
And then take that, process it, and then, you could rebuttal or, have your opinion about it, but take it in and listen first.
Yeah. Man, 100%, man. I agree with that wholeheartedly, man. Sometimes, I've said this 1,000 times, people communicate for two reasons: to solve a problem or to listen. You got to know which one your man's talking to you about. Why is he there? Is he there because he wants you to solve a problem, or just because he wants you to listen? You have to know that. And it's okay for you to ask. You should be able to ask as a woman, what do you need me to help you solve this problem, or do you just want me to listen? You should be able to ask that. And whatever reaction he has, hey, y'all might need counseling. He might need some personal counseling if he don't know how to handle a question like that, because if you're in the right place with your heart, you're just trying to support him, right? There's a question in the crowd, Brian. I'm gonna throw this to you, man. What does a man do when he has a supportive woman, but she may not be the right person for him?
So she's supportive, but she's not the right person.
That's what he said. That's tough, huh?
Well, I guess you got to recognize what your cup of tea is.
Yeah.
See, how do you want your support packaged? Because intelligence is attractive. Because you're not going around here. Because you might need to reevaluate what your cup of tea is. Because if she doesn't have whatever attributes or features that you're looking for, but she's right there with you, supporting you, you might have to reevaluate exactly what you think you're looking for. Because we all, as men, have patterns, and we a lot of times we're creatures of habit, and we stick to that pattern.
Yeah.
So if we want that rah-rah chick, there's another one right behind it. Most of your friends, you can look at them and tell that, oh yeah, this is his type, as far as her attitude or her behavior.
Yeah.
And it's hard for them to stray away from that.
Yeah.
But what do you do? I think you just simply got to reevaluate what you're looking for, because if that's your blessing right there in front of you, I'm not sure why you would walk away from it.
It's a deeper process, right? What you're talking about. It goes back to what you said about transparency first. And I think somebody said, I can't remember who it was. Oh, yeah, Mike. He said basically a man can't be transparent if he's not truthful with himself first. If you in that situation, my thought process, you're not being truthful with yourself all the way. Because how are you in a situation where a woman is supporting you, but she's not the right woman for you? You're probably not being honest with yourself, and it takes a deeper processing to understand what is it that this woman does not possess, or what is she lacking, I should say, that is causing you to feel like she's not the right person for you. And these are kind of the questions that you may need to go over with. Honestly, I'm not just saying that because I am a professional. You might need a professional, you know what I mean, to kind of walk you through some of that stuff. And you know what, I'm gonna toss it to you, man. Talk about what going through going through some things with a professional, the clarity that you can gain from that experience, and kind of, if you're being honest with yourself and willing to make the change, can put you on a whole different path in your life.
Man, I'm gonna go back to what you said a few minutes ago about I lost my train of thought. But to answer your question, talking to you has really put my brain in a place of, oh, I found it. Okay, we was talking about being vulnerable in with your woman, and being in that space, and being able to own your feelings, and tell your wife or tell your partner about your feelings, and deserving them, knowing that you deserve them. So before I started talking to you, I was having these feelings that, I feel as though I'm not being heard, right? And I feel as though I'm saying that. But what I recognized from talking to you is that I was not presenting that in a way that let her know that I knew I deserved to feel like this, right? So she would respond from a place of, I don't want to say shutting me down, but kind of like you said, just turn it around. And now my feelings have not really been heard or dealt with. So one of the things that I took away from our sessions is being able to present my feelings in a way that my wife can hear my feelings. Okay. And allow her to process them from a different place. This is another show, but I think that sometimes this gets lost in translation both ways with men and women, because we're such different creatures, but we put ourselves together. And when I say such different, I mean the ways in which we process things and communicate within ourselves. And we try to bring these two totally different schools of thought together and make happiness for everybody. And a lot of times it's like oil and water. We have to figure out how to emulsify the two so they stay together, right? So
yes, sir.
I think that learning how to talk and how to express, even though I feel like I'm an eloquent guy and I know how to say it, that doesn't mean I know how to say it to a woman. And that's one of the things that, I learned in talking to a professional.
Man, let me tell you something, man. You be thinking you are a great communicator and that you're saying everything the right way. But in reality, you're not identifying what triggers this woman or what triggers you. Because you could be,
right. That part.
Driving you could be driving yourself into your triggers, and then you really lose any and all hope of communicating.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So no, I appreciate that insight, brother. I love the way you think, and I love you, brother. And you know that for real, man.
Likewise.
Q, man, let me ask you something, man. You ever felt like, man, I'm gonna just do this shit alone, and just kind of got into it and said, you know what, I'm gonna do this by myself, man. And what did that? If you did, what did it cost you to not include your wife in whatever you was trying to accomplish?
I mean, yeah, I've did it before, but I don't think it ain't really cost nothing, because we have that type of dynamic where it's like, nah, I actually don't need you for this. Like, it's cool. And she want to be included, but I'm like, nah, I got it. But most of the time, us being super individuals and being so close, we definitely do most stuff together, like, and speak about it, and write our goals down, stuff like that. But yeah, it's been times where I've done stuff, and she was like, why I wasn't included in that, and whatever success comes from that, she feel like, man, it could have been better, or maybe you was right that you didn't do it without me. But yeah, it's happened before. It's definitely happened before, for sure, but not often. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we found a good medium with like involving each other. You know.
Yeah.
Hey, but
yeah.
I'm gonna tell you one of mine though. Like just a sidebar. When they all went to Maine, I was like, why are y'all going to Maine? And like, what's
Oh
the
yeah,
name?
yeah.
And why we all ain't coming? So I was like, man, come on, man. Like, nah. But that's a personal thing. But yeah.
Yeah.
Like, well,
Yeah,
I need
man.
to be involved with that.
Yeah. Yeah. My wife and his wife, they all took a trip out to Maine, and that makes about a total of, including Walter here, about 5 people, black people I know that been to Maine.
Hey man, Maine is where it's at though. I mean,
that's what they said, man.
Yeah. I got another question here. What does it say? What do you do when you outgrow your wife or woman? Woo! Example: she may still celebrate holidays and wasting money, and you feel that is all fake, and she's showing no possible. I'm sorry, I'm chuckling, man. This is my actual uncle, man. My mother's brother, right here. He says a lot of things that make me laugh, but I know where he's coming from when he said these things. But Brian, what do you do when you outgrow your woman, man?
That's actually very, very possible. But
yes, it is.
When you say the word outgrow, it depends on what page y'all on. Because here's the thing: how impactful is that to your relationship that she wants to celebrate that particular event?
Mm-hmm.
If it's not going to hurt anything, then I understand. But sometimes you can't bring anyone into that light that says,
right.
Why we got an Easter basket?
Right.
Like that basket, what does it have to do with the actual? They don't even match.
Right.
But there's certain things that you're not gonna win. But it's very that's actually a tough question. What do you do when you outgrow? You grab her by the hand and pull her along, and you start giving her the insight that you have.
Yeah, you hear that, Uncle Chuck? That's my Uncle Chuck, man. Hey, Chuck, I'm telling you, what do you do when you outgrow your woman? That example you gave is not necessarily what I consider, it's just a mindset shift, right? Those happen. I think a lot of us have dealt with those kind of that mindset shift, and now we're not in the same space. But when you talk about traditions, it's a little bit rough to say you outgrew somebody because they still stuck on certain traditions. But I do understand what you're saying about feeling like that's a waste of money, because I mean that's where I get to. But what Brian is saying is, sometimes you just have to, if it's not really hurting nothing, you might just have to roll with it. You know what I mean? Otherwise, when we talk about really outgrowing your spouse, I'm not touching on that example. My thing is always somebody got to get in counseling. I know you get tired of me using that example, but somebody got to get in counseling, because when you're going somewhere and you feel like your wife can't go or is not trying to go with you, and she's making that known, like, I feel like you outpacing me right now. That's a her problem. I'm just I say that. I'm not saying that just because I'm on a. I say that in session. Okay, so this sounds like a you problem. So why you feel like you're being left behind right now? Let's talk about that. Like, what insecurities are growing inside of you that make you feel like your husband is taking off on you?
Where are you adding value?
Yeah, where you adding value? That's another good question. Like, are you okay? You don't want to add value, or do you feel like this ride don't include you? What are we doing right now? Like, what's making you feel the way that you feel? And because it's causing conflict, right? But Brian, before I get off you, man, let me ask you this: how can we, as black men, unlearn? Because they hear me say this all the time. Black men, We have so much to unlearn, okay? We have so much to unlearn in order for us to be living and walking around in today's world. But Brian, how can Black men unlearn the idea that accepting support is a weakness?
I would say 2 words, and I don't think half the your audience would understand it. But I would actually say be submissive. See,
you're right.
If you actually think about what that means, see, most people think it's a cuss word. It is. Most women, most men think it's, like when you have somebody, and I hate to put it in a sports term, but if we're going to grow next year, we're going to grow together. So we need to get with the clinics, and we need to find some new skill sets. We need to find out what else we need to put in our bag in order for us to become one better, because we can't stay on that number we were on last year. Where are we going together? So when you say unlearn, it ain't so much as unlearn, it's just to grow and to learn that there's more out there and to be a lifelong learner. Because if you still doing the same thing you was doing in the 80s, and you still think the same way that you thought in the 90s, y'all not gonna make it.
You ain't gonna make it.
And if you actually think that the person that you met 2 years ago that you married is the same person, then that's a problem. Because you got a whole different person than from the person that you actually decided that you're going to lay roots with.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah. But you did say some cuss words when you said be submissive, boy, I got a shiver in my spine, bro. I like to think myself as evolved thinking Black man, but that shook me to my core right there, brother. I said, I got to listen. I got to lock in. What are you talking about?
What you say, Joe? That's a trigger word for you?
Yes, that got me a little bit, man. I said, what this man talking about, man? Why don't you want to show for your expertise? What you talking about? What you talking about?
No, man. Let me touch on that though. It's cool, man. I tell my friends all the time, man, like it's cool to not be tough with your woman. Like, 100%. You could be hard on the streets, be everything you want to be around your guys, whatever, show you the toughest. When you're around your woman, man, it's okay to love on her and give flowers and, kiss on her and be around. I'm not going out tonight. Stuff like that. You always got to be like this tough dude. Like sometimes I know, like I seen a video that was the other day. It was talking about how the woman felt like they wasn't her husband wasn't equals. Right. And like, I totally disagree with that. And I feel like, of course, I'm the leader in the household. Of course, wife would agree with that. But yeah, sometimes I let her lead and it's okay. It's fine. You know what I'm saying? You're not being no less of a man at all.
So Q, you can lead and be submissive at the same time?
I didn't say nothing about me being submissive. I'm just saying, like, you ain't got
you can't do it.
You ain't gotta be tough Tony all the time. That's just what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's just the segue into. I'm gonna play this video. I'm gonna get some of y'all final thoughts, and we're gonna close it out. But that video, that what you said, kind of segues into what I think what he's saying in this video. I'm gonna play it.
The problem is that a lot of women don't give a damn about a man's emotions until they don't get the solution that they want. It's a lot of men that are in marriages or are in relationships, working their ass off, providing, doing their thing, being there for her, being there for the kids every single day. And he's miserable. But he doesn't have an outlet to come and explain to her why I'm miserable, or have an outlet to come and decompress and things of that nature, because everything's being taken care of. So from her end, it's convenient for her not to dig, not to ask, under the guise that she might be the damn issue. And she doesn't want to discover that I'm the problem. So I'm going to ignore the fact that my man is miserable. I'm going to ignore the fact that my man is not really acting like himself, or whatever the case may be. How the hell have we gotten this far? without us being on the same page emotionally, or without you being able to identify what triggers me, or identify what, oh damn, my husband is acting a little different. Let me investigate and see what the hell is going on. But that's not the thought. But when it's a man, we have to do that, or else the relationship won't survive, right? So all I'm saying is that if you really love that man the way you say you do, you got to prioritize that man's emotions, not just in times of turmoil, not just in times of when he might have lost his job, or you can't buy that bag you want, or you can't go on that trip you want. Nah, when it's going good and I notice that my man ain't acting right, I need to dig and figure out what's going on. And if I'm the problem, so be it. I'm going to talk to my man about how I can fix it. But it's not a lot of women who prioritize it.
Yeah, man. So that's exactly what you was talking about, but I kind of wanted to get that in because I felt like it was important for women who are in support of Black men to understand that we are more than our output. And I know, and I'm really talking to the women who really care about what I'm saying. I know if you want to engage in a gender war or a gender war conversation, it's probably not the place for you. But I think it's important to recognize that a lot of men that I'm coming across in my practice are feeling as though they are not any more value to them other than their output. And a lot of times we don't care about a man's emotions until it's too late. And this is why we're seeing such an increase in the suicide rate amongst Black men, because we're ignoring their emotions. You know what I mean? So it was important for me to, but do y'all have any reaction to that before I move on? Anybody? Q, you got any? Walter, you got anything?
Yeah, can I wanted to say, piggyback on what you were saying earlier about unlearning. Like we had this conversation on one of the other pods about unlearning, like, you know, the toxic stuff we used to learn. Like it's not cool to show you sad, or, you know, show you're mad, or, you know, whatever feelings that you get, it's uncool for a man to do that, you know, and that's most of the problem. Like, to speak on what he was saying, that's most of the problem with men nowadays, and, you know, even back then, that we haven't learned how to properly express those emotions that we have. So it's easy for a woman to take it and brush it off the shoulder because we not. I think Walter said the same thing. Like, we not properly expressing those emotions. We might think we are. We might say we are articulated as best as we think we can, but we're not properly telling her or showing her, like, this is the way I actually feel, without, you know, displaying some form of attack, you know?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what I want to say.
Yes, sir. Any other brothers got a reaction to that, or?
You know, I don't think any of us have been properly trained to be with one individual and to understand what compatibility is. It takes some time. It is not easy by any means. And the work is hard, but you got to be willing to roll up your sleeves and do the work. Mm-hmm. And if both parties are not willing to do that, then it's going to be some tough times. And it's going to be tougher a lot longer, you know, before you get to that other side of what the beauty of a relationship really is.
100%. We haven't been properly trained. I can't even begin to tell you how true that is. And doing this work has shown me that in my own marriage and in marriages of others, just how important it is to know and understand just the basic understanding of communication and how far that can get you. You know what I mean? Just without having those holes in your communication where you're not triggering your partner. You know, it could have saved me, I don't know, 1,000 arguments. Straight up. Last question, and I get to y'all final thoughts, man. I want each of y'all to kind of give your insight through your lived experience on what we need to teach the next generation of young Black men about love and partnership. You know, Walter, let me start with you, man. What do you think we need to? You got 2 sons.
I think the answer to that question is just an echo of everything that was said in the show today. Some of the words that come to mind. Transparency, vulnerability, submissiveness. Like, the next generation needs to understand that, like Q was saying, you don't have to be a a gangster with your wife. Like, you need to learn how to soften yourself and be ready to accept another person into your life. We're not trained to do that. So I think thinking forward and thinking about what is actually happening when you're involving yourself in a relationship with another person is very important to make it work, to make it mesh. There's a lot of effort required just on an individual's part, especially on the man's part, being that, you know, he is the head of the household. He is the person that is supposed to make things go. So of course he needs a helpmate, but he has to understand that that helpmate may need a little gentle pushing sometimes.
About you, Q?
Man, like I always say, man, on every cast, man, be your wife's friend. You know, I know, Joe, you don't agree with that all the time, but you know, don't wear a mask while you're being a friend, because I feel like if you're being a friend to your significant other, you know, they should be able to tell you stuff that you probably don't want to hear, and you should be able to take it and process it and then return love with it. So, like, man, be your spouse's friend, man. Learn stuff about them on a daily, and continue to learn and continue to love.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I said I don't agree with being your wife's friend, man. When did I say that?
On the last cast, but we ain't gonna get into that, man.
All right, man. I need to revisit that, man. That don't sound like that don't sound like something I'm in line with, bro. Brian, what do you say, man? What do you got to teach the next generation, brother?
Man, you know, when I think about the next generation, man, I think about I'm sure you've all seen The Butler, and first 5 minutes of The Butler is just so impactful to me, to where, you know, wife been gone, comes back, he talking to master, talk crazy to him, he dies on the spot, all because his son hyped him up and said, "Daddy, you just gonna let that happen?" He died right there. So what his son took from that is that, you know, keep your mouth shut, don't say nothing, let people do whatever they need to do, and you go on about your way. It's so easy. One thing we have not had to teach anybody is how to fight. We all know how to fight. You push me in a corner, I'm gonna fight my way out. That's just human nature. Well, why? That's so easy to do, and it takes so much energy. Why is it so hard to love?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So if we can teach our next generation how to love, it might change and shift the paradigm just a little bit, because they'll view it from a different viewpoint.
Yeah. Yeah. I 100% am in alignment with that. Also, I will add that we are just in a place now where we're just learning not to be good humans no more. We're not learning how to be good humans. So we need education on what communication is really supposed to look like, because we don't really know. And that's another one of those things that I feel like we got to unlearn. We learn, you know what I'm saying? Like Brian said, nobody has ever taught us how to fight. Like, we just know that that's the way to go, because that's the easiest thing to do. But, you know, talking your way out of your situation and dealing with your emotions and feelings to avoid those type of conflicts. What about that? Why do I have to be an adult? Why did I have to get to my adult status to learn what good communication looks like? But you're teaching me the Pythagorean theorem and, you know what I'm saying, how to construct sentences and all these other things that I may never use in life. But, you know, we're not teaching each other how to be good humans. So we got to install great communication skills and empathy and understanding that vulnerability is not a weakness into the next generation, in my opinion, so that, you know that they deserve to be heard. They are more than just their output, young brothers. You are more than what you produce. All right. You have a right to your feelings. If you know what I'm saying, if your mother or father did not engage with you in a way that was healthy and it hurt you, you should be able to talk about that. But then once you talk about it and process it, we're going to teach you how to move past it, so that you can still be productive and you don't let it be a downfall for the rest of your life. You know, that's what we got to teach. That's what, in my opinion, we got to get these young brothers healthier.
Absolutely. Intellectually healthy.
Yes. Yes.
Emotional intelligence too.
Yeah, 100%. We gotta teach emotional intelligence, man. We have to, man. Like I'm just saying, like it's just a generation of us that didn't learn it. You know, we didn't learn it, and you know, even still, even knowing the things that I know now, I still sometimes want to revert back to what I grew up knowing. You know what I mean? Like I know that it's not a good idea, you know, to hit this one over his head with a garbage can, but I still want to. You know what I'm saying?
It'll make you feel better personally.
It'll make me feel like like no, I'm a man now because I beat you up. You know what I mean? Like it's just a lot of things that sound, even saying it right now, you know, it's going against 40 something years of miseducation. So it's tough. I'm saying this, and I'm looking at you, brothers, and I'm telling you what I'm saying is not easy. I'm just saying that we need each other desperately to rise to success. Look, this conversation, you know, it's been a real one, and I know there's a lot of men listening that are, you know, going to sit down with kind of what we're talking about today. Some men are going to dismiss it immediately, and that's okay too, brother. Whatever works for you, works for you. You feel like you are authentic in yourself and you're happy in your life and you're not struggling in the way that we're talking about, then that's good. But for those that are taking in what we're saying, I want you to know it's a space here. You know, it's a space here for you. You know, there's not many of us, but less is more. So there's plenty of us. So there's black male therapists out there that are creating the communities like this show, that are creating spaces for you to be vulnerable and get out what you need to get out. So, you know, we can discuss and grow together. Because we're gonna do good things together. So, you know, before we wrap up, and this is the last question I'm gonna ask y'all, and like this is your final thought. What's the one thing you want black men to understand about the role of a woman in their journey towards success? And this can be geared towards your personal experience. So from your lived experience, none of us are experts, but just what is the one thing you want black men to understand about the role of a woman in their journey to success? And I'm gonna start with you, Brian.
She's your helpmate. She's not the enemy.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's really that simple.
Yeah.
You guys can work together, but the more you fight and work against each other, the more you're setting yourself back.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Q.
Man, first thing I'll say is pick them well. Second thing, make sure, you know, in the long run that y'all goals align. So like we was talking about earlier, so somebody's not outrunning the other one and they start to gain resentment. Like make sure your goals are in line.
Yes, sir. Big Walt.
Be honest with yourself, and therefore be honest with your partner. Specifically, I can talk about ambition, right? Sometimes people do grow. This is going to talk to what your uncle said. Sometimes people grow apart. Sometimes people's goals and ambitions evolve over time. Being honest with each other will allow you guys to realign, will allow people to realign their goals and dreams. So I think that's very important for a woman to understand, is to be honest with herself, be honest with her man, and you know, it'll work out.
Yes. Yeah. And I'm just saying, you know, you tell the truth, nobody really achieves greatness alone. You know, whether you're in a relationship or not. I mean, there's just a certain level that there's certain levels you can't aspire to without the helping hand of someone. How great would it be if that person helping you aspire to that level is the person sitting right next to you, the one in the passenger seat, man? You know what I mean, you know, what if we can get what if we can get a woman on board with our goals and our dreams? And how do we do that? You know what I mean? We do that by what Walt is talking about, honesty and transparency, what Brian talked about earlier. You know, the things that you heard here today, the level of vulnerability that you have with your woman, I can almost assure you is going to be directly related to the success that y'all have as a couple. Because here's what we can't do. If you're in a relationship and you're not being successful, then what's the point of it? You know what I mean? Like, honestly, you know, what is the part of that love and that partnership? What's the point? If it's just about the romance and the sex, you know, like what else is there to it? You should be, when you engage and choose to do life with somebody, you should want to grow with them. And that means including them in what you're trying to achieve. So that's what I would say to men, like, be transparent, be honest, like these brothers are saying, with what it is you're trying to go. And if it doesn't suit you anymore, if it doesn't feel a way, be honest and transparent about the switch up. You know what I mean? Be honest and transparent about the switch up. And to the ladies, you know what I mean? Look, we have another show for y'all to try to talk about, you know, what we need from y'all. If you didn't get a lot out of this conversation, I hope you did. But we'll have another conversation maybe and talk about, you know, kind of what we need. If that's what you want to know. Because, you know, I know some women aren't in a position where they want to hear what their men need. They want to just tell their man what they need so they can get to it. But I mean, listen, if you are a woman who, and I know there's women like this who are sitting there trying to figure out how to support and lift a man up, we here for you too. We here for you too. So look, that's it for us today, man. I want to thank all y'all for showing up tonight. You know what I mean? If something said here resonated with you, please share it with somebody that needs to hear it. You know, and we're gonna keep these conversations going week to week. You know, trying to create spaces for Black men to be vulnerable and be authentic. Right here on Vulnerability is the New Sexy, man. I'm gonna start trying to hit y'all with an outro like I hit y'all with an intro. I'll holler at y'all next week.
I was blind, but now I can see.
Yeah, calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly robotics. Bifocals, my only purpose is to feed the locals.
I was blind, but now I can see.
Yeah, calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly robotics. Bifocals, my only purpose is to feed the locals. I'm spreading love when I see you and gotta approach you. I see the goodness in you, I wouldn't John Wick you. I know you hustling for your family just to pay the fiscal. I see the God up in you, He bless your physical. While we navigating problems, the world is abysmal. Skip the one up, let's get it to the center. Your house is big as mine, we can always help each other. Affirmation smother, it ain't even cost me a dime to uplift my brother.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Vulnerability is the New Sexy. I'm your host, as always, Joe Corley. I'm a Black male therapist, really passionate about creating spaces where we can be real, raw, have conversation that promotes healing and growth. No toxicity in this dancery, as they say. And you know, relationships are very important. They're very important for both sides of the street. Sometimes there's some difficult aspects of it, but for the month of February, I decided to do a 4-part series all about relationships. My goal is to give it to you honest. I want to help give you tools to help build stronger relationships, healthier connections, and whether you're dating, married, or somewhere in between, we talking today. And so today's episode is a 4-part series, and today's episode is about the foundation: friendship, emotional connection, all the things that help build a healthy relationship. Some of the do's and don'ts we're going to get into. Two amazing couples with me. And I also got my mentor, good brother to my bottom of the screen here, Dr. Curtis, another Black male therapist who has seen tons of couples, and he's going to help me out tonight. I was supposed to have my wife on, but as you see, she's not here. We got off the plane from Miami. Something hit her like a ton of bricks. So she sends her apologies. She asked me to hold it down for the queen. She'll be on the rest of the month, though. You will get to meet her. I promise she exists. So let me introduce the couples here. I got my y'all seen most of these people before, but haven't seen their significant others. My young brother Khalil up to the top. He's out here with his girl Jaden. So
what's going on, Coach?
Welcome to the show. Glad to see y'all.
Everybody doing?
Everybody know the good brother Q, and he brought his significant other on the time. My good sister Toya. Crazy she want to be in. And like I said, my mentor, Dr. Curtis Hill, he's going to come talk to us tonight about a few things and also discuss some things he's got going on for couples. So I appreciate all y'all coming to the show. Thank y'all for joining me tonight.
Thanks for having us.
So let's get right to it, man. Listen, I don't want you guys out there in the chat, man. If you got questions, if you got anything that's on your mind, or you hear something that brings up a question to you, please address it in the chat, and we'll try to get to as many questions as we can tonight. Like I said, I myself see a bunch of couples. I wanted to wear two hats tonight. I wanted to be a husband and a therapist. But I'm, since my wife in here, I'm gonna go ahead and hold it down for the therapist with Dr. Curtis. Okay. Q.
Yes, sir.
Yes, y'all, man. How long y'all been married?
17.
17, okay.
17 years.
So y'all got 17. So me and Donna will be married 17 years also this month. So, I mean, there's a lot of history in that. But I know over time, we evolved. Y'all got married. Y'all was probably in your 20s, right?
Yeah. 26, actually.
26, right. So let me ask you some plain and simple. How did you know, for each one of y'all, how did you know your partner was the one?
Go ahead. It's your first time.
It sounds really cliche, but I felt like love at first sight when I met my husband.
Sucker shit.
I know. It's not even like me. But I did feel that. And after having some conversation and like the energy that I exchanged with him and that I felt with him from the very beginning just felt so natural and at home for me that I just never wanted to pursue anything after that.
It was that clear for you, huh?
It was crystal clear from
26?
day one.
Okay. What about you, Q?
Yeah, man, it was kind of the same thing. I was like maybe a year out of a relationship, and I was just like, man, like this sounds cliche too, but I'm like, Lord, send me somebody that I could just chill with and like, not keep going through these, running through relationships. And me and Toya met through her cousin, so we was at the basketball court. One of my friends was like, man, Tree cousin's coming to the park or whatever. He was like, man, she bad, bro. Like, wait till you see her. And like, at first we didn't even speak, but we later on got up at a little, like a housewarming, little party thing. And we talked and we had a little fun together. And then the next day we went out, man, we walked the beach on the north side of Chicago. We stayed with each other all day. Like, so it was just that connection. It was a connection. And, for me, it felt like, man, that's the one.
Is beaches in Chicago?
Oh, yeah, man. You ain't know?
Lake Michigan, that's the ocean.
I live right on the beach.
I had no idea. I had no idea. Only been to the Taste of Chicago and Michigan Ave. I ain't seen no beaches, but hey,
yeah, for sure.
That's a dope story, man. I'm really glad to hear. Full disclosure, I've known Jatoya since we were 12 years old.
Little kids.
Yeah, little kids, man. So I remember the first time I met you, I said, "Damn, you finally found somebody to accept that crazy, huh?" Nice to meet you, brother.
Facts.
He can handle me, I guess.
Oh man, Khalil, Jaden, tell me, man, how long y'all been together?
We've been together for a little bit over 3 years now.
Yeah. Y'all have a lovely daughter, right?
Yes, we do.
So how did y'all decide to determine that y'all was gonna, and this was a person you wanted to invest your time in?
For me, just not feeling complete when I'm not with him, knowing that my life doesn't feel the same without him around, without his presence. So I just seeing how strong of an entity he was in my life just solidified that that's somebody I can't live without. So.
Did y'all meet after high school?
Yes.
Okay.
While I was in college.
Okay. How did you notice somebody you invest your time in, Khalil?
A little kind of the same along those lines. I was at a low point when we met, financially, spiritually, mentally. And I just felt like God had placed me in my life for a reason. And I just kind of seen my life turn for the better. Even when we did have the kid at an early point in the relationship, it was still kind of not even, it wasn't much worry. I knew I had somebody that I could figure it out with. And so that's how I knew she was the one, man.
Oh, man, that's beautiful, man.
Yeah,
How old are y'all now, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm sorry, Coach?
How old are y'all now, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 24.
I'm 23.
Okay, cool. All right.
Oh, dang, y'all still some pups.
Yeah, we still young ones. We trying to still figure it out.
So are we.
Yeah, I'll be looking forward to hear not just y'all takeaways, but also Q and Jatoya's takeaways by the end of the pod, man. I'm really curious what y'all come away with.
Absolutely.
Let me move to Dr. Curtis, man. Let me ask you something, Dr. Curtis. You see couples through all stages of, you've seen premarital, you've seen newlyweds, you've seen long time married. What are some of the common mistakes you think people make in the beginning when it comes to like building emotional connection?
Great question. And you're absolutely right. And the key is what you said, emotional connection. That's really what it is. And that's really the mistake, believe it or not. Most couples, they don't look at it as an emotional connection, or one versus the other see it as an emotional connection, and the other one does not. So the big mistake is that they're not looking at this as being this is really about emotional connection versus just simply checking the boxes, right? Hey, yeah, she looked this way, or he looked that way, or she had that, she got a good job, he got a good job. We had this list that we kind of pull together, and that's typically what you use as a basis, all your commonalities per se, right? We got all this stuff in common, and so therefore that's why this should work. And they actually have missed out on the main thing, and that is that how you're connecting emotionally, believe it or not.
Right. And I'll add to that, man. When I'm going through with couples, a lot of times people are looking for unmet needs, right? So they're looking for safety in their partners and are not really taking the time to invest in that emotional connection. So there's a lot of things that you miss in the beginning that are actual current needs. You're looking at unmet needs from your childhood. You didn't feel safe in this situation, so you want somebody to be a protector. You were broke, so you want somebody that has money, or you want somebody at least to be stable where you don't have to take care of them. And you're not looking at building that emotional connection. And that's something I can probably say that, I probably didn't lean into, I didn't understand totally, until at least 12, 13 in. And I started thinking, okay, now I understand what I need to do in order to stay connected. But one more thing for you, Dr. Curtis, how important do you think friendship is when you're starting to build a relationship?
I think it's huge. I mean, I kind of go through a list of stages, and I'm going to kind of throw them at you real quickly. I talk about the fact that, hey, your first stage in relationship really should be friendship. And unfortunately, a lot of those traditional ways of actually becoming a friend has changed. So when you really, nowadays, when you get ready to start to date, half the time, you're trying to start the day by going on a dating app or something along those lines. And so really you're starting out as if you're dating, and there's really not a friendship that has even been established. But I believe that, hey, that the idea that friendship should be that first stage in any relationship. And then from there, you go into dating. And then, of course, dating to dating more seriously. And then, of course, engagement and then marriage. So, yeah, I think that's the key more than anything else, that you normally start building your friendship while you're in a dating dynamics in a relationship for the most part, versus saying, hey, taking the pressure off of one another by saying, yeah, I may be interested in you, but I just really want to be, what it's like just to be your friend.
Right. And we're gonna come back. We're gonna come back to you later and talk about what it looks like when people sometimes miss that boat in the beginning. and what they can do to make emotional connections later on in the marriage or in a relationship. Like I said, man, I stumbled and bumbled through 17 of these things. And in the beginning, you know, if it wasn't for the fact that we were friends, I don't think we would have survived. Our friendship carried us through a lot of tough and difficult moments. But her being my friend before anything made it possible. So I think that's very important. And like I said, if y'all out there, you in the chat, talk to me about, you know, what does emotional connection mean to you? All right. And I'm gonna pose that to y'all too. When you hear that, Q, Jatoya, when you hear emotional connection, what does that actually mean to you?
I mean, I think it starts with a spiritual bond. Like, you know, me and Toya, like we grew up in the church, so I feel like it started with a spiritual bond first, and friendship. You know, getting to know each other beyond, you know, the physical, you know, and just connecting on a spiritual level and knowing, you know, the wants of each other by, you know, not going through trials and tribulations, but at least trying to, you know, make it your business to know about your partner and, you know, spiritually as well, first and foremost.
Yeah. What you, Jatoya?
Yes, I agree. And I also just put a lot of energy into what we have as a friendship. So sometimes when you've been together as long as we have, we've been together 24 years. So beyond the marriage, we've been together a really long time. And sometimes he gets on my nerves real bad. So him being my friend, you know, allows me to be able to communicate in a different type of way than if I just thought he was cute. Like, I think he's really cute, but it's deeper than that. And so just being able to have communication like I would have with my friends allows us to get through some of the difficult times, you know, when things are not always easy. So the friendship is definitely critical.
For sure. For sure. Jaden, you said something earlier about not being able to, you know, see yourself without him. And I want to ask you a question before that. That was kind of one of the things somebody asked me when I was considering asking Donna to marry me. They made it very simple for me. Like, can you vision your life without her? You know, I don't know if I probably really wasn't ready, but to get married, but I could not envision my life without her. So I was like, okay, well, that made it easy for me. I'm gonna go ahead and, you know, take this leap. But Jay, let me ask you, can you remember, I don't want to put you on the spot if it's difficult for you to pull up a memory, but can you remember like a time, like even a small moment where you felt like deeply connected to Khalil in the beginning?
Let's see. In the beginning, you said a specific memory. I can't, it's like from the time I met him, like I was with him every day after that. So it's like every memory was confirmation that like this is somebody I want to be with. Like he got on my nerves, I still want to be around him. Like there was never a moment because of the friendship that we had built. I feel like nowadays, at least I'm sure just in general, but especially in our generation, people don't really take the time to get to know anybody. You know, everything is very surface level. What can you provide to me? What can you do for me? Rather than just simply getting to know somebody, building a connection with somebody. And I feel like that's something that we took the time to do, which is why I feel like we're successful, you know, having a kid pretty early on in our relationship. You know, a lot of people our age can't and don't uphold that, you know, relationship after a baby gets here. And I feel like because of our friendship and the fact that we just liked each other, so outside of love, we just like each other as people. I feel like that is what carried us through all of the hardships that we face.
How long were y'all together before y'all found out that y'all were having a baby?
Like 2 years.
Okay, so y'all got some time.
Yeah. So
with no wham bam situation.
Right. It was still quicker than expected,
but yeah,
the 2 years felt way longer than 2 years, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you, Khalil, how were you with vulnerability before you got in this relationship, became a father? Were you somebody that was like openly, sharing of your feelings and things like that?
Not at all. Never been that way. Even since a little kid, my mom used to tell me I had to let people know what's going on. At least if I'm not gonna let people know what's going on, let her know what's going on. I heard it all my life. If you hold on to your emotions, one day it's just gonna bottle up and explode. And I was that type. I'm still that type. She still got to pull it out of me till today. Even when I may not be feeling it. I'm not the type of guy that's just gonna come out and tell you, hey, I'm not having a good day and break it down to you. But since I've been with Jaden, I've seen that's changed. I've been more comfortable into opening up. I'm not so opposed to it these days. So that's how my vulnerability has been.
Yeah. Have you discovered yet, that vulnerability is the way to strengthen your bond?
Absolutely. I see now, even when I do try to be vulnerable, how much better I do feel afterwards. I think before it was more so I was scared because I didn't know how a certain person would take what I'm telling them. If they would use it against me or if they would judge me for it or whatever the case may be. But like I said, being with Jaden and her being able to be that person that I can come to and be vulnerable to, although it's not something that I'm used to. I knew she was the one for that.
Yeah, man. Vulnerability is literally almost by definition, like fear of your weakest points or your weakest moments, you know what I mean? And being able to express those things and finding a space where you can feel safe to, share the things that you need to share, especially with the people who are assigned to love you. Dr. Curtis, man, let me toss to you, man. And we're talking about vulnerability now. You know what I mean? I know you big on that. So, how important is it in a relationship for us to be vulnerable in order to strengthen these bonds?
Well, I want to go back first of all about the emotional connections and so forth that's necessary, and I want to kind of use that to kind of talk about vulnerability in of itself. I believe that's the anchor in relationships, and because if your relationship has to be anchored in the idea of you being emotionally quote unquote available to your partner, and if you can't, then that's just early signs that you're going to have challenges in that relationship at some point down the line, because that's what you have to anchor yourself in. So with that being said, think about this in terms of vulnerability. My definition of vulnerability or the layman terms would be this. It's really about taking a risk. Vulnerability is really about taking a risk, believing that, hey, that you can take your heart, quote unquote, and you can put it in your partner's hand, and they're going to safely care for it. And as they safely care for it, what happens is that you don't have to be worried and be concerned about, hey, that because what you're doing by putting your heart in their hand, they're going to in some form or fashion take that and use that against you. That's what my brother was just saying a few minutes ago. That's exactly what it is that safety is. That's really what it's all about. So when you can be vulnerable like that, that really actually moves you to that next step in terms of your development in your relationship. And that's really where empathy can occur. You move into empathy because you can be vulnerable, believe it or not.
Right. This makes me recall a time like early for the first portion of our marriage, we pretty much didn't have any problems. Right. We was really, living good. We had just moved to Texas, you know what I mean? And it was really unbothered. And then a little bit down the line, it was little spats here and there, but I had gotten laid off. And I think at the time we might have been, pregnant with Donovan, our youngest. And I did not handle that well, and I did not have the communication or the vulnerability to tell my wife that, one, I do not feel like a man in this moment. I know this now, looking back on it, but at the time I had no idea I was feeling like this. I do not feel like a man at this moment. I am not what I would consider masculine. So I'm coming off as irritated, angry, and then I actually sunk into an actual depression, right? I sunk into and this is when it really everything came up for me from my past that I didn't even know. I have a kind of a traumatic past, but it really wasn't really, weighing on me or weighing on my behavior until that moment. I have a family now. I have a new son on the way. I have a wife now. I need to care for these people. And if I don't do that financially, then I am not a man. And I just started feeling terrible. Had I, could I go back and talk to myself? Then I'm like, hey, man, be vulnerable. Because what that did, my change in behavior, what that did to my wife was also something that took a toll on her and it took a toll on us. And I'm saying all this to lead to a question. I want y'all to kind of think about a moment, if possible, where, you might have struggled with vulnerability, and talk to me how you got through that. I can say that, again, going back to the friendship that we had is how I got through it, because we can always laugh together. So that's always going to carry us.
Yeah, for sure.
But avoiding, I was very avoidant. She was very avoidant. And that really took a long-term toll on us until like just maybe like the last couple of years or so, we're coming out of that and being able to talk to each other about these type of things. So, Q, Jatoya, do you all recall a moment, either one of you recall a moment where, lack of vulnerability kind of was a problem?
I can speak to it. I had to have a full hip replacement about 8 years ago, 8 or 9 years ago. And I'm a tough cookie, so I don't like feeling weak in any capacity. And I needed help with everything. And I'm not used to feeling like that. I'm used to carrying whatever it is, like whatever family, whatever. I'm happy to bear it all, whatever. But with that moment, I did not have a choice. I had to have help in the bathroom, to help in the shower, everything. And I was lashing out instead of being vulnerable and saying, babe, I really need your help. But the way my husband showed up in that moment helped me to open up to the vulnerability, to say, thank you. And let's keep it moving, because I don't want to stay stuck too long in that vulnerability. But it did help me open up to see where I wasn't acknowledging vulnerability, because it's sort of I don't know, maybe it's societal, cultural. Women often are sort of assigned to be strong in moments, and we just have to carry in certain moments. And so I was forced into a situation where I could not do it physically. And so it allowed us to have a different type of connection where I had to rely on my husband 100% just to do the day-to-day things. And so I think it helped us to grow in our, allowance of vulnerability with each other.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Let me ask you a follow-up. Do you feel like, as a Black woman, Black women's hyper independence versus Black men's overwhelming desire to like be masculine, and do you feel like that's some of the head button situation that goes on? Like, we got to learn to, hey, I can lead some things, and you don't have to lead everything. I mean, am I making sense?
Yes, I think there's definitely a balance. So I'm not saying I have to lead in every capacity. Absolutely not. But when it comes to being able to take care of myself, I think that just sort of the way that we culturally are raised as women, we're sort of taught, you need to be able to go take a shower, girl.
Yeah.
So not being able to just do that small thing kind of opened me up to be a little bit more, I don't know, accepting towards having help, because we don't usually ask for help all the time. So it gave us that open communication to be able to say, hey, I need help right now. And it made it feel acceptable in that moment.
Yeah. I appreciate you being vulnerable, talking about that moment. That was a great thing. Khalil, let me ask you, man, when you talk about the adults in your life and the examples being set for you, what are some of the things that either you wish, that was talked about more while you were growing up, or some things that you appreciate that were talked about that help you kind of navigate what it is to like be a family man? You're in a family right now. You know what I mean? At a young age, you a family man. So some things that you wish you would have known, or somebody would have told you about that you had to learn on the job, or are you grateful for some things that you were told?
Yeah. Man, I learned a lot from a lot of different people in my life. I say one being my stepfather, who kind of raised me growing up. You know, him and my mom, they got married when I was about 10, and he just instilled a lot of values in me that went a long way as far as being a man first and foremost. You know, all you have is your word, standing on your word, being accountable. That was a big thing every day that he told me. Was accountability is everything. You know, you got to be able to take accountability for what you've done, and it stuck with me all these years. You know, even to this day, I still have that. So I would say, you know, accountability, patience, being able to learn with your partner, being able to grow with your partner. I felt like at the beginning, I was real independent as far as the relationship went. I kind of just wanted to be the only one that was in control of everything. You know, I was a man. I'm like, bills, eating, going out to eat, whatever the case may be. I wanted to be in control of it. But soon I seen how much of a toll it took on me mentally. And for me to be able to just come back to my partner and let her know, hey, I need some help. Like, I know, you know, I got you, but I need some help right now. You know, that was something that, again, just me being vulnerable to her and opening up and actually expressing myself. As far as some things I wish I would have known, I'm kind of still learning as I go, Coach. Honestly, you know, there's not too many things that I would say I wish I just would have known, but I'm just learning as I go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ain't scratched your surface yet, my boy.
Yeah, I must not had too many deep arguments enough yet or something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I want to have no unk moments with you on the pod.
Real.
I'm just
gonna learn every day.
I remember the time.
Yep.
Out here ripping and running, man. Jason, so how do you stay emotionally connected to this man during tough times?
Like you said, we're still figuring that out. But I will say, like, during my pregnancy and after my pregnancy was like probably our biggest test. And just going back to that friendship, like, if we didn't have that, then like we would probably hate each other by now. But it's just like we took the time to, none of our arguments have ever just been serious when we go back to the root problem. So it's like we have to talk about that in order to figure that out. Like anytime, and I feel like I had to learn vulnerability myself. Just I can't remember the exact question you asked earlier, but the independence of Black women bumping heads with the masculine nature of Black men. Khalil's over like, Like, I feel like to a certain extent that's something that we battled a little bit with.
For sure.
It was hard for me, you know, after I gave birth, I wasn't working or anything, so I wasn't making any money for myself. So, you know, he was taking care of everything, but nonetheless, I kind of felt not as useful, just by my own standard. Not that he was making me feel that way, but I would kind of like take it out on him. Like, I'm not used to just sitting at home cleaning up after everything gets dirty, and like that's not what I'm used to doing. I'm used to, like, you know, working and, you know, making moves for myself. So it was kind of hard for me to just sit back and take on that new role that I've never really navigated before. But I had to find vulnerability in that. And I feel like we ended up working through all of those things, but he had to learn how to treat me more gently. And same to me. I had to extend the same grace. Like you said, he was stressed out. I wasn't working. We just had a kid. This is like a whole bunch of new worlds that we were entering at one time. So we both had to extend each other a certain amount of grace during that period. So
no, you're gonna be all right. I like it. I'm gonna say I like it. I'm gonna get back to it in a minute. But that brought a question to me, Dr. Curtis. you like I said, we see couples, man, and oftentimes they can be married for 20 plus years and have never, dove into the traumatic past that they have as individuals and how it's showing up in their everyday relationship. So I want to ask you, like when you think about the time you spent with couples, what and the impact of the trauma, their past relationships and the current relation, how important is it to dive in, and why is it important to dive into your partner's trauma?
Yeah, good. It's extremely important. I mean, remember now, you're in connection with someone, in a relationship with someone, and so what you do impacts them, what they do impacts you, and then certainly based upon what your partner's experience has been in terms of any kind of trauma that they've had in their lives. And believe it or not, we all have it. It's just what degree it is, what's the degree of that trauma that we experienced. And so in essence, that's your way of being able to understand or be more empathetic towards your partner when something does come up, because it's a trigger, right? There could be any combination of things that may be surfacing in your partner's life that will quote unquote show up, and it'll show up in the oddest or strangest or most untraditional ways, right? And when that occurs, unfortunately, what happens is the fact that, you get into this here, quote unquote, finger pointing, or you get into something emerges in your relationship that causes a disconnect, right? So I think it's important for you to be able to do that. I think what happens is the fact that that also requires what? Vulnerability, though, right? You can't, quote unquote, have a heavy traumatic life issue in your life, and you with somebody that's supposed to be that your person per se, right? And you can't even share that with them because unfortunately it's already lodged in your memory. It's part of your memory bank. It's there. It's in that Rolodex about, all it takes is an association for that trauma and that hurt and that pain from whatever that trauma was to come back up and surface. So I think that's why it's important that you, quote unquote, be able to kind of, have these type of conversations. I think couples, when they first start out, they really don't want to have those type of conversations because it makes you look like you may be weak, or it makes you look like, hey, no, you can't handle it, or it makes you look like, hey, I'm not carrying the load. I'm not being the man, or I'm not being the woman that I should be, simply because of the fact of this trauma that I experienced. And you hide that. You hide behind that trauma, believe it or not, even in your dynamics of your relationship. So yeah, it's huge that you invest in one another and quote unquote knowing a little bit about that trauma. Okay. It makes a world of a difference in terms of long term, in terms of your relationship.
Yeah.
Sure.
And let me add to them gems too, man. We talking about emotional triggers. A lot of times we don't understand that these emotional triggers occur, long before we meet our partners. I mean, long before we even adults or even teenagers, like early on in life. And most of the time we don't even know they're there. We don't know why we escalate. But every single time I'm in session with a couple and, I'm asking them to replay a disagreement that they had if they can get into it without tearing each other's heads off, let's go ahead and replay it. And I'm always bouncing on the same point. When did it escalate? Okay. So when did you feel like you were about to elevate and go completely left? We need to talk about that moment. What is it about that moment that upset you so much that, you started yelling and screaming or whatever? And then we can figure out what it is. Most times, it's simple stuff. We arguing about, I don't know, not doing the dishes or something. And you guys are full on yelling at each other about some dishes. You're not arguing about them dishes.
Right.
You're not arguing about them. It's something completely different. It's an emotional trigger inside of you, like, oh, he shut down. He didn't talk to me. He walked away. And that's when I started, keying his car. Okay, well, what? He looking like, why do you have to go that far? What is it about me, not having a conversation? Oh, when I was younger, my dad left. He never came back. He didn't talk to me. Oh, okay. So when you shut down, you don't talk to me. That's an emotional trigger for me. Okay, I need you to be present. If you need a break, I need you to communicate. I need 10, 15 minutes or an hour or so to calm down. But I'm dropping gems for y'all in the chat. You always have to come back. Okay.
Sure.
Two things can be true. We don't need to have this conversation right now, but we got to have it eventually. And we got to be able to talk. I can't argue with you about your feelings. If you feel frustrated, if you feel sad, I can't argue with you about your feelings. You feel that way. It is my job to understand why you feel that way and make sure that I'm not doing any of the things that are causing those feelings. Yeah. That's what we got to communicate. It's not just, oh, you just got to, suck it up or, man up on that. That's not what we're doing. We having conversations to try to understand each other. So let me ask y'all, man. No, I was hoping my wife was going to be here to talk to me, but like, can you describe, like a time when like sharing your fears or insecurities like brought y'all closer together? Can you think about something like Q or Jatoya? You remember a time where like you're like, okay, let me dive into this?
Yeah. So like me, I used to like my mom and my stepdad, they used to argue almost every night. So I thought I was combating that by like, if we would have any type of little raised voice or whatever, I'd just walk away. I wouldn't say nothing. I try to come back later and be like, well, let's just end that. And she's like, no, but we didn't talk about it. And I always used to be mad. Like, I don't want to talk about that no more because I didn't want us to start arguing, not knowing that I was triggering her more by not listening to exactly, what she had to say. But I thought I was combating that trauma from my childhood and, seeing them argue every single day. And I didn't want to go through that at all. So I felt like that made us way more closer to where I'll start listening and, trying to talk out the feelings, you know what I'm saying? And then like, I always talk about this every time I'm on the cast, and I was able to go get therapy myself for a different reason and then unpacked a lot of that stuff where I knew, okay, now I have to be vulnerable. This is the only way we gonna get closer, unless I tell her exactly what's going on with me.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that therapy unlocks some stuff, don't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, you from the South Side?
North Side.
North Side Chicago?
Yeah.
Was they talking about therapy on the North Side of Chicago when you was
Man, you know they wasn't. You know they wasn't. It wasn't no therapy, bro.
What made you dive in there though? What made you go get the therapy?
Man, I told you, man, like I was broken, man. My son almost died and my niece. Like they almost drowned. My son got hypothermia, my niece was in a coma. Like I was broken because I wasn't there.
How did you know I can't do this alone? How did you know? Like what behavior was coming up?
I was angry. I was so angry. I was so angry. It was probably the angriest I ever been in my life, but I was angry. Like about anything. Why is it snow on the window? Anything. I was just angry.
Was it showing up in your relationship with your wife?
Yeah, a little bit. Yep. I was shut down, but then I was also being too confrontational.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it showed up there, it showed up at work. I was getting into arguments with coworkers. So yeah.
Khalil, Jay, neither one of y'all ever been in therapy?
I tried. I don't even want to say try because I just went to like 1 or 2 sessions with like 2 different therapists, and I just didn't really feel it. I wasn't really feeling like there was going to be any solving anything, at least just with their approach to therapy. Mm-hmm. I fully believe that therapy, like anybody could benefit from therapy. I just feel like those weren't the therapists for me, and I just never. Honestly, I didn't have the money to try again, but yeah, it's still something I'd be open to.
Okay, I don't know, Khalil. So I heard in the streets you be ducking therapy, but I don't know that for sure.
Hey, I'm ducking. I'm ducking all the way.
Tell on you, but I heard you be ducking.
I'll be completely transparent with you. I've never been one to just say I'm gonna go to therapy, but I'll tell you one thing I did. Therapy was brought up to me through Jaden. Jaden told me that I need to go to therapy, and that's what at first it threw me off. It irritated me a little bit, but when I sat back and thought about what she actually said about as far as just unpacking past trauma and everything like that, I actually reached out to you, Coach. That was the day that we had got on our little consultation, and I didn't hold up my end of the bargain on that part. So I ain't even gonna throw Coach out there. Right. But I could tell you one thing. You know, if when I do decide to make that decision, you know, I know exactly who I'm coming to, and he knows who I'm coming to as well. So I'm open for it 100% now.
Man, I want to say real quick, it's a hard decision, man. Like, I didn't choose to, like, all right, I'm finna go find a therapist. It was offered to me by my job, and it took me a while until I started noticing my behavior and her noticing my behavior, while I was like, you know what, I'm gonna take them up on this offer. So I got 3 free sessions, and you know, she was wonderful. Like, in the end, you know, so it's a hard thing to like do yourself. Sometimes you need to be forced into it. Kind of how my situation was.
And you have to find the right person for you. I'm a huge proponent of therapy, but you might have to try a few people before the right connection happens.
Absolutely.
For sure.
I appreciate that, y'all.
No, I cycled through a gang of therapists before I don't want to say I landed on one. I was forced. You know, I've been communicating about, I broke down, ended up in a mental hospital, and I met my therapist through that experience, and we clicked through that, and we've been rocking ever since. But I had tried 4 or 5 people. I just knew I wasn't right. I wasn't willing to, like, you know, as a family man, I know I got kids, I got a wife. I knew I wasn't right. I wasn't willing to like repeat some of the behaviors that I experienced in my childhood. I was like, I'm not gonna go through this. We're gonna break this generational cycle somehow, some way. So I'm gonna keep going. But Dr. Curtis, man, how important is it, man, when you're talking, you know, you're thinking about, especially young people, you know what I mean? Just starting out, how important is it to, or what are some tips or some important, you know, tools that young people can pick up that's going to help them kind of avoid some of the pitfalls that you see all these old couples fall into?
That's a good question. I think it's just, you know, we have to understand in life and even in therapy, it's a developmental process. You know, what starts out might be, you know, you can, you know, click with someone and it's just fantastic. And it works really, really well. But then, you know, you may have to bump around, you know, to find someone that's a good fit. The goal here is to trust yourself. I love what Brother Q was saying, is that learning how to take yourself on. It's when you don't want to take yourself on that this becomes a challenge. So one of those tips I'm gonna put out there for those who are quote unquote questioning about the possibility of going to therapy. Think about what this looks like in terms of your physical body, right? You know, we typically have to go to the doctor, right? Or we should anyway. And that's an issue in and of itself for Black men. Let me go ahead and say that. Not wanting to go to the doctor, right? But you should be going to the doctor at least a minimum, at least twice a year, right? But the goal of doing that is to what? Doing an assessment in terms of where you are in terms of your physical health. Well, guess what? You also have a mental health issue as well. You got to actually go and check on your mental health. And what happens, just like the stigma of going and see a quote unquote a physical quote unquote a medical doctor for your physical health, it's also important to go and see someone for your mental health as well. Because I will say this, we all have those issues in our life. And I like to kind of look at it like this, because we all have stress. And because we all have stress in our lives, you know, it's, you know, how are we going to manage those stresses? Because we're going to deal with it on some form or fashion. Unfortunately, typically when you don't quote unquote address that stress, eventually that stress will graduate to some form of anxiety. Okay. And unfortunately, when you quote unquote, you in the anxiety ridden state perpetually long term, that turns into what? Depression. So understand it's a stress step, believe it or not. That stress unchecked and not dealt with on any level, and it could be any combination of things that's causing that stress to develop in our lives. But if you quote unquote don't have a formula, a roadmap per se to be able to kind of address that stress and put something in place, guess what happens? What happens is the fact that eventually, quote unquote, it leads to you to start dealing with anxiety. And when that anxiety mushrooms, it gets to be that much more difficult for you. I kind of like to use that in working with couples, whether or not you're old or young. to understand that, okay, these are part of those issues in this thing called life. We all have to deal with it on some form or fashion. And the other thing I think that's important is the fact that I believe we make other people counselors anyway. We go to our we go to our crew, we go to our partner, we go to our girl and so forth, and we actually making them become our counselors, believe it or not. And they really not equipped to fully address all the things that you're dealing with and what you're going through. So I think if you're conscious of that and say, you know what, I think I have been trying to make somebody my pseudo therapist and not realizing that. But that's how it used to be in the Black community. You used to go to what? The elder in the family, right? Whoever that was, whether it's grandma or grandpa, that was your therapist. So you don't have to do that anymore. Yeah, hey, it's okay, quote unquote, to go and see a therapist. That doesn't mean you crazy, right? It don't mean you crazy if you go and see a therapist. So I think if you can kind of leverage some of that, that will help you in the long run.
Right. But I mean, also it's important, right, for couples to be proactive too sometimes, right? Like, okay, before these things start, I'm feeling a way. I mean, I'm not beating my partner up about it. I'm feeling a way though, and I need to deal with it. I don't know how to deal with it. What do I do? What am I doing with this energy? So I'm gonna ask you, Dr. Curtis, like, young couple comes in like Khalil and Jaden here, they're not married yet. They're thinking about it. Like, where do you start with a couple like that typically?
I'd really kind of start with the idea of just asking, okay, where do you see yourself? Where do you see yourself at some point in the future? I think that's going to be more important than anything else. Because if you don't have any vision or any kind of outlook about where you want to go or what you want to do, well, you can't formulate a plan in terms of how to get there. I'm one of those therapists that I think that even for yourself or anyone else, you really got to say, you know what, I'm not quite sure I know what it is. I know something is bothering me or something I'm struggling with on some level. And maybe that's, I want to start there. I want to start with, just trying to get a sense. And typically, it's just a matter of pulling on that thread. You can pull on that thread. And this is a good therapist. If they're a good therapist, they can pull on that thread and then it will come out. Believe it or not, it's amazing. I'll spend time in therapy, especially with couples, and whether that's you just been dating or you've been dating long term or even quote unquote you've been married or you just got married or been married a long period of time. There are some issues that kind of come up. We don't think about how it impacts us until it just hits it all at one time, and we don't know where it comes from. And we've talked a little bit about that tonight as well, right? About the idea of how those childhood wounds that has occurred in our lives and how they're still present. And what happens is that it show up in our adult life in terms of how we relate and all those patterns that we've actually, quote unquote, have developed because of our early childhood, and you said this earlier, Joe, talking about that unmet need, right? We have these unmet needs in our life, but they're normally cultivated and developed in our early childhood. And those unmet needs we bring into our adult relationships, and typically it's going to cause friction. Yeah. We are challenged because we have tension and stress and so forth in our relationship. But we have to understand that's just about conflict, but conflict is growth trying to happen. You have to see it that way. If you don't see that conflict is growth trying to happen, you're going to be a miserable person because the reality is conflict is it's inevitable. You're going to have it on a consistent basis throughout your relationship. So learn how to work through your conflict in a healthy way. That's how it's going to get you to kind of move the needle per se for what you really want to do and where you want to be as far as your life is concerned.
Mm-hmm. Man, Jaden, Khalil, y'all pick up any of that? Are you have any feedback for y'all?
I'm over here telling them, I said, Dr. Curtis over here speaking right now. I said, hey, I like this guy. I like him, but yeah, I'm picking all that up. I'm relating to all of what he's saying, especially unpacking that trauma in your childhood and how if you don't, how it can come out later on in a relationship. I feel it 100%.
Right. Have y'all had that conversation about vision for the future and all that?
All the time.
Yeah, I think that's something we probably talk about every day.
Yeah, I could tell by the way y'all move. Y'all kind of moving in a way that looks like y'all unified.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something we talked about. We got vision boards. We try to journal. We pray together. We try to do everything as one. and just try to make sure that our actions are aligning with what it is that we envision for ourselves.
Do you have moments where you don't necessarily feel comfortable sometimes having conversations about stuff you're going through individually?
Before for sure. Probably about a year ago, yeah, I would say. If you ask me today, I don't think it's nothing. It's probably nothing that I don't feel like I couldn't come to her about at this point in our relationship.
Great thing, man.
I feel like it's an open book with me.
Yeah, man. I definitely didn't figure that out this early. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I was hiding everything for no reason. I was lying about stupid stuff. Who left this cabinet open? I'm lying about stupid stuff for no reason. I just forgot to close the cabinet, and I'm embarrassed to say that I forgot. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, just little stupid stuff like that, man. So I commend you, brother, and young Jaden for understanding some of the things that you're understanding right now.
Sure.
Dr. Curtis, what about one of these old ass couples like Q and Jatoya come in and
man, we only 42, man.
Yeah, hold on, man. And I tell you, look, I told the girls that she was 10. All right, I know.
I can't lie. I'm 44, bro. I feel old, but I know I'm not.
Yeah, no, you're not old, man. I'm just joking, man. But they come in, you know what I mean, and they are, having done some of this foundational work that you hear Jaden and Khalil have done. Like, tell me where you start, with a couple like that, man.
Yeah, I think that the issue there in terms of what you're dealing with, if I was dealing with a much older couple in terms of they got some life behind them, children, family, and so forth. So for them, it's a little bit different because now we're just saying, okay, how can we sustain and develop and still grow? It's when you think that, hey, that you done got to that point where you've made it. I think that's when it's you need to be careful. It's kind of like I hear couples talk about things. Well, yeah, we really love each other so much to the point where we can finish each other's sentences and so forth. And you might, and that's fine. But all that really means is the fact that, hey, that you didn't become so comfortable with your partner that, hey, that you're not allowing any kind of quote unquote tension to develop in your relationship. I use the word creative tension in your relationship because it's not that, hey, that you're not going to have, quote unquote, again, as I said earlier, conflict, but it's learning how to work through that conflict in a healthy way. You're going to have that heated fellowship. I'm sorry. That's just all that is. Even as an older couple, you're going to have some heated fellowship. And part of what happens in that heated fellowship is having a roadmap about how to get through. How quickly do you repair when there's a rupture in your relationship? And sometimes that could be a small rupture. But sometimes it can be big, right? But the relationships that thrive and make the most and grow is learning how to work through, quote unquote, when they do have a rupture in a relationship, that how quickly they repair. So you mentioned this a little bit earlier, Joe, about the idea that you get upset, you get a little swole, get a little salty, and what happens is that your emotions are up here, right? You're upset, you hot at your partner. Unfortunately, when you bring in your energy is up here, guess what happens? Your intellect, it drops. And we don't think about what's happening. Like, okay, you're trying to make decisions and choices and so forth about what's going on, and your emotions are way up here. You really do need that time to kind of break away. But I think it's a plan. It's important to put a plan in place when that occurs. When you recognize and realize, hey, that now is not a good time to have a conversation. Because, I may be so hot with myself, or I may be so hot with my wife or my partner, whatever the case may be. And you want to use that time to say, hey, I call it tapping out. Some people call it time out. I say learn how to tap out. And when you do tap out, what happens, have some ground rules associated with that. When you tap out, make sure you do say, hey, I'm going to tap out. And then some people like to tap out and they stay on premise. Sometimes people like to tap out and they're like, I'm just gonna take a walk, or I'm gonna go to the gym, or I'm gonna get a mani, I'm gonna get a pedi, whatever it is, right? Kind of self-regulate. That's really all you're really doing. You want to give yourself that space so you can say, go and self-regulate. But remember this: the person that taps out got to always what? Tap back in. Your partner shouldn't be running behind you to get you to talk about an issue that, hey, that, you know, you decide to sweep under the rug. That's not how this is supposed to work. So I think that's one thing that you can do. Develop some ground rules around when you do get in that space in the heated fellowship, what you're going to do when you're at that point where, hey, that you got to be very careful not to talk to one another when you're really not ready. You know, we call it client readiness, right? You know, we know how ready is that client to have a conversation about something that may be hard or may be difficult and so forth. And there'll be other elements associated with that. But certainly if there's a lot of anger that's there as well, you need to have time to separate. So you just let your partner say, hey, babe, you know, put some sugar on it. Hey, love. Hey, sweetheart. Hi, honey. Okay, I'm going to tap out. And then say, hey, this is where I'm going to tap out. I'm going to tap out for this amount of time. This is where I'm going to be, and this is what I'm going to be doing. When you can just put some of those basic things in place like that, it really strengthens your relationship. So the next time you have that heated fellowship, you know that there's no anxious attachment that's developed. Oh, I don't know where she's going. I don't know where he's going. No, all that has that's been communicated, that's been presented, and you know what? You can still trust that your partner's going to They're going to tap back in there, and you're going to work through that issue. So that's really what I actually kind of present, even for older couples, because they have some of these pieces in place, but there's some other things they could do to kind of strengthen that.
Yeah, no, it has to be important. And what he said was very important. I want you to understand, if your partner is someone who has an anxious attachment and they can't trust when you walk away, you build that trust by making sure that you come back every time, or you communicate that you are coming back, and you communicate that you need to walk away for a second. You don't just walk away. Look, I need to walk away. I'm feeling overwhelmed. I'm feeling frustrated. I will come back and talk to you about this. Okay. So you don't, and then you have to come back, because if you don't come back, then you're just going to erode that relationship even further. And that trust is going to lessen even more. And then that person is going to be even more anxious and more insecure, and they're not going to feel safe in a relationship, and it's going to go all bad. Right. So that's, thank you, Dr. Curtis, man, for dropping some more of those gems. It's very important. I want everybody to, in the chat, listen, we got about 400 people out there now. Listen, if you got a question, now's the time to drop it, because we're about to start wrapping it up. And if you don't have a question, man, please drop in with some of your takeaways from the night hour, man. I'm really hoping that we're doing something here tonight. We could talk about this forever. We got a short window. I really want to get these people in and out in an hour. Otherwise, they don't want to be my guest no more. But, you know what I mean? Please, what are your takeaways? I'm trying to do a 4-part series that involves every couples of all stages in their relationship to take away something from this situation. I really do. So wrapping it up, Toy and Q, let me ask y'all, basically 17 years, nothing to shake a stick at, man. That's a long time. 3 kids. I said 4 last time. Donna slapped me for that. My bad. I gave y'all an extra kid.
It's okay.
But 3 kids, 17 years,
Married.
Married. Yeah, together for more than 20, right?
24.
24, right. So what's something you want to tell people? How do y'all stay connected through all that time? You know what I mean? And still turn towards each other and get along with each other, and not just in it, for the sake of the kids or because what's what you used to. Like, how do y'all stay connected after 17 of them or 20 something of them? I should 24 years, I should say.
Go.
To me, music and laughter is really important. Sometimes if it's just contentious, I liked what Dr. Curtis said about hostile fellowship. We do that a lot. But if you turn on a song that kind of brings you back to some of that early love, or put on a movie that brings out some laughter. We have some go-to films that we watch that we just know every word to the film. Life. Harlem Nights. There's a few. Yeah, there's a few we have in our arsenal. It kind of gives like a common ground where we can reconnect emotionally. But we're friends, and I think that is a really important key thing. And I also think you have to just not be complacent. My husband says that all the time. Like, we're not going to be complacent with each other, period. So we talk through things. And then when we do have that hostile fellowship, we also bring that back to our children to tell them how we resolved the conflict. So I think that we're bringing that hopefully into the future about how you do that. We don't try to ignore anything that we're disagreeing about. We just try to really resolve it. But there were a lot of gems that were dropped today that I'm definitely taking back. I don't know what you want to share, babe.
Yeah, I love everything that the doctor was saying, man. Like, you know, that tap out time and putting some rules behind that. I love that. That was a good takeaway. I know sometimes, like, what we do, if we have a spat, sometimes we come back and don't say nothing, and we just meditate. You know, so
True.
like that's one of the good things. Like Khalil was saying, we journal sometimes. So like those are all good things to do. But yeah, like that you know, that tap out, that tap out and come back. I like that.
Yeah, man, for sure. Even, I mean, in the moments where, you know, this gonna happen, where you like, I want to leave this situation. I want to tap out. I want to get up out of here. You know what I mean? It happens. And I always like to tell people, there's gonna be moments like that, man. But you know, what team are you actually playing for? You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, what are you actually arguing about? You know, we all want the same things. You know, if we truly in love with each other, we want the same things. We might disagree about how to get these things or which way to go. You know, you might want to, you know, shoot threes all day, and I might just want to go to the paint, whatever. But we both want to score, right? And we both want to score for the same team. So how we gonna manage that? We got to talk. Sometimes we got to shoot the three. Sometimes we got to dump it in. All right, and that's just the way it's gonna be because we all want the same thing. We a team, and I ain't going no damn where. Sorry.
Right? We ain't breaking up.
Yeah, we go together. We go together. Real bad. I ain't going nowhere. You ain't going nowhere. So either we gonna die or we
silly, bro.
We gonna get to this conversation. What's the plan? All right.
Facts.
So takeaways, man. Khalil, Jade, man, I want to talk about, you know, some of the takeaways y'all might have. And you know, I feel like, you know, any insider gems y'all want to drop, because I really feel like for young people, y'all haven't figured out. I mean, I was not in this mindset at all in my 20s, in my late 20s, only early 20s. So I was in my late 20s.
Figure it out.
Wasn't figuring out nothing. Wasn't figuring out nothing. So what are y'all taking away, man? What are y'all, any gems y'all want to drop?
Well, we definitely still have a lot of figuring out to do, obviously. My takeaway from this is just that we're always going to have something to work through, something to work towards. And it's all about what you're willing to do to make it work. Just continuing to date each other and get to know each other as years go by, to each evolve and progress, making that a priority to keep our connection alive in order to make sure our foundation is solid at all times. And I really did like the phrase that Dr. Curtis mentioned, the tap out. We've been trying to figure out some type of phrase for whenever things get heated and we need to bring it back. So we'll definitely be using that one. But yeah, that's my takeaway.
What about you?
I had a lot of great takeaways from the conversation. One, just investing into your partner. You gotta invest it to them. You can't do it alone. So, you know, the more you pour into them, I feel like the better the relationship will be. The longer it'll probably last, you know. But yeah, I definitely say that tap out rule, that's something that we've been trying to figure out, something that we can kind of tell each other to just, hey, let's come back to this at a later time. We both heated, you know, this conversation ain't gonna go nowhere right now. Let's come back to it. And then as far as any advice to any younger couples, I'd say it's all about what you want. Like, it is really about, if you want it, you'll make it happen. If you want to be with the person that you with, you're gonna make it happen despite of what's going on. circumstances, the trauma, all of it. You're going to figure out a way to work through it. You got to extend the person that you're with that amount of grace. What you may think is right may not be right to them. So, you guys got to come to each other and just hear both sides, both perspectives. Because 9 times out of 10, both perspectives are probably right. They just came off a little in the heat of the moment, and I felt this way and you felt that way. But at the end of the day, like Coach Joe said, it's feelings. Like you got to be accepting of those feelings. If they're feeling this type of way, then that's just what it is. Regardless if you felt like you did something to make them feel that way or not, they're feeling it. So you got to address it. You got to talk about it, and just communication. That's major. You got to communicate with your partner.
100%, man. And I'm gonna add something to that, man. Last year, my good brother, I hope he's still watching. My good brother Mike Pruitt, man, he told me, we had a conversation. He talked to me about, life after children. You get so locked in on being those kids' parents that you don't know how to function with each other once the kids leave. You know what I mean? Like, I want y'all to understand and always know, like, I mean, it's great that y'all Halo's parents, but y'all, and y'all always gonna be Halo's parents, but she ain't always gonna be around. So, make sure your connection is beyond just being, because you can get really tied into, being parents.
Right.
And you stop remembering what it is to just be with each other outside of, taking care of them kids. You know what I mean? And I hope you, Big Mike, hope you listening, brother.
Big Mike,
you bigging me up on that, man, because I had never thought about that till he put that in my head. Me and Dr. spent several years just being like, Devin's parents. And when he stopped playing high school sports, we was like,
what do we do now?
What do we do now?
Yeah.
No, we hadn't figured it out, man. So just a little gem. And both these couples will be back later in the week, later in the month at different times. So y'all get to talk to them about different aspects of this 4-part series, man. I really want y'all to be locked in on what we're doing, man. We talking about conflict. We talking about, the art of turning towards each other. And then we're going to talk about shared meaning and future goals. And hopefully we can, help people stay together, man. We trying to, decrease the divorce rate, especially in our community, man. We don't
Black love.
We want Black love to prosper, man, because we need each. It's basically what it's inspired me is we need each other, man, in a bad way. I tried to do an episode on gender wars last week. It didn't go how I wanted it to go, but I think the conversation towards the end, my brother Khalil carried. So thank you, man, for doing what you did last week, because I was about to get but you carried me, man. I appreciate you, man.
In your face, Coach. You all good.
So Dr. Curtis, man, you got something going on, man. I want to give you an opportunity to talk about making love make sense. You got a workshop coming up. And, it's a beautiful thing. Like I said, I want to give you your flowers, man. You've been a consistent mentor for me, and always being there when I need a hand up or I need some understanding, especially in this therapy game. You've been doing it a lot longer than I have, and you always got some good insight for me. So I want to give you an opportunity to talk about your workshop, brother.
Yeah. This is going to be happening, and actually we have it set up the week after Valentine's Day. So, of course, Valentine's Day is 14th and 15th. So the week after that, we're trying to extend Valentine's Day by actually having this here workshop. We're having it, it'll be like a 4-hour workshop. It's on a Saturday, the 22nd of February. We'll be located downtown Dallas in the Common Desk on the 7th floor. Nice view and so forth. If you get a chance to go out there, I think that's Ticket Magic. That's what where it is, where you can actually get that information. I'm gonna be doing that session with my partner, Dr. Robin Jordan. So she's a LMFT. I'm and she all about love. So, but we kind of talked about trying to pull this whole thing together, and we really kind of feel like, hey, we want to kind of put something out there, and we're going to use a different type of a curriculum. The curriculum is how to get the love you want, and so you'll get a chance to get a workbook. You get a chance to develop a vision for your relationship, and that's whether or not you're married, not married, and so forth. You're dating, this will be good to come and show up. And now if you say, hey, I just need to prepare myself for getting in a relationship, you can come. Unfortunately, you got to pay for two because it's still gonna be $200. So yeah, you can come as a single person and learn. Yeah, but your cost is gonna really be the same. It's still gonna be $200 per couple, whether you come as yourself and your imaginary or your boo to be, right? So anyway, but we're really gonna have a good time. We're gonna serve you a little light, breakfast that morning. And then also we're gonna serve you a lunch before you get out there, and we're gonna throw some really strong gems at you that we think that's going to be lasting for your relationship. So that's my little commercial. And can I throw one more thing out there, Joe, real quick?
One more thing out there, man. So go ahead and do that.
Okay. Yeah, y'all talked about this is for both of you couples and anyone else that's out there. And I learned a whole lot from just listening to other couples as well. And so I've learned some things from other couples that I think that's extremely important. We always talk about the idea it's still important to always date your partner. And I think Joe was just talking about when the children are gone or they got up in age, but you still should be dating one another all along the way. So the thing is that rather than just saying date night, what I ask couples to at least seek to try to do is develop you a date bowl, a date jar, something along those lines. And what's different about how I set that up for you is I say, hey, when you in your date bowl and your date jar, you decide whether you want that to be once a week or twice a month or whatever you decide. But each partner have to write down and develop what that ideal date is. Okay, that way you know something about your partner. So that means you're not really you may say, hey, I want to kind of build a date that I think is cool and so forth, and that's great. You can do that. The other part I ask you to do is that I ask you to put a budget on it. Budget what that date is. So of course, for the more mature, the 17-year-old, well, their budget might be a little bit higher than yours, Khalil. Your budget might be a little less than theirs. But I think that's important because it allows you to be creative in terms of how you establish your dates and so forth, because you got a budget, and that way you're going to be consistent as well. So that's number one. The second thing I want to kind of leave with you, and again, this is stuff I learned from other couples as well, is that I heard one sister say, what I did for my partner is that I started what we call hubby day. Hubby day is simply, quote unquote, once a month, and it's on the date that your husband was born. Okay, so if his birthday, for instance, mine was on.
Yeah.
So, but that's once a month where you focus specifically on that day for your partner, right? But guess what? It's not just a hubby day. There's also a wifey day. There you go. It's a wifey day. Hello. A wifey day. That whatever that day of that your woman was born on, that's her day. And you want to make sure that you treat her special on that particular day, once a month and so forth. And of course, that just makes it much easier when you get to their birthday. Those are two things, just for little practical things you could do, kind of put in place to make it fun, make it exciting and so forth, and what helps you strengthen your relationship.
Yeah, I like that.
We like that, Dr. Curtis.
Dropping them gems. And listen, if you didn't catch the flyer, this whole episode is on YouTube. Let's see what your pause game is like. Go back and watch the episode, and you can write down all the stuff that Dr. Curtis was saying. If I said anything that moved you, you can write down some of that stuff, or any of the couple said anything that you related to. Go back and write it down, and tap in for the rest of the month too, because we're gonna be here talking about building bonds and relationships that are long lasting. And all I'm gonna say is, when you're talking about emotional connection, just spend as much time, talking about the things that you admire and appreciate about your partner. Double that up over the time that you spend talking about the things that frustrate you and annoy you. But you have to talk about both. You know what I mean? It's important to create, I don't want to say a balance, because you want to have more gratitude in your situation than anything, because you're with that person for a reason. And if you are with that person, you're not going anywhere, they're not going anywhere, then you actually having conflict with each other consistently and not dealing with it is illogical, right?
For sure.
So find your way to turn towards each other. Like I said, we're going to be here all month talking about these relationships. Yes, I need y'all to tap in. I need y'all to get in here, especially the Black men. I need y'all to get in here and talk about some of the hurdles and the challenges that y'all are facing in relationship. There's a lot of things, brothers, that we have to unlearn in order to show up for these women the way that they needed to show up. And, pour into them so that they can pour back into us, because we cannot do it separately. All right. We just can't. We need the Black family now in these times more than ever. Okay. And whatever that looks like for you, whatever that looks like for you, that's fine. I'm not here to judge any of that, but I really think we need to figure out a way to connect. All right. That's all I got. Good night, y'all. As normal, as always, love y'all. And I can't wait to see y'all next Tuesday to talk about.
Thanks for having us,
Appreciate
Joe.
it, Coach. And Dr. Curtis.
I was blind, but now I can
Yeah, calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly robotics. Bifocals, my only purpose is to feed the locals. I'm spreading love when I see you and gotta approach you. I see the goodness in you, I wouldn't John with you. I know you hustling for your family just to pay the fiscal. I see the God up in you, He bless your physical. While we navigating problems, the world is abysmal. Skip the one up, let's get it to the center. Your house is big as mine, we can always help each other. Affirmation smother, it ain't even cost me a dime to uplift my brother.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Vulnerability is the New Sexy. This is the podcast where we breaking down barriers, we have an honest conversation, and we embracing the transformative power of vulnerability. And I'm your host, Joe Corley. I'm a licensed therapist, mental wellness consultant, and I'm basically an advocate for authentic living. This is why we're here today. So this is your space to explore tough topics, normalize seeking help. We're trying to break down the stigmas as best we can and redefine what strength and self-awareness is. So joining me tonight, a couple good brothers, my good brother Justin is also a black male therapist, licensed here. And y'all recognize Big Mike, a regular on the show. Joining me tonight is my brother Paul. And we're going to talk about the problem with calling black men sassy. Really, we just talking about what black masculinity is, what it's supposed to look like, what it's not supposed to look like, and trying to unlearn all the things that we've been taught over the years. So, and I'm excited to bring this to y'all, man. And I just want to quickly assess the room with y'all, man. Like, talk about, the societal norms, man, honestly, that define black masculinity. Like, what are some of the things that you were taught growing up define masculinity? I'm gonna start with you, Paul.
So for masculinity, the description to me, or how I perceived it, was somebody that basically had all the right answers. There was somebody that didn't show any fear, didn't really show any kind of vulnerability, refused to open up. Crying was abnormal. And you had to be that guy all the time, every time, and there was no excuses for any failure of any kind, especially within the small community I grew up in Austin. And me being Nigerian, we had an extra layer of pressure that our immediate, well, they weren't even really aunties and uncles, but just because we grew up in the same neighborhood or area, we called them aunties and uncles. And so we all had a pretty high expectation on what type of things you were supposed to accomplish as not just a regular Nigerian boy, but as an Igbo boy of Austin, Texas, and all that stuff. It's a lot. It was a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the Nigerian thing, man. We had to, I was going to throw that in there to add an extra layer to it. We'll probably tap into it a little later, man. Big Mike, man, we've had this conversation a few times, man. Tell me what comes up for you when I ask that question.
Oh man, everything that Paul said, and mostly, man, it was don't show the emotion side. So as far as being a weakness, and always kind of have an answer or a way to figure something out if faced with a problem. You know, make sure that you can figure it out for whoever it is going through what wherever they're going through. You're that fix-it person. You're that one that can always make it better, make it right. So along with that become a lot of pressure that you put on yourself and other people put on you too. And no matter how rough, how tough it get, you still can't show that weakness. You gotta stand tall, suck it in, and make it do what it do. So no time for error or complaint.
That's right, man. Or you're gonna be called sassy.
Sassy.
Justin, man, you and I, we've been seeing. I know you see men that have this issue dealing with their masculinity. I see men that deal with this issue over and over again. More and more brothers are coming to the therapy space, but it's still not easy to get them there. Sometimes for me anyway, I don't know what your experience has been, but it's been taking some convincing, man. But first, before we get into that, talk about some of the things you grew up. Where did you grow up anyway, brother? I don't even know.
I'm from LA, so
Okay,
I grew up in the Inglewood area, Inglewood, California, a little bit of Hawthorne, California. But when I say Hawthorne, most people don't know where that's at unless you're from LA. And so we had that mix of, for us, masculinity was that being tough piece, right? And so a lot of it comes from my dad. My dad growing up in Watts, California, and growing up in like peak gang culture. So it was always that preparation of what not to wear, what colors not to wear. You getting banged on in school every now and then, not as prevalent. And so somebody's always trying to test your manhood in a sense. And if you don't respond in the way that they're used to, or if you back away from that, then that manhood is often questioned, right? Whether you call, they didn't use the word sissy, they use other words, but whether you call sissy or whether you are called feminine was a big part of that growing up among just the boys in the neighborhood. As far as from other men, what I learned about masculinity is a lot of responsibility, especially growing up in the church. A lot of responsibility, having to be the leader, having to always have the answers, having to, I think Paul and Mike, you guys really said it quite a bit, not really being able to fail. And so not being able to fail, it puts a unnecessary amount of pressure on you. And a lot of times you might experience different areas, but that's kind of why I learned about masculinity, that and having a hard work ethic. I think work was probably the number one priority of what I learned about being a man. A man who doesn't work doesn't eat. And so a lot of identity, a lot of value attached to how hard you work.
Yeah, for sure. Kill, eat what you can kill type stuff, that type of mentality, man.
Hey man, I wanna throw one little extra thing, and I can't speak for everyone, but for me, I'm the oldest of my siblings, and I grew up in a household where my dad wasn't there. So those two things right there added additional pressure to the whole manhood thing, right? Because I got to set the example because I'm the oldest, and I got to kind of take on a manly role in the household because there's no father there present. So that, and different people are exposed to that at different ages. I was like 7, 8. You know what I mean? So from that point on, it was just one of those things that was kind of understood. It just wasn't said, but it was understood.
Yeah, and we might tap in a little bit to, I was raised also by a woman for the most part, and the added pressure of being raised by a woman, and seeing the lack of masculinity or the lack of manhood in the household, and not even being asked to, but wanting to fill that role or be, what you feel like your mother is missing, and putting that pressure on yourself to perform at a high level at all times. But listen, I want to play a video real quick, and we can come back and talk about it on the other side.
I think one of the most difficult things for us as men is that we often identify ourselves by what we do. Yeah. And when what we do is no longer the thing that what we can do, we find ourselves in a difficult place mentally, because what I did was who I was. And that was a difficult challenge for me to transition out of ball because I didn't know who I was outside of putting a helmet on. It takes time to have an enlightenment that you are not what you do. And it took so much work. It took so much prayer. It took so much discovery. And then it also took unpacking because I had attached myself to what I did because what I did allowed me to be seen. And when we are not seen as men, we don't know what to do.
We don't feel valuable. We don't feel valuable.
We don't feel valuable.
We don't feel valuable if we can't do what people say we're good at. The entertainer I was is not who I am. You know, my 3S4 media brand, it's been great for me because now I'm able to make content and not have to always be the content, right? You know what I mean?
Man,
so I'm able to be free and I'm able to feel like, wow, I don't have to be the guy that's like, well, how do I look? How do I feel? You know, how is my outfit right? No, I could just be there and be me and just be. I've learned in life to just be sometimes.
I've been very vocal on this show about my legal situation and the things that I got caught up in. I was a teacher and a coach, and because of my legal situation, those things was taken from me, and I wasn't able to do them for a period of time. When that happened to me, and I couldn't, identify with what I was doing, and I lost complete sight of myself. Right, I sunk into a deep hole. And, my depression was exacerbated by, it was already kind of there a little bit, but it was exacerbated by 1,000% at that moment. I ended up having to check myself into a mental institution because I had a serious breakdown, not being able to connect with who I was. I was Coach Joe. I was Mr. Corley. When you take these things from me, what am I? Who am I? I don't know. I couldn't figure it out. Justin, let me ask you, man, when you see that video, do you have experience with brothers coming in, identifying with what they do, and having a hard time separating that from who they are as men?
Most definitely. It's one of the main principles that I set my my masculine identity framework on. And I even have it on my website. You're more than what you do. Mm-hmm. And so for work, I work with a lot of veterans. And so a lot of veterans, as they're transitioning to civilian life, it's really difficult to detach from who you've been trained to be. And so we see that with a lot of men too. It's like, hey, I'm trained to be this stoic guy. I'm trained to be this provider. I'm trained to have a lot of my value in how well I'm able to give unto others, right? And you rarely see being able to give unto self. And so when a man is no longer able to do that, it hits him really hard. And it becomes very difficult to walk him through that process of, hey, you have to allow yourself to adjust to life challenges because that's just not the way that life works. And so now having to re-identify who I am as an individual and actually get to know who you are as an individual. Because a lot of us growing up, there was one time I wanted to be a basketball player. I am 5'7". I'm 5'8" on a good and I'm not athletic at all. But I was, you kind of socialize and this is what you do. And so when you're not able to fit that mold, you're like, what's next? Do I look at entertainment? Do I look at blue collar? Like you're looking at all these different things that we have associated with Black men. And so, yeah, I come across it quite a bit.
Yeah, so do I, brother. So do I. And like I said, as I was just saying, it's a challenge I had to overcome myself. And I do want to give hope to the brothers out there, man. There is a way out of it. There is light at the end of that tunnel. You can overcome when you start to unlearn some of the things that you have grown up with, identifying with masculinity. You can find yourself outside of what you do. Paul, you watched the video, man. Do you relate to any of those statements?
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, my biggest problem growing up is trying to establish some form of identity for myself, something that I could latch on to. My peers, they identified themselves with being medical students, going to be law school students, and all these things. I wasn't any of those. I was just a guy that played sports. And so I identified myself with with just that, being athletic, playing basketball, running track, and getting a scholarship to a small community college. But when that didn't work out, I didn't know what to think of myself. I was straight up confused. I didn't know what to say. I mean, all throughout high school, didn't really take on any of the educational endeavors I needed to learn how to speak. I cursed I used curse words to basically, I used I used curse words to basically put sentences together because I just couldn't speak any other way. And fell into depression because I didn't really have the confidence to come and speak with people and everything. I just saw everyone else just blossoming with their own special identities, not knowing that they had their own particular problems that they were facing inside. And the only way I really found that out is, 10 or 15 years later, now that I'm in the position I'm at and speaking to those folks that I thought were the guys or whatever at that time, just really over there struggling with themselves. And so, I mean, a lot of that video definitely did speak with me, because if you have an identity that you've basically used to just kind of broadcast to the world that this is who you are, and then that particular thing that you basically show folks that you have value and just kind of disappears, you basically lose yourself.
Yeah. Mike, you kind of spoke to dealing with that, that mentality for a long time. And then I know that you've been very vocal on the show too about your mental health journey, man. I want to know from you, what was like the eye opener or, one of the changing moments for you when you started to understand that you are more than just the man or the head of everything.
It wasn't a pretty situation. So basically what happened was, and it ultimately led to my depression, which led me to going to therapy. Like I mentioned earlier, being the head of a household, male figure in the house, since there was no man there, felt a sense of responsibility. Fast forward a couple of years ago, my mother was in the hospital, and they was having a problem, taking her blood and things like that. She had little small rolling veins, that kind of thing. So they just kept poking her. And it just got to a point where it was like, man, they just sticking her too much. You can see she's in the pain and she's not speaking up for herself. So normally whenever there's something going on with my mother, as a collective group, myself, my brother, my aunt, and my cousin, we get together and make the decisions for my mother when she's in the hospital, that kind of thing, right? But I am the legal power of attorney. Well, this particular time, my aunt, cousin, and brother weren't there, just me and the doctor. And I made a decision on my own without consulting with, the other family members, and to do a procedure on my mother. That procedure didn't go as well as it should have. And as a result, it left my mother with, she lost usage of her left arm and her left hand, right? So now I'm faced with a situation that I cannot fix. When basically my entire life has been, my identity was that fixer for everybody and for everything, right? So the one person that I've been trying to protect all these years, in my head, I actually caused more harm than anybody else could have, right? And that guilt just like ate me up. And that affected my identity, because I'm like, it affected me personally. I'm like, okay, I've always been this protector, this fix it, and I can't do this. So it rocked me to my core. Just knowing that it was something that I couldn't fix for the first time in my life, it affected me and threw me into depression, man. And like I said, it's one of them things where you feel like you can get out at any moment.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep treading water, and man, my wife thought I was drowning.
What was the moment in therapy where you were like,
man,
God, what was the breakthrough moment for you in therapy when you were like, okay, this ain't natural?
It was a moment where basically he told me that moment don't define you.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
You've been a protector, you've proven yourself, even though this is a situation that you can't fix, maybe it's not meant for you to fix this problem. Maybe it's something for you to learn. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And there was a reason why this happened. There's a reason why I can't fix it. It's a reason why I feel the way that I feel. I just had to find out what that was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And to be honest, I'm still searching for that. But that was the moment when some of the guilt, I started working on the guilt part of it, and it kind of started getting less. And I still struggle with it a lot. You know, when I see my mother doing certain things, you know, that people with two hands take for granted. You know, it kind of set me back. But for the most part, I'm learning how to get rid of that guilt that I've been holding on to all this time. So
Right. I mean, that's the journey, man.
Yep.
That's the journey. Having to understand, that, like you said, that don't define you. So, but that's a difficult thing to observe on a regular basis, man. So, thank you for sharing that with us. Justin, man, backstage we was talking about, you said you was doing some reading, and I wanted to give you, if you want to, give you an opportunity to talk about some of the like historical context and cultural context that go into shaping some of these illogical thoughts and intrusive thoughts that brothers come up with.
Oh yeah, most definitely. A lot of the historical context when we're looking at black masculinity, man, a lot of it's gonna have to do with you're dealing with racism, right? Looking at systemic racism, that's always going to play into it. And so I know people do connect it back to slavery. I kind of challenge that with the idea that slavery never ended. It just evolved. It evolved into black codes. It evolved from black codes into kind of what we know to be the civil rights movement. And so all of those things affected how we had to operate. And so a lot of times growing up as black men and as black boys, we're told that one, we can't express the emotions because it's dangerous. Right? By being emotional and being reactive, I don't know if y'all ever heard this, but hey, you can't do it the white people do. You can't be cutting up like that. And so already having to be hyper aware of how I'm engaging with my space. And so I can't be too angry. Oh, I can't be too happy. I can't be too sad because I'm having to worry about how people are going to respond that, are they going to read me in a negative way? And so a lot of that comes from how society reads and treats black men and black boys. A lot of times, by the time you hit the age of 8 or 9, you kind of don't even feel like you get to be a child anymore. You're parentified in a sense, and if it's not by the role you take on in the house, it's by the people around you. Right, because now you're getting bigger, now you're getting taller. Another part of history too is the environment, and so for a lot of us, masculinity becomes the identity that we hold in order to survive the environment, and a lot of those environments are rooted in poverty. And so when we're looking at these areas, not to say that all black people grow up in poverty, but because of a lot of systems put in place, a lot of us are put in situations that are not always financially the best. And so in order to operate in those areas, you're having to be brought up tough. Right? A lot of mothers talk about, I got to toughen up my son because he has to be more tougher than the world. And in doing so, we're taught to restrict our emotions. Right? In doing so, we're taught that we have to be invisible in order to move on by. And so now when we're in our relationships, now when we're fathers, when we're husbands, when we're trying to connect with community and friends, it's difficult to do so because we suppress a lot of these emotions for so long. And so a big part that I really look into is by connecting to yourself, you can connect with other people, right? By me understanding what I'm experiencing emotionally, I'm able to get a good idea of what my fully lived experience is. And then I can share that with other people. And when they share that with me, I know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
And so so that historical context kind of goes really, really deep when it's just looking at how does society view black men? How does our community view black men? And then how do we view ourselves in the role within that community of having to really uphold everybody?
Right.
I know it's not talked about a lot, but that becomes a big part of it.
Right. It's very confusing, man, because you're growing up and my mother told me, you got 2 strikes coming in the door. You already got 2 strikes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is very true. And she has to tell me that, what I mean? In a way, she has to tell me that. But also, what does that do to my mindset? Like I have to temper myself in every situation. I have to be careful about the things that I say in every situation. Also, on the other hand, if you out in the streets, you better not let so-and-so whoop your ass, or I'm gonna whoop your ass when you come home.
Yep.
So on the other hand, I can't be no punk, but I gotta be a punk sometimes. So you gotta try to figure out, what situation for what. I have to be masculine, so to speak, in a situation that involves me either defending myself or, you know what I mean, somebody, you know, wants to ride my bike, can't ride my bike.
Right.
I'll take your bike, punk. And I got to get off my bike and I got to fight you for my bike.
Exactly.
But in some circumstances, if I fight, I could be risking my life.
Right. Dr. AJ Franklin, he talks about invisibility syndrome. And so I know Paul and Mike, I know y'all talked about only being seen when you're able to fulfill these roles. A big part of what he was talking about was with that invisibility syndrome, the main goal of behavior for a lot of Black men is to protect my integrity and my respect. You're going to respect me. And in that respect, I'm going to get my integrity. You're going to see me as somebody that's worth it. And so you're having to learn how to maneuver those in two different spaces.
Yeah. And this is why we're having this conversation, right? Because this is a very difficult balance that we're being asked to maneuver through consistently. You know what I mean? Especially brothers who are trying to do something for themselves. You know what I mean? The ones that are operating in like as entrepreneurs or in the corporate space or, you know, whatever space you're trying to make something happen for yourself. You know, you gotta live up to a certain standard. You know what I mean? At all times. You know what I mean? I'm gonna watch this other video, man, and Paul, when on the other side of it, man, I'm gonna get your reaction to it, man. Let me play it real quick, man.
We can't expect Black men to express themselves, to feel seen, to share their emotions, and then call them sassy the second that they do. Black men do not experience depression less than Black women. Let's be clear about that. What's happening is that Black men are being ignored and misdiagnosed due to biases stacked against them. This is a form of violence, a violence that starts from birth, a violence that tells Black men that they can't express their emotions, a violence that tells Black men that their worth is tied only to what they can provide tangibly, not for who they are or how they feel. Black boys are reared to suppress their feelings. They're told to be strong, not to cry, to man up. And then when they become adults, we expect them to know how to identify and express their emotions. This contradiction is not only harmful, it's deadly, and it makes absolutely no sense. When we talk about the stress response, the trauma response, we often mention fight or flight, but we rarely talk about freeze response. The freeze response often includes numbing behaviors. These are behaviors that are attempts to escape from the reality that feels unbearable. This can be excessive substance use, which is often dismissed or stigmatized rather than understood as a symptom of deeper pain, or worse, lionized as the best way to deal with your pain. Numbing behaviors like working and overworking, pushing themselves to exhaustion to avoid sitting with their reality, or engaging in promiscuity, using it as a means to momentarily escape the weight of their emotions and also avoid being present. These unrealistic expectations and societal pressures are often what lead to these numbing behaviors. It's not that Black men experience depression less than others. It's that their depression is systemically ignored and misinterpreted. And it's time that we stop ignoring Black men's mental health. It's time that we listen and validate their experiences and dismantle these harmful narratives, because Black men deserve to be seen. They deserve to be heard. They deserve to heal, and they deserve to grow old. So what can we do?
Listen, man, I just thought about something while she was talking. I was just doing whatever I can to survive my trial, right? Like I'm trying to stay mentally tapped in. I happen to be in the middle of my trial in a basketball league, right? So it's like my trial starts on a Monday and, you know, it's a week long. And on Thursday, I have a game. So on Thursday, before my trial is supposed to end, I go to a game, right? I'm in the middle of my trial. You know, I spent my day in the courtroom and I'm spending my night hooping in this league. And in the midst of this thing, I get into it with this ref, and he was really out of control. You know how them rec league refs be, they don't have no sense at all. They just there. And this dude muffed me. Like he muffed me, pushed my head. And man, I started to go, and then I immediately froze. I had that freeze response. And because I'm like, I can't get in no trouble right now. I can't do nothing to this man. So I just sat in the middle of that basketball court and started crying. I had no idea why. My reaction was just to start crying, because here I am, I'm being punked in real time. You know what I mean? And I can't do nothing about it, because if I do, I'm afraid of what the consequences are. So I I don't have no context for that. I just thought about that story as she was talking, man. That freeze. She said something about that freeze response, man. But Paul, man, you heard her talking, man. You know, do you ever feel the pressure not to reveal what you're going through out of either a fear of being looked at as weak or feeling like you're going to be ignored anyway if nobody actually cares about how you feel?
Everything she said, I went through every single situation, every single stage, everything. Growing up, again, we were not told, basically, there's no such thing as depression. Shut up and get up and do exactly what you're supposed to do. Tackle your problems head on. That's the only way you're going to get out of it. Mm-hmm. So with that mentality coming into my marriage, fast forwarding all the other stuff that happened when I was growing up, I was like, okay, in order for me to look like the man here, I gotta act like I know what I'm doing. So me coming out of graduating from a historically Black college, working for a Fortune 500 company, Chevron, I was seriously intimidated. I thought I didn't know. I thought everybody in the company knew exactly what they were supposed to do, so I had to pretend. I didn't know how to ask questions, and every single year, my performance was not on par because I just was afraid to talk to people and act like as if I didn't know what I was talking about or I didn't know what I was doing there. And coming home to the house, I didn't know how to really express to my wife that, hey, I actually may get fired, because of performance. Mm-hmm. It wasn't until I got into a performance evaluation that I finally started taking control of my own career. But I was depressed inside, and how I dealt with that is I just continued working. I worked from sun up to sundown just to try to see if I can figure things out. And at the same time, I was at Chevron, I was studying for the CPA exam. And I took that same energy of avoiding my reality of there's something seriously going on here by focusing on the CPA exam. There were times I came home and I cried. I, for whatever reason, just went off on people for no apparent reason. And, funny enough, you mentioned your moment in the rec league. I was also in a basketball league, and this league was with all of my fellow coworkers. Everybody I know were there, but I was playing. For whatever reason, I just went completely off and tried to fight somebody over a stupid call. I literally put my hands on somebody. And the ref, instead of, for him, the ref kicked me out or told me that I was, suspended or whatever. Instead of for me to leave the gym, I stayed in the gym and continued heckling the person I almost tried to fight or kill or whatever until the game was over. The next day, people saw that and I was just like, I really don't understand why I did that. I could have lost everything. I don't know why I started flipping out, but yeah, just all that pressure of trying to be the guy and not being able to express any of my feelings and dealing with that depression by just working and trying to find some other form of identity for myself. Everything she talked about, that's exactly what I went through.
Yeah, 100%, man. Mike, man, sometimes that anger ain't got nowhere to go. I'm out crazy, brother.
Man, I used to be that little angry Black man every day. It had gotten to a point my grandson was like, Pops, why you mad today? This dude like 5 or 6 when he said, like, you mad again? And that's what really, really brought to my attention how bad it was, but a lot of mine go back to growing up. My uncle always told me that ultimately a man is judged by how well he take care of his family, right? So there's that pressure of now I'm married, wife, 3 kids, no good example on how to be a husband or a father. So you just learn this thing on the fly. So my thing is my way or no way. And so I was loud, I was rude, putting the hammer down, that kind of thing. And as years go by, you know, it's affecting my relationship with my wife, with my kids, that kind of thing. So my kids are grown. We go to counseling, and my wife go to counseling. And the hardest thing for me to hear in the counseling from my wife was that all those years, early on in our marriage, I silenced my wife. She didn't have a voice because I feel like I had to be the man, because I had that fear of failing her, that I felt like I had to do all this other stuff that ultimately was affecting my marriage. It's like I didn't recognize it, I didn't care. Because in my head, this is what it's going to take to be this man for this family. And in the back of my head, all I'm hearing is, hey, I'm going to be judged by how well my family is,
Yeah, for
And
sure.
yeah, and so that was the hardest thing for me that I would recognize and accept. And I just accepted this a few years ago, but then lately, recently in the last 2 years or so, my wife actually got her voice. And when she got it, she got it. And and I'm being intentional, more intentional on letting her have her voice and not silencing her anymore. So that pressure of just not feeling as a father and a husband put, like, man, I can't even describe the amount of pressure that they put on you.
Yeah, man. Man, Justin, I was gonna ask you a question, man, but you chomping at the bit over there, man. Like you got something to say, man.
No, I'm just listening, man.
No, go ahead, brother. You got some reaction to some of this stuff, or
that is my face. My face is I'm reacting.
Yeah,
but no, I love hearing y'all tell y'all stories because it's connected. I remember last year I dealt with like heavy pessimism. I didn't realize how bad it was. My wife was like, "Why everything you talk about, you complain about money or it's something that's negative?" And if I'm being honest, it was that pressure, man. It was very stressful, especially being in the counseling field. And you gotta, Joe, you know this. You gotta pay your way. Basically, you got to go through a whole 3,000 hour period to get in your hours, and you're not gonna get paid like a full clinician. And if you want to get your PhD at any point, you dang near got to quit your job. So every option I was looking at was putting me in this space to where I couldn't do what I felt I was raised to do. Right, that was to take care of your family, take care of your wife, be a provider, and it put me in a really hopeless space. I really was like, I didn't want to hear about no planning trips. I don't want no, because all you think about is what you cannot do.
Right.
And that becomes all that you see. It's like, man, I can't do this, or I'm not doing that, or I'm looking at my bank statement and it's like, oh my God, what is going on? And so to hear you guys talk about that space of it's the pressure that really gets you. And so I tell clients all the time, you grew up hearing pressure makes diamonds. Cool. Yeah. It does. You're not a diamond. You're a person. So I tell them all the time, I say pressure makes diamonds, but it crushes people. And a lot of times we don't understand how that pressure is affecting us until we breaking down on the basketball court because we're in this space where we feel frustrated and helpless in the moment, or we trying to fight people because I don't got nowhere else to redirect that anger, or I'm trying to overcompensate for some of these feelings of who I think I'm supposed to be by feeling powerful in some way. And so we kind of all see these spaces. And so it's really interesting to hear those dynamics because we don't hear about stuff. And that was one thing I didn't like growing up. I did not have enough men be honest with me about, they just did it, right? So I grew up watching my dad do everything. He paid every bill. He done worked 12-hour, 11-hour days, done took care of himself and a family of 7 altogether. But never really truly sat me down all the time and said, hey, this is not easy. And so you don't hear a lot of those stories till men get a little older. They got grandkids now. And now they say, oh, yeah, by the way, yeah, that ain't easy.
Yeah, man. And to add on to that, talking about relationships and having men be honest with you. I grew up in an environment where, being a hypersexual, promiscuous man was considered cool, right? And not understanding that is the lamest shit ever. I didn't understand that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with, having a bunch of women if that's what you want to be. But if it's not what you want to be and you pretending to be something you're not, just to prove your masculinity, that's corny. You know what I mean? Like I didn't understand that. and I grow up now as a therapist, I'm talking to men who are dealing with some of those pressures and stresses that y'all are talking about, and they don't have the communication skills to say that to their wives. So instead of, being angry or just being sad, they go out into the world and try to prove their masculinity by jumping up and down on some other women. Now, I by no means am making an excuse for brothers who do that. You are responsible for your own actions, and you are responsible for learning the communication skills that are required for you to communicate to your wife. But I'm just saying, it happens. It happens. And some of these historical contexts that we've given you, some of the pressures that we've given you are in the inability. Just you don't even know that you can just approach your wife and be like, I'm hurting. Okay, I don't have it today. I'm not strong enough to deal with this. I need you to lift me up, or I need you to help me lift myself up. Not knowing that you can say that to your woman if you have a good woman. Because everybody don't have a good woman.
Part.
And some women are going to tell you to suck it up, or I don't have it in me to listen to that, or you know what I mean, or basically call you sassy. You know what I mean? Like, this is what we talking about. This is why I'm, a lot of people are asking me in the chat, what does this mean? This is what I'm talking about. Instead of acknowledging that, you're, like Justin said, that you're not a dime, you're a person, and pressure crushes people, and having the inability to communicate what those things are can cause you to do some things that you might not want to do, or you might not need to do. You know what I mean? Again, not making no excuses for no man, but I'm saying this is what happens. This is what happens. You need to have this understanding. This is what we talk about. This is what we unpack in these therapies, even these couple sessions too. This is what we unpack. We try to understand.
A lot of times it's not even that you don't feel like you can say it to your wife or your significant other. A lot of times you don't know how to say it.
Yeah.
For me, that's the biggest problem. I don't know how to express myself the right way so that my wife can understand what it is that I'm going through at that moment. That's always been my issue, and I'm trying to learn how to do that. But that's always been my roadblock, with my wife and my relationships in general. So, yeah, not knowing how to say it.
Yeah, I know common things I hear with that too, Mike. A lot of men are scared to say it. I have quite a few clients who be like, well, when I do tell my wife these things, she either saying stop being so negative, or I start to realize she gets anxious. I think the anxious piece is a pretty big one, where my wife is getting anxious now, and now I'm having to factor in how my words are making her feel, and now I'm having to kind of flip my focus. Right. So if I tell my wife how bad my day was at work, now she's getting anxious thinking I'm about to quit my job tomorrow. I'm just trying to tell you I didn't have a good day at work. That's about it.
Yeah.
And men and women got to stop me tooing each other, man. Hey, it's gonna be some days where I'm not doing well. I can't hear me too. I can't hear that. Okay. I need you to listen and be present with what I'm dealing with. And when it's your turn, I promise to give you that same respect. And I tell you, I know it's hard out there for you, especially if you're a black woman. I know it's hard out there for you. It's hard out there for me too. And we have different circumstances. And I don't understand what you going through all the time, and you don't understand what I go through all the time. But I understand that it's different, and we have different perspectives and the way it affects us, and we should be able to talk about that without beating each other down. You know what I mean? So that's the hope, man. That's the hope, man. Let me play one more video, man, and then I'll get y'all reaction on the other side. What in the role reversal is going on here? Look at this guy. Is this some kind of, what's this mean, brother? I want to understand what this means, man. What are you trying to say to us right here, bro? Or ma'am, I don't know what you are. So we gonna let me see. Yeah, man. That's why this is why we Big Mac. That's why we here, bro. And I really appreciate the fact that lots of men, come to me and tell me, hey, I needed this tonight. I needed this space tonight. We here to have these conversations, man. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times there are unique issues two black men and only black men understand, and we're gonna talk about those. We're gonna talk about those so you can feel seen, you can feel validated. You know, we're gonna create a space for that, and it's not to bash anybody else or put anybody else down. Just to say, hey, brother, I see you. I understand what that is because I'm going through it too. You know. Well, let me get to this video, man. This last video.
Intuition is not a woman's trait. It's a human trait.
Yeah.
It's a thing that we develop. And we don't often think of black men as having intuition.
Yeah.
But it's like if you walk into any neighborhood and you're like, yo, something feels,
bro.
That's intuition. That's like your body and spirit telling you like, nah, something don't feel right here. For a lot of us, performative masculinity means I have to size you up, and B, I have to be prepared to defend my masculinity. And that might either be physically or verbally, right? So I'm going to tell you, I'm going to lean into the things that I think are desirable, right? I might talk about how much money I got. I might talk about my career. So I don't like when people ask me what I do. It's like my least favorite question in the world. Because it's like, it doesn't allow room for the person to just be a human without all the other cachet and attachments that we link in the labels, bro. Like I'm an influencer or blah, blah, like I don't care about none of that. So much of that is wanting to appear like we have it all together. It took a while for me to kind of remove myself from that and recognize like, I want to be able to be a safe space for brothers. I want brothers to feel like they're vulnerable. Like you don't gotta be hard all the time. And also too, you get to be you just get to be present.
Right.
So if you're feeling sad today, you get to express that. You also get to unpack the layers of sadness and anxiety and nervousness and being like, yo, I'm scared about this situation. I'm unsure about the situation.
Right.
Performative masculinity doesn't allow us to be free, and it doesn't also allow us to speak our truth.
Right.
You know, when we're like in our truth, then we just get to
Yeah, man, this is kind of what we've been talking about, right? This is what we're talking about, right? Performative masculinity, man. You know, I don't know how many times I'm in a room and I'm sitting there talking. I might be dressed like this, and you know, I get paranoid and thinking they treat me some kind of way, like I didn't, like I ain't got all these degrees and I ain't this professional man that I am, man. So you know, I'll be like, hey, you know what I mean? And that's ridiculous. I shouldn't feel like I have to do that in order to like measure up. You know what I mean? Well, Paul, you know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, most definitely, especially in the financial arena that I'm in. So I started my own firm, accounting firm, because I got tired of doing the 9-to-5 with the Fortune 500 companies that just refused to give me a promotion that I felt like I deserved. And, you know, I was over here making them all this money. I figured, okay, let me go ahead and do it on my own. The pandemic, when the PPPs and the EIDLs and the grants all came out, I actually got to see firsthand exactly how biased the society that we are in when it comes to distribution of wealth or money in general. I mean, if you were African American, I mean, you were the last to know about sensitive information that could really be life-changing. What people didn't know, that if you received a PPP loan, you could actually ask them to increase that amount. I didn't know that. So there were folks that normally got the $20,000, but then got an additional $40,000 on top of that. I thought it was mind-boggling. And then for me, being able to, I guess, reach out and go beyond speaking to African American folks, it was difficult. Like my Caucasian friends just didn't feel comfortable talking with me. And so whenever I would step into a room full of those guys, the masculinity I had to basically protect was, I belong in this room. I dressed up wearing suits, ties, and everything, and these guys were coming to these functions wearing jeans and stuff, because if I didn't do that, they would think that, oh, he's just here to just come and collect my plate and throw it away, or come and open the door for us or something, in the whole hospitality arena. And so with all of that just there, again, for me, I had to really put that poker face on that, I know more than anybody in the room, and really I didn't. And I was actually there to ask a lot of questions, but again, I felt insecure with asking even the slightest of questions because people there, I felt like they were judging me. And, because of my title and where I was at, I got thrust into another situation being a CFO of a pretty big nonprofit organization, being forced to speak in front of people about money. And I didn't really know enough about the whole space enough to just basically be that person there. So I, again, tried to protect my masculinity by just overcompensating for it and studying and doing all these crazy things I didn't really need to, because again, I just couldn't be myself. I couldn't necessarily be vulnerable about stuff. And, outside of doing all of that, I realized that I started creating this persona that I had everything together. And so because of me putting that perception on, people didn't feel comfortable talking to me or really asking me those questions that we both could basically benefit from and learn and grow together. And so I started kind of scaling back. I stopped wearing suits as much as I could, just kind of relax and tone down a bit so that I could just kind of reach out and appeal to people. And so it's a learning process for me. I learned, just basically just figuring out a way to just be vulnerable and just not really care about what people think. Yeah. It's really beneficial for, I guess, your audience and yourself as well. It's still going to take some time, but it's definitely getting there. It's definitely getting there for me.
Hey man, running and owning your own business helps. That's for sure. I can tell you that. I mean, I know that some brothers aren't in that position and haven't done it yet, or don't even want to do it. But I was working at a clinic and they was on my head about me wearing a hat, and I'm in here with a group of teens who are talking about killing themselves and hurting themselves on a daily basis, and I'm like saving their lives, like literally saving their lives. I'm not exaggerating when I say that,
Mm-hmm.
So they talked to me about the hat, and I said, as I was walking out the door, I was like, are y'all serious? Y'all not serious about what we're doing here. We literally in there saving lives. You think they don't give it. I need to look like this.
Yeah.
I have to, you know what I mean? I have a lot of suits and I like wearing them. I like dressing up. I like looking sharp, but I have to look like this. Sometimes I got to do both. I got to, and you worried about my hat. I'm literally here saving lives. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Y'all not serious, but obviously no one understood what I was talking about, but
exactly.
Man, Mike, man, let me ask you, man, when you talk about your journey, man, and what is the healthier version of you, the more humanized, man, you're still a man, you know what I mean? But what is this healthier version you look like? What are some of the things that you used to do that you don't do no more, but you still show up as a man?
Well, I tell you what I very intentional on doing now that I used to never do is tell people I love them. Mother, kids, friends, everybody. It's just something I'm more intentional about doing now, man. Usually if somebody heard me say that, it's like, you sick? Something wrong? Something you're not telling me? That kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that and just being welcoming and not intimidating. For people, for especially family members and friends, people I love, for them, I want them to be able to approach me. I've always heard I'm an intimidating person, that kind of thing. I always like I'm mad about something. So just being intentional on being approachable. My attitude's still bad. I'll be working on that. I still had that little temper, that little James Evans that'll come out every now and then, but try to suppress that as much as possible. But the hardest problem that I'm having with that is people still judge me based on how I used to be and not how the person I'm trying to become. I struggle with that. Now, my wife see me every day. My wife's family see me all the time. They live here in Dallas. My family lives, 2.5 hours away from here. So they don't see me on a daily basis. they are having a hard time dealing with and accepting this new version of me.
Yeah.
They feel like I'm abandoning them, like I'm not doing as much for them as I should because I'm learning how to say no. And that therapist, he just you turn against your family. That damn therapist. Everything is a therapist's fault. You
I
know
don't
what I
hear
mean? I'm
that
like,
therapy shit. I don't want to hear that therapy.
yeah. I'm
No.
like, no, this is Mike finally setting boundaries. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't know how to accept that. But yeah, man. And so it's not things that I used to do. It's just things that I'm trying to be more intentional on doing now on purpose to show people that I love them, tell them I love them, and just being a different person. Trying to break old habits. It's hard, but trying my best to do it.
Yeah, man. I get that same stuff, man. I don't want to hear none of that therapy shit, man. Get up out of here with that. And it's like, ever since you started going to therapy, ever since you became a therapist, you start trying to communicate
and
talk different and all of us. Like, man, but this is what we should have been doing. Like, this is what I'm trying to. And I was doing it wrong before. You know what I mean? Don't get comfortable with me doing the wrong thing, brother. I'm trying to be what you need right now. Justin, let me ask you, man. It's probably some ladies out here. Like, man, we are identifying some of these issues and some of these symptoms in our men, and we don't know how to foster, intimacy or open them up to communication so they can be whatever they need to be, man. What do you say? What do you say,
man,
to them?
To them, wives, mothers, sisters, daughters, aunties, best friends. Man, I say give them that space. Like it's like the golden rule: do unto others what you want done unto you. Right? The same way that I would hope, your partner, your father, your uncle, your spouse, whoever is giving you kind of like what Mike said is allowing you to have a voice. It's the same way that you allow your husband to have a voice. I would really say challenging themselves to check how they may have internalized patriarchy. And what I mean by that is, well, my father didn't do that, or my grandfather wasn't like this, or the men that I'm used to wasn't like that. I think that's where a lot of the sassiness comes from, because as men get to know who they are more and connect to their emotionality more, now you're having to realize you have to make space for a completely different person. Kind of like what Mike was saying. My family's not used to the version that sets boundaries. A lot of our wives, a lot of our mothers, a lot of our, maybe women who are close peers, they may not be used to giving us that emotional space. And so when you hear a man talk that way, it can come up as, oh, he's just complaining, right? When in reality, he just wasn't talking a lot. And so now it's being the safe space, recognize when I'm overtaking that space.
Yeah.
Right? Am I allowing my anxiety to run this conversation? Am I allowing my fears to run this conversation? And when I feel that rise up in my body, to kind of check it, to say, hey, he needs this right now.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
No, it makes total sense, man. I try to explain it to when I first started like talking this way, my wife hated it, bro. Like hated it. I'm like, listen, you're not listening to my feelings. You're not validating anything I'm saying. You're just trying to be right. She was like, I'm not validating. She's like, I can never say anything right. You know what I mean? That's what she was on. Like, I can never say nothing right. And I'm like, it's not that you're not saying it right. I need you to listen to me and understand and validate that you hear me. I'm not asking you to defend yourself or explain why you showed up a certain way. I just need you to know that this is the way that I feel. And, I'm just trying to express that to you. That's it. I don't always need you to fix the situation where, she just used to trying to fix the situation and do something differently. Like, oh, it must be on me that you feel the way that you feel. I am your wife. I need to fix this thing. And I'm like, that's not what I'm trying to say. I don't want you to defend yourself at all. I did that because of this and that. No, I don't need that. I don't need that. Just understand that, this right here, this makes me feel really sad. This right here, this makes me feel unheard, and she's getting way better at it now. But in the beginning, hated it. Well, I just want to, can we just argue like normal people?
Hey man, can I touch on something real quick? It's kind of off topic. It's just a very defining moment for me. was, like I said, grew up in the house when my dad wasn't there, and I always, promised myself I'm not gonna be like my dad when I grow up. He wasn't no man. He didn't take care of his kids. This kind of thing. So I developed like this anger, toward him. So I followed the example of my uncle. He just, everything he taught me wasn't right. You know what I'm saying? But he was the best example that I had. That kind of thing. So fast forward, a very defining moment for me was when I found out the history of my dad. How his dad didn't tell him he loved him, show him any emotion. He just when my grandmother passed away, he just kept him just for the and his sisters just for the sake they don't go in the system. He didn't really love them. He just took care of them, that kind of thing. So he had a father there, but he ain't showing no affection at all. And so fast forward to my uncle, his dad wasn't in the house with him either. So he followed the pattern of my grandfather, who was a real stern, heavy-handed guy.
Yeah.
So the defining moment was I'm following these people as examples, and I'm getting angry because I'm finding out the things they taught me wasn't right. But the thing is, they couldn't teach me anything because they didn't know it themselves. I'm asking something from somebody who never had it, and they don't have it to give to me. That was my defining moment in my masculinity, manhood in general. My dad wasn't taught love and affection, so he didn't know how to give to me and take care of his kids because his dad didn't want to take care of him. My uncle didn't receive that type of affection, love, from a mother and, that kind of stuff. So he didn't know how to pass it on to me, my brother, and my cousins. So I ain't had nobody to teach me. And my examples couldn't give it to me because they didn't have it themselves. So when I realized that the anger I have, toward my dad and all that, I just let it go. Because you can't hold something to somebody that they don't know to give. They don't know how to give.
Right.
So that was a very, very defining moment for me in my masculinity and, in general, because they wasn't emotional. So my thing is, I am going to be emotional now. So that was my turning point. Yeah.
No, that's a big. Go ahead.
Now I was gonna say masculinity is showing emotions.
Yeah,
and it's okay. It's okay to do that. So
it's the most masculine thing you can do, man. Fellas, it's the most masculine thing you can do. And piggyback on what Mike said, man, I get clients in the room all the time that have those same experiences, and they start talking about their father. And I say to them, I listen to them first, and when empty, I say, "Hey, you know what, man? Can you give me $1 million?" And they were like, "No, man, I'm not gonna give you." I was like, "Why can't you give me $1 million?" Well, for one, I don't have it. And I say, neither did your father. He couldn't give you what he didn't have. He couldn't give you, you looking for this certain way to be loved and certain way to be held and for him to show up a certain way. Well, he don't have that. And most likely his father didn't have it to give it to him. And that's, it's going back to some of the historical things that Justin was talking about earlier. I mean, it's just generation by generation. We just really get into this.
Yeah.
We just getting to this, man. Like I said in the beginning, it's still some of us that are struggling with masculinity. Sometimes I know better, and sometimes I still struggle with it in different spaces. We all know. I know better.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And I just don't want to be, looked up at it as weak sometimes, man. But listen, man, I'm gonna give y'all an opportunity to close us out with what your main takeaways was, or what you want brothers to take away from this conversation. Whatever you feel like closing this out with, and if you got any business that you want to promote, go ahead and do that. We got a couple of hundred people here watching us tonight. And but Paul, go ahead and go first, man. What's your main takeaway? What you want to close out with?
I mean, my main takeaway that I can definitely take from this here is that the moment that you can start being honest with yourself and being okay with being vulnerable, that is the only time that you can basically grow as an individual, as a person, in spirit and all of that. Working as a tax professional and talking with people, I learned to listen and relate to the individuals I'm talking to, because I made the exact same mistakes. I didn't know any better, just like they did. And still to this day, I'm still learning. And I want people to know that I'm still learning. And so whenever I come off as, as somebody that is at your level, that's when they're open. They'll be more open to me, and we can basically bond in that regard, and not just in that arena, in all other phases as well. Just like what you said, Mike, about learning how to tell people that you love them or that you care about them. I didn't do that either, but when I started actually implementing that type of behavior in everything that I do, that's when people started opening up to me, and now I'm basically growing as a person, because I'm actually able to see that, yeah, this person is going through the exact same thing that I'm going through, that I've been through. I'm not fighting this alone. It's not just me. And I just think that's a very powerful thing for everyone to take from this whole podcast that we're doing today. I mean, it opens up so many doors when you finally tap into your vulnerable self.
Yeah, man. I don't want anybody to think you down at H&R Block, man, down at the grocery store.
No. Anyone that goes to H&R Block, man, you're over there messing yourself up. No, I'm a certified public accountant, CPA. I stepped out on my own because I knew for sure I wanted to help people. I love educating folks. That's my main passion. So when I do someone's return, we're going over the whole thing, and I'm telling you exactly why we got to where we were and what we can do to improve. And then the biggest thing really is how to be able to substantiate your position, because the IRS loves asking stupid questions, and 9 times out of 10, the person asking that question, they don't even read the same information they have on their own website anyway. So I mean, that's what I love doing. I've been doing it I've been practicing on my own for 4 years, but I've been dealing with taxes for like over a decade or whatever. So
where can the people find you, brother? Because I vouch for you. He does my taxes. Paul does my taxes, man. He does my tax returns, man. So for me and my family. So where can the people find you, brother?
I mean, you can definitely find me on my website, www.pcanaccounting.com, or you can find me on my Instagram, PCANCPA19. That's when I passed my CPA exam, and that's honestly another journey in itself. That's definitely a great way to reach me, or you can email me at info@pcanaccounting.com.
All right. Thank you, brother. Mike, man, what you got for us tonight, man?
Man, I'm in this men's group. We get together every other Saturday. That's how I met Joe, actually. It's like a group of 15 to 20 of us black guys that get together on the call every other Saturday morning, and we discuss topics like this. It's our safe space, right? So in one of those calls, the topic for the day was, what do you want your legacy to be? Everyone was talking about how they want to have money for their family, different things like that. So when it got around to me, I said, I want my legacy to be that I'm the turning point in my family for me and showing love to those around me. Everybody's like, what? I'm like, yeah, that's what I want my legacy to be. You know what I'm saying? To be that change, because those that were the example for me, they didn't do it right. And I took on all their bad examples and stuff, and I applied to my life, and I messed up a whole lot of stuff. So I want to start something different. So I want to be that person that made that change for the men in my family, so that now we'll start going in a different direction, showing love, that kind of thing. So I said all that to say that it's never too late to make a change. If anybody can change, if I can change, anybody can. Cause trust me, I was dead against it. I fought as hard as I could, but when I gave into it, I fell for it real hard. And I love the person that I'm trying to become. And so it's never too late, man. And don't let anybody define what your idea of masculinity is. Find out for yourself. Each person is different. Find out what their definition is for yourself, and be true to yourself.
Man, good, bro, man. I had to take a deep breath on that one, brother. Oh, man, hold on, man. Lee. Hey. Justin, what's up, man? What do you want to take? What do you want us to take away with, man, and share how people can find you if they looking for your services, brother?
Yeah. A lot of what Mike said, really, it's I would say learning how to meet yourself where you are. And I think that's where we start to redefine what masculinity is for us, is being able to acknowledge that I don't have to be how my father was before me, or how my father's father was, or what people expect of me, especially if I'm starting to notice that it's harming me more than helping me. It doesn't mean I'm weak. It doesn't mean that, I can't live up to what is demanded of being a man. But what it does mean is I might have to reassess on what being a man means to me, because if I'm over here trying to be somebody that I'm not, it can cause me a lot of problems. And so, meeting yourself where you are, once you do that, getting a good idea of who do I want to be moving forward. How do I define masculinity for myself? Um, as far as my services, again, I'm a therapist. I love what I do. I specifically work with Black men. That's my goal. Working with Black men connect to their emotions so that they can connect to the emotions of others and allow themselves to live a full life. I really want Black men to have community. I want Black men to have friends. I grew up around Black men not having friends. Ain't nobody but their family and they work, and that's it. And if you ask them, they'll tell you, I don't need nobody else. I got my family. Who else is important? And so being able to help men connect to that community, help them connect to a sense of self that goes beyond the work that they do and who they think they need to be. As far as reaching out to me, I'm on Psychology Today. You can type in Justin Owens. I'm located in Dallas, Texas. I do a lot of virtual sessions. I help men work on managing anxiety, managing stress, dealing with identity, depression, trauma. I do all of that work. My website is owenscounselingandconsulting.com. So www.owenscounselingandconsulting.com. And so that's my direct website if you just want to see more of the things I'm all about. Again, I'm open. I'm accepting clients at the moment. And so that's going to be open for most of the year until it isn't. And hopefully I'm able to see some of you guys who are on here today.
That's right, bro. Hey, and we're going to see you again, right?
Oh, well, please. Yes, sir.
All right, man, my brother. Yeah, man, I'm just going to close it out by saying, so first to the ladies, you don't deserve, I know it's hard out there for you. You don't deserve the abuse and to be cheated on and all the things that come with dealing with a Black man who has not understood or dealt with his emotions. Sometimes if you're not going to leave, I want you to understand how to handle those situations. Like I said, you don't deserve it. But if you're going to stay, then you've made a choice to deal with it. So I'm going to tell you that being combative in those moments is not going to help you. It's okay for you to set the boundary like, hey, I don't deserve this. This is making me feel a certain way. But at the same time, I do want to be here for you. I don't want this, and then set the consequence to some of these actions. If you don't go to therapy, if you don't get help, if you don't deal with these emotions, I might be able to leave. But if you just sit there and stay and take it over and over and over again, then you are partly enabling the behavior. And to my fellas, man, go seek help, man. All your anger, your emotions is not, listen to your emotions, okay? Anger is a secondary emotion. It's not meant to be what you think it is. Whatever you are yelling and screaming about is not really what you're mad about. You're really just scared and afraid, and you don't know how to deal with it. And I'm telling you that right now. Every single time you get mad, you were probably scared or afraid or both. And you're not understanding what you need to do with those emotions. And I'm telling you, those anger is not serving you, other than to indicate to you that you need to go get some help. That's the only real service that it has for you. And if you find yourself in them situations, listen to these brothers here, man. Go seek out Justin, go seek out myself. My website is right there, realuconsulting.com. We're trying to take and lead as many brothers as we can to the healing space, and help them be able to function normally in society, without the anger. But it's tough out here, brother. I'm here to tell you it's tough out here. We're not going to discount your situation and tell you just can't be mad. No, man, it's hard out here. It's hard out here for us. All right, and there are certain circumstances that make it harder. But we can deal. We can deal. We can figure out together. We can have communities just like this one, just like the one Mike talked about that we in on every other Saturday. We can have communities like that where we can gather and deal with our emotions together, man. Be honest, because we all dealing with the same stuff. We just don't want to talk about it. You know, that same brother is dealing with anger. He's dealing with infidelity issues with his wife. He's dealing with erectile dysfunction, all the things. All the brothers is having, is porn addiction. And Mike didn't want to join me on that porn addiction conversation. We ain't that vulnerable. Ain't that vulnerable, but
I'm not there yet. He's still working on me, brother.
But it's plenty of brothers dealing with this type of stuff, man. So if you can get into a space where somebody's gonna be real, like, yeah, I'm dealing with that too, brother. It normalizes it for you. You can start healing from it. So, Big Mac, no erectile dysfunction. You ain't want to join me on that conversation, huh? Okay, I ain't gonna call you for that one, Big Mac. All right. Good night, y'all. Listen, I love y'all. Come back next Tuesday. I don't know what the topic's gonna be, but it's probably gonna be good. All right. I hope you enjoyed yourself. All right. Good night,
Thank
y'all.
you. All right.
Bye, y'all.
I was blind, but now I can see.
Yeah, calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly robotics. Bifocals, my only purpose is to feed the locals. I'm spreading love when I see you and gotta approach you. I see the goodness in you, I wouldn't John Wick you. I know you hustling for your family just to pay the fiscal. I see the God up in you, you bless your physical. While we navigating problems, the world is abysmal. Skip the one up, let's get it to the center. Your house is big as mine, we can always help each other. Affirmation smother, it ain't even cost me a dime to uplift my brother.
Yo, what's up, everybody? It's your man, Joe Corley. We live tonight, man. As you can see, man, I'm showing up by myself, man. And we're going to talk about some of the things that are facing us in the new year and how to overcome them and, how to push through. And, I'm hoping to get some participation from the crowd to find out, what everybody's on and how everybody's planning on moving their year. I've been really busy trying to figure out what I was going to do this year. So I didn't really have a huge topic centered around the day, but I got some stuff coming up for y'all this month. But today I was like, but I didn't want to disappoint y'all. So I'm here tonight to talk about whatever y'all want to talk about and then share some things about, what I got coming up in the new year. I am really, I know a lot of people don't believe in New Year's resolutions, and some people do. Some people look at this as an opportunity to start fresh. I'm personally somebody who needs an opportunity to start fresh. Like, I've really been trying to make extreme changes in my life, and things are really, moving for me at a different rate than they've ever moved before. So I'm excited to, have a conversation with y'all, man. And let me know in the chat, man, like, how do y'all feel about New Year's resolutions? I'm waiting for y'all to tap in and talk about some of these things, man. Like, we trying to move forward. What are the challenges that y'all are seeing in trying to make changes in your life? What are some of the struggles? I mean, it's really an opportunity for you to, as you see, I'm usually in a chair at a desk, but today I'm coming to you live from the couch. I'm right up on the couch, so let's get to it. I'm on the couch. I'm going to put y'all on the couch, and we're going to have an opportunity to talk and give you some time with an actual therapist. We don't have to get too deep, or we can get as deep as you want. But, I want to give anybody an opportunity that, wants to ask a question, or if you even want to cam up for a second and come on live. I'm inviting you to do that. All you got to do is kind of let me know what it is that you want to do. I got a couple of videos or some things that I've seen, online that was interesting to me. And I want to share those with you and then have a conversation about those. So that's a lot about what we're doing tonight, man. So I really want to talk about, first of all, some of the pressures of having to do more. You know, what does that look like, especially for Black men? I can speak to that because I am a Black man and I talk to Black men on a regular basis. So we all have, I'm not going to say we all, but there's a good number of us that feel a pressure to do more every year, level up, so to speak. And what are you doing to level up? What are some of the challenges that you're facing to level up? You're feeling beat down, you're feeling unheard. More and more, the suicide rates and the the self-harm rates and all the levels and numbers of depression are going up for Black men, and those are just the ones that are reported. So I know that a lot of Black men are being silent. They're eating it, and they're just not talking about it. So I'm here to tell you, first of all, what we got to do, if nothing else, is get on these couches, man. Get on these couches and really start processing some of the things that we've been going through in a real way. Let's talk about all the trauma that we've experienced, all the things that we have labeled as normal, but they're not really normal. They're not really normal. It's okay. I keep telling y'all over and over again, you cannot heal what you don't reveal. So I've had clients come to me and tell me some things that they've been holding on to for 30 plus years. You wouldn't believe it. Grown, what y'all would consider masculine Black men coming in talking about a cousin or an uncle, touched them inappropriately or actually physically, penetrated and assaulted them sexually. And they've never been able to talk to their significant other, or even their mothers, about it. They just kept it to themselves, and they've been holding on to that. And what is that doing? That suppression is causing anger outbursts. That's what it shows up as a lot of the time, because that's all we know. All we know is anger, physical violence, all these other things that we're masking as masculine behavior. We're masking as masculine behavior when in actuality it's just a ton of fear. A ton of fear. So tap in with me, y'all. I really want to hear from y'all. Y'all being quiet so far. I see the numbers, trickling in. But if you're just checking in, let me know. Let me know that you're here. I want to see you in the chat. I want to hear your resolutions. I want to know what are some of the things that you have coming up for the year. Hey, Dr. Vibe, how you doing, brother? Definitely tap in with me if you're out there. I would love to hear from you today. Anybody else, let me know. I got one of my brothers backstage already. I'm going to bring him up and have a conversation with him about, some of the things that he's going through, all the changes that are occurring in his life, positive, negative, and, any challenges that he might be facing in the coming year. Let's Herbert Handy, what's going on? We talking about resolutions today, brother. You got any? I'm up here alone, but I'm ready to talk, man. I'm ready to anybody to come in and have a conversation with me. This is something new. So this is very uncomfortable for me, man, being up here alone. Man, I'm not gonna lie to you. But I wanted to try something new, man. I wanted to give y'all some space to talk to me because I'm always talking to y'all, presenting topics, and I'm gonna keep doing that. Don't get me wrong, this is not gonna be like a regular thing or a regular format, but I wanna give y'all an opportunity to talk to me. Yeah, Dr. Vibe, I'm gonna send you the link, man. I want you to join, tap in, and get backstage, and I'm gonna pull you up when it's time, man. If you don't mind, I'm gonna send you the link in a minute. So listen, I want to talk about, before I bring my brother Walter up, man, I want to talk about Black men having difficulties dreaming. Okay. I've told y'all time and time again, and I'm not going to argue with nobody about it. We are a traumatized people. We are. And because of that, we struggle dreaming. We struggle seeing past the possibilities, As a matter of fact, I'm going to bring Walt up right now because I know, bring him to the stage. Brother Walter, what's up, man?
Nothing much, man. How you doing tonight?
I'm good, brother. I'm good, man. I was getting ready to talk about dreaming, man, but I wanted to bring you in because I know a little bit about your situation, and then you kind of found success later in life, right?
Yes.
And I know some people are of the mindset that it's too late for them, it's too late for them, and I want to be able to have a conversation with you about what it means to kind of not let go of the dream, or even just realizing the dream and then pushing forward to be like, I can still do this. I can still make this happen for myself.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
I do. I think a lot of people don't have the faith, like you mentioned during the intro, that we have trouble dreaming. And I think, that's definitely true, a true statement, but I think it's related to generational traumas, and we don't even see it as Black people, men and women. I think for me, I was able to, I guess, just grasp who I am. So I hold on to I make a plan and I hold on to it and shoot for it. And my life has shown that, tenacity and discipline will get you there. So for me personally, I don't have a problem seeing the dream. I will say though that living in this skin can make it hard to accomplish our dreams, no matter, what our determination and discipline looks like.
Yeah, I know the kind of brother you are, man. So I'm hesitant in asking you this, but I'm gonna ask you anyway. I'm gonna let you handle how you handle it, man.
All right.
Do you have any resolutions for this new year, or do you?
No.
I know you don't think like that, but I want to ask you anyway.
I don't make resolutions. I feel like life is a day-to-day experience, and we need to be ready in the present time. Be here now, to quote Ram Dass. So, of course, when the new year comes, we all think about what it's going to look like. So I don't have any resolutions, but I do have some goals that I have set. I think I set them in 24 though, just about what my 25 and beyond will look like. So not necessarily resolutions though.
Better question for you is, what are you not coming in with at this 25 that you don't want to have on your way out of 25? I know you got to answer to that.
I am getting away from living up to the expectations of others. I have found that a lot of my life to date has been about that, even subconsciously, has been about living up to the expectations of others. And it's funny for me because I've never been a guy that really cares what people think about me. But when it comes to my closest people, my circle, I definitely have tailored my life to look like they might want it to look, as far as my accomplishments and, my ability to provide and to be a good friend and a good brother and a good husband. So I'm just leaving alone the idea of, living my life based on conditioning and based on what my loved ones think.
Yeah. So you've had this pressure in the past, is what I'm hearing. Living up to people's expectations.
Yeah, I find that I have been successful in life, and I just find, I was just talking to my brother yesterday, and he mentioned some goals that he had for this year, and I was like, man, that's crazy because our goals probably lined up last year. But this year, I was like, I couldn't be further away from how you're thinking. So it's definitely going into 25. My desire for, financial accomplishment is not what it was last year.
Yeah, we're gonna talk more about that in a minute, brother. That's a word right there. When you're getting away from just trying to make the money, chasing the bag, as the young folks say, man. You don't want, you know, it's something deeper to it. You're in pursuit of something deeper. And speaking of the young bulls, man, I'm gonna bring one to the stage, man. I got my young bull backstage, man. My young brother Khalil. What's up, man? How you feeling today, brother?
Man, I'm blessed. I feel good. I can't complain. How y'all feeling?
Yeah, man, you breaking a record, man. You like, you know, for the new format, man. You like the youngest cat on the show that I had, man. So I'm happy to have you, man.
That's typically how it goes, man. That's typically how it is.
I'm glad I nailed you down, though, brother. What's up with you, man? How's your New Year going so far?
Man, it's good. It's good. I can't do too much complaining. I was kind of sick past 2 weeks, so I kind of got a late start to the new year this year. But all in all, man, I'm good. I can't complain. I'm ready to get it going.
Before I ask you something else, man, let me ask you: you got any resolutions for the new year? Anything you trying to pursue this year that you wasn't pursuing last year?
As far as the resolutions, I kind of resonated with my guy here at the time. I'm sorry, what's your name, boss? I didn't catch your name. Walter. So I kind of resonated with Walter a little bit on the resolutions this year. I couldn't come to any resolutions or anything that I necessarily just needed to get done. But I will say that there are a couple things that I'm focusing on, just as far as not waiting on other people to go out and start different endeavors. I like what Walter said earlier as far as not living up to expectations as well. I feel like I found myself in that hole a lot last year, just being so young in the industry that I'm in, as far as the real estate industry goes. So, you know, just not putting a cap on my limits this year. I'm trying to do everything that I said I was going to do last year. I'm gonna just go ahead and do it.
Is that overwhelming for you?
It's very overwhelming. It's hard to figure out to where even to start at. That's where I've been in this office past week, just trying to lock in and write down different ideas, the pros and cons to different things that I could start. But it's definitely a struggle, but I'm enjoying the process, though. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, man. I'm looking at me doing I gotta put my therapist hat on for a second, man. I'm looking at your body language, man, and the anxiety is showing up in you as you're talking about it. So that made me ask you the question, man. Like, you know, are you comfortable with the things that you're saying, man?
Yeah.
But I know you a driven dude, man. So
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm a big fan of yours for a long time, man.
I appreciate it.
I'm gonna show it's a rough 24, man, for some of us, man. For rough 24 for some of us, man. What are you happy to leave behind in 24, Khalil?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
What am I happy to leave behind in 2024?
Chew on that, man. Chew on that. Walter pretty much already told us, man, what he leaving behind, man. But I mean,
what are we leaving behind in 2024? I would say procrastination. That's one. Procrastination has to be left behind in 2024.
Yeah.
I think that'd be my biggest one. Just stop procrastinating. And that just kind of falls back into what I said earlier as far as not waiting on others to try to make that next move, you know, and just going out, doing what I need to do in order to put myself in a position that I want to be in.
And listen, I know you're probably not the only one out there that struggles with procrastination. I want to talk to the brothers about that, man. What it means to build healthy habits, one on top of the other. You know, when you build healthier habits through like micromanaging your situation. I mean, if y'all watched the show earlier, Constance is always talking about how you eat an elephant one bite at a time. You know, it's taking one thing and changing that small habit and leading into a bigger habit. So like you take forever to, I don't know, write in your journal or whatever. So you combine that habit with whenever my feet touch the ground or before I grab my phone, I have to write in my journal. You make it a have to. I have to write in my journal before I touch my phone. And then you hold yourself accountable to those things, and then it becomes a habit, and then you have to force yourself to do it anymore. And little stuff like that is how you eliminate procrastination. For anybody out there that's struggling, if you have a problem with procrastinating, man, tell me in the chat, like, what are you struggling with as far as procrastination goes? Like, what are you struggling to do? Tell me what you're struggling with, and I'll try to give you some free game on how to overcome it, one thing at a time. These are some of the things that we talk about in therapy, man. All right, man. I got some more cats backstage, man. I'm going to bring them up, man. Let's see what we got. Dr. Vibe, what's up, brother?
Everything's up, my brother. How are you?
I'm good, man. How you feeling?
I am blessed, highly favored, a magnet for miracles, solution for someone's problem, and Blackalicious.
Always got a saying for me, brother. You got something going on? You got something cooking in the new year, man?
I got lots cooking in the new year. Absolutely, because I'd rather be dead than bored.
Yeah. Well, I mean, anything like leaning towards resolution, or like some habits you trying to change or anything like that?
Well, one of the things that I want to let go of is anything I didn't succeed in 2024, because a lot of people beat up on themselves. And because I didn't achieve this, they sort of put themselves down. So I just say to myself, let go of the things you didn't achieve last year. It's a new time. It's a new day. And like, think forward and enjoy the journey, because too many times I know people that they're only going to get excited when they hit that end goal, but celebrate the wins along the way. So I want to celebrate myself, because I just have a mindset that I don't worry about what I don't have, because what I have is good enough. Yeah. And I just got to always remind myself of that.
Yeah. Listen, I appreciate that, man. Part of my mission for the year is trying to help as many brothers as I can change bad habits and unlearn some of the things that are labeled as toxic masculinity, unlearn some of these things so that we can push ourselves forward in the coming year and be better sons, be better fathers, be better brothers, friends, husbands, all the things, right, that are limiting us because we have these bad habits in us and these wrong ideas about what masculinity is, what about being what a black man is, and pushing these things aside and trying to overcome so that, we're not getting beat down by some of the things that we're struggling with today. I want to play y'all a video. Excuse me, y'all. I want to play y'all a video, man. I'm going to get y'all reaction to it on the other side.
The alpha male, myth or mandate. The alpha male concept originated from the studies of wolf behavior. Ethologists, experts in animal behavior, studied hierarchies within wolf packs and labeled the dominant ones alphas. But unfortunately, as a result, masses of men believe that displaying animalistic behavior is the only way for a human male to lead, unaware that the alpha wolf theory has since been debunked. Yet still today, if a man demonstrates self-regulatory skills or shows support and kindness, he's labeled a beta, as if compassion and self-control or cooperation were somehow lesser traits. In my new book, The Man the Moment Demands, I share how the so-called alpha male mindset is often just a defense mechanism, emotional armor to hide personal insecurities, childhood abuse, or unresolved trauma. Even wildlife biologists have widely abandoned the term alpha because research has shown that most wolf packs are family units led by a breeding pair. So essentially, the alpha isn't a lone male wolf, but a male and female leading a family unit together. Let that sink in. Men, it's time to drop the alpha male label so that we can evolve past this outdated myth and gain a deeper understanding of who we really are. Comprehensive men.
Now listen, I know that to be as fact. I study that, I talk about it, I push it. But sometimes somebody runs up. If I'm out here hooping or something and somebody's talking crazy, my first instinct is to try to whoop ass. And And I hate that comes up for me. I have to remind myself that, you know, if I don't whoop this dude's ass, it doesn't make me less of a man. You know what I mean? It doesn't drive that, you know, it doesn't drive or push my masculinity. But Walt, let me ask you, man, when you listen to that, man, what comes up for you?
That I have never considered myself an alpha male, but some people that I know have. Like, so I find that interesting. You know, I definitely have exhibited some of those quote unquote alpha male traits throughout my adulthood, but I've never looked at myself like that. What the brother said about the male and female unit being the alpha, I have always felt like that. I mean, you know, some of my philosophies as far as that goes. So I can really, what he says resonates with me. I agree with, you know, with pretty much everything he said just now.
Yeah. Khalil, man, I know you a young guy, man. So you still in there, man. It's a lot of things that, you know, we can operate as older fellas that we got to miss. But, you know, for you, especially in this generation, talk to me about, you know, what you feel when you hear that video.
Yeah. Alpha in my eyes always kind of meant leadership in a way. And so within that video, I never felt like it had to be necessarily an alpha male and or alpha woman within a relationship. I just feel like if we're both leading, kind of like what he said, then, you know, we're alpha as one. But man, I'm just now starting to kind of get a hold of this topic. Being that I am a younger guy, it took me some things, you know, within my relationship to kind of figure this out when he was speaking on this, and just knowing that there's different ways to lead, and there's also right and wrong ways to lead as well. And so this is something that I'm still learning. This is something that I'm still trying to figure out as well. But everything that was said in the video, I definitely agree with, for sure.
You like 25?
Yes, sir. I'm 24. I'll be 25 in July.
Okay. Yeah, you light years ahead of me, brother. I can't tell you what I was trying to understand at 24, man. You light years ahead of me with just even saying I'm getting into the topic of understanding what alpha male. I was still, you know, pretending to have sex with a bunch of women at 24 when really I wasn't having sex with none of them. I was having like, yeah, man, I'm out in the streets, down left and right. But that's what you had to do, man. That's what you had to do to fit in, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying it loud now, laughing at it, man. But I feel like, you know, at the time, thinking back on it, like an idiot. You know what I mean? All the things that I was trying to keep up with that, you know, didn't really define me. What about you, Dr. Vibe? What do you think about when you see that alpha male video, man?
So many thoughts. One of the thoughts is letting go. You know, he was talking about many men have this thought of being an alpha male, and we need to let go of that. And I can relate to that because when I was younger, Khalil's age, and when I had hair, I thought the way to be as a black man was to be an alpha.
Yeah.
And in my journey, I realized that getting the career, being number one, all that wasn't all that. Relationships, family, friends have taken me further in my second half of my life than the first part of my life.
Yeah.
And I also say that even strong men suffer. Even strong people suffer. So we may think there's we know some tough men out there, but what's going on underneath their cover? As you know, Joe, you know, you assist a lot of men that are suffering in silence who we would think are strong.
For sure. And to say more about that, when you think about that alpha, I can't, there's no such thing as regrets, right? They say that. You shouldn't say should, because you can't go back in time and change none of it. But I look at that as a matter of a fact that I lost so much time and good years trying to prove my masculinity with this alpha male mentality, man. So many damaged relationships that were actually good for me. Like I let good people, and now I understand the value of good people. You know what I mean? I didn't understand it back in my 20s. because you think that you're going to just run into a copious amount of good people in your lifetime, but it's not the case, brother. It's not the case. Like when you get somebody good in your situation, you gotta nurture that relationship. You gotta take care of it because you don't know when it's going to come back around like that. And you brothers disagree with me, let me know. But I mean, you let me know. Talk to me about what you've understood about just good relationships, Walter, in your time now as you look back and probably appreciate good relationships more.
Hey man, I think this is a topic where I don't know, just hearing you ask me that question, I felt a cynicism that I don't have in life. Just looking back over, like good people are few and far between, like in life, period. And so appreciating when you have a good friend or a good person in your life is paramount to pretty much anything else, because we came here to help each other. We came here to support one another. So it's important that we find people that we can support and who can reciprocate that type of love.
Yeah. I want to also, when we're talking about things you understood and moving forward as a young person, because I'm getting inspired by this young brother sitting in front of me, man. Let's talk about a little bit about financial literacy, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk a little bit about financial literacy, man. I know that, you moving in a healthy way, Khalil, and I respect it. But before I get to you, I want to go back to Dr. Vibe and ask him, like, what are some of the things that, that you are understanding now that you didn't understand before, as far as like financial literacy and your ability to be profitable?
Well, a great question. I think profitable financially starts with being profitable mentally.
Yeah.
And if you're not having the right mindset with money when you don't have it, don't necessarily going to be improved when you do have it.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So for me,
wow.
Here, Dr. Bob.
You said a word, brother. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. So for me, I learned along the way, right? I like many of us probably here and people watching live on replay, I made my financial mistakes, but it really started to hit. I'll give you a real quick story. My father's still alive, but about 10 years ago, he called me over, and I'll shorten the story. And he gave me a piece of paper and he said, open it up. I open it up. It's his will. He says, everything's paid for.
Oh, wow.
And then he said to me, I don't owe nobody nothing.
Yeah, that's powerful.
It's powerful. Yeah.
So let alone a black man telling me that, my blood is telling me that. So that started to accelerate to get my financial house in order and get my ego out of the way to reach out to a brother to help me navigate some of that, because too many of our brothers are dying with a bill, not a will.
Yeah. Come on, man. Come on, man. Let me tell you something. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
So I've seen that too many times. And sometimes I will ask a black man, do you got life insurance?
Yeah.
Especially if they're black men with children.
Yeah.
And I say, what sort of legacy are you leaving them?
Yeah.
So I'll just stop there. I could go further, but I hope what I'm sharing is somewhat positive.
No, man, for sure. I mean, listen, I got married in my late 20s, 27. And prior to that, I did not know or understand anything about life insurance. I had no intentions of getting life insurance. I probably wouldn't have never gotten life insurance if somebody hadn't approached me with that and started talking to me about, like, somebody had to come to me, and what he was trying to do was trying to get me to sell it, but I was like, well, let me talk to me, man. I might be willing to be a customer. I'm not a salesman, but talk to me about, the benefits of this. You know what I mean? And then understanding that it went to a different place, man. But I didn't have that. I mean, my father died when I was 16 years old. He did not leave me with that information. My mother died when I was 15 years old. She did not leave me with that information or any life insurance. And, you know, my mother died wrongfully at a hospital. So we got a little bit of settlement from that. And I'm gonna just be honest, I got about 80 racks when I was 19 years old. I didn't buy a property. I didn't take a vacation.
Wow.
I didn't do nothing productive with this money, man. I just blew through. I was 19 years old. I was like a freshman in college or a sophomore in college. I had no idea. I dropped out of school, opened up a chicken shack. You know, I did that. I guess that was somewhat productive, but I opened it up with my stepfather, who was a scam artist, scammed me out of the money. And I blew through that 80 racks in probably less than a year, man. He didn't have nothing to show for it. As a matter of fact, I came out of that situation with debt, you know. So that just goes to show you, man, what, you know, understanding finances can do for you, man. I just blew the funds.
Wow.
Embarrassing myself. I had 3 cars. I was embarrassing myself. I had 3 cars. I had a safe in my bedroom. You know, like, brother, what are you doing, man? You know, I had a new computer. It was embarrassing, bro. But Khalil, man, let me ask you, man, what are you thinking about when you at this age, when you talk about financial literacy, man? What do you know? What do you understand? What questions do you have, man? You might know more than us, man. What solutions do you have?
Man, I've actually been blessed to be around a lot of male figures in my life who are very financially successful.
Right.
My stepfather, who introduced me to real estate, he's been successful all his life. That's all I've seen. When I was 6, I was getting talked to about credit, you know, and how to use the white man's money versus using the money that's in my pocket. So that's something that I take very seriously. And like Dr. Bob said, I believe it all starts up top. You know, you gotta be wealthy up top first before you can be wealthy in the physical aspect. And so my advice to anybody is if you want some financial literacy, go find somebody who's successful and who's doing what you want to do, and you get around them and you ask them how to get to where they at. And I feel like that's been my best route, just being around certain mentors and certain guys who have a great understanding of financial literacy. And so
how many of your partners understand that? How many of your partners understand that right now?
Very few. All my guys come to me when they talk anything about finances. You know, I'm the one who kind of introduces the credit and, you know, the real estate and the property management to my guys, and they kind of look at me with a blank face when I talk about it. But I know I got a little bit more work that I need to do that's gonna kind of give them that boost to believe in what I'm saying, you know.
Yeah.
I feel like people, especially with my generation, they got to see it first before they believe it. And so once you can put the results on the table, I feel like it's up from there.
Man, you got to be what you're trying to see, man. You got to, you know, you can only lead them so far, you know. Absolutely. But just your influence, you know, that little ripple you put in the water, man, you have no idea what the kind of impact or effect it can. But listen, everybody out there in the chat, man, talk to me, man. What do you knowing and understanding about financial literacy now that you want to push forward? I don't want to necessarily encourage you to have regret, but just some things that you've maybe learned along the way that are in your, you know, DNA or your makeup now that you didn't have before. You know, just talk to me a little bit about it.
So, Joe, can I just step in for a minute and just step back? And Khalil was talking about procrastination.
Yeah.
Just a suggestion. And this is what my major mentor taught me a few years ago. And this is for everybody here, I just make suggestions. I don't tell people what to do. I just put suggestions out there. When you're going through procrastination, number one, almost everyone does. So don't beat up on yourself.
100%.
Number two, when people are going through procrastination, they're saying, what happens if I don't do it? Flip it and think, what happens if I do it?
Talk to them.
And then the third thing is, who wins when you do it? You're gonna win, and at least one other person's gonna win.
Yeah.
And then finally celebrate it because you got something off your plate. Just a suggestion.
You got to know that's 100%. You got to celebrate the wins, man. Are you going to just get, engulfed in the failures? So every single time you have a win, you have to celebrate. You have to make that a habit. I'm talking to the chat right now. You know what I mean? I'm talking to the chat. Walter, man, I know you was an extremely talented brother. At any point in your life, you probably could have been wealthy. Talk to me about what you're feeling and what you're thinking behind this, as we talk about finances right now.
What Khalil said about growing up and being educated from a very young age about credit, I think is something that is missing from our culture. First of all, we have a school system here in this country that does not educate its people in the ways that they should be educated. Just to put it, bluntly, I did not start paying any attention to my credit until I was 40 years old.
Yeah.
And before that, I abused it because I didn't understand it. And because I think about the line in the Good Times intro, easy credit ripoffs. This is the mentality that our people have, that is ingrained into us, right?
Yeah,
we're getting away with something by operating in that mindset. And so I had to learn that, as Khalil also said, credit is a tool to be used to our advantage. Robert Kiyosaki says, use that to become wealthy. That is not a bad thing if you're utilizing it with a strategy. So I think, that's the thing that really, I think about as far as our people, our culture, and what is missing. Like, we could make leaps and bounds of progress if, more families educated their children on financial literacy from a young age.
So let me ask you follow up, man. What prevents somebody who has talent or many talents from pursuing these things and overcoming and pushing yourself to a space where, you could be comfortable?
Ignorance and trauma.
Okay. Yeah. I'm glad you said that, man, because that's exactly the answer I wanted from you, man. To understand, guys, the stuff, I'm talking again to the chat, man, the stuff that you're having a difficulty overcoming, even something like procrastination, like you say, Khalil, like even that is a result of ignorance or trauma. I'm gonna say or, not both, because you might be ignorant, but you can be traumatized and unknowing that the trauma is preventing you from pushing past what you need to push past in order to succeed. Some of those things or some of those steps that Dr. Vibe was giving y'all to push past some of those things, you might need to process. And listen, I know a lot of brothers personally as a therapist that tell me, hey, I'm coming to see you. And then I never see them. You know what I'm saying? And then I never see them. I'm like, bro, you said I didn't ask to come see you. Now you said, hey, I'm coming to see you. Okay, brother, when you coming? Someday.
Hey, as Dr. Boyce says, don't make it someday, make it today.
Yeah, brother, you got to come, man, because you got to, even if it's just one session, man, you got to come and get at least an understanding of some of the things, just try to unlearn and untangle some of this mess to get it off your back, brother. And I'm going to say it over and over again. Black men, we are traumatized people. I don't give a damn. I don't want to hear that, man. I'm not taking the victim mentality. I'm not taking the victim mentality either. I'm just stating the facts. We are traumatized people, man. These things happened, and they're happening in our country. And sometimes you need a little extra to help get them off you. And it's not even sometimes not even about race. It's about our own circumstances and our own culture and our own people, pushing us and holding us down. You know what I mean? I'm gonna play another video, man, because I want to talk about how we showing up in relationships in a minute. Because this episode going faster than anyone I've ever had, man. I thought this was gonna take forever.
Why does my husband shut down every time I try to address issues with him? I wish he wasn't so immature. What your husband is doing is something called stonewalling, which doesn't really speak to quote unquote his level of maturity, but rather his inability to cope with marital conflict, which a lot of men struggle with. When you address an issue with your husband, you might be coming from a place of criticism, meaning that you're using words such as always or you never. You're attacking your partner's character versus their behavior. So your husband starts to feel flooded and he shuts down as a way to protect himself against the perceived attack or to try to preserve your relationship because he doesn't want the conflict to escalate. But while he's trying to preserve your relationship, he's missing out on that connection that you're deeply searching for in that moment. All you want to feel is heard and seen, but you feel rejected by him shutting down. And you probably get louder trying to pull back his attention, but it just causes him to withdraw even more.
Man, let me give y'all some of the freest game that you're gonna get. Okay. When we're talking about stonewalling, that's just 1/4 of what we call the 4 horsemen of communication. We know when you see the 4 horsemen coming, that's bringing death. So if you have stonewalling involved in your relationship, then that's an indicator that your stuff might be ending or you're holding on to something that's not working for you. I often tell couples in relationships, when you are giving somebody the silent treatment, that is a form of abuse. That throws people off every time. That throws people off every time. But that is mental abuse. I'm not making that up. That's not my opinion. Okay. That's what it is. You're in a relationship, not talking to your partner is mental abuse. 2 things can also be true, though. You don't feel safe having conversations with your partner, right? So you're feeling unheard and uncared for. At the same time, your partner, who knows what they're feeling when you're stonewalling them or not talking to them, but that's not healthy. Whatever the reason is you're not talking to your partner, the fact is that is not healthy. But don't let me be taking up all the time, man. Walter, I want to ask you, man, when you see that clip, brother, what comes to mind for you?
That I have dealt with that a lot from the flip side.
Yeah.
I'm a communicative person. I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna say what it is. Everybody is not that way, and I hope none of the female watchers get offended by what I'm about to say. But I have found in my life that a lot of times women tend to shut down in this way more than we do, and just that's a I don't know if it's a defense mechanism or if it's a weapon. Because it can be utilized in both ways, but I find that happens a lot, even not just in romantic relationships. I can, my mother, my aunts, like they get upset and that's their go-to. Like they will ignore you and give you the silent treatment. So,
it's a trauma signal, when you shut down like that. And some people do use it as a weapon, and some people use it as a defense mechanism. So it can be both, and women do it too. I want to make sure that I see pretty much down the line split evenly between men and women and all the couples that I see. One person is overly communicative and one person is communicative and one person is the shut down person. It might be the man, might be the woman, who knows? But Khalil, man, you growing in you're in a relationship, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. What comes to mind for you when you observe that clip, man?
A lot. I'm a victim of it. I shut down. Me and my girl get into it. That's actually one of the reasons I had to reach out to coach here myself, because I honestly didn't know how to express myself. I didn't know how I could express myself in a way that my partner could understand. And even on the flip side with her as well, you know, there was times where she feels like she doesn't know how to express herself to me. And I feel like it all boils down to, like you said, trauma, just things that we've seen growing up, things that we've been around, how our parents interact with each other, how, you know, different experiences that we went through. And so this is something that I'm still, again, another part that I'm trying to learn, as far as just being vulnerable. And this is what I call the alpha. When people say alpha male, I would say me being vulnerable, showing my woman that I can communicate to her effectively. That's me being an alpha man. You know, I feel like that's how I take that term. And so it's something that I'm still working with, something that I'm still trying to learn. But yeah.
Yeah, brother. I mean, you're not alone in that, man. A lot of black men struggle with taking that step. I personally struggled for many. I was probably in my 30s before I started realizing that, you know, I was lying to my wife about dumb stuff. You know, like if I moved a glass in the cabinet, she'd be like, "Who moved this glass?" I'm like, "She must have been one of the kids." You know, I'll be lying about dumb stuff, bro, because I don't want to. You know what I'm saying? I don't even really understand why. I didn't understand at the time why I was doing that, but it's because I didn't feel safe at all. Just talking about little stuff like that. I felt very insecure to be like, I made a mistake, to admit to her that I made a mistake of some kind. You know, I didn't, you know, I didn't put the pot back where it was supposed to go. I couldn't tell her like I made a mistake, because if I told her I made a mistake, then somehow that's me admitting that I'm not a man. Little stuff like that, you know, and it's a lot of brothers that experience that, man. They can't just go out and say honestly what's going on, you know, like, hey,
Coach, I think a lot of that too. Sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead, bro.
I think a lot of that too comes from, especially with my generation and just things that I've experienced. I mean, people like to throw that stuff back at you in heated times, in heated moments.
Yes.
You know, when things aren't going right, people tend to kind of reflect back to that vulnerability state of the other person and try to throw it back in their face, and it makes that other person really not want to open up at all to anyone, you know. And so that's something that I definitely am trying to get over and get past as well.
No, you hit it right in the head, man. And if I was thinking, I would have said that's part of the reason why I was doing what I was doing as well, because I didn't want it thrown back in my face. Right. And that's something that my wife had to learn. Like, she had to learn how to communicate with me. I had to learn to communicate. It wasn't just a one-way situation, but I am responsible for what's on my side of the street. I can't be like, oh, she's not changing, so I'm not going to change. No, I'm still trying to push through my communication, still trying to say what I got to say, at risk of her throwing it back in my face, which is a high possibility. You know what I mean? So, man, that's a good point that you brought up, brother. Dr. Vibe, what comes up for you, man?
Wow, there's so many knowledge bombs being dropped. I don't know what I can add on, but what I will say, if you're in a relationship with a partner, wife, or whatever, make sure it's built on a friendship before you have the relationship.
Yeah, for sure.
You got to have that friendship. And I've invested in myself, and I've read a lot, and I've spoken with people, especially people who are ahead of me in this game called relationships, to get their insights. I think also, too, a big thing in regards to this is admit when you're wrong.
Yeah.
It's a challenging thing for men in general. I think it's even a bigger challenge for many Black men. And when you're admitting you're wrong, you're admitting it to yourself first.
Yeah.
You got to accept that, like, a mistake is a moment. It's not a person. Right. And admit and be ready to and just develop those conversations, those relationship things. I think also too, if you have other good Black men in your circle, I have a few of them. We have vault conversations.
Yeah.
So everything that's said, it's like a bank. When you go in a bank, they have that vault. The money inside there is locked.
Yeah. No, it's locked. Yeah.
It's locked, and it stays with us, those vault conversations.
Yeah.
You know, and if you can have them with your partner, even better.
Right.
Man, God. Yeah, I mean, that's important for sure, to understand that the value of a friendship, that you could have with your partner.
Yes.
That to me, and that's just missing me a personal opinion, like that is the most valuable part, of my marriage has been sustained for, 17 years because we are friends, and at the end of the day, I know that if anything were to happen to us and we were having to split, I feel like we will remain friends because we've built a friendship that is, the groundwork of it is just our friendship, man. At the end of the day, we have difficult days, that's for sure. But at the end of the, when something's going wrong, I want to talk to my friend before I want to talk to almost anybody.
Absolutely.
100%. Hey, Coach, I got a question for you. What do you think is the best strategy or the best way for a person to be able to open up? Like, what is it that you think is stopping us from opening up?
The main thing is perspective, right? So let's just say y'all have you and your girl had an argument, right? Over something like, cleaning up the kitchen, right?
Yeah.
Y'all start talking about cleaning up the kitchen, and 5 or 6 minutes later, y'all like screaming at each other at high levels. All right.
A diaper, just a diaper.
Just a diaper, you know what I mean? But in actuality, you come into my space, I'm gonna be like, y'all didn't argue over that diaper. Y'all didn't argue over that kitchen. It was something else. It was an underlying issue based on emotional triggers that go back before y'all was probably even together. So understanding what those emotional triggers are, and like, okay, when you leave a dirty diaper here, it reminds me of this. So I just go way off. So you'll be less inclined to do that, knowing that it's your girl's trigger. She'll be less inclined, like, what made you all of a sudden go up and start yelling? She'll be less inclined, and maybe it's the way she spoke to you. She'll be less inclined to speak to you that way, knowing that is a trigger for you and it escalates things for you. So once y'all have that conversation, you'll be more willing to, just one conversation about emotional triggers, y'all will be more willing to share what those triggers are and try to have a conversation. I always explain it like this: so y'all on the same team. So why would you try to shoot at different baskets? That doesn't make any sense. Y'all are on the same team. Y'all want the same thing. So if y'all are arguing, it's a waste of time. Y'all basically playing defense on each other. Now, y'all might have different play to get to the bucket or get to the end zone. Y'all might have different plays and disagreements about how to do that, but y'all both want to score. You know what I mean? That's, and it doesn't matter who's scoring. We want to win together. So ultimately, any arguments that you're having are ridiculous.
Picking it up like that.
Yeah, and there's more to it, man. There's a whole lot more to it, man. There's like things you have to eliminate. I'm gonna give some more free game out to the chat, man. The things you have to eliminate for your conversation to have a healthy relationship. Criticism, for one, okay? Instead of saying, this kitchen is always dirty, you dirty bastard, I'm tired of you, da-da-da-da-da. Look, I get really flustered when the kitchen is dirty. Could you please help me clean it? That's it. What you really wanted was the kitchen clean. So all this criticism and all that talking shit that you was doing, calling him a dirty bastard and a slob, was unnecessary when all you wanted was the kitchen clean. Just tell him how you feel. And, attach a feeling to it. I'm flustered. I'm frustrated. I'm tired. I'm unhurt. All the things. Okay, baby. I understand that. So criticism, contempt. That's get that out your communication. That's that's sarcasm. You know what I mean? That's all the down talking and all of the back talking that you do. Just again, go to say what you feel. No criticism, no contempt. Just say what you feel. Period.
If I could add something, Joe. Yeah. And the Me Too syndrome. It's not time for that. If we're having a discussion and I'm trying to express, or let's say my wife is trying to express something that I've done that, stepped on her toes, it's not time for me to say, well, you do that too. Or, you know what, I hear you, but, it's not time for that. So listening being still in those moments is also another important way to come to a resolution.
100%. That back and forth is not helpful.
Yeah.
Not helpful. You have to understand where your partner is coming from. And the me too comes from what the third horseman I was going to bring up is defensiveness. Okay. You got to get the defensiveness out of your conversation, you know, whereas you're somebody who doesn't like to be yelled at. You can't be like, oh, you know, well, you know, it ain't my fault that you did this, that, and the other. No. I just don't like to be yelled at. Whatever the reason you yelling at me for, I don't want to be yelled at, because once you start yelling at me, I'm checking out. So every single time a person is coming to you to try to express how they're feeling and you start defending yourself, you are making a mistake. Your job is to validate those feelings and ask what that person needs. You know, that's it. That's it. And the last one is what that brother talked about in that clip, stonewalling. When stonewalling goes two ways, you either shutting down or you're the person like following your partner around the apartment, trying to get them to talk when they're not ready to talk. You need space. Y'all need space. Okay. So take your space, but you have to come back to the table. It's not unlimited space. What do I need? I need an hour. Give me an hour so that I can process everything, and then we're going to have a conversation. Because if you don't give me this hour, this conversation is going to go terrible. I need an hour, but you got to come back. You got to come back. Okay? So criticism, contempt, defensiveness, stonewalling. Those are the four horsemen of communication. When those things show up, your relationship is in trouble, and you definitely need to tap in with a counselor. I'm going to show one more video, man, and then we're going to close out, man. I really appreciate y'all brothers showing up tonight, man. I had no plan whatsoever, and y'all brought the show good quality, man, so I appreciate you.
What do you think I need to hear most from you, and why?
I think you need to hear that you are worthy, that you are loving, that you are deserving, that you are human, that you are trying, that you are a man, whatever that may be for you, that you are healing, you are growing, you are not your past, you are not your parents, you are not what society puts on you, you are not a stereotype, you can love, your journey is purposeful. I think you need to hear those things because even though we're not together, I know I assume your spaces are not as safe as what we were allowed to create in our relationship. So I think you needed those words of affirmation. You needed a reminder.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right. I played that for a purpose. I want brothers to know that it's okay to ask your woman for what you need and say that whatever she's doing or not saying is hurtful and bothersome, and not have to worry about like being called a beta or soft or any of them things. I know personally I need affirmations. It's tough out here. And sometimes I need somebody to tell me that, you know, I'm doing good. That's just what I don't know what that, you know, what opinion that makes someone have of you or whatever, but I need that. So I'm going to openly tell my wife, hey, I can't just have criticism all the time telling me what I'm not doing. I need a bigger, hey, you're a good father. Thank you for that. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to give y'all brothers an opportunity to talk about your feelings around affirmations, you know, whatever those may be. So I'm gonna start with you, Dr. Bob.
Yeah. For me, I just tell people I'm not a Superman, but I'm a Clark Kent getting a little bit better each day. Right? I make mistakes. I do my best to admit them. I spend my time to say I'm sorry, and I mean it truthfully. Not just, oh, I'm sorry. I want to look that person in the eye and say I'm sorry. So it's really important. And I love that clip there, because I'd like to know how many brothers who are watching this have had that moment in any sort of relationship, whether it's with a lady, mother, father, sister, brother. Though that wasn't a long clip, but look how much it meant to that brother.
Yeah.
It's not how much time you have, it's what you do with the time that you have.
Yeah.
So tell the people that are close to you, whether it's partner, whether this is what I need from you. And I will do my best also to provide what you need. We need to have those one-on-one times where we just say, I need this.
Yeah.
So I'll just leave it at that. I think it was a great clip.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Walt, what you got, man? How you feel about that clip?
I think that we all need those affirmations, but I'm going to say that I affirm myself daily. Of course, I appreciate, hearing it from elsewhere.
Yeah.
Every single day I start my day with affirmational music. I love music, and so when I rise, it's two brothers named Chris and T, and their music is just about uplifting themselves, which listening to it and singing along with it uplifts the person listening. So I start my day daily with some type of media that is uplifting, and I talk to myself in the mirror. And I think that's something that a lot of people miss. Tell yourself you love yourself. Tell yourself out loud. Don't say it inside of yourself. Get in the mirror and look yourself in the eyes and know that you accept you. I think it's very important.
I just want to chime in here for a suggestion for brothers. Have a motivational playlist.
Definitely.
Just building on what says, like Walter just said, I have songs that if I'm on the down, they get me up. Like one of those songs is Optimistic by, can't remember who's, Sounds of Blackness.
Sounds of Blackness, brother. Minnesota's finest. That's
there you go. There you
Yeah.
go. So I have my motivational playlist that when I'm going through a dip, it brings me up. But if I'm high, I also have that too.
Oh man, I mean, Walter, you got a question out there, man. So I'm gonna post it before I move on to Khalil, but I'm gonna say too, man. Yeah, I got my lift me up playlist as well, man. Somebody said I listen to Paul Wall. That's hilarious.
Just Tornado, one of my family. She's here. Good stuff.
Yeah. Hey, listen. What do you say, Walter?
What do you say to a man trying to get to a place to self-affirm? Again, talk to yourself in the mirror. If being affirmed by people that you love is important to you, tell them that, so that they can add it to their daily to-do list. But most importantly, I can't stress enough: affirm yourself. Affirm yourself.
Yes. And I'm gonna add to that, Just Tornado, because some people might have difficulty getting in the mirror and talking to themselves because they struggle with the truth. And oftentimes you're going to have to be pushed on the truth. And if you're not able to do that for yourself, I'm going to tell you to go to a therapist that's going to hold you accountable to the truth about yourself. So you might have a tendency to put yourself down over something that is just not true. So like, I'm going to listen to everything that you're saying and be like, well, such and such is telling you that you've done this for them and you've been there for them and you're this for them and that for them, and you're sitting there telling you like, no, nobody appreciates me. That's not what you told me. You're lying to yourself because it feels safer to put yourself down than to tell yourself the truth that you actually are talented, you are loved, you are cared for, you are appreciated, So if you struggle with talking to yourself in the mirror, then go see somebody straight up. All right, Khalil, I'm gonna let you close this out, man. What you got?
Man, I wanna start off first by saying I appreciate all three of you brothers for the amount of wisdom and and how much y'all done just helped me out within this conversation. It was a very powerful conversation that we just had. So I appreciate y'all. But affirmations, you know, that I think it's something that, at least for me, is something that I kind of assume. I kind of assume this person knows I love them. I assume this person knows that I think they're doing good or they're doing the right thing. And so I sometimes catch myself and I have to tell myself, like, it's okay to tell them that. You know, it's okay to let them know that, you know, that they're doing good. They're a good father. They're a good mother. Because I do realize how much it affects me when I hear it. I don't always think that I don't wake up every day, and I probably should start doing the daily affirmations like Walter said, but I don't wake up every day and do daily affirmations for myself, you know. But when I do get those comments on social media, or I get that text from one of my close homeboys and they're telling me that, hey man, I see what you're doing, I'm proud of you, it gives me a sense of motivation. It makes me want to keep going. It makes me want to be better. So I definitely think they're powerful, and it's definitely going to be something that I try to incorporate in my day-to-day routine as well.
No, that was a gem, Walter. That was a gem you dropped, man. A lot of brothers don't know that. I personally, as much as I do give myself, I've never thought about like listening to a music in the morning that affirms me, man. That's something new on me. I'm gonna try that myself, honestly.
I'm about to go look at myself in the mirror right after this conversation. Right after this conversation.
I will validate. This is one of the most confident brothers I've ever met in my life. You know, I love his energy, man. That's why I'm always gonna have him around me as often as I can. So thank you, brother Walter, for that, man. I appreciate it, man.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna close that out, man. I really appreciate you, brothers. Like I said, man. Well, Khalil, man, what's that? Is that Check on Your Strong Friend store? Is that somebody else's clothing line, or is that you?
Yeah, me and my boy Cedric out here. He got a
talk about it, man. Cause you got a couple hundred people right now watching, man. If you want to talk about your clothing line, man, go ahead.
Yeah,
bro.
man. If y'all go check it out. It's called Check on Your Strong Friends, Mental Awareness. Just kind of reaching out to those who maybe you may think they're strong, you may think they're not going through many things, but man, at the end of the day, you never know what somebody's going through. They could be the strongest person out there. You know, they could seem like the most confident person out there. But deep down inside, man, it doesn't take nothing but a conversation, a quick phone call, quick text. That's actually something that I've incorporated in my day-to-day now, is that I just try to send out 5 texts every morning. I don't care if I haven't talked to you in 10 years or if I talked to you yesterday. Hey, man, congratulations. Hey, man, I'm proud of you. Hey, man, if you need anything, reach out to me. I'm here. And so that's just kind of the narrative that we're pushing with the Check on Your Strong Friends. So go to my Instagram. It's all on there. Check it out. Y'all need any help trying to figure out how to get some, you can always hit me up.
Bet, man. I'm gonna go get myself some immediately, my brother.
You know I got you, coach. Don't worry about it.
Okay, cool, man. I need that hoodie, man. I seen that hoodie, man. I said I need that. So I had to make sure I asked you about it, man. Sure. What before I go, what inspired you to do that, man?
Man, my boy Keith Miller III, man. It was just kind of crazy how it all lined up, because I didn't bring this idea to the table. My boy Cedric brought this idea to me. It just happened to be a couple months after my close friend passed away, and so that's why I'm pushing this narrative so hard. That's why I'm pushing this brand so hard, because I know it's other people like my brother who were probably in the same situation, feel like they ain't got nobody to kind of talk to, or maybe we feel like they're strong, that they don't need nobody to talk to. Deep down inside, like I said, you never know what that person is really going through until you hear it from them themselves, you know, and even then you still don't know, but at least you can say that you tried.
Yeah, I figured that, man. I just wanted to ask you that, man. I appreciate that, brother. You know what Keith meant to me as well. So
absolutely,
you know, we can have a conversation about that another time, man, but
always.
I appreciate that you bringing that to light, brother.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. Listen, I want to tell y'all good night. And I really appreciate y'all joining me tonight for this conversation. I felt like it was really powerful. Like I said, I walked into it with no plan, and I just threw the link out for a couple brothers, and you know, a couple brothers responded, and we got I think what is a powerful show tonight. And these conversations need to occur more often, and we're having them every Tuesday, whether it be about whatever topic. You know, we just making sure that we pouring into brothers, because it's our responsibility. You know, it's our responsibility to pour into each other, because no one knows what we're going through like we do, you know, and that's just the fact of it. That's just the fact of it. So, hey, y'all have a good night. Check on your strong friends.
Yes, sir. Check on your strong friends, fellas. Hey, I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you, Coach.
You got it, brother. You got it.
You guys have a good night.
Blessings to y'all, man.
Thank you.
I was blind, but now I can
Yeah, calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly robotics. Bifocals, my only purpose is to feed the locals. I'm spreading love when I see you and gotta approach you. I see the goodness in you, I wouldn't John Wick you. I know you hustling for your family just to pay the fiscal. I see the God up in you, He bless your physical. While we navigating problems, the world is abysmal. Skip the one up, let's get it to the center. Your house is big as mine, we can always help each other. Affirmation smother, it ain't even cost me a dime to uplift my brother.
It cost me a dime to uplift my brother. That's right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Vulnerability is the New Sexy. This is the podcast where we have real conversations. We are breaking down barriers when we're exploring the strength and vulnerability, right? I'm Joe Corley. I'm a licensed therapist, mental wellness coach, and I'm an advocate for authentic living. So this is where we talk about, we have tough conversations and we normalize seeking support for brothers, breaking down the stigmas, redefining what it means to be a man, a strong, self-aware man. And we're just showing how powerful vulnerability is. And we're going to do that today with a couple of brothers I got with me. I got my friend up north, the great Dr. Vibe. Welcome to the show, my brother. Glad to have you.
Right back at you. Great to be here with great black men, brothers. What is up?
My brother, you just heard in that intro, you know, my rapper friend, my friend, my big brother Q. How you doing, my brother?
I'm good, man. How y'all doing? Blessed day.
All right, new to the show, black male therapist. Like I always say, man, they saying ain't many of us, but less is more, so it's plenty of us. Another black male therapist we added to the situation. My good brother, Dr. Delaney. How you doing, my brother?
Good evening. I'm doing great, and thanks for having me on this platform today.
Oh, man, of course. So, look, I'm going to start off with something that kind of sparked this for me. I saw the good brother Killer Mike say something, and I wanted to have a conversation with you guys about it. So let me show you all that video, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
Nobody's coming to save us. And most of us are going to talk bad about each other behind each other's back. But I'm here to tell you tonight, every generational curse, or whatever they call that bullshit, is breakable. My grandfather didn't have a father. He dropped out of school in the 3rd grade to raise his sisters and help his mother, and worked in a lumber yard. By the time I got to 3rd grade, I already was reading at 5th grade level. By the time I got to 3rd grade, they already knew that this boy's gonna go to college because a man who was functionally illiterate got a trade. He learned how to drive a truck, and that's what he did. And he made sure his children valued education, and his grandchildren today are good people in this community. So I don't want to hear what rappers don't do no more.
Powerful.
Powerful.
Let me start with you, Dr. Vi. Let me ask you something, man. When you hear the term generational curse, what comes to mind for you?
Moving backwards instead of forwards.
Yeah.
That's what comes to mind. That and another thing that comes to my mind, knowing better but not doing better.
Yeah.
That's what comes to my mind, you know, when I hear that generational curse. A lot of us were raised, and there were a lot of negative things behind us. We need to shed them off, get lighter, and move forward.
Absolutely. Brother Q, man, what do you say, man? What do you hear when you hear the word generational, the term generational curse? What comes up for you, bro?
Man, for me, it gotta be presence, man. So like a lot of my family, you know, like my uncles, they're around and everything, but they're definitely not what they made the kids with. So it's like presence is a big thing.
Yeah. So that's how it shows up in your lived experience, you know, folks not showing up for their children.
Yes, yes.
And I know you personally, man, you breaking that generational curse consistently every day, man. So I'm proud of you, brother. Dr. D, man, Dr. Lenny, what's up, man? Tell me how what comes to mind for you when you hear the term generational curse, man.
Yeah, I'm thinking about, like this negative traits or, characteristics that has been like passed down from one generation to the next. Whether it is, unresolved, trauma, addictive, behaviors. And, at some point, people start to, unfortunately, like start using it as a crutch, because of this happened or I didn't have this, I can't move forward.
Yeah. Let me follow up with you, man. How do you feel like it shows up in Black families, from your lived experience?
I would say from my experience and also how I relate to other clients is the silence.
Yeah.
Not being able to talk about, issues. Because like in my family, with traumatic, events, happen, we really didn't process them. It was just another thing that, happened that you pretty much learned to move through or work through. But then you find out you really didn't, work through it. You just kind of just kept going. And you carry that baggage, with you. And so I would say, for myself, being an adult, I didn't learn. I mean, of course, I feel like I do a little bit better, but I kept things, inside. And with people kind of like looking at me as you should be able to figure this out. You smart, you all this. I mean, you have all these things, going on. So when I couldn't like work out issues or figure things out, I felt ashamed because I'm supposed to be able to, figure it out. I don't supposed to have, issues, or, struggling with anything like emotional that may be holding me back.
Yeah, yeah.
Dr. Joe, can I just add on? Do I have permission to add on to that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I want to add on to what our good doctor saying that there are some pressures, such as like being a provider or having that suppressing the emotions that reinforce these curses. So I just wanted to add on to that there are a number of different societal things that contribute to holding on to those generational curses.
Coincidentally, man, I was in a session yesterday, right, with this brother, and I've been seeing this brother for quite some time, and slowly, as most brothers do when they get into therapy, they really, really slow to get to the vulnerable stuff. So I've been, chipping away, and eventually the brother started, really getting into some stuff and some real traumatic things from his childhood. So he's really been exposing himself. But this particular session yesterday, he invited his fiance to it, and I worked through an exercise with them that involved them speaking to each other in the eye, looking each other in the eye, and ending off the conversation with an embrace. And he was struggling really bad to look his woman in the eye and to like open his arms and hold her like in public. Now, I had to point out to him, I said, brother, you have told me some really intimate details of your life. So for you to be embarrassed about showing this type of affection towards your fiance right in front of me is actually illogical and crazy. And he kind of said, man, he got stuck for him, and he said, man, you're right. And he turned around and opened his arms. So I bring it up to say generational stuff, man. Like obviously this brother's been passed down from generation to generation to be told that you're not supposed to show that type of affection or emotion in front of another man.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to bring that out, man. And listen, hey, if you're out there and you're listening, welcome to the show. We're glad to have you. We're talking about generational curses. And listen, type in the chat how generational curses show up for you, or what does it mean when you hear the term generational curse? Throw it out there. We'd love to hear from you, especially if you grew up in a Black family. So, Q, man, let me ask you, man, in your opinion, why do you think these patterns often remain like unspoken? Why don't we talk about it?
Man, I think it got to do with accountability, man. Like a lot of Black men really don't want to be accountable for the stuff that took place. Like, and I want to put it out there, like right now. I don't want to let nobody off the hook, but our black generational, you know, it's not, it has nothing to do with racism. So like we could throw that out the window. It's black men accountability, you know, like I was saying, presence and stuff like that. Like it's just being accountable. Like you gotta, you made a kid, take care of your kids. You know, you made a promise before God to, you know, your vows and to get married. Yeah, honor that. You don't gotta have 80 women, 30 women. Like it's accountability. So that's what I feel like, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna push back a little bit because that display of masculinity, man. Dr. Lane, like you got something to see. Go ahead, man. I know you're gonna go into it too. Go ahead, brother.
Well, I just, one, I want to agree. I agree with Quinn when he said about the accountability. That is, very, very important. I think like we can't like blame like other races for our own accountability, but we do have to, we can't ignore the systemic like racism that has, a lot to do with like generational, curses. Because you think about, some of the things with Black fathers, you're not being in a home. Then we have to look at the criminal justice system. How you have more African American men like going to jail, for the same crimes that white men do. Or you think about the inequities when it comes to unemployment. So all of those things you think about as we're talking about men. And let's think about the inequity and unemployment, not having like fair housing. Not that it's an excuse, but it does plays on a person like mental, like capacity. If you're not able to, provide from your family, how do you feel as a man when you can't support your family? When people don't know how to deal with those type of feelings or those type of emotions, sometimes they will avoid those, situations, and they run from those situations, abandon their families. And that kind of thinking or behavior, get passed down when it's not addressed.
Yeah,
absolutely.
If you're not addressing the fact that, what comes with accountability and where it stems from, like Dr. D said, man, like it's so ancient, brother. Like it's so ancient. Like if you spin a record of Black life and drop the needle anywhere, you're gonna land on somewhere where the agenda is to remove the Black man from the household and convince him that he doesn't need to take accountability for what. But absolutely, it starts with accountability. We should be taking accountability for our lack of anything, or the way that we're showing up and presenting ourselves in the family, in the home, or in the community altogether. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I feel like that's how you break the curses, like by taking accountability. Like systemically, yes, we have been downplayed, but it's a lot that we have gained from a lot of that. Excuse me, a lot that we have gained from a lot of that, and pushing forward to break those curses. I think accountability is like the main thing that we need to do.
Absolutely. Daniel, yes, it is on YouTube, brother. You can go find it. Just type in vulnerability is the new sexy and type in generation or something like that. It should pop up. Go to the Boss Network, if you know where that is, and you'll find it there. Thank you for watching, brother. I'm happy to have you in the room tonight. Dr. Vi, man, let me ask you, man, how do you think like the societal expectations, come on now, impact Black men's roles and expectations, brother? How does it impact us?
Is this the question for the rest of the show or just for a few seconds?
Just take a few seconds, man.
Okay. Well, society still, in most cases, expects the man to be the leader.
Okay.
And as we've discussed a little bit already, we as Black men, we're already way behind for a number of reasons. Some of it our fault, some of it is not our fault. And I'm compared to you're in the middle of the ocean and you have no life preserver. You're paddling, and emotionally you can get burnt out. And for a lot of men, the easiest thing is to quit, whether it's quit being the family, quit going out there. They just quit.
Yeah.
So they feel that all these curses, there's no one there to help me. When I ask for help, it's not there. They're just a number of things. Not making excuses. This is reality.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
This is reality. I'm not making excuses, but this is reality. And just out of time, it's just so easy for so many Black men to quit. And I understand it. But we just got to keep on going. So societal-wise, that's a whole other show in itself, but that's just maybe a 45-second response.
Yeah. And hey, if you felt the burnout out there and you in the chat, just type yes, sir, in the chat. That's all I want from you. If you felt that burnout before and it's gotten rough on you, feel like you wanted to give up, just type yes, sir, in the chat, man.
Well, can I just add something really quick too, Joe?
Absolutely.
I was talking to a brother who him and I have been close for 30 years. And we just recently had a conversation. I said, how are your holidays? He said, Dr. Vibe, they weren't good. And I think I mentioned this to you already. And I said, why? He said he spoke to 5 close Black men that have just quit. Whether it's generational stuff that's been going on, they've just quit.
Yeah.
And there's a lot we're expected to do that we don't have the answers to everything.
Yeah.
Right.
But
right.
We as men, rightly or wrongly, are expected to have the answers for everything.
Right.
And can I add something to that? Just like because I just recently had a conversation with one of my close friends, and they asked me, because I see so many clients a week and do other things, and he asked me, are you burned out? And my quick response was, no, I'm good, because it's just like I have, we have that innate just kind of responsibility or reaction to say that we are okay, because we don't want to say that we're tired or that we're weak. And for some reason I did not want to admit that I was like getting close to burnout, and I had to like go back and immediately just kind of retract that statement and allow myself to say, yeah, I am having a little burnout.
Yeah, exactly, brother.
And I think like when we can't like acknowledge that, then you just keep going till you just kind of, I guess what the young folks say, like, crash out or, burn out, not being able to acknowledge just kind of like, where you are, mentally, physically, or if you need help.
Yeah. And that's what we're working on, man. That's why honestly, why we're present right now. That's why I'm present right now to help brothers just open up and say, I need help. I'm not okay. And try to break some of these generational curses, because one of the big generational curses that we pass down is that ability is somehow a hit against your masculinity. Meanwhile, you crash it out, you burn it out, and you can't figure out why. And what does it manifest itself as? Anger. What do you become? You either, like Q say, abandon your responsibilities and you lack accountability, or you stay, you're present, but you become an abuser or abusive. And that's not everybody. Some brothers know how to manage themselves, and just it's a lot of brothers who don't. And those are the kind of brothers that I'm seeing on a regular that are happy and free to be unlocking something from themselves, man. It's a beautiful, it's at least once a week, I swear to you, once a week. I don't know how often it's happened for you, Dr. Delaney, but once a week, one of these brothers is like overcoming or coming out on the other side and like, man, I really been doing this wrong the whole time.
Yeah. And I'm glad that you brought that up about the, anger or, being abusive, because, when you first start like sessions, especially like with, Black males, and I would say males in general, but we're talking about Black males today, is that you always hear that, I was told not to, show, emotion. And I'm like, well, did you just tell me you you knock down a chair, the other, and it's emotions. Just because you're not crying, it doesn't mean that, your emotions are not manifesting, in some type of way. And I think that's what a lot of men think about being emotional is the crying aspect and ignoring like the yelling, the throwing things, becoming abusive. All that is, a negative way of expressing emotions.
Oh man, you said something. I honestly, as much as I know that, I've never actually said it out loud, man, and really processed the fact that they say I can't show emotions, but ignore all the negative emotions that they're showing by throwing chairs and showing up angry. That's a good one, brother. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be using that one, man. I see this right here. People smell vulnerability as a weakness and prey on it. And you know what, man? I hear you. I hear you, brother Mike. And I'm gonna push back just a little bit to say that if you are showing vulnerability in a real way, you can't be preyed upon, because the things that you would consider yourself embarrassed about won't embarrass you.
Right.
I struggle with this or I struggle with that. Or I sometimes feel like I'm an inadequate father or an inadequate husband. I can't forgive myself for me stepping out or cheating. And these are all things that, man, if you really say out loud, you can't be preyed upon for it. You just can't be. What you think, Q?
Man, I agree. I totally agree with you. Like good brother Dr. Vibe said, I was talking to one of my friends today, actually, and he was expressing to me how he felt burnt out with his marriage, and he was like, how do you do it? And I'm like, no, bro, I be having my days too. You know what I'm saying? Like, wife's probably mad at me at this moment. Like, so it's a choice that you have to, want to fix things and, want to be happy. Like, it's just a choice you make. And being vulnerable is a choice. Like, if you choose to be vulnerable, like you said, you cannot be preyed upon because I chose that. And, I made that known. So to me, it's not a weakness because I have already told you. So it's nothing you can't say to, back me down from that.
Yeah. So you call me, you call me an ignorant bastard or whatever. Yeah, I already said that. What I did was ignorant. I'm already admitting to that. So how do we fix it?
For sure, man.
You want to add to that, Dr. D?
Well, I wanted to say, I also, agree with what, Mike was saying about how, people prey on weakness. But we talked about being like vulnerable, like with that. I'm thinking about being vulnerable, like this kind of with people you are, close to, and your family, like your friends, they owe you that safe space to be vulnerable, to be vulnerable with. And if, you're not, getting it, they're not providing that, from you, then you need to assess like your circle.
Yes, 100%. If you can't be vulnerable with the people you're around, then you need to question with the circle that you're in. 100%, man. I mean, that goes without saying. I should say that though, because you're right, Dr. Ben. Say that because you can't be preyed upon by the people who love you. Right? That's
Facts.
it.
You can, but you should be.
Right.
You should.
Yeah, there you go. Listen, I want to spend some time talking about what our responsibility is to, the next generation, especially our own children, to show up well for our, when I show up, what I mean by show up well, I mean our responsibility to show our children or the next generation of children how well we should be treating the women or our partners that we're with. All right. So I want to show this video real quick, and then I'm going to talk about it on the other side, man.
Dad, I need to talk to you about something. I used to grow up and want to be like you.
That makes sense.
And now I don't.
What you mean you don't want to be like me? Who you want to be like?
You're an awesome dad. You give me everything I want, but you don't know how to treat women. You're the only one in this family. You never want to hold your girlfriend's hand or walk with her or take her on a date. You're the only person in this family that don't know how to treat a girl.
I don't want to, because I'm not sweet. Because I'm not sweet, you don't want to be like? You don't want to...
That's the whole point of getting a girlfriend. Cause if my mama, she was always rude to you, you wouldn't even want to be with her, would you? Would you?
No.
Exactly. So why do you think she would want to be with you if you was nice? Explain. People always trying to not hurt your feelings and tell you everything that's not what you really are.
In a minute, man, but I want to start with Q because I know he's raising 4 boys and he's in the home with their mother, and I want to get your reaction, Q, when you see something like that. What responsibility do you take upon yourself to show your sons how you treat their mom?
Man, I'm not gonna lie. I take it one situation at a time because I think and it's 3 boys, Joe. Come on, man, 3, not 4.
Yeah, brother.
But but I take it one situation at a time and try to make sure I use that as a learning experience. And when I mess up on my side with my wife, I make sure to let them know, like, this is why she's upset about what I did. And if you can, take these steps to, make sure that doesn't happen. And I think dude took what was coming from his son very well. Like, I don't know, I would have bugged up on my son, like, what you talking about? But that's a part of the vulnerability thing. Like, you gotta intake some of that so you know how to make changes. So, like, I'm very open with my 3 boys. Like, they literally could open up to me about anything, and we have that safe space in here, me and my wife, for them. So I openly tell them, like, nah, I messed up, I'm apologizing, and seeing what I did wrong and then try to fix it. So I take it one situation at a time.
Yes, sir. Dr. Vibe, man, you want to add anything to that, brother?
Yeah, I think that's really good. I think being vulnerable with the ones you love, no matter what age they're at, is critical, especially with younger people, because they're always watching us.
Yeah.
When we don't think they're watching us, they're watching us. And if you mess up, I'm going to say, for the future of your family, when you're gone, you want to show what you've done wrong and admit it to them.
Yes.
And say that was wrong. Because remember, every child that's in your house is probably going to outlive you.
Yeah.
So you want to set the foundation for them to be great human beings, great Black human beings going forward. And if you're with a partner, you want to show that, be open with them. You have to be open with them, because if they're getting the wrong message, they're already getting enough wrong messages out there. But if it's coming from the home first, there could be some real challenges there. So I think it's really, really important that, especially because a lot of times we weren't raised that way and things have changed.
Yeah.
So we have to adopt with the change and flow of the times.
For sure.
Oh yeah, my mom and my stepdad, just to interject real quick, my mom, my stepdad, they got into something and anybody said something, it was, hey, stay out of grown folks' business. Like,
Yeah.
There wasn't no explaining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Man, listen, I watched, like I said, man, I'm very open about this, man. I watched my stepfather consistently beat my mother in her face, and sometimes bloody and black and blue, and never once, and he's still living today, has he ever explained any of that or try to have a conversation about any of it.
Wow. No,
So, I mean, I actually spent a lot of my time, and this is not, I don't think this is necessarily the healthiest way, but I just spent a lot of my time trying to be the opposite of that.
There you go.
And, but even still, I still don't understand. I still don't know if that's the healthiest way, but let me ask you, Dr. D, if that guy comes in your office, he sits down with you and says, my son says, I don't know how to treat women, he doesn't want to be like me, where do you start with him?
Well, Yeah, I first asked him, why do you think, he, felt that way, and asked him how did he feel like he's showing up, to his son. One of the things I heard him say, he was like, "What? Because I'm not sweet. You don't want to be not like me because I'm not sweet."
Right.
And really, work with defining, that term to him, being sweet, being nice, to his wife, doing romantic things. Like, what does that mean, to him?
Yeah.
And working with him and maybe like changing, his perspective, regarding that. Because it's often this could be him, the way that he, because like his son said, like, you provide, everything, for me. So his way to show love, could be, making sure like the bills are paid, making sure, they have like the material, things and stuff like that that they want, but missing that other, piece. And that could have been another part of that generational curse of what he had been taught or saw or seen.
Yeah. No, that I'm glad you caught that barb right there about why, because I'm not sweet, man. That is absolutely some stuff that's got passed down. And that makes me want to ask y'all a question, man. When you think about some of the things that you've had to unlearn, what is like one of the most ridiculous, illogical things that you grew up thinking and understanding that you had to unlearn in your adult life? I'm gonna start with you, Q. What do you?
Man, I say this all the time. Like, my friends, they come to me for advice because we've probably been married longer than a lot of people. Being tough with your wife, like, you don't have to be tough with her. Like, you can chill out. You know what I'm saying? You don't always got to be, this aggressive person, or like dude was saying, you ain't always got to be, not sweet. Like, you rude. You can be sweet. Like with me and my wife, like, sometimes I overshare because I feel like I'm so self-aware of the things I don't want to happen in my marriage and as in fatherhood, that I overshare. So I've learned or I'm trying to learn how to not overshare. But yeah, like, that's one of the things. Like, oh, you tough with your wife, or you keep her out of your emotions, period. So she don't even know how you feeling at all. Like, that's one of the most ridiculous things that I've learned, like, to put out of my marriage. Like, no, I'm not being tough with my wife at all.
Yeah. No mind reading. That's one of my rules when I do couples, man. Ain't no such thing as mind reading. No, he should know. No, sis, you got to tell him. She should know. Nah, bro, you got to tell her, or we're not gonna get nowhere.
Right.
Dr. Vibe, man, what about you, man? What's something you had to unlearn, man?
Well, this is a personal story. And growing up, I can only say from my lens, I didn't talk much with my father. Like, he was a teacher, and I felt more of a student than his son.
Mm-hmm.
And about 15 years, and I just thought in my mind, okay, guys aren't supposed to talk because he's my major role model growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So he had suffered a heart attack. Need a moment.
Yeah. Take your time, brother.
Salute, bro.
Take your time, bro.
We here for you, bro.
He had suffered a heart attack and was in the hospital. And the morning of his surgery, I wheeled him in. And waiting for 3.5 hours saying, I woulda, coulda, shoulda. Didn't have that relationship with my major mentor, saying that I just have to shut down. And then when the doctor came in the waiting room, because it was just myself and my mom there, nobody else, no one other family. And he said he's going to be okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I ran over to the doctor and I got on my knees and hugged the doctor's leg. Because by the grace of God, this gentleman and his team gave me a second chance.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, can I see him? He said, sure. Go in there and I said, Dad, how you doing? He says, I can feel my feet now. And I said, from that point on, we were not going to have a generational curse of us not talking to each other.
Yes, sir.
And now, with him still alive at 87 years old, he calls me his best friend.
Amazing, bro. Thank you for sharing that, bro. I really appreciate you being vulnerable, man.
So, and I just want to encourage Black men, no matter what your relationship is with your father, try to make it the best you can, because when your dad is gone, it's going to be one of the most difficult parts you're going to have in your life, no matter what your relationship with your father is. I'm complete.
At one point, it's going to get difficult, man. I'm talking to somebody who lost his father at 16. You know, I didn't really feel it in the moment, but as I got older, for sure, there was moments where I wish I had that conversation that you had, man. So if that opportunity is there, I know it's not easy for everybody, and there's some really, you know, broken relationships, and maybe, you know, it's best for you to stay out of it. Maybe that's the best thing for you. But if there's an opportunity to bridge that, I'm always going to advise somebody to do that, or try and give an attempt to heal that wound, man. Dr. Laney, man, what about you, man? What is something you had to unlearn?
Well, I had to learn to be like more sensitive and like more respectful for like the space that, you know, some people are in, because of, you know, some of the things that, you know, I experienced, you know, growing up, just kind of, you know, like you, witnessed domestic, you know, violence, and, you know, suffer, you know, physical abuse. So when I hear, you know, when I heard other people complaining about other things that I felt was less than, you know, what I experienced, I would be like, okay, so that's what you're crying about. So even, you know, as a therapist, so becoming not to be so desensitized to, you know, other people's, you know, traumas.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's big.
Yeah, man, it's huge, man. That's huge.
Real strong.
I always tell people, man, like, you know, I only had, you know, my father pretty much disappeared when I was 5. And then when my mother died at 15, he reappeared in my life. And then he died like less than a year later when I was 16. So I only really got that year with my father. And there's a couple little things that he said at that time. And one of the things that he said to me that I remember is crazy. My memory's terrible, but these little gems that he leaves you, well, I thought it was a gem at the time. The brother said, man, it's a 10-to-1 ratio with these women out here. And I'm really mad because it's somebody out there with 3 of my hoses. I can only find 7 of them. That's what he gave me, bro. That's what he gave me.
That's wow.
I got to get to work.
You wow for that one, bro.
That's man. I mean, but that's the kind of stuff, you know, that I had to unlearn, man. Like I had to, like, really, I was probably in my 30s, honestly, before another grown man, my uncle, his brother, you know, who's super player, right? Super player, but never been married, never, you know, committed to one woman, but never had to lie or cheat on no woman. And he looked at me and said, man, what you got going with your wife is a beautiful thing, man. You should definitely honor and cherish and protect. I was in my 30s before a grown man that I respected told me that, man. And it really shook me, man. It really shook me because I was fighting the thought that what I was doing wasn't cool. Trying to be with this one woman, because I'm like, damn, it's 9 of them out there that I gotta go corral some kind of way. You know, I gotta go find this other 9 to get it right. But no, man, I appreciate y'all brothers being vulnerable, man. I wanna show another video, man, and then lean into something else right after this. But I'm gonna play this video and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
How do you commit to breaking that cycle to ensure, you know, your kids don't have to follow in those same footsteps?
Let me read something to you real quick. It mean a lot to me. Man, I ain't trying to cry, but just say break generational curses. Quit yelling at your kids before they go to bed and expect them to sleep well. Quit yelling at your kids in the morning right after they wake up for school and expect them to have a good day. You set the tone for your children. You set the tone for your voice. They will always remember in their heads. You become the inner voice. Don't be the inner critic. Speak life, speak love, speak bravery, kindness and hope. Speak wisdom and truth. Most of all, listen to your children. I never had none of that. I get after mine. And that's my number one priority. I follow that. That's how I break it. And I do it, I live it. I live it. You know, that narrative shit. That's what they never wanted to pick up.
Yeah, man. That brings me to this brother right here said, meet people where they are in their life. You know, no, that's not what he said. That was his earlier comment about, yeah, it's easy to be vulnerable with your children. And I want to say, man, I'm gonna throw this to you, Dr. Laney. But my experience, defensiveness in Black men shows up often when it comes to your children. Like when I get a client in my room and he starts talking about the way his kids talk to me, almost always leads with defensiveness. So, I mean, what's been your experience, Dr. Laney?
First of all, I do want to acknowledge that's my brother who, you know, made that comment. That's why.
All right, what's up, bro?
So, you know, one of the things I do, you know, want to acknowledge this with, you know, my clients is that they can see themselves as kind of like in like their like children. And so sometimes they're working like so hard, you know, not to be like the father that, you know, they had, that, you know, when, you know, one of their children, you know, may say something about, you know, about them, you know, they listen because they want to try to correct, you know, like those, you know, behaviors. I think like sometimes the defensiveness also comes to play when I see with clients is that sometimes you don't want to admit that you made a mistake. When you're so focused on being like a good parent, you know, being a good father, you think that's what you're doing. But when somebody else, you know, bring that attention, and I don't think it comes out of stubbornness, but you pride yourself on being like a good parent. And so you don't want to, you know, be told otherwise is what the defensiveness will come up.
Yeah, 100%, man. I have sessions where brother comes in and we start talking and or the child or the wife starts talking, and like 20 minutes, this probably happened to me this week, about 10, 15 minutes in, he was like, oh, I didn't know it was Bash so-and-so day. I didn't know it was Bash me day. You know, we can't get to the healing unless we talk about the hurt. You know what I mean? So we're gonna have opportunities for you to say how you feel about certain things, but it's like these people are just talking about how they feel, and you feel attacked, most likely because you believe some of what they're saying is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
That's where your defensiveness has come from. I always tell people when somebody's getting defensiveness, more than likely when they're getting defensive, that person believes part of whatever it is that they're being defensive about. So, you know, they say a hit dog or holler, you know what I mean?
Right.
Dr. Vi, man, what came up for you watching that video, brother?
Some of it personal because I experienced some of that. Right?
You finna start crying again?
No, not no. But that is another generational curse.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure.
Right? How many of our male role models you never saw cry?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Right?
Yeah.
So for me, there's just so many emotions going on in my heart right now in regards to this conversation, and seeing that, I'm sure many Black men can relate to what that gentleman was saying in that video.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But the important thing was there was another Black man there to hug him.
Yeah, that was deep.
Hey,
right?
Well, I say it don't make you less of a man to say I love you.
Exactly. Like he was accepted in the present right then and there. No shame, no guilt, no judgment, and gave him, as our doc was saying, I like to say, a safe and brave space to share and get that out of his heart and off his back. And I'm sure that he's become a better person from that moment on, saying, and could you imagine how long that's been inside of him?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. That generational curse has been inside of him, and he got a chance to release, almost like being a slave.
Right.
He was able to break those chains.
100%. Yeah. Q, man, how speaking on what Dr. Vibe is saying, man, about that male embrace, man, and don't make me less of a man and say I love you and all of that. When we talking about unlearning some of these generational curses, man, how important is it to be involved or embedded in a community of Black men? How important is that for Black men?
Man, I think it's the most important thing, man, because like I'm sorry, what's the name? Dr. Lane, Dr. D, like he was saying, like if you don't have that safe space in your circle, like you're doing something wrong. So you gotta have some nice aware Black men around you. Like if you don't, you fooling yourself.
Yeah.
Because it needs to be somebody to tell you, man, that was wrong, man. Like coming from another strong Black man, like that was wrong, man. Like, I might not have said it to you at that moment because I got your back, but behind the closed doors, I'm gonna tell you, man, that was wrong. Like you need to correct that, But I want to say about that video, man, like not all of it, of course, but piece of that was me. That was me. My kids wasn't getting up in the morning. I was hollering. And it's crazy because my wife said his exact words. How you expect to be yelling at him in the morning and expect him to have a good day?
Yeah.
Like, specifically my youngest son. He has a hard time getting up sometimes. So I used to be that dude until she said that and that hit me. She said those exact words though, and that's nuts. And I've never seen that Des Bryant video, but she said those exact words to me.
That's crazy, man. I never saw it either until yesterday, doing a little research, and I came across it. I was like, I'm gonna add this to the show, man. But yeah, me too as a father, man. I had to unlearn some of that stuff too, because I was consistently getting yelled at for stuff that really wasn't, yellable offenses. If you ask me, it could have been solved through other means, you know what I mean? But I had to learn again to what do I need from my sons? What do I need? All right, what is the end result? What do I need? And let me talk and communicate what it is that I need and how what they're doing makes me feel. If it makes me feel away, man, I have the right to say that to my child. Like, man, when you're not doing this, man, son, I get scared, bro. I don't really, I fear for your everyday existence. I fear for it. I mean, I want you to come out on the other side of this thing as the best man possible. When you're not showing 24/7 exemplary, manhood, I start to take it personal, which is a me problem. But I'm just letting you know that's where it's coming from. It's a me problem, but I'm scared. And we have conversations like that, man, all the time. Me and my sons, for sure. I want to show y'all one more thing, man, that came across, man. I want to get y'all opinion on what this brother's saying. I just learned this, so y'all bear with me. I just learned this at the beginning of the show, how to share my screen. So let me get to it.
We get out of trying to normalize childhood trauma as a shit. That shit bothers me, right? You gotta let me finish, please. But that shit bothers me, the childhood trauma as an excuse or as a way to play victim, right? Because my thing is this, right? I'm a grown ass man in every capacity, and I say I'm grown because I own my house, I own my cars, I got all my own shit. You can't be grown without your own shit, right? I was a kid once. I watched my mom get shot in front of me. I was in a house full of crack addiction. I was child abused. I was all of that shit, right? But I became a man because life made me become a man quick. And I feel like we just like to give people this safe space with this childhood trauma shit, because it's like, well, my dad didn't buy me the toy truck I wanted when I was 6, and that's why I cheat on women. Why doesn't childhood trauma ever affect you when it's shit that you want to do? Childhood trauma didn't stop you from getting a job. Childhood trauma didn't stop you from pursuing that woman that you wanted. Childhood trauma didn't stop you from pursuing those dreams you wanted. Childhood traumas didn't stop you from running the streets. So how the fuck would childhood trauma stop you from loving me right? I grew up in one of the brokest homes ever, but it's a conscious decision that we make as human beings, and we always give people a safe space. Oh, because when I was 17, when I was in college, the bull grabbed.
You, Dr. Delane, I'm gonna come straight to you, man. How did it make you feel, bro?
When I saw that, just listen to it. One, it is a person who definitely don't know, what he's talking about. But I guess I don't know why, but I can like kind of feel like he was just like angry. When he was, expressing that way, he was angry about, I don't know. But I think it was such a disrespect, to people's, trauma, that, saying that, people like use that, as an excuse, and him just not really understanding how, childhood trauma impacts like your, adulthood, or across lifespan. I'm sorry, I'm just a little, a little take it back. I wish you should have let me see that earlier. I could have responded better.
Producer Tierra showed that to me like right before the show, and I said, "I'm gonna include this," and I thought it was important to talk about that.
Yeah,
but that made me feel away, man. So I went to you as a therapist at first to see how it made you feel, man. It definitely made me feel away. It offended me, bro. It offended me big time watching that. But Dr. Vibe, what'd you feel, man, watching it, bro?
I piggyback what the doctor said, but I found it very interesting what he defined what made him a man.
Yeah.
Like usually when you ask someone that question, the first thing they say is usually the top of mind. It was material.
Yeah.
And I heard a whole bunch of material things and then a little bit of his backstory. I agree. I heard a lot of anger there, and everyone has a different story. His story is different than any of our stories.
Yeah.
Right. So for him to just say, just for label, if you're not like me, you're not right. I'm sorry. I can't work with that. And I believe that if we knew some of his backstory and the way he even is carry on now, I'd love either one of the two doctors to have a session with him. That would be interesting.
Yeah, for sure. He definitely needs one, man. Q, what'd you think, bro? Hold on, let me unmute you, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Bro was toxic, man. Like, I mean, I deal with these. I see these kind of people every day in my life, man. Like, he trying to be too tough. He think that success is the reason, that he didn't have those childhood traumas and that he was able to overcome what it is. But you could tell he's the one who has the childhood traumas. He actually named them. He told us all his traumas.
Sure.
But still said, "Oh, well, I'm successful, and then it stopped me from doing this," or towards the woman, like, "Why should it stop you from loving me?" or whatever, But yeah, you could tell he's toxic, bro. Like, that bothered me, and because I the time I had my therapy sessions, bro, like, I went there for one reason, and it unpacked so much other stuff from my childhood that made me become a better man. So I know for a fact what he's saying is false.
Yeah. And he does what a lot of men, Black men especially, do: equate accomplishment to value. Like, okay, I've accomplished these things, so I have value. I must not have. I'm not making excuses for the things that have happened to me. So neither should you, right? Because I've accomplished this. If I've done it, you can do it. And like Dr. Vibe said, man, everybody's story is different. Everybody's lived experience is different. And it's important to understand and break down, kind of some of the stuff he's saying, because a lot of folks think like that, man. especially when, and I hear it a lot as a therapist that, oh man, this therapy stuff is going too far. You know, I'm not responsible for your childhood trauma. Let's stop using it as an excuse. Partly what he's saying is correct. I mean, if someone in your life has dealt with childhood trauma and the result of that is showing up in you guys' relationship some kind of way, whether you're a friend or a wife or a child or whatever, then yes, it is not on you to accept their childhood trauma and then excuse their abuse. That's not a thing. You know what I mean? But you can acknowledge it and then make a decision after that. Just not acknowledging somebody's childhood trauma is not okay. It's not okay. But you don't have to accept any abuse behind it for sure. You know? I want to answer this question, man, and Dr. D, I want you to answer it too, man. But my opinion on this, you know, what resources can a child, you know, do to value vulnerability and embrace vulnerability when they don't have anyone in their circle? So I don't know what your circumstances are, but the first thing I'm going to say is you're looking at the resources, right? This is the resource when they don't have anybody in their circle. And vulnerability is not a talent, it's a skill. You know what I mean? It can be a talent, but when I say it's a skill, I mean it can be learned. You know what I mean? You can teach somebody vulnerability, but you have to put them in a space with someone who understands how to teach somebody vulnerability. What we do as therapists is encourage and teach vulnerability. Me, I'm speaking for myself. I work with Black men or, you know, Black boys, Black teens, and try to teach them vulnerability and encourage them to be vulnerable. And I show them the value of that vulnerability, you know? So what do you say to that, Dr. B?
Yeah, I think, you know, just kind of going back, you know, to the comment, taking them out of, you know, that circle, if that vulnerability is not provided, you know, in that space, you know, putting them in spaces where, you know, that is, you know, encouraged. You know, with young boys, you know, sometimes I use the word, you know, vulnerability, but I also like to use, you know, emotional, you know, intelligence, you know, more so to, you know, create like more like self-awareness and being able to like identify, you know, how they feel and express, you know, how they feel. So, but back to the question is moving them, you know, out of that, you know, circle, finding other, you know, safe spaces that encourage vulnerability.
Yeah, exactly, man. Listen, man, I'm gonna round off, man, with some of your takeaways from the night or things that you want to leave people with. Some brothers out there may be struggling with vulnerability. It's maybe some ladies struggling with brothers who are dealing with or suffering, or no, I'm saying, suffering or struggling with vulnerability. Dr. Vibe, I'm gonna start with you, man. What do you want to part people with? And you know, if you want to share anything about what you're doing and where people can find you, please feel free to do that.
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to say thank you to the brothers here and Miss Black Hollywood for allowing me to be in this space. Some quick suggestions. If you're a Black father, be your best to be emotionally present. Prioritize mental health and allow your children to feel safe expressing themselves. And if you're also Black men, small but impactful actions you can take, like apologizing to children, to spouse, anyone that you need to apologize to, I suggest you do it. Also, start having conversations with other Black men, with therapists about feelings, or get some mentorship. But I also want to be encouraging, saying that it's never too late to heal and break cycles. Start sharing a message of hope and persistence. You know, it's just the power of starting small is so huge. And again, get together with other Black men. It all starts with you. It all starts with one. And then finally, my question would be, what's one thing as a Black man you can do today to create the legacy you want for yourself and other Black people, whether it's your family, your friends, other Black men? And if you want to reach out to me, I'm Googleicious. Put in the Dr. Vibe Show. and you'll find everything I do. I host 4 or 5 live shows a week, and I'm complete.
You say you what now? You Googleicious. What'd you say?
I'm Blackalicious.
Blackalicious.
And Googleicious.
Googleicious, Blackalicious. let me not be toxic like bro, man. Hey, Q, man, what's up? What you got for the people, man?
Man, I started it with, I'm ending with it too, man. Like accountability, like be accountable. It's okay to share, you know, take heed and telling, you know, somebody that you're sorry. Like, man, I messed up, you know, it's not making you look weak. You know, a little vulnerability go a long way, you know? So accountability, man, always be accountable. And don't think you weak for being accountable.
Yes, sir. Dr. D, man, leave us with Q. You know, you got anything to promote, brother?
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, my album out, man. Authentic Intelligence is all platform, all streaming platforms, iTunes included, Tidal, all of that. Please go check me out, man. Fly Robotics, FLYROBOTICS. It's very grown up music, very intellectual music, and something that you will listen to for a test of time. So please go check me out. It's long though.
Yes, it's long, but it's good, brother. I want to again acknowledge, man. I listened to it myself several times. Great music, man.
Thank
you, brother. Dr. D, what's up, brother?
I would just say, you know, learn to, you know, listen to like your spouses, your partners, you know, your children. Oftentimes, you know, I have, clients who, you know, struggle to, you know, feel like they're making their families happy or feel like they're missing the mark, you know, somewhere. And I always ask, you know, what are they saying, you know, to you? Like, what are your wife has, you know, been, you know, communicating? So, I mean, it's not hard, you know, you listen to what's being like, you know, communicated to you and, you know, be open to, you know, receiving like those messages. I know we run out of time, but you can find me at workintherapy2023.com. Again, that's workintherapy2023.com.
All right, man. Thank you for joining me, brother. For real. And I just want to say this, man. I'm going to leave you out with this, man. When I was transitioning my son from regular school to homeschool, there was like a period of time where you just have to do nothing. And, you know, you're not doing any type of school. And that was really scary, by the way, because my whole life I've been in school and I thought, you know, you got to attend school. You got to be learning something, doing some type of worksheet or taking some type of test all the time to get to meet the grade and all these other things. But that period of time where you do nothing, and they say it's like a couple months for every year that your kid was in school, is called unschooling, where you have to unlearn the system of school that you've been in and learn your entire life in order to prepare your son, your child, for homeschool, which is a completely different vibe, you know? And I'm relating this to this conversation because there's years and years and years of things that we have learned as Black men that we must now start to unlearn in this next generation and understand that the things that our heroes or our ancestors had to do because of the circumstances that they were in are not necessarily some of the things that we have to do in order to show up today. And some of the things that they necessarily didn't have to do, but they were taught to do or passed on down from generations before them. And now they pass these things on to us. We have to unlearn some of these things, bro. Like, you know, having intimate moments with other men, that's okay. You can do that. And, you know, and there's nothing wrong with being gay, but it doesn't make you gay, you know, if that's what you're afraid of. And you shouldn't be afraid of being gay anyway. Like that's part of the unlearning that we have to do. So that's just a small little, you know, caveat to what I'm saying. Like there's a lot of things that we have to understand about masculinity or unlearn about masculinity and what it looks like today so that we can show up as better friends, better brothers, better fathers, better husbands, whatever it is. We got to show up better. And it has nothing to do with violence or accomplishment or any of these things that we've learned over time. So I want to thank these brothers for joining me today. This is a very powerful conversation about breaking generational curses. I hope that you as an audience took away something today that you can go forward with. And just remember, vulnerability is not weakness. It's a strength. It is a strength. And that's what we're doing here. And it's like taking the first step forward towards legacy, a legacy of healing. That's what we want to pass down, a legacy of healing and growth. So big thank you to my guest, Dr. D, Dr. Vibe, and my brother Q. And I appreciate y'all sharing your insights and experiences and being vulnerable with me tonight. Listen, don't forget to subscribe, share, leave a review, talk, leave a comment if you haven't done so, if you're watching this on the playback, but most of all, share, man. Let's keep the conversation going. And let's redefine what it means to be a strong, self-aware black man. Let's redefine that. Let's start one person at a time. We can do that. Until next time, y'all, y'all take care of yourselves and, take care of each other.
How can people get a hold of you?
Oh, yeah. Good question, bro. Good question. Good question. You can contact me at consulting.com. I appreciate those of you that have reached out and have asked for consultations, man. I mean, that happens. And I appreciate it. You brothers want to start making a change. That's consulting.com. You can book your consultation right there. You don't got to talk to me or nothing, man. And you can come back here every Tuesday night. We're going to have another show next week. And then all of February, we're going to be talking relationships. And we're going to be, sitting with couples and things of that nature and other therapists and whatnot, trying to, provoke some healing in y'all relationships for February. So I look forward to doing that as well. But thank you, Dr. Vibe, for that. I appreciate you, brother. And again, till next time, man, y'all have a good night and take care of yourselves.
Peace.
Peace, everyone. We'll give it a few minutes before we begin. We're just going to give it a few minutes to let everyone come in. We'll get right to the discussions of today. Welcome to Winning Wednesdays with myself, Errol. We're just going to give it a couple minutes before we begin. Give it enough time for everyone to join. Hope you're doing pretty good. Any comments and questions in the meantime, drop them in the chat. Peace, everyone. We're just going to give it a couple minutes before we begin. We're scheduled every Wednesday at noon Eastern, but we're going to give it a few minutes to let everyone join in. For those of you already in the chat, drop where you're from. Drop where you guys are checking in from. I want to know where you guys are checking in from. What city, what state, what country? Let me know. Couple things on my notes that I want to discuss. So we'll get into it in a couple minutes. In the meantime, introduce yourselves. Where are you from? What city? What state? What country? The idea of Winning Wednesdays is to discuss general stock and option markets. Wanted to give a brief rundown on what's going on today in the market, discuss some key things coming up, and just have some general discussion. Peace, everyone. If you're just joining, please drop what city you're checking in from. Let us know where you are in the world. Also, type in what you're interested in. What plays are you making? What tickers do you have on your watch list? Any options plays you guys are making? Let me know. We'll discuss it. Let's see what's going on in the market. So far, looks like the major indexes are down just slightly. NASDAQ looks down just a little bit. Let's see what Yahoo Finance. S&P is up just slightly. NASDAQ's down just slightly. Russell's up a little bit. Those are the main indexes I follow. Drop what city you're checking in from. I want to know where you guys are checking in from. I want to know what you're interested in. If you guys are keeping track of any ticker in specifically, any index specifically, any option plays that you guys are thinking of, let us know. Let us know what you're thinking. What do I see? I see here, I'm looking at Yahoo Finance. Great resource. One of my go-to resources for financial information, Yahoo Finance. S&P is up slightly. The Dow is up slightly. NASDAQ is down slightly. That's what I'm seeing so far today. What are you guys seeing out there? Any tickers you guys keep track of? What tickers do you have on your watch list? What tickers are you invested in? Let us know. Let's see what we've got here. Sort of a mixed day so far. Major indexes are down just slightly. In terms of mega caps, kind of a mixed bag so far today. Some of them are up, some of them are down. Let's see what we got here. I see Bitcoin's currently at 88, almost 89,000. Some of the BTC related tickers. Let's see what's going on with them. Mara's up a little bit. MicroStrategy is up about 6.5%. Let's see what else we have here. What tickers do you follow? Let me know. What tickers are you keeping an eye on? Earlier this morning, the market seemed red, but things have rebounded slightly since then. There's certain tickers I keep track of. I keep track of the indexes, of course. I keep track of the mega caps. I keep track of certain tickers that I have options plays on. You know, I keep an eye on those. What do you keep track of? I know you guys are very interested in options. Options is probably the most popular topic in the Black Business School. I know you guys like running options plays. What plays are you running? Anything in particular? Anything that you have your eye on? Anything you're thinking about doing? Let me know. Let me know. I think Doc is going to drop a Q&A or host a prime class either this week or early next week. So keep an eye out for that. Otherwise, let me know what you're thinking of. Let's see. Certain tickers I want to discuss in particular. I want to wait till we got a good audience in before I jump into that. What do you guys like? Anything that you guys like in particular? Any comments or questions, please drop them in the chat. What city you're checking in from, please drop that in the chat. Let me know what you guys like. What tickers do you like? What tickers are you invested in? Any ETFs that you're invested in? Any individual stocks that you're invested in? Any option plays that you have currently open? Let us know. Let us know. We can discuss them. A couple things I have my eye on. Besides the major indexes, I always keep on the Mag 7. Besides that, a couple other big companies I like to keep an eye on. TSM, ExxonMobil, Palantir, what else? MicroStrategy I keep an eye on. Eli Lilly I keep an eye on. Some of those ones I like to keep track of. What do you keep track of? You might have noticed since Sunday evening when Trump had announced the U.S. was going to invest in a cryptocurrency reserve, BTC and some of the related cryptos did skyrocket, but it seems they have since pulled back. Bitcoin's currently at 89,000. Ethereum's at 2,200. I think earlier this morning, Bitcoin was over 90,000, but has since pulled back just a little bit. We'll see what happens with that. I always keep an eye on BTC as well. Currently at 89,101. What holdings do you have in crypto? What holdings do you have in the securities market? What holdings do you have in the options market? What tickers do you like? At what prices do you like them at? Let me know. I'll give you one right now. I like current price of. I'll give you a couple, but I'll give you one right now. One ticker that I like at current price, current market of Microsoft is 393.30. I like Microsoft at 393. I like Microsoft anything below 400. I remember buying shares on Microsoft at 460. So if I like buying shares at 460, I should really like buying shares at current market of 393.25. So I keep an eye on Microsoft. I'm going to save another ticker that I like at current market for later today. So let me know what you like. What tickers do you currently like? All right, let's see. Apple at 232 currently, AMD at 100, just over 100, Amazon 205, almost 206, Google at 170, Meta 642, Tesla at 272, Nvidia at 115, TSM 182. What is it you like? Any of those that you like at current market? Maybe you run option plays. Do you like Mara at current market of 1486? Do you like Palantir at 85? What do you like? Do you like TSM at 182? Are you waiting for a specific price? What holdings do you have? I believe Trump and Trudeau are set to meet today if they haven't met already. So I believe they're going to discuss the tariffs between the U.S. and Canada. So if that issue is resolved, or at least maybe the tariffs are postponed. So if that happens, I'm anticipating the market turn green, entirely green. But we'll see what actually happens. I am waiting on what happens from that meeting, what comes of that meeting between Trump and Trudeau. Nasdaq's at, let's see what the Nasdaq at. Nasdaq is currently at 18,280, according to Yahoo Finance. I anticipate that turning green at some point today. If actually it's 18,290. So I anticipate that turning green. Actually, just turned green slightly. So Nasdaq's up just a little bit. One of the major holdings I have is the Nasdaq. One of the major holdings I like is the Nasdaq. What holdings do you like? Do you like the S&P? Do you like the Russell? Do you like the Nasdaq? What do you like? Do you like gold? Do you like Bitcoin? Do you like what do you like? I'm currently looking at Yahoo Finance. So it says Trump could decide. Says Trump could decide on Canada-Mexico relief today. So if that actually happens later today, maybe I anticipate this market taking off. Turning from what is a mixed bag so far today to an all green day. So those of you that are selling covered calls, if you haven't already, maybe you consider running plays on your covered calls today to take advantage of higher premiums. If the entire market turns green today, you'll get higher premiums on your covered calls. Any questions or comments, please drop them in the chat. Let us know where you're checking in from. Just a reminder that we go live every Wednesday, noon Eastern, Winning Wednesdays. We discuss general stock and option markets, anything affecting those markets, any news, any current events, anything that may impact our plays. All right, so it looks like S&P just turned green, NASDAQ just turned green. Let's see, most of these mega caps are up. Apple's down slightly, 1%, about $3 to $2.33. Are you guys keeping an eye on Apple? Do you invest in Apple? One of the biggest companies in the world by market cap. Probably the biggest company in the world by market cap right now. Nvidia is down to 116. So I believe Apple's and Nvidia are there, right there, neck and neck for the biggest company in the world. Really depends on their share price. Once Nvidia creeps up into the 120s, 130s, I believe it will overtake Apple. It's just a matter of what current market is on both of those tickers that determines which one is bigger. Another resource I like besides Yahoo Finance is if you're a visual person, check out FinViz. FinViz has great heat maps. FinViz shows you can filter it by S&P or World or whatever index you prefer. I like looking at the S&P on FinViz. It gives you a great graphical representation of company size by market cap. So check out FinViz if you're unfamiliar with FinViz. FINVIZ, FinViz. Check out their heat maps. I really like their heat maps. Let's see what else we got here. Those of you in the Prime class, just a reminder, I believe Doc said he's going to either drop a Q&A or host a class later this week. So be on the lookout for that. Great resource, great class. In that class, it's a great experience. Great way to learn option strategies. Great examples. So if you're not in the Prime class, consider joining the Prime class. Whatever the price is, you'll get your investment back and you'll cash flow something on top of that. More importantly, if you learn that skill set, you can apply that skill set every period the rest of your life. So if you do play your cards right, you can achieve a infinite return. Let's check out Dr. Boyce Prime, drboyceprime.com if you're interested in that class. Okay, so it looks like just a few tickers that I follow are red. Most of the market is green so far today. For anyone interested in a dividend play, consider ExxonMobil. ExxonMobil is at 104, down about 3% today. At 104, let's check. Let me take a quick look at this chart. So from my quick analysis, ExxonMobil is approaching a support level. If you believe in ExxonMobil, if you like dividend plays, if you like an energy play, consider ExxonMobil. Currently at 104, down about 3% today. Another ticker that I have on my watch list that's red, I believe is a good entry price, is Google, Googl, currently at 170.59. One of the biggest companies in the world, Google. Google's pulled back recently. It was near 200. Now it's at 170. If you like it at 170, consider buying some shares at 170. Or you can even consider running an option play on Google. It's really up to you. I see the triple Qs are at 496. NASDAQ, triple Qs follows the 100 biggest tech companies in the world. Currently at 497. Just up slightly today. I believe it just turned green, as well as the S&P. The only mega cap that I follow that's red right now is Apple, currently at 233, down about less than 1%. So hopefully Apple can turn things around today. Get back up to where it was, approaching 240, I believe, 240, 250, approaching 250. I believe it was over 250 at one point, not too long ago. Hopefully Apple can rebound to 250 and get back to all-time highs. Let's see what's going on with the S&P. S&P is pulled back a little bit. Just a couple weeks ago, it was at all-time highs, so a cool-off is nothing unexpected. S&P is pulling back a little bit. It's still up today, but it has pulled back in recent weeks. Let's see what else we have here. Okay, many of these tickers are turning green now. Earlier today and yesterday, a lot of red. Last couple weeks, a lot of red in the market. So far today, a lot of green. Earlier today, there was a mixed bag of red and green, but as of right now, things have turned around. Let's see what else we have. In terms of earnings, a couple big companies reporting this week. I believe after hours tomorrow, we have Broadcom reporting and CrowdStrike reporting their earnings. That's tomorrow. Earnings, Broadcom, AVGO, Alex, Victor, Gary, Omar, and CrowdStrike, Charlie, Ralph, Wendy, David, CRWD. They both report tomorrow. So we'll see what their earnings are like tomorrow. A couple big companies right there. They may move the entire tech sector. We'll see what happens. We'll see what kind of earnings they have tomorrow. In terms of scheduling, in terms of what's coming up in the Black Business School, tonight they have the book club, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. This coming Sunday, the WIN members meet. There's a WIN members meeting on Sunday night at 7 p.m. Eastern. In that class, we discuss option plays. That's more of an option-specific class. So if you're interested in that, check out the WIN group. I believe you have to sign up for the WIN group. You have to go through a filtering process. So if you're interested in deep diving into options with the WIN members, they meet this Sunday night. This past Sunday, I had my monthly meeting. First Sunday every month, 5:30 p.m. Eastern, we discussed position management in terms of the option market. So if you're interested in options, check out my monthly meeting. We discuss options. We usually discuss one particular topic of options. Let me see if I can drop if you're interested in that class or any of my offerings, check out that link right there. That's a link to my monthly meeting, consults with me, and my Mathematics for Millionaires class. This past Sunday in my monthly meeting, we discussed position management. So a few ways we can manage positions. Opening positions is one skill set. Managing positions is a different skill set. So we deep dive into position management this past Sunday. If you're interested in that meeting, if you just wanted to purchase that lecture, just reach out to support@theblackbusinessschool.com, or you can email me, errol@errolcmango.com, and we can work something out. Otherwise, check out that link in the chat. A few of the offerings I have through the Black Business School. So be sure to check out that. I'll also like to drop my I'd also like to drop the link for consults with me in the chat. So if you're interested in one-on-one consults, if you believe you're ready for the next level, if you're ready to level up in your options trading, or you just want to consult and just have a general business consultation with me, check out that second link in the chat. Most people that want to meet with me discuss options, right? They're in a particular situation. Everyone's in a unique situation, so they want more customized potential courses of action that they can take. They want strategies they can use. They want to discuss their situation and particular plays that they can make. So consider that. Consider those two links. Of course, Doc has his prime class. Of course, Doc has his 10 a.m. class, which is a great class. Other classes offered through the Black Business School. Check out Tuesday, 12 noon Eastern class. Discuss general stock market. This class, Winning Wednesdays, will meet Wednesdays noon Eastern. We'll discuss general markets, stock markets, option markets, current events affecting markets, politics affecting the markets, earnings, Fed meetings, PPI reports, CPI reports, job reports, anything that affects option or stock markets, we will discuss. Another reminder, you probably are familiar with this already, but just a reminder, Miami was scheduled for this coming weekend, but it's been rescheduled to May 9th weekend. So consider joining us in Miami. I'm presenting a Mathematics for Millionaires lecture, an option-specific lecture. So if you're into options, and if you want to take your game to the next level, consider joining us in Miami, May 9th and May 10th. It will be a great way to network, great way to receive cutting-edge information, great way to keep up with the market, and great way to connect with other like minds. Also, if you're in the prime class, I believe Doc had dropped his new moneymaker grid. So check out drboyceprime.com, log into the Black Business School. If you scroll into the prime class, I believe Doc dropped his latest money making grid last week. Check out some of the tickers on that grid. If you want to discuss some of that in detail, consider an options consult. But if you know what you're doing, options can definitely skyrocket your income. If you're looking to make passive income, if you're tired of working on the plantation, if you're burnt out, if you're looking for something better, if you're looking for a better alternative, consider options. Check out the prime class, check out my offerings. And also, you can also self-study, right? You don't necessarily need to wait for some of these classes. You can self-study. So when you do book a consult, you already have a baseline understanding, and you can maximize the time with us. For anyone new that's joining, drop in what city you're checking in from, drop in what state you're checking in from, drop what country you're checking in from into the chat. Any comments or questions, please drop them in the chat. I'm willing to discuss whatever topics you guys like. I know options is a big topic in the community. If you have any current option plays, if you have any current stock plays you want to discuss, I'm willing to discuss them. Let us know what tickers you follow, what indexes you follow, what tickers are you invested in, what tickers are you thinking about investing in? Are you invested in Bitcoin? Are you invested in crypto? I want to hear about it. Let me know. Let's see. Let's see what's going on in the market. S&P is up slightly. Dow Jones is up slightly. Nasdaq is down slightly. Russell's up slightly. Gold is up slightly. Crude oil is down a little bit. And let's check current price of Bitcoin is 90,000. Bitcoin has just crossed 90,000, up 3.5% today. Just crossed 90,356. Are you invested in Bitcoin? Do you like Bitcoin? Do you not like Bitcoin? Do you hold Bitcoin? Do you hold other cryptocurrencies? What do you hold? What are you thinking of holding? Are you exposed to crypto at all? Are you considering being exposed to crypto? Why or why not? Let me hear about it. I do have a ticker I want to discuss. I want to wait till closer to 1 p.m. I mentioned one already. I like Microsoft. It was at 393, currently at 394, approaching 395. I do like that at current market. Any tickers you guys like? Any prices you like? What are you keeping track of? What resources do you use? I mentioned Yahoo Finance. Any platforms that you use to track financial news? I like Yahoo Finance. I like TradingView. Those are probably my two go-tos, TradingView and Yahoo Finance. What do you use? What platforms do you use? I'm not sure what time Trump and Trudeau meet today, but hopefully that tariff issue could be resolved one way or another, so we have some clarity in the market. Market likes clarity. Market likes stability. So we'll see what comes of their meeting today. Probably the biggest thing in the market right now is Trump's tariffs. A lot of volatility since the other, I think it was Sunday night or Monday night at 12 midnight is when the current tariffs had taken effect. We'll see what comes of those two leaders' meetings today. I see a lot of green in the market right now. So the market might have already reacted to that. A couple of tickers I follow, a lot of green in those tickers. What tickers do you follow? Let me know. What tickers do you like? What holdings do you like? What have you learned in the stock market? What have you learned from the Black Business School? Has it been a value add? Has the Black Business School been a value add to you? You know, a lot of times I compare my traditional education versus the education I've received outside of traditional means. So I look back on that now and realize there was no comparison. I should have sought a freedom education much earlier than I actually did. You've got traditional education, you've got freedom education. Those are not synonymous. Has classes up in the Black Business School been a value add? Have you got your money's worth? Let us know. Let me know. How can we improve these classes? What kind of topics do you want us to discuss? You know, how can we better benefit the community? Let us know. Drop it in the chat. Email us. I've probably received a better free education in the Black Business School, learning the stock market than I did all those years learning all the stuff that didn't have any impact on my bottom line. You know, for me personally, I go harder studying freedom education than I ever did studying traditional education, because the outcomes, if I didn't, my outcomes would be terrible. more mediocrity. I'm not really interested in mediocrity anymore. I've unsubscribed from the mediocrity mindset. I've subscribed to the wealth mindset. I've subscribed to the greatness mindset. I've subscribed to the excellence mindset. BTC just dipped under 90, currently at 89,839. So Bitcoin's fluctuating at about 90,000. A couple of days goes in the high 70s. Did you buy any at 78? Did you buy any at 79? Maybe you consider dollar cost averaging every week. One of the great strategies in the stock market, dollar cost averaging. Do you dollar cost average? Let us know. What do you do? What are your preferred strategies? What do you do in your buy and hold portfolio? What do you do in your options portfolio? Another Bitcoin related ticker, Coinbase, COIN, currently at 215. Not too long ago, it was up near 300. Back in December, 300. Now it's closer to 200, 215.72. Let's check its day chart, 5-day chart. 5-day chart, let's see what day this was. Yesterday was Tuesday, March 4th. It was under 200 yesterday. It's currently at 215. If you know what you're doing in the options market, that could be a great wealth play right there. A $20 move in the stock market could make significant moves in the options market if you know the right play with the right ticker at the right time. A couple other BTC related tickers. What do we have here? Mara currently at 1505. Strategy at 296. Strategy's up about almost 8%, $21 and some change, up to 296. Coin at 216. Mara 1507. A few related BTC related tickers right there. I know you guys may follow the Riot, as well as the AI, as well as Hood. Do you have any option plays on those tickers? Do you have any stock market holdings in those tickers? Let us know. Let's see what else we have. Looks like the only mega cap that's down so far today, just slightly, is Apple, currently at 234. Apple's up near 250, I believe, not too long ago. Apple was setting all-time highs back in February, near 250. Pulled back to 230s. I don't expect Apple to be down too much longer. I expect it be up near 250 and break over 250. Are you invested in Apple? Biggest company by market cap, I believe, right now. If Nvidia is down at Nvidia is currently at 116, almost 117. So I believe Nvidia would be second biggest company in the world. Apple is the biggest company in the world by market cap at current prices. I believe if Nvidia shoots up back to 130, 135, 140, I believe it will overtake Apple as the biggest company in the world. Those two are usually neck and neck the last 6 months or so. What companies are you invested in? Let me know. What companies do you like? Those of you just joining, today so far green in the market. Earlier today it was red. Earlier today it was also a mix of red and green. But now, as of right now, 12:43 p.m. Eastern, mostly green in the market. NASDAQ is up. S&P is up. Let's check Yahoo Finance right quick. S&P is up slightly. Dow Jones is up slightly. Nasdaq's up slightly. Russell's down slightly. Gold is up. Bitcoin's up. Crude oil is down. It's a quick summary of what's going on today. Tomorrow, a couple of big tech companies report earnings. CrowdStrike and Broadcom. CrowdStrike CRWD. Broadcom AVGO report tomorrow after close, I believe. Today is March 5th, I believe. Wednesday, March 5th. A couple of things we got coming up next week is CPI report. CPI report comes out on Wednesday, next Wednesday morning. CPI report, inflation report, March 12th, the morning of March 12th. The following day, you have the PPI report, the morning of March 13th. And the week after that, we have the next Fed meeting. The decision on what to do with interest rates comes on either the 18th or the 19th. So keep that on your calendar. A couple key dates coming up in the next couple weeks. CPI report 3/12, PPI report 3/13, Fed meeting 3/18 and 3/19. So keep those dates on your calendar. Feel free to drop any comments or questions in the chat. If you got anything you'd like to discuss, just be concise. I'll do my best to read the chat, to read the comments and questions, and discuss. How are you feeling about the market? What's your sentiment? Did we bottom out? Are we on the rebound? Are we going to dip further? How do you feel? Those of you interested in options, a few minutes ago I was explaining this past Sunday. If you're interested in my monthly meeting, we just completed position management. We discussed position management this past Sunday. Those of you that run options plays may want to know position management in detail. You may want to know the fine details of managing a position. Opening a position is one thing. Managing a position is something completely different. So if you're interested in that lecture, email support@the Black Business School or just email me, errol@errolcmango.com. We can definitely help you out with that. The best way to get at me is through email. I just mentioned my email, errol@errolcmango.com. You can copy support@the Black Business School. If you want to hit me up on social media, there's my handle, 416's favorite. Active on Instagram. I'm active on LinkedIn. I'm active on Twitter. I am active on Threads and on YouTube. So just either search my name on those platforms or just search my handle on those platforms at 416's favorite. Let's connect. It's always good to connect with people in the community. That's how I come up with a lot of the content. A lot of people have frequently asked questions. A lot of people have unique questions. So the more unique questions I try to save for some of the other classes. Some of the general questions that I get often, I try to incorporate that into some of the classes, into my monthly meeting, into the consults, and I even incorporate some of the general information into this class every Wednesday at noon Eastern. So really, if you have particular questions, you can drop them in this class or you can save them for the consults. But I try to base a lot of my content on what I hear from the community. I got a lot of questions the last couple months on how much can I earn. I know one big topic in the community is options algebra. So I mentioned last week, options algebra answers two main questions. How much can I earn knowing my capital base? Right, that's one question. For example, how much can I earn with 250,000? What kind of cash flow can I generate with unknown capital base? I know my capital base is 250,000. How much cash flow can I generate? That's one question. The other question is, I have a target cash flow in mind. say 10,000 a month, for example, what capital base do I need to generate that 10,000 a month? So just to quickly recap, option algebra answers two main questions. I know my capital base, what cash flow can I generate? Second question is, I have a target cash flow, what capital base do I need to hit that target cash flow? So if you're interested in options algebra, if you're interested in finding out the exact answers to those two questions, hit me up, hit up the Black Business School, support@the Black Business School, or just email me, errol@errolcmango.com, and we can answer those questions. Options algebra is a very big topic in the community. I got that very topic from the community. I got how to manage, I got the idea on lecturing on position management from the community. So really these classes are for you. These classes are for you. It's not really me lecturing. I lecture off the FAQs that I receive. So we want to customize as much as we can. We want to give some general information in these general classes, but we also want to get, if you want to deep dive into any of these topics, we're going to save those for either the consults or some of the other offerings. It's crossed my mind already to. I'm still considering what topic I should lecture on in April, first Sunday in April. I'm still considering a few topics in my mind. I haven't decided just yet. Soon I will finalize the topic for April's meeting. But in the meantime, if you have any comments or questions, you can drop them in the chat of this class. You can always book a consult with me. You can always book a consult with Doc. Just log into the Black Business School or reach up to support at the Black Business School to set one up. Guys, have any comments or questions, please drop in the chat. Let me know where you're checking in from. Drop that in the chat. What country you're checking in from, drop that. I had mentioned earlier that market is pretty much green all around today. I think one of the big market movers was Trump's meeting with Trudeau. That was going to occur today. I'm not sure if that's already occurred, but either way, it's probably going to affect the market. Market's turned very green today so far, so maybe it has already occurred. Yesterday, you might have known market was well, not only yesterday, but in the recent past, market's very green, very red. So hopefully we're on a rebound. We don't know for sure, but if you don't really know what you're doing, it doesn't matter whether the market's up, flat, or down. The savvy investor can cash flow in any market condition. Savvy investor doesn't get emotionally erratic. Savvy investor stays cool and calm under any circumstance. There's always opportunity no matter where you look. It's just a matter of where you are, what your mindset is. If the market is up like it is today, there's great opportunity. If the market is flat, there's great opportunity. If the market is down, there's great opportunity. It's really just a matter of training how you view things. Another ticker I have on my watch list. It's been down recently, but it's up today is Meta, META. I believe Meta controls several of the top websites in the world. Facebook.com, the Instagram app, WhatsApp, three of the major, I believe all three of those apps or websites are in the top 10 most used websites in the world or apps in the world. Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. So META currently at 650, up $10 today, up about 1.5% today, currently at 650.37. I know Doc likes running option plays on Meta. So keep an eye on Meta. A couple years ago, Meta was in the hundreds. Now it's 650. It was actually in 7 not too long ago. It was up about back in February. It was about 7, maybe 735, 740, not too long ago. Currently at 650. One of the biggest companies in the world, Meta. You saw Zuckerberg in DC at the inauguration. It was not an accident. NVIDIA, another mega cap, currently at 117.57, up $1.65, almost 1.5% today. I think it was down about 115 yesterday. Yeah, I like NVIDIA at current market of 117. I liked it at 115. Do you like NVIDIA? What are your top five tickers that you keep track of? Eli Lilly, one of the biggest healthcare companies, up at 918.50. Eli Lilly's been on a tear year to date. Let's see what it is. Yeah, it's been on a tear year to date. Last year or so, some volatility in the last year, but Eli Lilly is one of the biggest companies in the world. Eli Lilly knows how to make money. Pandemic, epidemic, hurricane, tsunami, wildfire, Eli Lilly will be making money regardless. Just a quick schedule rundown for those of you that didn't join earlier. Tonight, book club went 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Later this week, Sunday evening, the WIN class meets at 7 p.m. Eastern. In that class, we discuss straight options. So if you're interested in options, reach out to the Black Business School. I know Doc starts his coin program next week. If you're interested in the coin program, if you want to learn options A to Z, consider the coin program. Whatever the fee is, if you know what you're doing, if you lock in, you'll get that fee back plus an infinite return. If you learn the options game, you can always run plays every period the rest of your life, and you can teach that skill set to your loved ones and let them run plays every period the rest of their life. So whatever the fee is, you could get an infinite return on that fee. I think back to my traditional education. Every semester I had to come up with a certain amount of thousands of dollars to pay for classes that had no real impact on my bottom line. I remember studying classes that had nothing to do with anything, that were completely irrelevant to my ability to pay my bills and my ability to control my own outcomes. So I always compare, that's my baseline, right? So I always compare whatever fees I paid for those classes that essentially were irrelevant to some of these fees I pay in the Black Business School. And I'm glad to pay that to the Black Business School. I would have, if I had known earlier about the Black Business School, I probably would have skipped traditional education altogether. I would have went to some kind of business training, some kind of formal or informal business training, and I would have went harder in the Black Business School. That's just me. Maybe you have maybe you had a different experience. But the general consensus I get from talking to the community is traditional education. People didn't get their money's worth in traditional education. If you lock in on these freedom education plays, you do get your money's worth. Not only do you get your money's worth, but you also get a great return on top of that. So it's really about mindset. It's really about how serious you are. I take these wealth plays very seriously. I take these option plays very seriously. I think back to what kind of studying I did back in the day. If I'm pulling all-nighters to study Romeo and Juliet, I should pull a minimum of 38 all-nighters to study these wealth plays. No disrespect to Romeo and Juliet. Romeo and Juliet never paid one of my bills. Romeo and Juliet's not coming to save me. So I need to go hard. Me personally, I need to go hard in these options plays, in these business plays, in these wealth plays. I need to go hard. Earlier, I dropped the links to any consults with me, my offerings through the Black Business School, my monthly class, one-on-one one-off consults with me, my Mathematics for Millionaires class, and I dropped the link to my bulk consultations. So check that out if that's a value add to you. Every Wednesday, 12 noon Eastern, I'm going to go live on the Black Boss channel. We're going to discuss general market conditions, anything that affects the stock and option markets. If you have anything you'd like to discuss, please drop it in the chat. Good way to network, good way to connect with other people, good free education. Doesn't cost you. You're on YouTube all day anyways, right? Might as well connect with other like minds. So Wednesdays at noon Eastern, I'm going to go live. If you're interested, set your calendars. Wednesday, noon Eastern, on the Black Boss channel. I will go live. Anything you'd like to discuss before we leave, drop them in the chat, please. What city are you checking in from? Drop that in the chat. Any comments or questions, drop that in the chat. Let me give the market one final look over. S&P up, Dow Jones up, NASDAQ up, Russell 2000 up, Bitcoin up, gold up. So far it looks like a green day. We'll see what shakes out the last 3 hours of market open today. Market looks good. What are you seeing out there? What tickers are you tracking? What option plays are you considering? What investing plays are you considering? Let us know. I'm interested. And like I said, this is how I get content for this class and some of the other classes. It's just feedback I receive from the community. These classes are your class, so let us know what you need, what works for you, what doesn't work for you, what format you like, things like that. It's 1 p.m. Eastern, so my plan is to go live every Wednesday, noon Eastern, for about an hour. Any final comments or questions, please drop them in the chat. We want to grow this community. We want to network with each other. We want to level each other up. We want to improve our outcomes. Santa Claus is not coming to save me. Tooth Fairy is not coming to save me. Cupid's not coming to save me. We must save ourselves. I don't see anything in the chat. So next week, Wednesday, noon Eastern, Black Boss channel. I'll be live again. Until then, go get what you deserve. Peace.
I was blind, but now I can see.
Yeah, calisthenics number 12. Yeah. Fly robotics. Bifocals, my only purpose is to feed the locals. I'm spreading love when I see you and gotta approach you. I see the goodness in you, I wouldn't John Wick you. I know you hustling for your family just to pay the fiscal. I see the God up in you, He bless your physical. While we navigating problems, the world is abysmal. Skip the one up, let's get it to the center. Your house is big as mine, we can always help each other. Affirmation smother, it ain't even cost me a dime to uplift my brother.
Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Vulnerability is the New Sexy. This is part 3 of our special 4-part series on relationships. It has been going really well. We have been getting some really good feedback. And today we are diving into something that might seem small, but actually has the power to make or break relationships. And that's how do we respond to each other's small little bids for connection. And if you don't know what that is, bids for connection are the little things that when your partner like sends a text, it's just to check in, when they want to share a story from their day, or when they reach for your hand while y'all walking together. It's how you respond to these moments that can either build intimacy or create distance over time. So many relationships, don't fall apart because of like these big explosive fights like we think, but because of these small everyday disconnections and little opportunities that we may be missing. So we're going to talk about in this episode what these little bids look like and how can we respond to them in ways that strengthen our relationship, and how to like stay emotionally present even when life is getting a little busy or overwhelming. And today I've got some, again, some credible guests joining me. You've seen a lot of these people before. Obviously, my brother Chris here is joined by his wife Maria, and they're a couple that I thought would be and provide some insight to this topic. Q and Jatoya, y'all seen them on part 1 of the series, I believe, right? Was that part 1?
Part 1.
Yeah. Okay. And then my wife, who is joining me again for part 3, out of that deathbed from episode 1, and thriving, as you can see. And then from last week, we're bringing Jeannie Johnson back, a therapist who deals with emotional connection and sees couples also. So, hi everybody, how y'all doing? Everybody good? Okay, good.
Well, great.
All right.
Yes.
So, Toy and Q, I'm just gonna get a little icebreaker question out here. I'm gonna ask y'all straight up. What is like one little thing that your partner does that that's a little bit for connection that you really appreciate, that they might think is a small thing, but it really makes you feel loved? Toy, I'll start with you.
I think for me, it's the embrace and the saying I love you before you walk out the door.
Yeah.
Like, don't just leave home without saying anything. That bothers me a lot.
Okay. All right. Like you bother right now. Go ahead.
I didn't do that this morning, so it's not a big thing for sure.
All right.
I appreciate that she loved that. For me, it's just, hey, how your day going? She does it all the time. Sometimes she don't, but most of the time she do. And I love that. It's just like, oh, okay, she's thinking about me. Or like, you need anything, like, you good? Like, how your day going? You having a bad one? I maybe could cheer you up a little bit. So I like that.
Cool. Chris, what about you, man? What's something that your wife does that?
It is the way she follows me. Like in the beginning, we had a lot of button heads, and I had kind of made a lot of mistakes. And then these last couple of years, man, she's just really been like, even if he makes a mistake, I got his back, and that means the world to me because I can go up against anybody. But she was the one that could break me down, kind of. But now it's all lifting up, man. It's just a lot of lifting up. Even when I make mistakes, she kind of lets me just lead, and it just makes me to be more on point, man. And it's just like little things that we used to butt head. Now it's just like, just let him make a mistake, and then I just it's just little stuff like that we're moving forward now because of stuff like that. So I think that she just really is my number one fan now, so that helps me a lot.
Now she's your number one fan, huh?
Yeah. Now.
Yeah. To grow into that.
Now.
I had to grow into that role. What about you, Maria?
We both did, though. We both did.
For me, I think it's the constant reminder of Chris to the kids to respect me, listen to me. Just that shows me love and that he thinks about that.
Oh man, that's actually a good one, man. I try to do that myself sometimes. Sometimes you gotta play referee with them kids, because they be trying to decide. Yeah.
What are you talking about? My children are angels.
All right. I wasn't ready for that one. But what's something that your husband does that makes you feel loved?
Actually, I'm with Jatoya. Like the good morning, the kiss goodbye. Like, don't walk out the door. Don't walk out the door.
Okay. For real?
Yeah, seriously.
That means a lot to you, huh?
It does.
Okay.
So, like when you got up and went to the gym the other morning.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. We got a little. This little episode gonna be funny. All right. Yeah. For me, I think it's like when I mention that I need something, and then it like appears. You know what I mean? Like I'll be just talking randomly, whether it's I need some pencils in my office. And then the next day, like some pencils will show up, and I'm like, damn. Just that little gesture right there be making me feel like, man, she really is supporting what I'm doing. It makes me feel kind of seen and heard. And I really appreciate those things. Jeannie, let me ask you something, man. Do you come across couples who are failing at bids for connection? And if you do, like, what are some of the things that you start out trying to get them to process in these moments?
Absolutely. Yes, I do come across a lot of clients who are feeling at one, recognizing bids, even though they've been together for long periods of time, just because many of these things aren't outwardly spoken. Many of us actually, especially in relationships where there are two Black members of a couple, don't necessarily communicate their wants and needs in verbal language. A lot of the communication is nonverbal, and there are assumptions that sometimes get made that your partner knows and understands what you need, but it's actually not necessarily correct, and that your partner knows and understands when you're trying to connect with them. So I certainly get couples who are failing to recognize those bids. And oftentimes I see, as you asked about the barrier, what is the issue in them recognizing the bid?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the issue and the barrier tends to be that they're overrun by work. They're overrun by being a father, being a mother. They have familial issues that are demanding of them at times. And so they're not connecting because they're not even connected to their own person, let alone trying to be connected to their partners.
Right. And sometimes, I'm gonna piggyback on that. Sometimes it looks like, your partner you coming home and you're like, hey, can we go for a walk? And you be like, no, I'm tired, or I don't feel like it, or something like that. And it's like, that might seem like something small, but what you're doing is you're missing an opportunity that your partner's taking to extend themselves to you. Have you thought about why are they asking you to go on that walk? What is it that they're trying to accomplish by doing it? Maybe they just want to, either get you alone or have a conversation with you, share some intimate details about the things that that went on during their day. And by you saying no, consistently saying no, because I know some people come home like, man, or for one, and I can say an opportunity, and maybe y'all can think about this too, an opportunity that seems like sometimes a missed bid for connection is like, at times I would ask like Donna to go to the gym with me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she always says no. You know what I mean? But I really like working out with my wife. You know what I mean? Like, but she likes working out in her home gym. I understand. And sometimes she'll ask me to come out there and I'll say no to go work out in there. And both of us are missing an opportunity to, connect. Like, she's trying to give me in her space. I'm trying to get her in mine. But both of those would be like considered bids for connection that we're missing. So off the top of your head, I don't want to put no pressure on y'all. But Toya, Q, do y'all have can think of any opportunities that y'all like maybe miss on those little bids for connection?
Yeah, I really didn't. I ain't really never look at it like that, what you said, but she asked me to go to the store with her all the time. And most of the time, if I know she's going to get something little, but like, nah, you can go ahead. But it'd be that little ride that we got along that she craving. And sometimes I miss that opportunity because I am doing something else.
Right.
So yeah, I didn't recognize that at first. That's good that you said that. Like,
it's what we do for, man. I want everybody to take an opportunity to recognize these little moments, man, that we missing. We are looking at them as burdens, but we're just disconnecting from our partner. Latoya, what do you got anything you can think of off the top of your head?
Yes. Sometimes what Ms. Johnson was saying is absolutely true. Like, there are just some demands that feel so overwhelming that I don't do those small bids of like picking up the phone to call and say, hey, what's up? It's usually a quick text, but sometimes my husband want to hear my voice or see my face through that communication. And I, like he just said, I don't always recognize how important that is. So thank you for bringing that up, Ms. Johnson. Like, that is really, really important. And it's something I know that I miss sometimes because I just feel like life is taking over.
And I think you said it that's so wonderfully when you said my husband wants to see my beautiful face. He wants to hear me. He wants to take me in. You're in love with your partner. You know, you have long-term relationships, and the small moments where you can have the essence of each other, it's important to continue to add those in. But it's hard. You know, you have a lot on your plate with one, maintaining the relationship, but two, when you've built a family, when you have a career, when you have outside family who needs you, who has demands on you, it becomes a priority when you make it a priority to ensure that the relationship comes first. Not the kids, not your parents, not your job, your relationship.
100%. True. Chris, you think of a time where you've missed?
Yeah, man, thank y'all for letting us go last too. I was thinking about that. Yes, man. So I'm a tech guy, and some of this, the working on the house stuff. Oh man, it eludes me. And Maria is a country girl, and she's used to some, her dad or everybody working with their hands, and that's just not me. And I've realized that she kind of needs that or expects that type of stuff. You know what I mean? And I've missed a couple of opportunities to do stuff like that. Now we try to take like little dates to Walmart and do stuff like that, but as far as that manly stuff, I can't say manly stuff, but just stuff around the house that's expected. It just goes over my head sometimes. You know what I mean? Because like Ms. Johnson said, I'm focused on a lot of, running a lot of different things, and that stuff kind of goes in my head. I've been trying to be more intentional about it, but yeah, that's one of the big ones for us.
Yeah. What you think of any time you miss an opportunity to connect with Chris, or he's trying to connect with you emotionally?
I think I used to be the one that was like, hey, let me just go to the store really quick, or I'm gonna get the kids and just go do this real quick. But I think since Chris has really showed me just like, hey, spending even, the like Mr. Q was saying, just the ride to the store. He's like, just those 5 little minutes to go to Walmart. And I tried to be more intentional about that, because it's true. I was the one that was always kind of rushing. And I tend to think about it a little bit more, I think.
Yeah, she's doing a great job.
So I used to, because there were a lot of times that I would much rather just, like I said, just rush and go get something. Like, no, you're okay. Like, I don't want you to get up and be bothered. Like, I'm just gonna go do this. But
yeah,
I don't know. What do you think? Is it better?
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah,
she's doing really good. And now our kids are getting a little older too. We can leave them here by ourselves and just, like I said, just cruise to Walmart or whatever and just leave them here. So we've been trying to be more intentional about that.
It's a beautiful time in life, for sure.
Absolutely. We forget all the time that a bid is an invitation, and you've got to provide that invitation to your partner to come along in whatever is going on for you, whether that's even a small little space of a break so you can be partners together without your children intervening.
Jeannie, I want to talk about one of the major, and listen, if you're in the chat, listen, nobody's left no comments yet. I don't know what's going to, usually don't take this long for people to start commenting, but listen, talk to me about any opportunities that you or talk to me about something your partner does that makes you feel seen, something small or an opportunity that your partner's missing, or something that you try to do to connect with your partner and it doesn't always get seen or felt. Please throw yourselves in the chat, man. I don't know what's going on. I'm feeling disconnected from y'all, like y'all not out there, but I see y'all in numbers is out there. But Jeannie, let me ask you, I think I want you to talk about an opportunity that a lot of people miss, is that's when they try to downplay compliments, right? So, your partner compliments you and you dismiss it.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, talk to me about how that can be detrimental or eroding relationships.
Absolutely. I mean, I think so many times when couples are talking with each other and they're looking to move they're looking to transition from whatever's happening in the now to something else. Like, so I have an idea in my mind. I'm looking on at my wife, or I'm looking on at my husband, and maybe they're busying themselves with something, finishing up the last portions of work, or I don't know, cooking dinner, something to that effect. And I come in and I'm complimenting them on how good dinner smells, or hugging them from behind or something like that. And they're just trying to get finished. So they kind of shrug things off, or they dismiss so they can maintain focus on whatever it is they're doing. I always remind couples that when you're getting so focused on something going a specific kind of way, and you're so attached to something moving just in the way you want it to, you're missing the opportunities and invitations around you. I often tell people that because they get so lost in it and so engrossed in it that they're just not recognizing these like amazing moments, especially when you're someone who says to your partner at one point or another that I feel underappreciated, or, you feel disconnected, or like they haven't been around or haven't been understanding you in some time. And they're giving you these like small instances where they're trying to show you, hey, I see you. Your food smells good. Hey, I see you. You just picked up those pencils for me the other day. Like, that's super awesome of you. You're really sweet for like hearing me out. Did you say that? Did you follow up with that? Because that was a bid from Donna, right? Saying, I hear you. You're someone I want to feel comfortable. You're someone who I want to feel like they're seen and heard. We've got to follow up, bid after bid. It's like reciprocal,
Yeah. And I'm gonna follow it up too. With something that Donna does, like for instance, I will compliment her either a body part or tell her she's beautiful or something, and she will follow it up with some type of insult to herself or some type of joke.
Yep.
And that is a misbid for connection, because over time, that erodes relationships. Like, you have to lean into gratitude sometimes, right?
Absolutely.
Right.
And let's not forget, though, because this goes a little bit deeper. I'm going to take it to another level here because I think it's really important. The bid is there. It's the compliment, right? And you see your wife having a reaction to it. That's a rejection, not necessarily of you, but it sounds like there's an issue of self-consciousness, or there's an issue of her own personal understanding of self that may be happening. So if we see that, we can push a little forward, like, hey, hold on a minute. Don't talk about my wife like that. I just gave my wife a compliment and you're undermining it, and you're speaking to the negatives or to whatever else about you. Hold on a minute. What's going on with that? Because I think you're beautiful. Hold on a minute. What's happening here? Because I think you're looking really good today, or I think you sounded really good today, or I really appreciated the way you handled things with the kids today, even though maybe you didn't feel like you showed up like your best. I feel like you asserted yourself with them, and you told them how to move forward. And if it didn't come out as pretty as you want, hey, listen, that's parenthood.
Yeah, no, that's important. I think one important word you said in there was rejection, because you're walking a fine line, right? You have to recognize also that her doing that is not personal. Like, it's not anything personal. That's something totally within her. It's internal. But at the same time, constantly doing that does start to feel like rejection. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to tell you that I think you're attractive. I need you to have some gratitude for that. But, we need to also talk about why you don't feel attractive as well. We can have conversation about that, after you say, thank you. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I see you smiling, Donna. You're caught. What's going on?
No, I have to remind her something.
I don't deny it.
Right.
But I did thank you today, though.
Oh.
On the drive back.
Oh, right.
Did,
You surely
so.
did. Yeah, we went through all the emotions this weekend. We went out of town and we went through all the emotions back around, but it always comes back. I think the lady in the hotel lobby asked us, what's the secret of 17 years?
Yes.
And you got to always be willing to, work it out.
Yeah.
You got to always be willing to, have conversations. Like, that's just, when you stop having the conversations, that's when it starts to get a problem. But hey,
you told her keep learning.
Yeah, you gotta be like, here we are on our 17th anniversary, celebrating our 17th anniversary, and we learned, I don't want to speak for you, I learned a lot of things about my wife this weekend, and about how I approach her. And it's very relevant to this conversation because we're talking again about little bids for connection, that I was missing, or little opportunities that I wasn't taking to engage with her the way that she wanted me to engage with her, and vice versa. You know what I mean? It didn't come out the right way at all. It didn't come out the right, but I heard her, she heard me. Now we didn't talk about it to the next day, but we heard each other. Right. But so let me ask y'all, man, is there any opportunity, any time do you, and this, I hate asking these questions off the top, making y'all think off the top of your head, but I'm doing it. Q, you always good at answering these questions, bro. So that's why I always go to you first.
It's good, bro.
You always amaze me how you come up with answers to these questions.
Hey, I'll be working on this relationship every day. Like, I know, let me let you get to your question, but she be mad busy. I'll be busy. We got the smaller grown up. So I try to work on it.
Yeah. Was there any times where you feel like you're mistaking those bids for connection as like criticism or nagging?
No, Toya don't do too much nagging, but she will throw a compliment like, why I need you to say that? And it's like, I said that because I wanted to. Like, I know you probably didn't need to hear it, but yeah, you're a great mom. Yeah, you're a great wife. Like, you're doing great. And not feeling that much. Like, don't, tell me you're failing at something and, I don't feel like I'm not a great mom because the kids stay in their room and play the video game. Like, nah, they're teenagers going through puberty. They don't want to be in their mom's face all day. So it's like sometimes she don't take those, but she don't do too much nagging. She a little firecracker, you know that, but she don't do too much nagging.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, bro, sis. I'm really so proud of you, man. So proud of you, man. Like, God. Yeah, bro. What about you, Toy? You ever mistake some of it for criticism or nagging? Just mistake. That's why I'm not saying you do it, but you're mistaking it.
So something that you had asked about that came to my mind was I don't always do a great job of receiving gifts. And it's because I think I'm just used to giving and I'm not great at receiving. So where it is a good and important thing that he does very often, sometimes kind of just like, I could do better at receiving gifts, like actual gifts. I'm not saying like the gifts of exchanging our love and all that, not that, because we do compliment each other quite a bit. I'd be like, baby, you fine, like stuff like that is regular around our house. Like our kids would tell you there's a balance between the pop off and the affections and whatnot. But I'm just kind of not, I've never really learned how to be a good gift acceptor, if that makes sense. So I can see that as something, it's a compliment. I think to give a gift, and he gives great gifts, but I just have a weird energy when it comes to saying that was really a great gift, or like, I think my response isn't always what he expects. So it could come off kind of like that rejection that we were just discussing. So that's something I recognize. I'll do better. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I really feel like, talking to the audience again, I always promote in my sessions gratitude. Okay. Gratitude. For instance, hey, I'm sorry I'm late, versus, saying, I really appreciate you waiting for me. A little bit of turns. Because I'm always stressing to Donna, like, you constantly apologizing for stuff.
Yes.
And her mother does it too. They both do it. They both run here apologizing for nothing. And I'm like, you got to stop doing that, because what that does is that's eroding our relationships in the home. I want you to start turning all the things that you want to apologize for into gratitude. Okay? That becomes, don't therapize me, but
like I'm apologizing, like it kind of sounded like that woman or something, like I'm sorry. It's not like that type of apology. It's just like if it something goes away, then I'm quick to say, "Oh, I'm sorry that didn't, that didn't work out." That doesn't sit well with him.
Yeah. If anything, a little speck of dirt on the floor.
Well, you gotta be, if Joe was really therapizing, he'd be careful with giving attention to the times when you aren't giving what he would want you to give, right? When we give attention to the behavior that is the behavior we'd like to extinct, we subconsciously fuel the behavior, right? So saying, I don't want you to say this, or I don't want you to do that, or don't apologize, actually creates more attention to the negative, let's say, behavior. When you are wanting something to occur, you compliment it and you positively reinforce it when it happens. So Donna is behaving the way that you would want her to, or showing up the way that you would like her to, or that you prefer, you give an overreaction. Wow, I love that. You just were giving all this gratitude about this. Or, oh, you were sympathizing with me over an issue versus apologizing that the issue was happening to me. I love that. That means a lot to me. Thank you for being that way. Thank you for saying that. So if he was really therapizing you, Donna, it would sound a little bit more like that. But it's also a very positive thing sometimes be therapized. Just
it's a positive thing. It's a positive thing to because what it is you
it
call
means you're loved. It means you're loved.
It's also emotional growth. Like emotional intelligence is rising. The person that I was before didn't have the language to say the things. I was doing it all wrong. Like I was saying all the wrong things and handling and going about things all the wrong way. And I understand that maybe you got used to that. But then we're talking about biz for connection. All of this therapizing is just me trying to connect.
That's fine when you're trying to connect as my spouse. I'm not your client.
The world is my client.
Oh no. I'm not even touching that, my friend.
Yeah,
no way.
I'm just playing, y'all. I'm just playing, chat. I got a question for Chris and Maria, because Chris, you said something earlier about Maria's dad and brothers doing all this stuff. I'm wondering sometimes with y'all, like cultural difference, because you blackity black and she full blown Mexican, right? Yeah. And y'all grew up in those cultures, you know what I mean? Do y'all sometimes have to lean into that cultural difference in order to connect? Like, do you got to sometimes just like understand that, hey, this is the Mexican way we do things? And Maria, do you guys sometimes understand, hey, I ain't grew up doing it that way,
But yes, when we like you said, we're growing up in totally different cultures. But what we decided to do was kind of have one goal for our marriage and one goal to where we're headed. And then if our culture gets in the way of that, we set that aside kind of to come together, trying to build something new, especially for our kids. Because if we lean too much on our cultures, I don't think what we're trying to accomplish won't get accomplished. You know what I mean? So we do, of course, she is Mexican, I am black, and we do understand that, but we try not to let it get in the way of us moving forward and getting to where we are. Just like I said earlier about her dad and her brother, they're manly man. Arturo and Mr. Puentes, they work on everything, do everything, and where I sit at my desk all day. You know what I'm saying? And she was like, hey, even the lawn mode, or it's little stuff too, like that. Like that goes over my head, and then I had to realize that, hey, she is from that culture, so she is kind of expecting that, and that is not me giving up anything. That's me trying to bring us, that's still going towards our goal, recognizing her culture. You know what I mean? And so I kind of put that in, and that even went to our goal. So when I say we recognize each other's cultures, we don't just like totally disregard it. It just, if it's not in line with our goal, we disregard it. But if it is, I can do that. I can mow the lawn. I can do these things. You know what I mean? Yeah. Did that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, I think so.
What do you think?
Maria?
It was hard at the beginning. We did argue a lot about like he said, like the differences, because just like he said about the lawn being more mowed, I'll tell him like 1 or 2 times, and then I'm out there doing it
Oh,
myself.
she'll do it.
Or I'm, using the weed eater or anything like that. So those were a lot of like dumb arguments at the beginning. But like Chris said, now we have one goal and we try to just focus on it. Because, growing up like I did, we're used to like as moms doing everything for our kids, even for my husband, but which like I said at the beginning was hard, but no, I think now we're giving it.
Trying to grow,
Yeah.
That's it.
Does it-
And not let each other get in the way of our goal. So
Yeah. Does it come into play when y'all like trying to raise y'all children?
well, sort of, but like we let our kids know that the world's gonna see them as black. They look when you see them, they look black. You know what I'm saying? Now even they'll look at her, and even when they were little, hey mom, and the other Hispanic women would look at it like, oh, those are your kids. You know what I'm saying? And then the black women would look at the kids. So we kind of prepared. Me, Joe, I'm intentional. So I kind of prepared my kids for what it is, for what the world's gonna throw at them, and then me and Maria try to show as much love and respect to each other in front of them, so that they understand that in this house, they're gonna get love and respect, because there is already gonna be people that hate them, or they're already gonna get hate out there anyway. So we try to bring in each culture and let them know both of the cultures, and they should be loved and respected no matter who they are, and love themselves. You know what I mean? And we've had, I don't know if I'll say this, but both sides of our family have had, like my mom early on, she was just like, what'd she say? She said, you don't see cats and dogs getting together. But I was like, those are two different species. But you see a black dog and a white dog getting together. You know what I'm saying? We had stuff like that kind of came out that I didn't realize was in there. You know what I mean? From my parents. So I wanted to kind of distance my kids from that, from my mom and everybody, just so they don't try to mess up what we're trying to accomplish here. So we do have to, the cultures are there, but they come secondary to what we're trying to accomplish. You know what I mean? But we do recognize this country is mostly, black and white, the struggles. So they're going to be seen like that. But they love their grandpas grandparents from each side. They know they're half Mexican. You know what I'm saying? They're aware of everything, and we just want to make sure that they acknowledge that and they know who they're created to be. So we try to take all that into account, man.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, what I'm hearing is it doesn't really cause y'all at this stage. I mean, in the beginning, it caused y'all some conflict, but at this stage, y'all understood that you have to lean into each other's cultures to connect, which is the point that I wanted to, I was trying to make. You understand what I'm saying, Jeannie?
Absolutely. I mean, I think they run into like a twofold issue, right? It's the connection between one another, where there are gender specific roles that come from culture. I'm getting the sense that Maria's culture, being Mexican, that there was likely a more conservative space and gender roles were very defined. So mom had a specific role of nurturer, caregiver for the kids, and nurturer, caregiver for husband. And all of that became a part of her work, and she was raised in that capacity and learned that. And Chris maybe didn't have the same type of gender roles, where maybe things were more collaborative or shared, or they just weren't defined, right? And so culture teaches us to live in a certain way, and then we get into these relationships with one another, get into these marriages, and maybe we haven't built our own sort of system, so we're just going on what we know. So Maria was kind of doing everything and showing up in every way and asking you to show up as the provider, protector, builder, type that is the masculine sort of role, right? And you're like, what do you mean? Like that everybody does everything, so no big deal. And she feels rejected in it, and she's like, well, I can't nag him. I wasn't taught to do that. I was taught to be soft and warm and nurturing. So let me back it up and I'll just take care of myself, like no problem. And so it created some distance initially, but then you start to build your own culture that seems to be much more in the middle, much more of a compromise, and that can be really helpful when you redesign the way that you show up and the way that you fit for one another. So I'm glad to hear it. Yeah.
Sure. Q, Jatoya, let me ask y'all a quick question. What are some like nonverbal cues that your partner has that show you that they need a connection? Like they're not saying anything, but you see it and you know it. Like what are some of those things that tell you, hey, that he or she needs something right now?
Man, you know what I'm gonna do, bro. What all black men do. I'm finna tap you on the young you dig understand me. Like walk past, like trying to get off that phone. On the real, like come on over, or I turn on or something small, like I'll turn on a show that we was watching, like, hey, it's about to start. Like, I mean, I might not say it, but you'll hear the WB music or whatever, like
Not the WB.
But yeah.
Aging yourself, my friend.
Right. But I'm just keeping it 100. Like that's me. I'm just going, yeah.
That's some facts. Yeah.
That could have went way left.
I'm just saying. Like,
great job. You did a great job of keeping it PG.
Yeah, he kept it PG.
I ain't know what. Thought we had a baby boy situation for you. I didn't know what
you did a
fantastic job.
No.
Brother. Yeah, you're right, Mike.
I'll just say it's a look. I'll just say that.
For sure.
What'd you say, Victoria?
It's a look.
I'll just say it's a look.
You can tell. You got a look in his face.
Yep.
Yeah. What about you, Maria, Chris? What y'all got some nonverbal cues that you recognize from your partner that know they? Oh, go ahead, Maria. Look like you got something.
I'm really on your mind.
He stops talking to me. Like it's just like very standoffish. I'll see it in his face. It's very obvious. So I know. Okay, he needs some loving.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, Chris?
She gets a. What was the question again?
What are some nonverbal cues that you see in your wife to let you know that she needs? That's a bid for connection. She's not saying it, but you can look at her and tell she needs something.
Oh, when she gets really focused on like cleaning or like doing something to like get away from whatever problem we have, and I try to go up and hug her and kiss her, I kind of know that, okay, she kind of needs me, kind of has to. She gets kind of standoffish too, but kind of like with an attitude, like a real bad attitude. So, yeah.
So she cusses you out. Okay, got it.
Nah, she used to. That's not her. She changed now. So,
no, I mean, I noticed with the couples, the nonverbal cues are more airing on the, like it's a negative reinforcement.
Something like that. I mean, because I'm sitting here thinking about the questions I'm asking, and I'm like, I don't know the answer to this question.
Oh, really?
I think that's true for us. I think it's very positive.
Okay.
But we're trying to keep it PG for the podcast.
Gotcha. Understood.
Do that.
Yeah. Understood.
You can be rated R if you need.
I'm gonna say I ain't gonna lie. When you asked me the question, I was trying to speak to my love language. My love language is physical touch. So sometimes I just come throw her hair back, and it might not be nothing, sexual or whatever, but I'll just do that to know like physical touch. Come kiss her, hug her. Like that's one of my love languages. So that's what I was meaning. I wasn't trying to get thirsty out here.
I think you did good. Yeah, no, it's good.
Very true, Dr. Vibe. It is a form of disrespect to downplay compliments. I can't stress that enough. I'm gonna keep.
Wow, I like that.
Couple in the chat knows and understands when you downplay compliments from your partner, it is a form of rejection and disrespect. And I want everybody to be aware of that.
Go ahead. Speak more to that? I know. I wondered if you wanted to just speak a little bit more to that. How?
Yeah. So, like I said, when you are not showing gratitude, okay, it's a constant erosion in a relationship. Think about what that person's doing. Like you're in a great mood, you're in a great space, and you come into the room and you look at your partner. You're like, you look gorgeous or you look beautiful, and they'd be like, "Man, shut your ass up." I can't. I look terrible, you know what I mean? Or this this looks like this mess you're looking at that looks attractive to you. And think about where that puts you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would imagine that would be pretty stark.
Yeah, but it happens, right? You're floating,
Is
right?
that what I said?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, but you do, disrespect yourself a lot, sometimes. And I told you many times, like, that bothers me, right? Because like Jeannie said earlier, it really feels like that. Whoa, you are talking about my wife. You know what I mean? I don't like that. You know what I mean? I don't like that. I like you to, but I need to try to. It's tough because, like I said, it's a fine line. You know what I mean? Like it's a line between not taking it personal. Then you have to be empathetic and understand that that person may not be feeling great about themselves. But like Dr. Bob said, you downplaying a compliment. This is what I see.
Mm-hmm.
So I need you to respect what I see and what I enjoy about you. And then on your own time, we can talk about what you see.
Well, I'm going to bring in another way of seeing this because I like for there to consistently be, especially where the audience is concerned and we're all learning here, there a recognition of an opportunity, right? So if a partner is downplaying a compliment or is having a hard time, let's say, ingesting a compliment from you, I see it as maybe it's an opportunity to see what else is going on. I mean, I think the scenario you just described where you're complimenting your partner and they say to you, man, get the hell out, like what, get away, like that's got to be an opportunity for me. That's got to be an opportunity to get an understanding of what is going on, that the rejection is so great, is so marked. That to me is an opportunity to investigate and just see what's going on that you're unable to receive. I think it was Toya who said this, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, Toya, but she says it can be very difficult for her at times to allow and to receive. And I think it's very common, I know it's very common experiential data-wise and also just research-wise. It's very difficult as a whole for women who are high-producing, who are busy, high-functioning, to allow and to receive. They tend to be more along the type of like, I'll do it myself, or I've got this, or I can figure this out. And so it becomes hard for them to experience things like gifts or sometimes even acts of service become difficult for them to receive as well. And I think that is true many times for people when they're rejecting compliments. It's like receiving those words of affirmation, receiving those loving, that loving verbal confirmation that you're wonderful, that you're loving. It's a personal insecurity. There's a personal something that's going on that, again, isn't personal to your loved one all the time. Now, I'm not saying that's always the case. Sometimes get the heck out of my face means get the heck out of my face. Like, I don't we're not connected. Like, sometimes that's very much true. And it's unfortunate, but I want to also advocate for the person who this is an opportunity to investigate more and really understand like what's happening here, that this bid is being rejected in that way,
No, for sure. And I want to be clear. What I'm talking about, and I agree with you, and that is an opportunity. What I'm talking about is a consistent rejection of the compliments. Like over time, every single time I compliment you, you're rejecting. Now it's starting to feel like an attack or disrespect or erosion. But definitely, if a person is rejecting in a harsh way, like I just gave an example, that is an opportunity to investigate what's going on, and you should definitely take the opportunity to explore where your partner is mentally. I want to talk about what Chris said earlier about sometimes, or what Maria said. One of them said that Chris withdraws. You can see that. It's a common thing, especially amongst Black men. We often withdraw and shut down because we don't know how to like express our emotions and feel safe and comfortable about it. I hate to speak like in a monolith, but in my experience, with my clients, it's a common thing for us to withdraw and not speak. But I want to talk about, do you guys know and recognize when you're disengaging from emotional connection? And do you kind of like have a voice in the back of your head that says, I'm withdrawing right now, I need to re-engage and try to get back here and say what it is that I need to say so that I don't miss an opportunity to let my wife or my partner know how I'm feeling in this moment. Do you understand what I'm saying? Q?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say yes, but I ignore that sometimes. That voice, you know what I mean? And because you do want to just go back to being comfortable, and so when that happens, yes, I do get that voice, but by then I want to just go sleep on the couch, you know. So I'll deal with it in the morning, you know what I mean? And so yes, so I do get that voice, but I don't. Sometimes I just give in and just go sleep on the couch until the morning, and then I feel better, and I try to love her and kiss her in the morning, and then she rejects me. And then it takes us, because we work together too, so it takes us a couple hours to get back on point. You know, by the time we come to the gym with you, we finally got back, but we done wasted hours and stuff. So yeah. So we need help with that.
I have some thoughts on that. I want you to speak to what you just heard.
Oh, sure. I think what I just heard is that there is a lack in some ways of debrief after conflict. And instead of us taking the time out to acknowledge that there's conflict and to work through it in the moment or make a plan to work through it at some later time and date, the two of them choose stonewalling, it seems, and avoidant tactics. And that can be really difficult because avoidance often breeds not only tension in the moment, but tension that tends to linger. And instead of a problem being put to the past and being closed out or resolved, it ends up we take the past into the present. So whenever I'm in a battle with my spouse, whenever I'm having a struggle with them, I can choose to live in the moment and in the present and work on moving things through and resolving things there. Or I can choose to avoid and push off and delay the solution. And then I'm bringing the past into the present. And so I'm bringing all of the past emotions, all the past harm, all the past hurts into the present. And that can be really difficult because living in the past and the present all at once can feel really overwhelming. So I imagine there would be a pause where there's like a high degree of contention that exists before you make things right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Toya, does Q do that? Does he withdraw sometimes when he's struggling with his feelings?
Yes, that does happen sometimes.
What do you do?
But you know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say something. But this is the thing I was gonna say. He does do that sometimes, and I try to give him space when it's time to, because he's very communicative about, like, this is what's going on. We need to address it. We're gonna talk through this when he's ready. So if he is in a space where he's withdrawing, I tend to just also withdraw for that moment. But if it goes too long, then I'm going to get in his face about it. Like, that's just my nature.
Yeah, I like I told you before, Joe, on a couple episodes ago, like I tend to over engage. So sometimes I got to learn how to be like, you know what, this ain't the time for this. I be wanting conflict resolution, and she's put me on to that behavior. Like, you want it when you want it. You don't want it when both of us want it. So I learned to like try to disengage a little more and not see it as a bad thing.
Yeah. No, I think y'all have the right recipe for the most part about how to handle that. I tell people all the time, like, you have to be willing to give your partner the space to cool off, or so to speak, or to walk away from the situation. But you also have to, have a reasonable amount of time to come back and deal with that. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not always perfect. You know what I mean? Like Maria and Chris said, they go a whole night. You know what I mean? Like me and Donna did that the other night. You know, it took us a whole
it could be weeks sometimes on it.
It's too long. It's too long.
No, there's just been some. I'm just being real. Like, there's been times where things don't feel resolvable for either one of us, and when we do try to get it back, it is another conflict. So it can turn into both of us stonewalling for more than a couple days. Weeks is an exaggeration, but
Sure.
it can last way longer than we would want it to. But that's getting better.
Good. What I would say to you is the effort to resolve the situations that you're putting in is often better than stonewalling as a tactic. Avoiding each other is more detrimental oftentimes than trying to speak it out and trying to build a peace. Even if you have to say we're inside of a peace treaty for this amount of time. That means we're not bringing up the argument. We're not bringing up what the conflict is between the two of us. We're just working in a partnership so that things can go well in these areas of our lives. So we won't touch on that till we're ready, but avoiding each other, I'm glad weeks is an exaggeration. Even a day, you know, it's just a very long time to be disconnected. It's a very long time. It breeds a lot of discontent. It breeds a lot of mistrust. It just breeds a lot of other things. So I would say if you could challenge, that's to Chris and Maria and you, Toya and Q, if you can challenge yourselves to within a couple of hours, even try, just make an effort.
You know what's so crazy, Dr. Johnson? She might won't talk to me for a while or even try to bring up the conversation, but she'll be like, "Hey, come get in the bed."
Yep.
You know, and it's like,
it's often that seems unreasonable for some people. You know, the people that are not emotionally well. What you just said in a couple hours. No, I need days. I need weeks.
Days.
But that is what it is. You know what I mean? Like some problems really aren't solvable. So you have to get to a point of acceptance. Like there's certain things about your partner that are just not going to change. And you have to recognize or accept the fact that they're not going to change. So this is just part of who that person is. And some problems are very solvable, and you find solutions to those problems, and you know the difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And recognize that your partner isn't just one problem. That one problem that's not solvable. Your relationship isn't just that one problem that's not solvable. Right?
There's way more to y'all than just
way more to you. Yeah.
What do you do when your husband withdraws? Because he does that often and does it well, better than almost anyone.
Ouch.
It's a fact. I'm not good at it.
To bring me back?
Or just how do you handle it? I mean, because it happens, right? I mean, it's getting better, I guess. You know, but I'm wondering how do you bring me back? How do you bring me back?
Well, the last time you did that, I just came to brought you a hot cup of tea. So it's just like, I have to do little things like show you, like, okay, you're not speaking, but
we go together.
Yeah, we go together.
Real bad.
It's not that serious. Whatever it was that we were arguing about, more than likely was not that serious. So here's a little peace treaty, like just let it go.
Yeah. That's true.
Come out to the living room and let's watch a show.
Yeah, that's true. After a while, it starts feeling stupid.
And then you just stay in it deeper.
Yeah, I'm like, damn. I'll be like, are you seeing something funny? But like, man, I want to send you this damn reel so bad.
That's when you realize it's more about ego. It's more about you wanting to be right than wanting to reconnect to your partner.
Yes, it's totally about ego, man. It's totally about ego. But what do you like, Gina? Let me ask you, and I'm gonna kind of get to going around everybody. But some like strategies that you typically throw out in your sessions to help people kind of, respond better to these little missed bids for emotional connection.
Absolutely. I mean, it's always, for me, it's about helping them to be more probative and to have more introspection about what is behind the behavior. So I always ask them, especially you just described a situation as that, I'm holding on to resentment or I'm holding on to something that happened and occurred with my partner out of just pure ego. I don't like the way they talk to me. I don't like that. Like, I'm too good to be spoken to like that. Or, I do too much for them to be treated in that way. And it becomes more a part of ego than I want to actually resolve the issue. So I asked them, a question I heard a while back, which is, do you want to be right? Or do you want to be connected and loved and be loving? And it always boils down to that for me. It's, do you want to be in the midst of receiving and giving love, or do you want to be in the midst of tension and inside of fear and inside of questioning? What do you want for yourself? And you need to ask yourself that in those moments when you're struggling with a protracted argument or a protracted issue where you're literally, because we talked about dismissing bids, right? Where, you have these fights. And I think Maria and Chris were a good example of that when he said, I'm ready to go on the couch. He's like, he's pulling out. He's like, no way. I'm not going to deal with the tension of this. Like, I'll just go rest on the couch. Like, I don't even want to be in the bed beside her at this point because I can't live inside of the tension. It's just too much for me. And she's the next not wanting to talk to him. So being like, you know what? You slept on the couch. I can live without you too. I don't have to speak with you. It becomes this little battle back and forth, this battle of like, who can live without who for the longest, or who can be the stronger person and who can hold the line. Meanwhile, you're absolutely missing each other. Meanwhile, you're miserable because the tension is so high. Meanwhile, y'all still got them kids y'all got to take care of together and got to show, like a unified front with. It's just, and Maria and Chris, you work together. So we got to be at work, with the other employees watching us, looking at us in our business. I don't want that for my life. So I always ask, it's always more probative. Can you look inside if you ask yourself, do I want to be loved and loving, or do I want to be right and in ego? Usually people choose to be in love and loving, right?
Right. So listen, we're about to go in a little bit of overtime, but I got 3 questions that I absolutely have to get off. Okay. So I want y'all to give me, shorter answers, but I want you to say how you feel. Okay. So Chris and Maria, I want y'all to, how long y'all been married, first of all? It's been a long time, like 10 years, right?
11
years. So when you think about the beginning and now, like what's like one small shift that both of you have made in the way that you connect that you feel has made like the biggest impact, or the way that you kind of deal with these little bids for connection? What is like one small shift that you made that has made the biggest impact in your relationship?
I think that made a commitment to love her versus like how she's acting. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying she's acting horrible, but instead of looking at her and be like, say, no, Chris, you said you love her. You say you want to be with her. You say you want to do this, no matter what she's doing. And that kind of changed the way I, just react when she does stuff, or I feel like she's doing stuff. So
I think the same for me. I
Yeah.
think just to keep in mind that I do love him no matter what, and everything that he's brought into my life is positive and more loving.
Oh wow.
So just be more positive for myself.
That little shift. Okay. What about you, Cute Jatoya?
Mhm.
You go first.
For me, I it's been not trying to take everything personal, no matter how she says it. I'm gonna internalize it, try to listen, and try to change, no matter how she says it. So I'm not gonna take it personal because I might not have liked what she said or how she said it.
Before you say Jatoya, remind me again how long y'all been together. I know y'all been married some years, but how long y'all actually been together?
We've been together 24 years.
So go ahead, Jatoya. What's one little shift that you made in all that time?
Remember when we were getting ready to join the pod and I said, like, literally today, some of the notes that you sent to us were helpful today.
Yeah.
Just having some of the right words to use when we're feeling like we're not in the best place personally. Mm-hmm. I think that's the biggest thing since we first were together. We were some kids. So we didn't really always have the right words to use when we were frustrated. But now that we've been together for so long, and my husband does tend to communicate a lot better than I do with the personal stuff. I could communicate all day for work. I have to, right? So in the personal time, it doesn't always feel as easy. That's where some of that, cutoff might feel. You might feel that there. But the communication is way better. It's a long way to say that.
What you done, Marie?
I feel like it's more me, kind of like, was that Q that said not taking things personal and just trying to use the right words when I'm communicating with you. Because I know that what is in my Aquarius mind, the way it comes out is not what I meant. So it's like getting you to understand, you know, and hear me and see me and what I'm trying to say so that you can receive it.
Yeah. I think for me, I'm gonna say that I've learned over time to like remove much of my ego out of our conversations and recognize that, okay, I'm really not right about everything. Sounds like, you know, obvious, but it's really something I had to learn, you know what I mean? Like, and recognize that I don't know, you know, as I'm, you know, I've known Donna for so long since we were kids, right? And I be thinking I know everything about her. And the truth is I don't know everything about her. So I had to like really remind myself of that several times over to put myself in a position to like be able to accept new things about her and adjust. And she's also always evolving. So I had to make that shift. You know what I mean? Like I'm a fool to think that the 20-something-year-old girl that I married is the 40-something-year-old woman that's sitting here next to me today.
Right.
It's not the same person. So just
I agree. I agree.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Second question.
It's never the same.
You know, looking back now, what do y'all, I'm going to go to you, Chris and Maria. What do you now understand about emotional connection that you maybe didn't realize before when y'all were younger?
Unmute yourself.
It takes work and sacrifice. Like you have to, like to get past that barrier. You have to like sacrifice some things or give up some things, kind of. And it's not just like one time. It's like, hey, I got to do this again. I got to do this again. Then you start to think it's worth it. You know, is it worth it to do it again? Yes, it is. Then after a while, you can't lose forever, right? That's what I live by. So, you just start to grow. The more I let go versus the more I pack on. So I just learned that the more I let go of who I am and the more I focus on our goal, the more I'm emotionally, I can understand her emotions or I can receive them better, I guess. I don't know exactly to say that, but it was like me in the way, you know what I mean? Of receiving her. So.
Yeah, I think the same for me. It's I would often like get upset because why isn't he understanding like this? Like it's so easy. It's not that hard. But just like learning that he grew up different than I did and we both are completely different people, I think has helped me.
That's huge. I think that's huge in a lot of relationships, not understanding that y'all are two different humans that grew up two totally different ways and experience the beginnings of love and emotional connection way differently. So, you know, the way that you both understand love is different. And you need to learn that of each other. I mean, I'm not saying, I'm not talking to just y'all specifically. I'm talking about to the couples out there as a whole. Understanding how you interpret love is a huge thing. So thank you for that, Maria. Toy and Q, what do y'all understand about emotional connection that maybe you didn't understand when y'all were younger?
For me, I would say that when I was younger, I thought emotional connection came out of physical connection, and now it's the opposite.
Woo! Said a word. You said a word. Okay. What you?
For me, is emotional responsiveness. Like I used to be like, well, you're not thinking logically, you're just being emotional about everything. I had to realize that, you know, it's a part of logic also. You just gotta learn.
Intuitive.
What you done?
I still think that sometimes I'm trying to figure it out. To be honest. Yeah.
Okay.
Where do you get lost?
Huh?
Where do you get lost?
It's I don't know. For me, I feel like if I don't feel like I'm being heard, then I just shut down.
Oh, okay.
I guess you can say then it's being heard, communication, like listening. Like if I don't feel like I have your attention, then I don't have a connection.
Okay.
Yeah, I get that. And I think I'm sort of probably say the same thing Maria said. I feel like I'm just learning the part that I'm learning that we just grew up different. You know what I mean? So, and our experience have been different. Like, you know, I lost my mother at 15. Her mother's down the hall. You know? So like just that little bit of difference, you know, and what I understanding what I developed into after losing my mother and what I understood about love is way different than somebody who has not experienced that same exact thing. So that's something I have to like recognize instead of like, you should understand what it feels like to lose your mother as a teenager. That's kind of what I grew up thinking. Sure. You should understand that this is really difficult and it altered the way that I experience love, right? But now I understand that that's not the case, you know? So I understand about emotional connection, and it's really helped me, I think, a lot in the way that I kind of deal with my wife. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna get y'all out of here, and then I'm gonna get Jeannie to give us some final thoughts.
Okay.
But what is the biggest piece of advice for couples that y'all have that want to create lasting emotional intimacy? Maria and Chris, I'll translate first. 10 years.
As you know, we were high school sweethearts, and then we broke up, and then we got back together. And when we got back together, one of the most impactful things that we did was had premarital counseling, because it set like some expectations that we were not. I mean, they asked us how much we want to have sex every week, how much money do we expect, you know, things that you don't think you should be intentional about, that we were just thinking that's going to come. Don't worry about it. You know what I mean? But when it just helped us put our mindset as far as being more intentional. So our expectations were a lot better as far as what we expected from each other. And man, I think that really, really helped us. And of course we had to grow more, but that set a foundation for us to where we could, oh wow, there are things that we did not think about. And it's not all about she's pretty and I'm handsome, of course. And then, you know, and then we just love each other. You know what I'm saying? It's more than that. We got to deep think of it because our parents didn't teach us that. Neither one of us, you know. And so we had to forgive them, right? And then go to premarital counseling. And that just set this foundation for us that really, really helped. I mean, we still go back to some of that stuff today and just be like, man, thank God that we had that. So we always, whenever we're big, and remember, neither one of us wanted to get married. We didn't want kids. And so when we did that, that really helped us. And we always tell people, whoever wants to get married around us or talk about marriage, go to premarital counseling, you know, that really helped us a lot. You know, whether it's Christian or, you know, secular, whoever, just get somebody who doesn't have that emotional connect, that's a professional and doesn't have that emotional connection. So the emotions are out of it. You know what I'm saying? Just thinking logically about what do y'all want and what do you expect from each other. So that's we always talk about, go to that premarital counseling. It helped us a lot.
You say, Maria, same thing?
Same thing. Yeah, because like you said, we just always reference back to, hey, remember they did say this and don't expect that. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And she's ever since then, I think she's been on this journey to like her own podcast, her own music, you know, just trying to find herself. And I think that helped that too, because that's what they told us. Instead of 50-50, bring like 100-100. And we didn't understand that at first. You know what I'm saying? And so as we work on each other, so yeah, that's what we do. So, okay, cool.
Yeah, did they ask y'all how much y'all were going to work together?
We didn't know we were gonna work together.
Yeah.
You mean?
I don't know.
Okay.
I need to move on, but this always reminds me of how when I asked Chris to come up have lunch with me, and he sat in my office on my couch and said, "I don't know about all this therapy stuff, man." 10 minutes later, his shoes is off, his feet with the pillow. We didn't even eat lunch. He sat there for an hour and a half and talked to them, and we didn't even go eat lunch. Yeah, man, I don't know about this therapy stuff, man, but let me talk to you.
That works, man.
But now you talking about you with the premarital counseling, man. I'm learning something new about you all the time, brother. Okay, I got you, man.
We love that.
So yeah, man, what kind of advice do y'all have for couples trying to build emotional intimacy?
Man, I'm always like I said all the time, man, be friends first. Like, be friends. Like that emotional connection is something you can't change. So like I'm gonna give a small example real quick. Like our oldest son came up here yesterday, or the day before yesterday, and Milena and our nieces and nephews came through. We wasn't seeing eye to eye, but once we all got with the family, we start talking more because we friends. We didn't have to talk about our marriage or what problems we had. We just still connected on a friend level. So we were still laughing. She was hitting me, and we was still doing the emotional connection because we still just have a connection. So that's like my big thing. Just be friends first. The rest of the stuff will come later. You definitely have to work on that stuff too. But yeah, you friends first is always probably gonna work out at the end. And that's just my advice. Like I'm not saying like
I don't know. I get it, man. That was part one, brother. Part one of the series. The foundation for emotional connection is going to be friendship. Friendship. Toya, what do you say?
I definitely agree that having the friendship is very important. But I also think it's important to recognize if you are personally struggling and not be afraid to get individual help. I think that it's really important to have couples therapy, but sometimes something that got nothing to do with you, baby. It's a me issue. So you have to be willing for yourself as an individual to get the help that you need when you need it.
Absolutely.
And that way you can bring a better version of yourself to the relationship.
Another word.
So
Before
good.
we answer question for the Shaws. Since you got it all in your personal business, what brought y'all back together after y'all broke up from high school?
What was it?
I think I just started talking to his cousin, connected on Facebook, and then he's like, "Hey, do you still talk to Chris? He's here." We just started talking. I was in love with him in high school, and then just stuff happened, and we separated. So we just connected.
Yeah, just got back together. I was a knucklehead back in high school, so our dad took her away from me, and so that's what it was. But God brought us back to where he redeemed us. So that's what happened.
So I will say that having tough conversations and running towards those tougher conversations sometimes, often, especially young couples, will avoid those tough conversations, and that's when usually bad behavior starts to arise, and things just go all the way left. So when you feel a certain way about something, do not ignore that emotion. And I know this is what I'm saying is very difficult for somebody probably who is young in your relationship to understand, but I want you to take that emotion and run towards it. Like, I feel a way when this happens. You can try to do it without being accusatory or putting your partner down. Like, when this happens, I feel a way, and this is what I need in this moment. So you give your partner an opportunity to have an honest response and reaction to the things that you're dealing with or the things that you're feeling. And that can be enormous. Getting some of that stuff. That's something that I wish I would have done earlier in my relationship and get some of these difficult conversations out of the way so they don't come back and bite you in the ass, after a couple decades of marriage. You know what I mean?
But do you think that having piggybacking off of my brother-in-law, that having that good, solid friendship, you know, you'd be able to have those conversations. Come back.
No. Here's what for me, here's what I'm gonna say no, because the friendship kind of makes it so you don't want to upset your partner. So you will avoid a lot of the difficult conversations. Like, I don't want you to be upset. I don't want you to be mad. I don't want you to feel bad about yourself. And part of that is what Jatoya is saying about individual therapy, because you will hear something. I'm not saying you specifically, but your partner will hear something and you become defensive about it. And now we're really in a bad space, right? And instead of recognizing that I'm talking about how I feel, you're internalizing it and it's triggering you, and now we're in a full-blown argument. So, and then once I see that one time, I'm going to be very reluctant to go ahead and continue to have these difficult conversations or bring things to you, because, like I said, I don't want to get blown up on, and I don't want you to feel bad about yourself. I just want you to be as happy as I can. And sometimes your friend, you don't want bad feelings for your friend. So I think it could interfere with it, and I'll let Jeannie touch on that in a second, but that's my feeling about it. Do you have any comments or advice for long-lasting emotional connection?
Having a solid friendship base. Start there. That's my advice.
Okay. All right. Hearing all that, Jeannie, wrap it all up. And
Thanks. I appreciate that so much. I mean, so I'd say, I think the last question was really good and sort of helps to create this sort of all-encompassing understanding of what we talked about today, which is, creating space to emotionally connect to one another through sending out bids and accepting bids and the consequences of being dismissing and rejecting of each other. I think you've each learned over time, right, what it looks like when, one, like Toya said, you have insight to what's going on for you and whether this is an individual issue that's keeping me from connecting emotionally or whether this is an issue within our relationship. I think, sometimes we have this ability to gain perspective because, like Chris and Maria, we had distance, we had time apart from each other, we had room to grow. And so we got to grow individually, then come back together and use that and formulate our own culture to be better at accepting bids and emotionally connecting. Where some of you, I think Toya and Q, you and Joe and Donna, obviously, you've had to grow like from very young age to your current big ages now. And it was a difficult trajectory, right? You didn't get that time necessarily to be on your individual, and you keep growing and you keep changing and you all keep evolving. And when you do that as a person, it's a great thing, but it's also a hard thing in the relationship because the emotional tactics, tools I used to use when my wife Donna was 25 versus where she is now, they don't necessarily work as well. So I think, what this all boils down to is being ready to and willing to accept the opportunity of learning and growing with your partner and recognizing what's yours individually that's keeping you from connecting and what's a part of what you can work through in the relationship and not taking too long or too much space away from each other to figure that out. I think when you're in the crux together, it really is the ideal space to be because it's the two of you choosing each other consistently, choosing the connection and to fix and repair their connection as often as you can. I do agree, though, that a solid friendship and foundation is a great thing to have in relationships. I find that to be irrefutable in some ways in that, yes, we do often, when we have strong relationships, we're going to be frightened. We're going to be afraid. We may participate in avoidant behaviors so as not to hurt, so as not to cause strife. But sometimes we use those types of mentalities in order to keep ourselves stuck. So I might use the idea that the last time I tried to tell you this, you got really upset, you got really angry. So I'm not going to talk to you about it anymore. That's my way of keeping myself stuck. People have a right to their emotions. They have a right to their feelings, right? They have a right to work on their expressions. And sometimes in a couple, you've got to work on that together. So if someone has had an emotional expression that has been overwhelming or has created a retreat, we don't retreat forever, right? We have to name that, hey, this happened in response to me looking to address are looking to confront a situation between the two of us. Here's how you reacted and responded. This creates for me hesitance to bring this again. Is that what you want? And if the answer is no, of course that's not what I want. You're my best friend. I want you to talk to me. I want you to be around me. I want you to be open to sharing with me and loving me and accepting my emotional bids. Then I'm going to push forward, and we're going to push forward and do better.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jeannie. Where can, if anybody's looking for you, where can they find you?
Absolutely. You can connect with me via Instagram. I'm for Love and Psych. You can connect with me via email, info@forloveandpsych.com. The website as well. You can connect, build appointments if you want to work with me. If you're in Minnesota or New York, I'm at www.forloveandpsych.com. You can also connect with me via LinkedIn. I'm just Jeannie Johnson on LinkedIn, but For Love and Psych is in the title. So please reach out, and I'd love to be in community with you.
Thank you very much. And the rest of y'all some entrepreneurs, man. So I want to give you an opportunity to shout y'all businesses out, and if you want to do that really quickly, Chris.
Yes, we're thebusinessminds.com, where we help businesses craft an effective customer journey. And all that means is taking somebody from not knowing you to being a loyal client. And we have all the strategy and the software to help you accomplish that. So thebusinessminds.com, check us out. And we have a free community, and then we have a paid community too. So the free community is all about helping you build that solid foundation for a successful business. Thebusinessminds.com. There you go.
Thank you. And not only the podcast host, I'm also a client. Thank you. Q, Toya, you have anything y'all want to promote before we get off this thing?
Nope. Artificial intelligence is available on all streaming platforms. Fly Robotics, look it up. And I wanted to say I want to reach out to Chris and Maria because I do have a business, but I'm trying to relaunch it. And happy 17th anniversary to the Corleys. We love you guys.
Love y'all, man. Love y'all.
Appreciate y'all, family. Oh, man. All right. And you can find me at, do you have a business you want to promote?
No.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. You can find me at realuconsulting.com. I'm seeing new clients. Connect with me. You can go right there and set up your consultation whenever you feel like it. My brand is my brand. Y'all know what it is. Y'all can come back here every Tuesday night and see me on this podcast, Vulnerabilities and New Sexy. Next week is part 4 of our series, which is called, and I'm going to have just young couples on here, like couples.
Nice.
One very newlywed couple and 2 couples that aren't even married yet, but are very serious. So we're talking about shared meaning and future goals on next week podcast. I want everybody to tune in while we talk to these young couples about what these things mean. And, I want all you guys to get in the chat and be throwing your conversations at these couples, or throwing your advice and your tips and your questions, mainly just questions, which I think is important for basically what we're talking about here. Be inquisitive, ask questions. And that is really one of the biggest tools and keys to emotional connection. Okay. I want to thank y'all for going into overtime with me and not getting frustrated with me. I really appreciate y'all for sharing y'all time. These conversations could go on forever and ever and ever because there's just so much information and thoughts that we want to get to, but we just don't have we just don't have the time to get to. But I thank all y'all for y'all insights. I really appreciate y'all showing up for me again today. And, just take a moment to reflect and pay attention to your partner's bids for connection this week. I want everybody to just take a moment when you see them, now that you're aware, when you see these bids for emotional connections, I want you to recognize them and I want you to reflect. And I want to ask yourself, are you turning towards your partner? Are you turning away from your partner? Are you turning against your partner? Okay. I really want you to reflect on those things. All right. I love y'all. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you, Joe and Jeannie.
Thank you all for your stories.
Hey everybody, how you doing? I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I want to come in and say hello to you guys, and I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. We got some crazy stuff going on in the world of finances, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this quick and let you get back to your day. But also, I want to remind you, if you could, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, a reminder that this podcast is on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify and look up my name, you will find me there. First thing is that apparently there is a congressman that wants to put Donald Trump on the $100 bill. And this congressman is he's a freshman GOP congressman, Brandon Gill from Texas. So he sounds exactly like the type of guy that will be on Trump's testicles. He introduced the Golden Age Act of 2025, proposed to honor President Trump by placing his image on the $100 bill, replacing Ben Franklin. The bill directs the Treasury Department to design and release the new $100 bill by the end of 2026, with full circulation by the end of 2028. Gill argues that Trump's efforts in securing the border, improving trade relations, I don't know if he improved trade relations, but, well, you know, that's debatable. Achieving energy independence and prioritizing America merit this recognition. However, the proposal faces significant challenges in the Senate, where a Democratic filibuster could block its passage. This initiative is part of a broader effort by some Republicans to honor Trump, including a proposal by Representative Joe Wilson of South Carolina to create a new $250 bill featuring Trump's likeness, so a new $250 bill. However, existing laws prohibit living individuals from appearing on U.S. currency, and denominations above $100 have been out of circulation since 1969 due to low usage. Well, I think that there's probably going to be high usage now because everything's expensive. Let me know if you agree with that. By the way, let's do a quick sound check. Give me a quick yes in the chat if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me okay, and I'll keep on going. Also, if you stick around to the end of the video, I will give you a stock that I just bought and guide you to some more stuff because, as you know, right now, I don't know if any of you saw, but the stock market took a big dip today. There was a big dive. I want to say that it went down by hundreds and hundreds of points. According to CNBC, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, I think, dropped by about 649 points. And a lot of this had to do with tariffs. Apparently, Trump's tariffs are about to kick in. His tariffs on Mexico and Canada are about to kick in, and that has led to a decline in the stock market. Now, let me just tell you like this. First things first, if you want to know what I'm doing in this market, I'm buying into it because I don't believe Trump is going to stick to the tariffs. I believe that he's going to realize that there are ways to still win the negotiation, which he may be winning. He may be winning because he likes to really make these big, crazy proposals like that. And I think that they're going to make concessions, and I think they're going to try to work with him. And he may be a little bit crazy, but maybe his negotiating tactics work sometimes. And so I believe that they're going to eliminate those tariffs, or they're going to pull back. And when they pull back, I believe the market's going to pull up. And when it does, that's when you make your money. So, again, no guarantees here, but that's what I'm doing. I'm positioning for the comeback. I don't believe that this is going to stick. Now, another thing you may have noticed is that Bitcoin took a big jump. Did anybody else notice that? Last night, your crypto went crazy, and a lot of this was due to the discussion about the creation of a Bitcoin or a crypto strategic reserve. And the crypto strategic reserve is basically this idea that's being thrown around that the U.S. government is better off holding on to a bunch of crypto. I think they've talked about buying 1 million Bitcoins, which would cost an insane amount of money. And instead of having it be a Bitcoin strategic reserve, which was what the original conversation was about, it looks like it's going to be all about crypto. And the various cryptos they've discussed are Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Solana, and Cardano. Those are the 5. So if you own any of those, you saw them all jump. Now, what's crazy, though, is that most of these cryptos, even though they jumped initially, they've nosedived since then. I mean, I'm looking at my crypto. I own some XRP, and my XRP went crazy, but then that stuff just crashed, man. It went from $2.25 up to $2.94. Woohoo! Now it's down to $2.37 again. So apparently, no one's taking this seriously. A lot of people don't feel like this is actually going to work. I'm looking here at Market Watch, and it says that Bitcoin bulls are not happy about Trump's crypto reserve. Let's see here. It feels like you made a gold reserve, but then you added 3 of your favorite companies into the reserve, one industry participant said. So a backlash over President Trump's plan to include 3 small and relatively risky tokens in an eagerly awaited U.S. strategic crypto reserve helped largely erase a rally for Bitcoin and other digital assets on Monday. Trump over the weekend announced on his social platform, Truth Social, that the strategic crypto reserve he proposed would include not just Bitcoin, but a bunch of other coins, Solana and Cardano and stuff like that. The inclusion of smaller tokens in the reserve kind of muddles the value of Bitcoin because you have these cryptocurrencies that are not highly valuable in the same way Bitcoin is, says Alexander Bloom, chief executive at crypto investment advisory firm 2Prime, or like, sounds like 2 Chains or like Coach Prime. So it's like 2Prime. If 2 Chains and Coach Prime had a baby, it would be 2Prime or maybe 3Prime. I don't know. Anyway, let me just stop. So that's just funny. They're not scarce in the same way, and they're not decentralized in the same way. It reduces the value and signal of creating a Bitcoin reserve, Bloom said. Major cryptocurrencies rallied on Sunday following Trump's announcement, but erasing a large portion of if not all of their gains on Monday. I don't know how I feel about what they're saying. If you were to state the largest, 10 cryptos based on market cap, I think that Solana and Cardano and all that are kind of up there, right? So I don't know if that is if it would be fair to act like these coins are just little goofball coins that nobody cares about. I know that I own. Do I own? I think let me see. What did I buy? I know I own some Solana. Do I own Cardano too? I got some Solana, some Ethereum, some XRP, some Bitcoin. So I don't know. I kind of feel like they're kind of moving forward a little bit prematurely, and I don't think that they are correct about this. I think that this dip is worth dipping into, and I do believe that there is much credence to the idea that Bitcoin could hit 250,000 in the next couple years. And maybe even beyond that. I really think that if you're not invested in the strongest cryptos, I feel like you're going to be really sad in about 4 or 5 years. And the largest cryptos by market cap are Bitcoin and Ethereum. Tether's number 3, Binance Coin's number 4. That's surprising. Solana's number 5, XRP's number 6. Cardano's all the way down there at number 8. And then Doge, ironically, at 31 billion is at number 9. And I think that Elon Musk has a lot to do with that. But I will say that I think the creation of a strategic Bitcoin or crypto reserve is something that is going to happen. I think that is Trump returning favors. One thing about Trump that I'm noticing is he's a guy that returns favors, good and bad. He's petty enough that he's going to remember his friends and he's going to remember his enemies. I talked to my father about that, and I said, you know what? This is very scary for his enemies, because you have a man who you tried to put in prison who is now arguably the most powerful man on the planet, or one of the most powerful men on the earth. He gonna get that revenge on people, and he's also gonna pay back his friends. I think that he's keeping tabs. I really believe that, because that's kind of how he thinks. That's how he operates. Whether you like him or not, that's how he thinks. In fact, I think in the FBI in New York, the head of the New York office of the FBI just resigned because the Trump administration was specifically looking for all of the agents who prosecuted or investigated the January 6th rioters, right? So they all got scared and ran out of town. So it's kind of interesting. So my point to say this is that I think he's going to create that reserve. I really do. I think he's also going to back off the tariffs a little bit. I think that he has a method to his madness, in the sense that he throws out these big, crazy, bold, audacious statements, and then he circles back, and when you give a concession and you bend the knee, which I think that's what they're all going to end up doing, then he comes back and says, okay, I'm going to remove the tariffs. The markets rally. Because remember, he's invested in the same stock market as you. So he's not going to let himself lose money for too long. He's not going to let his kids lose money for too long. So I don't think any of this is going to last very long at all. But anyway, do me a favor. Please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. And I want to let you guys know, if you're interested in stock options, I'm doing a 12-week training program on stock options from A to Z. You guys asked for it. And so it's called COIN, the Certified Options Income Network. So we are the first Black-owned institution that can give a certification on stock options training. And we're going to do this I'm qualified. I have a PhD in finance, so I'm going to teach this it's starting in mid-March. And so if you'd like to join and talk to someone on the team, just go to drboycecoin.com and you can apply and see if that's something that would work for you. And I guarantee you're going to love it. All right. So anyway, let me hop back in. And so in terms of Trump on the $100 bill, let me just say this. I think it's kind of weird. I think it's kind of tacky. I think that it's kind of ego driven, and I'm not a big fan of that. I think that we've got more important things to do as a country. I think that Trump also is a guy that creates lots of volatility in financial markets. Volatility can be your friend. You can sell volatility. You can make money off volatility. You can play the volatility. And really what I'm seeing with the Trump presidency and stock market movements isn't much different from what I saw when he was president the first time. I think that he's a guy that will move the markets way, way down, and then he'll move them way, way up, and then he'll move them way, way down, and then move them way, way up. And that's kind of his MO. And I think he does that for just good old fashioned market manipulation. I think that that's what they're doing. They're literally just manipulating stock markets, and that's what you're getting. And the reason they're manipulating these markets is because they're making money in broad daylight. I'm also really curious to see what the status of Elon Musk is, because Musk has, if you haven't seen, how many of y'all have noticed this, that Tesla has been getting body slammed in Europe? Like, I think their European sales have dropped by 45%. They're not selling as many cars in China, and they're not selling as many cars in the United States. So Elon Musk is probably going to get out of the car business for the most part. I think he's going to keep doing cars just because, but I think his long-term ambition is to build AI-infused robots that he can throw on one of those rocket ships and send them all to Mars so they can all build a habitat for humans. That's what that's my simple Elon Musk vision. That's what I see him doing, is like filling up one of those big old starships with robots and having all the robots go to Mars and autonomously build out, some sort of little baby city, and have the astronauts actually arrive a few months or maybe a year or two later, and then they get there and everything's nice and air conditioned and ready to go. That's what I think. I could be wrong though. Well, who knows? But anyway, also, so let me tell you guys about the stock that I like right now. I wrote it down. I buy stock every day. Sometimes I forget. But this is based on my research. This company, again, this is not investing advice, by the way, but this company is Aurora Innovations. Aurora Innovations. The ticker symbol is AUR. Aurora Innovations. That's the stock I just bought, and it's based on research. It's based on me just sort of looking at some reports and getting a sense that this is a good company to own long term. Every investment that I make, my goal is to own that stock for at least 5 years. So don't think this is something that's going to flip your money in 2 weeks. We don't do fast money. I do the long last money. Right? I want to do the lasting money, not the fasting money. So basically, here with Aurora Innovations. Ticker symbol AUR. That's a stock that I believe has some potential, and I just added it to my portfolio. Now, if you want to join us every morning for financial class, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. Every single morning, we do something called financial consciousness. It's very popular. About 10,000, 12,000 of you have signed up, and you come in every morning, and we just talk about money. And why is this important? Well, because Black people have to talk about money. Black children should be talking about money. We should be investing for our children. We should be investing for our families. We should be doing the dang thing. We shouldn't be sitting around throwing our kids out there to starve to death. So if you'd like to join us, you can go to drboyceelevate.com, or you can also text the word morning to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948. And also tonight, I'm going to join my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, who is the head of our Black Financial Therapy Department in the Black Business School. We made Black history. We created the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department, where we work with the best Black therapists to understand the problems with money mindset. We work with the best Black therapists to understand how your anxiety and depression have affected your ability to build wealth. We work with the best Black therapists to understand how your broken relationships have destroyed trillions in Black wealth. We work with the best Black therapists to understand how financial trauma has impacted your ability to build wealth. You cannot get your money right unless you get your mind right. That's why we have therapists on board at the Black Business School. No HBCU, no white university has ever done this, but we've done this. And my wife has a PhD, so we're both qualified to lay this out. So tonight, But Dr. Alicia is hosting Mental Health Mondays, and she actually wants to do some love and money stuff tonight. She wants to talk about that term dusties. You know, people call somebody a dusty because he doesn't have enough money. And so she invited me in to join her, and she's bringing in another expert, and that's going to be tonight. And so if you want to join Mental Health Mondays or get notifications when Dr. Alicia does her thing with her fellow Black experts, text the word love to the number 87948. Text love to 87948, because everything's built on love. If you love yourself, then you will build for yourself. If you love your children, you will prepare for your children. If you love your family, then you will build wealth for your family. If you love your community, then you will make your community better. So everything's built on love. So text the word love to 87948. I guarantee you'll get stuff that's 10 times better than anything you ever got in college, because I guarantee you your college professors were not thinking like this. They weren't thinking about your community. They were thinking about their community. I don't want to show you how to build their community. I want to show you how to build your own. Give me a yes if you think that's okay. Give me a yes if you agree with this. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to get on out of here, guys. So just to kind of summarize what we talked about today, and if you came in late, you can just rewind and start at the beginning. Number one, I think that the Trump on the $100 bill is kind of weird and crazy. I don't know why they would do that. It seems like a distraction and an ego trip. Number two, the market crash, I believe, is going to be temporary. I think he's going to lift those tariffs after they bend the knee, and everything's going to be fine. And then number three, the Bitcoin strategic reserve, I do believe will come into effect. And I believe that's going to lead to a massive spike in the price of crypto and Bitcoin. And that's going to be a chance for all of you to make money. I want you to make money. I want you to do well. I want you to get your reparations. I want you to take your damn reparations. Seriously, I don't want you to wait for them. I don't need you just begging for it. I don't want you just asking for it. I need you to go take it. Take your reparations by becoming investors. That's how we're going to get this money. You got it? Makes sense? All right, guys. I'm going to get out of here. Hope you have a great day. Thank you so much for listening. And don't forget, I'm on Spotify, so you can look up my name on Spotify if you want to find a podcast to listen to. Your support is greatly, greatly appreciated. So God bless you. Have a good night, and I'll check back in with you guys soon. Take care. Love you. Peace. Trying to be a little bit extra black today, trying to do my thing, and I hope that that's okay. And I wanted to talk about some of the stuff going on with this boycott. Right now, as you guys know, there is, or there was, at least on the 28th, there was supposed to be a boycott nationwide. I had no issue with the boycott. I supported the idea of the boycott for whatever reasons you were doing it. But I think that there's some nuance to the boycott that I think is worth discussing, right? There's a little bit there in terms of us kind of knowing like what was really going on, and and just kind of asking like, why are we boycotting, and what does this mean, right? What does this mean? What is the goal? What are we hoping to accomplish? How do we benefit? What's going to be good for our community and otherwise? And so anyway, as you come in, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And also just a reminder, every morning we do a free financial class in case you guys want to be a part of that. It's called Money in the Morning, and we meet every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And so if you want to get an invitation, pull out your phone, text the word morning, the word MORNING to the number 87948. Text morning to the number 87948, and I will send you an invitation to this free class. You're going to really enjoy it. Now, give me a yes or no. How many of you are participating in the boycott? How many of you are standing 10 toes down, didn't go shopping, didn't do, follow the instructions, right? There was an assignment. We weren't supposed to go out and shop anywhere and spend money anywhere on Friday, basically to make a point. It seems like a lot of this point has to do with DEI. A lot of companies are cutting their DEI programs, and that's been kind of a financial shock, a little bit of financial trauma for a lot of people. And if you're in that category, my heart goes out to you. And it also has to do with, I guess, this election of this guy named Donald Trump. And I think Al Sharpton kind of pushed the Black community to do this boycott in response to companies getting rid of their diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. And so if you want to know where I stand on the boycott, I'm all for it. I have nothing against it. I think it's definitely fine to do. I don't agree with Sharpton on everything, but this is one area where I have no reason to disagree. But I want to kind of lay in some nuances on this boycott, what this means, what this really does, and some questions that aren't really being asked by the media that are not going to really be discussed in public. I'm a Powernomics guy. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson, Powernomics.com. That's where you'll get really great economic training on what our people need. And and one thing that comes up when I think about this from a Powernomics perspective is very simple. So why? Why? Why are we boycotting? Why are we in this situation in the first place? Why are we mad? What do we expect to get once the boycott's over? What is it that we're fighting for? What is the objective? What makes a better world? So here's one of the things that I want you to think about, and this is one of the critical assumptions behind this boycott. One of the critical assumptions behind the boycott is that if Donald Trump had not been elected president, the boycott would not be taking place. Give me a yes if you agree that if Donald Trump was not in the White House right now, Al Sharpton wouldn't be out, getting his perm nice and shiny, sending black folks out to boycott. Give me a yes if you agree with that statement, that if Donald Trump had not been elected, there'd be no boycott, there'd be no conversation, there'd be no outrage right now, right? Well, that right there is where I'm a little bit different. I think that you had reason to be outraged even before the election started. I think that even if Kamala or whomever had been elected, you still have plenty of reason to be outraged. And why is that? Well, because there are some stats that you can't deny in terms of the state of the black economy. Number one, black wealth is going down, not up. That should alarm you, no matter who's in the White House. Black children can't really read. I think about 12, 13% of black boys at the high school level can read at grade level. So this means your future husbands, fathers, leaders in your community are basically illiterate. You have a bunch of illiterate men and illiterate women that are supposed to be leading your community. It's really hard to pursue equality when you can't read, can't write, can't do math, don't have a skill, don't have a trade, don't know how to start a business. You're going to get slaughtered in the world of economic warfare. Now, I say this as a finance professor. For those that are new, that's my background. In case you don't know, I am a financial academic, and I can tell you as a person who studies economics and how money works and who has money and why, and how money is power and how money drives things. I can tell you that if your young people are not ready for the future, you will get absolutely slaughtered financially. And I think that for black people, for African Americans, we have to really reconsider who's educating our kids and why are we letting them do that, right? What else? There's other stats I could go into in terms of what's going on with our families. I think 59% of black women have kids with multiple fathers, which means that most black men have multiple babies mamas. You can't build wealth in a nation full of babies mamas and baby daddies. You can't. You have to get your families together if your wealth is going to grow. I know that this is not politically correct. I know everyone wants you to think everything's okay and that we're shaming people and all that. I'm not trying to shame nobody. I'm just giving you the facts. Don't blame me for shaming you. Blame the facts. Blame life. Blame reality. Reality says that every study I show you will show you that communities that don't have strong families are not going to build wealth. So here's my point. When I look at the boycott, I don't see anything wrong with the boycott, but the boycott to me is like it's like giving aspirin to a cancer patient and thinking that that's going to make the cancer go away. You got a stage 4 cancer patient who's about to die, whose body's an absolute mess, and they've been eating the worst food. They haven't exercised in 20 years. They smoke 10 packs of cigarettes a day, drink a gallon of whiskey every day, and they come in and you give them an aspirin and you say, take this aspirin, you'll feel better. Or smoke a little bit of crack and that's going to make you feel better. That's not going to heal the patient. The black community in our economics, we are that patient. And I would love to be one of the doctors that helps to heal this. And I can tell you, as a person who understands financial science, I can tell you that you have financial cancers that are not going to be solved with an aspirin. And Al Sharpton boycott will not, I repeat, it will not do much of anything to improve the economic condition of the black community. What an Al Sharpton boycott does is basically it fulfills his obligation to do work on behalf of the Democratic Party to make race into a Democrat Republican thing. They want to occupy racial stuff. They want to occupy the racial issue, right? They want to kind of colonialize it and say, hey, if you are black and you're a Democrat, then you're okay. If you're black and you're Republican, then you're a sellout. If a racist says something bad and he's a Republican, then it's terrible. If a Democrat says something racist, then it's okay because those are our friends. And I just don't agree with that. I think racism is racism, no matter what political affiliation you have. Now, let's talk about this boycott a little bit more deeply, and I want to kind of lay it out for you a little bit in ways to kind of sort of think about this. You got to really think about what this boycott's really doing, right? What the boycott really says is that the assumption, the fundamental assumption, and the default state of things is we're going to give you all of our money. We're going to buy from you like crazy because we're black and we're trained to consume from white people and buy their stuff every single day of the week. They don't buy anything from us, right? They boycott, you boycott them one day out of the year. They boycott you 365 days out of the year. Give me a yes if you understand this. That everybody boycotts black-owned businesses every single day of the year, including black people. So as much as you as hard as it was for you to boycott white-owned businesses for one day, you got to realize many of you are already boycotting black-owned businesses for 365 days out of the year. So it's much harder for you to boycott masses business than it is for you to boycott your own. That's pretty much what you do, and they boycott you every single day of the year. So, so really, in my view, the first assumption of a boycott should be, I'm going to boycott you as much as you boycott me. You boycott me 365 days out of the year. I'm going to boycott you 366 days out of the year, hoping that it's a leap year. Just in case it's a leap year, I'm going to make sure that that you're not getting any of my money. I'm going to treat you the same way you treat me. And I think that would be something more akin to equality. So a one-day boycott. What a one-day boycott says is that that basically 364 days out of the year, the black community is our economic bitch. That basically we own the black community. We get all of our money and we get 99% of your money. So not 364 days out of the year, you're coming to our stores, buying our stuff, giving us your money every day. And then what you're doing right now is because you've got a guy with a perm up in New York who told you to do this because you're mad about the Republicans getting elected. Now you're going to boycott us for a day. Ouch, that hurt. It was like a mosquito bite. But guess what? After that day's over, you're gonna go back and go shopping again. Some of y'all went shopping at those stores and stocked up on supplies just to get ready for the boycott. You said, I can't go shop at Target on Friday, so I got to go on Thursday instead. And I'm gonna double shop on Thursday just so I can make sure I don't shop on Friday, just so we can hopefully make our point. I don't know if that's going to get you anywhere in this game. I'm not shaming you for shopping at Target. I'm not doing that at all. I'm just telling you the facts. I'm telling you from just an honest, direct standpoint that I don't see where not shopping at Target for one day out of the year is really going to change anything. And it wasn't just Target. I guess it was all the stores, right? We were supposed to boycott. So because you got to start with the assumptions and the expectation. You got to start with the default state and the expected state. The default state, meaning like what happens on a regular day when there is no boycott, when Al Sharpton's not mad, when the Republicans didn't get elected. On a regular day, you're giving 98%, 99% of your wealth to businesses that are owned by other people. That's the default state. The expectation is that because I'm upset with you, I'm going to go on strike. I'm now going to take away all the money I'm giving you. Normally, I'm making it rain on your businesses. I'm giving you millions of dollars a day. But now we're going to take one day where we're going to take that back just to make a point to you. Now, there's no sort of condition to say that the boycott ends once you change your behavior. None of that, right? It's just like, we're just going to do this one day, and then we're going to go right back to where we were before. So the expectation is that either once the boycott's over or once you change your behavior, I'm going to go right back to giving you all my money in the first place. That is a losing game, people. That is a loser's game. That is a game where the only guarantee in that game is that black people are going to lose economically the way you've been losing up until this point. See, even before the Republicans got elected, you were losing when it came to wealth. Give me a yes if you understand this. Before all this happened, you were already losing. Now you're just losing a lot more. So you're kind of saying, okay, we're going to try to take this little stand. We're looking like Volodymyr Zelensky trying to negotiate with Donald Trump, knowing that Ukraine has no cards and that basically he's got no legs to stand on. So to some extent, this is kind of what we're doing. I personally think that a better negotiation would be one where we go in a different direction with different default states, different assumptions, and different expectations. So let's think of it like this. When you boycott that business, in a way, it's kind of like you're going on strike, right? It's like, look, I'm giving you something every day. I'm giving you my money every day. I'm giving you a few $100s of my family's money every day. Now I'm going to stop. I'm going on strike. So just like on your job, I work for you every day. Every day I pour into you. Every day I'm building your business for you. Now I'm going on strike because I need you to treat me better. And then once you treat me better or the strike is over, I'm going to come back and we're going to go back to the way things work. Well, imagine if instead of going on strike at your job, what if you didn't work for that company at all? What if you ran your own business? What if you worked for somebody else? What if you were already in your default state, already disconnected and already pouring into something that was actually yours instead of your default state being that you were pouring into their business? Tell me if you're following me on this. I don't want to talk over anybody's head, but I know you all are intelligent people, so I hope you'll at least hear me. You don't have to agree with me. I just let me know if you can at least hear what I'm saying here. So imagine if your default state is, I don't even work for you. So me going on strike would not make any sense because I'm not your damn employee. I'm not your worker bee. I'm not pouring into you. I'm pouring into me. Everything I would have been giving you, all those tens of thousands of hours I would have been pouring into your business, well, I can't take that away from you because you never got it. I wasn't giving it to you in the first place. Imagine if that was where we started the negotiation, right? If you start the negotiation by saying, I already serve you, I give to you, I give you everything. Now I'm gonna pull back a little bit because I'm mad. How about we change the default state, change the default assumption, have a little bit of economic self-esteem and say, look, it don't matter if I go on strike because I don't work for you anyway. It doesn't matter if I boycott your business because you wasn't getting my money in the first place. I wasn't giving to your business. I was supporting black-owned businesses. I was supporting my family's business. I'm not buying from you because I'm buying from my cousin, right? If you start the negotiation in a better position, then you've got a lot more leverage than if you start the negotiation from a position of weakness and just perpetual sacrifice on behalf of your slave masters. Do you understand? When you start off super weak and you start off giving everything away already, and you're already pouring your blood, sweat, and tears and all your money into other people's businesses, then it kind of looks silly to when you kind of do the boycott and think this is really actually going to give you anything worth having. Sure, it might help you negotiate an already abusive situation, but really you should probably start from a different set of assumptions from the very beginning, right? Instead of saying to your partner who's beating your ass every day, hey, I'm not going to cook dinner tonight because I need you to stop beating me so much. How about you just say, we're not even together anymore. So in order for you to get my attention, you're going to have to be nice to me. You're going to have to earn my love instead of assuming that you're going to have my love. See, this is important. I need y'all to follow this point. This is one of the things that's always bothered me. I always thought it was so crazy that every election, when people say, well, Dr. Boyce, who are you going to vote for? And I say, well, I'm not voting for the Democrats or the Republicans. And they say, oh, you're a Republican. And I say, no, but I just told you I'm not voting for the Democrats or the Republicans. How am I a Republican if I don't vote for the Republicans? To be a Republican, I got to go and vote for the Republicans, right? Well, you're a Republican. Well, why am I a Republican? Why would you call me a Republican if I just sat and told you 10 times I've never voted for a Republican in my life? I get it. I know why you call me a Republican. It's because of your default state assumption. Your default state assumption is that, tell me if you follow me on this. Your default state assumption is that because I'm a black man in America, I have to vote for the Democrats. That because I'm black, I owe the Democrat my vote. They don't got to do nothing for me. They don't have to promise me nothing. They don't have to make any commitments. They don't have to impress me at all. They own me like I'm a piece of damn cattle. And I've always rejected that. And I didn't care what people thought. It didn't matter to me. I've lost friends over this. And they only get mad at me because they know that I'm right. That's why they get mad. They know that I'm smarter than they are, and they know that I'm right. I'm not saying that you're wrong for who you vote for. I told you, your vote is your vote, but my vote is my vote. So don't you ever damn tell me that I owe you nothing. I don't owe Target nothing. I don't owe the employers nothing. I don't owe the Democrats nothing. Or the Republicans. And here's the thing. What's interesting to me is to process this. Think about this. This is real deep. Did anybody ever notice? Tell me if you've noticed this. Do you know that most black children, about 90% of all black children, are raised under the assumption that at some point you're gonna serve a white man. You're gonna work for a white man at some point. When you grow up, and this is what you're told, you got to know how to behave, you got to know how to dress, you got to know how to talk, you got to know how to act at work, right? Because around the dinner table, the assumption is at some point as a black person, tell me if anybody else grew up like this, you're going to end up working for white people, right? Like you have people that say, well, going to an HBCU, that's not realistic because you're going to have to deal with white people because you're eventually going to have to work around white people and work with white. Anybody ever notice that? And now I want to ask y'all this question. This is a question you may have never heard anywhere. But tell me this. Do 90% of all white boys grow up under the assumption that they're going to have to work for a black man or a black woman? Do white people get raised under the same assumption? Does every white person, every Asian person, every Jewish person get raised under the assumption, or you better be nice to black people, you better learn black culture, you better learn some black history, because one day you're going to have to work for a black person, and you got to be able to impress them in order to keep your job. Does anybody else go through that other than us? Does anybody else go through that other than us? So this takes us back to the point I'm making tonight. The default state assumption. What is the assumption underlying the whole conversation? See, a lot of people will play the game, but not even take a moment to think about, well, how is this game even structured in the first place? This game is designed for me to lose. The best that'll happen in this game is that I'm not going to lose as much as I was going to lose before. But either way, this whole boycott to me was a problem, because I'm sitting there thinking, well, wait, so I'm boycotting you and I'm taking away a little bit of the money that I'm already giving you, which makes the assumption that the way that the default state of things is that I'm supposed to be giving you everything in the first place. I don't think I'm supposed to be giving you shit. I don't think my assumption is zero. How about I'm spending so much time pouring into my business that I'm not even thinking about your business. How about I'm not boycotting you because I wasn't giving you no money in the first place? How about instead of thinking about what white folks are doing and how we can boycott white folks, how about we think about what black folks are doing and how we can support our own? That's what we do. Focus on yourself. Focus on yourself. You know, all this energy put into like, well, we're not gonna shop with you anymore. Well, that's a given. That's an assumption. Yeah, I'm not shopping with you. Now what? Right? Like, and you're not gonna get my business because I want to give my money to people that love me anyway. You don't really love me that much. You don't treat me that well. Our community's struggling economically. We're not building any wealth. All y'all HBCUs need to start producing more entrepreneurs instead of producing employees. That's why you don't have the donor base that you need. That's why you can't raise money the way you need to. It's because you're producing employees. You need to produce more business owners anyway. We also need to produce more young people with actual skilled trades that know how to do something. You can't just say, well, all I know how to do is fill out a job application and go to work every day. How about getting skills that let you start businesses? That's where the real money's at. How about we produce investors? How about DEI stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment? That means we develop the kinds of young people that we want that will be economically independent. We develop entrepreneurs that can start the businesses that will create the jobs, and then we invest in those businesses. We invest in each other. We invest in ourselves. And if you see the answer here, the key is love. If you put all your energy into loving yourself, you ain't got time to sit around and be mad at what nobody else is doing. You're not going to be thinking about boycotting and retaliation and your anger toward other people. If you're really pouring into you, you don't care what your haters are doing. You don't care what your adversaries are doing. You don't care what your competitors are doing. You don't care what nobody's doing, because you focus on what you're doing right in front of you. Pour into you, pour into you, pour into you. That's one of the reasons why I'm not real big. I don't really get into Democrat Republican stuff, because I see that as like, okay, that's their stuff. They're going to fight back and forth in Capitol Hill over their stuff and do their thing. They're going to use us as pawns to get us involved in their little fights so that they can get power by aligning us like little soldiers. And people who know who they are not typically people that are easily enlisted in somebody else's army. People who know who they are people that already have an agenda before you come and try to make an agenda for them. Do you understand? Like people when they come along and they try to tell us that this is the black agenda, we got to go get Trump out of office, or this is the black agenda, we got to go and do this and do that. Well, no, my belief is that we should have our own black agenda. It's almost like you go to somebody's house and you say, okay, here's what I got planned for you. I want you to cut my grass, wash my roof, and walk my dog. And some people might say, okay, sure, give me $20 and I'll do all that for you. But then somebody else might say, walk your own damn dog. I got a busy schedule. An important busy person is gonna say, I'm busy. What are you wash your roof? I ain't got time to be washing your roof. So instead of us serving and serving massa and driving Miss Daisy and carrying water for other people, I believe that self-esteem dictates that we should carry water for ourselves. We should carry water for our children. Instead of investing in other people's institutions, we should be building them ourselves, pouring into them ourselves. But when you do that, in order to do that, though, you've got to believe in how important you are. You've got to know that you're important. You got to know that your children, your community is the most important place you could be applying your energy. It's more important than that damn job at UPS. It's more important than that stupid degree you got at Brown University. It's more important than these stupid political parties. It's more important than any of that, right? So figure out what matters for you, pour into that, and then when you are filled with love for self and love for those around you and love for your culture, love for your people, love for your institutions, love for your family, and you're pouring that love into the things that matter to you, you won't even care. You won't even give a damn about a boycott. You're like, I got so much time. I'm spending so much energy loving on us and me that I ain't got time to be hating on you and mad at you and thinking about you. I ain't even thinking about you like that. So that's my belief. That's how I feel about this boycott. I'm not against it. Fine, if you want to participate, you should, right? I put it up on my Twitter and Instagram. So I'm playing the game, right? So don't accuse me of being against the boycott. But I'm saying, like, stop boycotting yourself. Stop boycotting your family. Stop boycotting your children. Stop boycotting your own businesses. Because I guarantee you that if you just start supporting yourself as much as you support other people, then you will see your people rise. You will see your people rise. All right. So anyway, guys, I'm done. By the way, this podcast is on Spotify. So if you look up my name on Spotify, you can find my podcast. One's called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. The other one's called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. One is all about the stock market because I want to show you where the wealth is at. I wrote my dissertation on the stock market, so I'd love to help you. And then the other one's just me doing all kinds of stuff. So if you can put up with me and you like some of this, then there's more where that came from. Also, tomorrow morning, we meet for financial consciousness class every morning, and I teach the art of financial consciousness and economic elevation. It's called Money in the Morning. So if you'd like to join that class for free, pull out your phone, text the word morning to the number 87948. You can text morning to 87948. And last but not least, I have a best-selling book called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And everyone loves the book. The reviews are amazing on Amazon. Thousands of 5-star reviews, so I know you guys like it. It's a blueprint for any family that wants to build generational wealth. You can actually get those copies. I'll sign it for you. I'll send you an autographed copy for just $8. You pay the shipping and $8, and I'll send you the book. And I know thousands of you order copies, so I know that you're happy about this, and I don't mind signing the books. So if you'd like to do that and even turn it into a business, you can buy a bunch, give them away if you want. You can resell them. I'm totally fine with that. Start a book club, start an investment club. Each one teach one. We must teach our own. We must educate ourselves. We must educate each other. We can do this. Can't nobody stop us. We should not be afraid of anybody. So if you are in it to win it and this is your thing, then I'd love to help you and partner with you. So I will sell you this book for $8. You can resell it for 30 or 40. It's got my autograph in it. My autograph means a little something. I go to different cities and people know who I am. So apparently my autograph means something. So if you'd like to get copies of this book at the discounted price, you can go to 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. That's the number 10, 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. Buy as many copies as you want. I will sign them. Our middle child, who the poor thing, she runs our store. She's going crazy right now because thousands of orders have come in. But she will ship it to you, and you can make it into a little business. And that way, you're benefiting. You're making money. You're also educating the community. We need to build Black-centered schools all across this country. We need to have little educational hubs everywhere. We need to educate our people on economics at the highest levels. I'm tired of us being in last place. I'm tired of us bowing to Jewish people and white people and Asian people, and I'm tired of us just getting dead last. I hate it. It drives me crazy. We're supposed to be at the top, not the bottom. That's not what we represent. We represent the top. So I want to. This is what I want. This is really. This is the thing that keeps me up at night. This is my passion. This is what I believe, and so I'd love to help you. The book is a simple framework. There's been no book written like this in history. Nobody's written this book. This had to be written by a PhD because I had to really think through these things over 20 years, and it's called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, and it's a great read. I think your children should read it, and I guarantee you, your kids read this book and internalize even half of those ideas. your generational wealth will go up tenfold in the next 1 or 2 generations. I guarantee it. So feel free to go to 10commandments.boycewatkins.com and you can get as many copies as you want, give them away, sell them, whatever you want to do. I support you completely, and I'd love for you to make money in the process. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye.